He lifted the veil, revealing a beautiful visage before him. With a subtle touch of makeup and a silver hairpin adorning her elegantly styled hair, the vibrant red wedding gown, however, did not fit her quite well. It was she, the girl he encountered several times at Chicken Crying Temple and Ziyun Record. He looked at Min Zonghai's dazed expression and chuckled. Do you find me familiar? Min Zonghai nodded. Chicken Crying Temple and Ziyun Record. Indeed, I did not expect you to remember me. Yar rose and approached Min Zonghai, noting that he was a bit tall, requiring her to tilt her neck slightly. If you are dissatisfied with this marriage, how about we separate after some time? Only then did Min Zonghai regain his composure, stating earnestly, a man of honor must know what to pursue and what to forego. Since I have married you, how can I speak of separation lightly? During his stay in Jiangning Prefecture, Ji Yuqing resided at his maternal home, spending his days seeking goods and his nights indulging with Runyang, wholly consumed by the pleasures of life. The Ji family's cloth business, spanning Jiangning, Changzhou, and Bianlin, represented 3 generations of their dedicated efforts. Since his great-grandfather, the Ji family had settled in Changzhou Prefecture, their trade remained anchored there. It was only after a decade of diligent work by Ji Yuqing that they achieved their current prosperity. In the Ji residence in Changcheng, his wife bore him a legitimate son, Ji Yuansheng, a second legitimate son, Ji Yuansheng, and a second daughter, Ji Yadi. His concubine who gave birth to their eldest daughter, Ji Inglian. The late concubine Mu had given birth to their third daughter, Ji Yar. The eldest son married Yu, the eldest daughter married far away in Yuanping. The second son was still young, and the second daughter had already secured a good match, leaving only the third daughter, Ji Yar, still awaiting her turn. In the bright spring month of March, the weather was exceptionally clear. In the courtyard of the Ji residence, a lovely young woman donned a simple long dress, her hair tied with a pink ribbon, her face resembling a lotus flower, a blend of delicate pink and white, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. She was truly striking. She carried an oak tray as she made her way to the main courtyard. Turning into the Bao Moon Gate and traversing the intricately designed corridor, she arrived at the main house, which comprised 5 rooms, a bedroom, study, clothing room, storeroom, and utility room. Upon reaching the bedroom door, a maid was already there to lift the door curtain and usher her inside. The room was furnished with exquisite redwood pieces, all finished in dark hues, radiating opulence. Mother, the bird's nest soup is ready. She placed the tray on the table and served a bowl in a beautifully painted secret-colored porcelain vessel, then stepped aside. Guo picked up the bowl and took a small sip with a spoon, appearing somewhat perplexed. Where did this bird's nest come from? Mother, it was brought back by father yesterday. Coincidentally, the stock of bird's nest was finished, so I prepared this. They say it is bloodbird's nest and very nourishing. She lowered her head, avoiding her mother's gaze. Guo wiped her already clean lips and said, take this bowl to Dai Yuan, so Dai can eat it while it's warm. She has been practicing the piano diligently lately and is rather fatigued as her sister. You should pay attention. After acknowledging her mother, she carried the tray and made her way to Dai Yuan. This girl was Ji Yar, whose biological mother had passed away early, though she was not entirely who she seemed. 5 years prior, the timid and cowardly third daughter had climbed a rockery to catch a butterfly desired by her second sister, only to accidentally fall and lose consciousness. She awoke beneath the rockery as night fell, now transformed into Su Luhua, a girl from the new century. Due to the absence of the third young lattice memories, she exhibited an introverted and timid demeanor, obedient and docile, which perfectly aligned with the original temperament of the third young lady, leaving no one in the household suspicious. In the present day, within the Ji manor, she appeared feeble and insignificant. Yet outside the manor, she radiated wisdom and tranquility, exuding a gentle charm. In the butterfly courtyard, before even reaching the door, the sound of a guqin wafted through the air. With a sigh, Yair entered the courtyard and paused at the guqin room. After the duration of 2 incense sticks, the second young lady, Ji Yadi, concluded her practice and stepped outside, immediately spotting Yair by the side. She cast a sidelong glance and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Mother asked me to deliver bird's nest to you. It is the blood nest that father brought back yesterday." Ji Yadi's expression softened as she took the stewing pot, but upon bringing a spoonful to her lips, she spat it out in disgust, exclaiming, "How cold! Are you trying to harm me on purpose?" "It was still warm when I arrived. It must have cooled after waiting for a while." "I shall heat it up now," Yair replied, turning to leave. "Stop." Ji Yadi could hardly tolerate Yair's nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing could provoke her temper. She quickly approached Yair, demanding, "Are you implying that I made you wait for so long?" Your sister would not dare. With a sharp crack, G80 flung her hand, shattering the bird's nest pod on the ground. Pointing at Yair's head, she exclaimed, "You wouldn't dare? I see you have quite the audacity. Not only do you blame me, but you also dare to serve this bird's nest that has touched your saliva. Truly a heart of malice. What is happening here?" Guo, supported by her maid, was leisurely strolling when she suddenly heard her cherished daughter's furious rebuke, prompting her to rush forward in alarm. Ignoring her mother, G80 continued to glare at Yair with disdain. Without holding her daughter accountable for her unruliness, Guo slapped Yair and scolded, "You wretched girl, why provoke your sister for no reason? We, the G family, have raised you. Have we wronged you in any way? Is this how you repay our kindness?" Holding her face, Yair squeezed out a tear, feeling aggrieved. "Mother, I was wrong. I shall not dare again." G80's anger subsided somewhat, and in a tone of condescension, she remarked, "Since you admit your fault, as your elder sister, I shall be magnanimous. Go buy 2 boxes of dragon beard candy as an apology." Yair acquiesced and departed. Dragon beard candy was one of the signature treats at Ziyun, much favored by the shopkeeper Zhong. Each time the manor punished Yair and required her to pay, Zhong would record it under the G manor's purchases, to be settled later by the manor steward. This occasion was no different. Yair returned with the neatly wrapped dragon beard candy and expressed her gratitude. "Why the formality? After all, many of the delicacies in my shop are things you taught me. Giving you some is hardly a burden." He sighed. "With your intelligence and charm, I truly cannot comprehend why Ji Yucheng is dissatisfied." She smiled, having heard such sentiments countless times, her heart long devoid of resentment. Living under another's roof was simply the way of things. All she hoped for was the day she could depart. Departure, which perhaps could only come through marriage. Gazing at the sky, she thought, not through marriage but to leave. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of osmanthus fragrance, a sweet scent that was not cloying. Following the aroma, she beheld a handsome young man, holding a cluster of osmanthus branches, moving lightly with a beaming smile, likely on his way to meet a beloved. The young man seemed to sense Yair's gaze and turned to look back at her. Instantly, his smile faded, and he slowed his pace for a moment, as if recalling something, before hastening away once more. Yair stood there, entranced by his retreating figure, with brows like spring hills, eyes resembling twinkling stars, and a face akin to a delicate peach petal, albeit a touch too frail. On March 20th, due to Guo's auspicious dream of the Bodhisattva of mercy bestowing children, they decided to visit the Jiming Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. After consulting a fortune teller who confirmed that this day was propitious for worship, they prepared and set off. The journey was bumpy, but they finally arrived at the temple. However, Guo took only G80 with her into the main hall to light incense, leaving Yair outside to wait. "If I'm not to enter, then so be it. The teachings of the Buddha remain uncertain. A pure heart brings clarity, and a lack of desire fosters strength." Bored, Yair began to glance around and noticed paths on either side leading into the woods. She chose the left path to explore. Amidst the serene mountains and flowing waters, with birds singing and flowers blooming, strolling leisurely was a delightful experience. As she reached a bend, she paused upon hearing a man's voice. Parting a branch of an apricot tree, she spotted a man and a woman conversing beneath a pavilion. The man smiled and bowed, but the woman lowered her head to shy away. Undeterred, the man tugged at the silk handkerchief in the woman's hand. She, unable to resist, soon lost it to him. The man inhaled the fragrance of the handkerchief and said something that rendered the woman utterly bashful. After another exchange, the woman shyly nodded, and the man departed, leaving her with a wistful expression. Such a display of youthful charm, though captivating, was not particularly extraordinary. Yair pondered if there might be an even more thrilling encounter, but it ended there. Unable to proceed further, she retreated back to the temple. To her surprise, she encountered the flower-bearing youth again. Today, he was clad in simple yet refreshing blue garments. As their eyes met, he lowered his gaze in embarrassment and hurried past her. With the snacks still in his hand and the beautiful woman in the pavilion, Yair mused that he might be facing tribulations in love. "Are you so restless that you must indulge in play?" G80 chided upon seeing Yair re-enter from the side. Guo, with a scornful expression, added, "If that is the case upon our return, you shall copy the Guanyin Sutra 100 times, to be completed by the 25th. Yair bowed her head in acquiescence, yes. Soon after, the group descended the mountain, where a sedan chair awaited them. The foremost chair was naturally reserved for Gua, while G80 directly approached the middle chair, and Yair followed suit. Suddenly, G80 turned and disdainfully commanded, "Do not follow me, go to the back." Yair walked towards the rear chair, where Mother Zhao, Gua's wet nurse, was already present and preparing to board. Although she was not pleased to see Yair, she could not voice her discontent. As Yair turned to sit, she caught a glimpse of the flower-bearing youth not far away, gazing at her intently. Those deep-set eyes and furrowed brows, he must have seen her just now, right? He still held that bag of snacks perhaps he hadn't noticed, or had merely averted his gaze. His expression did not seem particularly unfavorable, suggesting he might not have truly seen her. Thus, it was perhaps for the best. She lowered the curtain, and the carriage began to move slowly. On March 25th, Ji Yucheng returned. "Master, you must be weary, please have a cup of ginseng tea." Guo graciously offered a cup of tea and neatly took care of Ji Yucheng's outer garment. This journey to Jiangning has proven quite fruitful. Ji Yucheng took a hearty sip, only to sputter it out in disgust, exclaiming, "What is this? Is it cold?" Guo's heart sank as she silently cursed her own foolishness, hastily responding, "How could it be cold? This was just brought in by the girl from the cliff. It couldn't have cooled so quickly." "Oh, that girl. Do not be angry, my lord. I will brew another pot right away." "No need for a new brew. Has she not just arrived?" G80 entered, holding a teacup, and smiled. "Father." Ji Yucheng took a sip of tea and nodded, saying, "Indeed, Yadi is considerate, knowing her father favors Jin's Haney. Of course, this daughter is not unworthy of her upbringing." G80 continued to massage his shoulders, attending to him with utmost comfort, prompting him to close his eyes and relax. "Surely, your business has prospered, father?" "Indeed, I have negotiated a significant deal, otherwise I would not have returned so late." "Father, was Jiangning enjoyable?" "Quite bustling." "Are there many novel amusements?" Ji Yucheng opened his eyes and smiled indulgently. "You have hit the nail on the head, have you not?" "Father." Ji Yadi's playful, elongated tone sent a shiver through Ji Yucheng, who promptly surrendered, saying, "All right, I yield. I shall have Zhongbo fetch it for you shortly." "Thank you, father." Ji Yadi cheered and settled down beside him, ceasing her massage. "Yadi, how old are you? You behave like a child in front of your father." Guo lovingly observed the scene, although with a hint of reproach. Ji Yucheng quickly interjected, "This is delightful. Do not hold back." Upon hearing this, G80 transformed her annoyance into joy. Gazing at his beloved second daughter, Ji Yucheng couldn't help but recall his rather dim-witted third daughter, feeling a twinge of disdain and even blaming Mu for giving birth to such a daughter who burdens him. The daughter wishes to pay her respects to her father. Yair could no longer bear the sight and merely wished to offer her greetings and retreat. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Ji Yucheng nodded expressionlessly. Rise. Spend more time at home, learning from your second sister, and do not lounge around idly." "Yes, father," Yair replied, handing a stack of papers to Gua. "Mother, here are 100 copies of the Guanyin Sutra." Upon hearing that his third daughter had not been idle, but had copied the Guanyin Sutra 100 times, Ji Yucheng was astonished, his disdain somewhat diminished. Gua, aware of Ji Yucheng's thoughts, felt a surge of anger but dared not show it. She reluctantly accepted the papers, saying, "Yair, you have worked hard." Yair scoffed internally, realizing that this person could not seem to refrain from belittling her. She retorted, "It is only right to pray for the family's well-being, mother." Diligent and generous, with a heart for the family. Ji Yucheng nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "I am deeply gratified by Yair's progress." Yair humbly replied, "It is all due to mother's excellent guidance." For several consecutive evenings, Ji Yucheng stayed in the grand courtyard, listening to the sounds of joy and laughter, while Hu Anyang bit her silver teeth in frustration. Had it not been for that esteemed individual from the grand courtyard, would the eldest daughter have married so far away? Since her marriage, she had not laid eyes on him, uncertain of his well-being. Should he be unsatisfactory, her future would be left in disarray. She touched her belly, thinking that if she could conceive another son, it would surely be a sign from heaven. At that time, she would ensure that esteemed individual from the grand courtyard would be made to pay for it. But to have a child, Ji Yucheng must come to her first. Chapter 2. The unforeseen incident during the evening feast. Ji delicately served a piece of braised pork to Guo Shi, who appeared thoroughly satisfied. However, before she could even take a bite, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within her. A maid had already brought tea for her to rinse her mouth, while Mama Zhao gently soothed her back. Once she began to feel better, G80 inquired, "Mother, what ails you?" Is it serious? Ji Yuqing suggested. Shall we call for a doctor? Just as Guo was about to nod in agreement, Mama Zhao whispered something in her ear, causing her to freeze in astonishment. Observing her bewildered expression, Mama Zhao couldn't help but smile. Ji, perplexed, expressed her displeasure. Why is Mama so delighted when Mother is unwell? Before Mama Zhao could respond, Ji Yuqing suddenly stood up, exclaiming with joy, "Could it be that you are a child? Is there any discomfort? Do you feel nauseous? Is your heart burning?" His series of inquiries were laced with an unprecedented tenderness, deeply moving Guo. She wanted to express her gratitude, but upon seeing her daughter smiling beside her, she changed her words, saying, "There is no need for concern, my dear husband. I am quite well, save for an aversion to rich foods. Bring forth all the meat dishes and replace them with light, palatable fare. Also, send someone to fetch our eldest and second sons." Ji Yuqing gasped, his voice booming, and immediately the servants hurried in and out amidst the commotion. Ji Yuqing's eldest daughter-in-law, Yu remained seated quietly, neither smiling nor frowning, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, concubine, who trembled with rage, realizing that she was expecting as well. That very night, a grand celebration ensued. At the table, Ji informed Ji Yuansheng of Yu's actions, to which Guo remained silent, implicitly agreeing. Ji Yuansheng shot a fierce glare at Yu, who remained unfazed. Ji Yuqing chose to turn a blind eye. Yu's obstinate demeanor stemmed from a distant cousin of hers holding a position in the capital's Dali temple, with her mother still maintaining correspondence with that relative. Ji Yuqing's selection of her as a daughter-in-law was not without merit, and he endured her for the hope of future utility. Aside from concubine who, in Yu, Ji Yuansheng was the most displeased at the table. To him, this only meant a further division of the family fortune. Typically straightforward, he disregarded decorum and loudly exclaimed, "Mother, you have already given birth to 3. We are all grown now. Isn't it embarrassing to act so? Nonsense." Ji Yuqing slammed the table, glaring furiously. "What kind of words are those? He is your brother. You ungrateful wretch." Ji Yuansheng, still resentful, muttered under his breath, "Being a brother only brings trouble." Ji Yuqing pointed a trembling finger at his second son. Unable to contain his agitation, "You have said nothing of substance after all this time." It was Guo, unable to bear her son's look of grievance, who gently offered a few words of comfort. The joyous feast ended on a sour note. Yair was the last to leave, feeling that her leisurely life was about to begin. But would reality unfold as such? The following day, Mama Zhao conveyed Guo's message. Last night, the young master was restless, experiencing only expulsion from his belly. Now, he cannot tolerate strong flavors and can hardly eat anything light. Yet he craves the sour taste of the plum. Yair gazed skyward in silence, pondering the age-old adage of a mother's favoring her child, basking in the pride of her indulgence. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to delay. She disregarded breakfast and hurriedly set off. Upon entering the establishment, she overheard the proprietor, Master Zhong, addressing a customer. "1 pound of sour plums, please take care, and we welcome your patronage again." To her astonishment, the customer turned out to be the same young man who had presented her with flowers that day. He too was taken aback. Today, she was adorned in a moon-white dress, devoid of excessive embellishments, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Their eyes met for but a fleeting moment before they passed each other. "What is the third young lady purchasing today?" Master Zhong had already noticed her and inquired. "Uncle Zhong, I would like 2 pounds of sour plums." "What is with the sudden demand for sour plums today?" "That gentleman just bought some as well." "What would he possibly need them for?" It is uncommon for women to enjoy such a tart taste. Typically, only expectant mothers have a penchant for them. Could it be? She shook her head. It was none of her concern. At the G residence, Mrs. Guo was in a state of distress, having been sick for 2 days. Ji Yuqing was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, utterly at a loss. If only we had sour plums, it might alleviate her suffering. Murmured Mama Zhao. Ji Yuqing, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of discontent. This morning, when the third young lady learned that the lady of the house had a bland palate and craved sour plums, she insisted on procuring them herself. The old servant thought it a show of filial piety and allowed her to go. Yet, it had been quite some time, and she had yet to return. "You insufferable child!" Ji Yucheng huffed heavily and commanded, "Ji Wu, go buy them at once and return swiftly." Ji Wu complied, hastening outside, only to see Yura returning and promptly reported, "Master, the third young lady has returned." Upon hearing this, Ji Yucheng adjusted his sleeves and sat upright. "Father." Yura entered and immediately sensed that she was in for a scolding. "Indeed, you shall kneel for your disobedience." She slowly knelt. "Do you understand your mistake?" "I'm not aware, daughter." "What a splendid lack of awareness. If you were to buy sour plums for your mother, why did you return so late? Do you realize the torment your mother has endured due to your mischief?" "I took a shortcut and returned as quickly as I could." Ji Yucheng was rendered speechless and, not wishing to further engage, coldly stated, "If you cannot manage such a trivial task, then go and copy scriptures. 100 times the filial piety and 200 times the Diamond Sutra." "Understood." Yura rose, set down the paper bag, and departed without a hint of discontent. Stubborn and obstinate, Ji Yucheng slammed the table, causing tea to splatter across it. From that day forth, Yura ceased her visits to the main courtyard, laboring night and day to transcribe scriptures, subsisting on mere water and snacks, and within days she had grown gaunt and pale. This, however, is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Mrs. Guo had been vomiting for 2 days, unable to keep anything down, and even the sour plums proved ineffective. On the 3rd day, she began to experience diarrhea, alarming Ji Yucheng, who quickly summoned a physician. The old doctor, after examining her, prescribed a remedy and stated, "Madam is suffering from food poisoning, leading to insufficient blood and energy with damage to the liver and kidneys. This medicine requires 5 bowls boiled down to 1 to be taken in 3 doses, and she should drink plenty of water daily." Ji Yucheng listened intently, but, noting the doctor's lack of mention regarding the fetus, asked, "What of the child?" The old doctor furrowed his brow. "What child?" "My wife's unborn child." The old doctor was taken aback, finally realizing that not all instances of vomiting signified pregnancy. No wonder the patient had delayed seeking medical attention for so long. Had she consulted a physician sooner, she might not have found herself in such a state of weakened health. He shouldered his medical box and advised, "Take good care of yourself." Ms. Guo's vision darkened, and she fainted. This startled Mama Zhao, who hurriedly called for help, pinching her acupoints and shaking her body in a flurry of activity. Yofeng, consumed beemger, had long since left the scene. He subsequently took refuge in Aunt Hu's chamber, immersed in a world of opulence, reveling in the pleasures of music and merriment. It was as though he believed that only through extravagant indulgence could he alleviate his pent-up fury. This farcical situation inadvertently favored Aunt Hu. Yara, exhausted from her studies, rested her head on the table. 5 years had passed. When would this life come to an end? The marriage of her past had extinguished any illusions she once harbored. Yet, without a marriage, how could she ever escape? In this era, a woman's status was so low that living independently was nearly impossible. No matter how virtuous one might strive to be, a solitary woman would inevitably face scorn. If widows struggled, what chance did an unmarried young girl have? With a sigh, she succumbed to her thoughts and drifted into slumber. A month later, Aunt Hu discovered she was with child. Ji Yucheng, having learned his lesson, promptly summoned a doctor, whose confirmation brought him a sense of relief. The household erupted in jubilation. Yet, fate is fickle, and today it favored Aunt Hu's quarters. As for Yara's scriptures, Ji Yucheng took them by the light and cast them to the ground, declaring, "Take care of yourself." On that day, Yara took the lace she had painstakingly crafted over the past 2 months to a familiar embroidery shop to sell. Although the Ji household had a modest monthly allowance, it amounted to only a tael of silver, while Yara required a substantial sum to secure her future. She managed to sell her work for 800 won, and with great joy, she set off towards Taishang Lake. "Oh, such youth, what a pity. Indeed, I recognize him. He is the only son of Old Man Min from the north of the city. Last month, Old Man Min passed away, and now his son is gone as well. How tragic." Yara, feeling perplexed, noticed a crowd gathering by the lake, chattering excitedly. She squeezed through to find that someone had fallen into the water. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly recognized the person. He was the young man she had encountered 3 times before. She seized the arm of a bystander and inquired, "When did he fall into the water?" Soon, it was revealed that someone had witnessed the incident and had immediately attempted a rescue, but to no avail. Without hesitation, she knelt beside him, gently lifted his head, and administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, and they began to hurl insults, voicing every unkind word imaginable. While others cheered and encouraged her, Yarer paid them no mind. After 3 breaths, she interlaced her hands and performed chest compressions, alternating the 2 techniques. Before long, the young man coughed up water and revived. The onlookers were utterly astonished. An elderly gentleman among them clasped his hands and addressed her. "Young lady, I am a doctor. May I ask how you learned this method? It is truly miraculous." Yarer had nothing to conceal and readily shared her knowledge of artificial respiration and chest compressions. The elder listened with admiration. If this technique could be widely disseminated, it could save countless lives, he mused. However, while it is indeed effective, it contravenes societal norms. It may not be easily accepted. I, too, must mention that the physician need not worry. I shall take my leave for now, as the patient must change clothes promptly. Thank you for your concern, doctor. She cast a glance at the dimly lit youth and departed with a sense of relief. Saving his life has not been in vain, given our 3 fateful encounters. As for reputation, is it more important than life itself? Regardless of circumstances, all shall eventually pass. At the Min household, Min Zonghai lay upon his bed, his expression devoid of emotion. His friend, Wu Xiaozi, and his cousin, Min Zonghai, sat beside him, glaring at him with palpable anger. "Are you tired of living? Or do you think your second uncle is lonely and wish to pay your respects?" Min Zonghai exclaimed, exasperated by his cousin's demeanor. Wu Xiaozi, however, adopted a gentler tone. "Zonghai, you truly should not act this way. Your second uncle and aunt in the afterlife would surely feel sorrow." What a Song Wanqing. Is she worth sacrificing your life for? How can you face the ancestors of the Min family? What face will you present when you meet your second uncle below? Zonghai, without Sister Wanqing, there are others who are even better. Why must you be so despondent? Wu Xiaozi continued. I believe she willingly went to the capital. All this talk of helplessness and family pressure is merely an excuse. Who wouldn't be tempted by such grandeur? Enough. Allow me to rest for a while, Min Zonghai interjected, his ears ringing and his head throbbing. Seeing their unyielding expressions, he resigned. I merely slipped. It was not intentional, so you need not worry. Min Zonghai remained skeptical, and Wu Xiaozi held back his doubts as well. I assure you, I shall not engage in such actions again. Is that sufficient? I am quite exhausted and truly wish to sleep. Left with no choice, Min Zonghai and Wu Xiaozi had to take their leave. Chapter 3, The Wedding, followed by whispers of scandal. Ji Yucheng was enraged. Yitter knelt in the ancestral hall, her head bowed in silence. Ji Yucheng paced back and forth in a fit of anger, his face a portrait of fury. Meanwhile, others reveled in the misfortune, their eyes glinting with schadenfreude. After a while, Ji Yucheng, in a fit of exasperation, declared, You have 2 paths. Either seek refuge in a remote temple and become a nun, or end your own life. Yitter widened her eyes in disbelief. Was this truly Ji Yucheng, her biological father? How could he be so callous? Was reputation truly more valuable than life itself? She sat by the window, the dappled shadows of trees outside casting patterns within as the gentle summer breeze swept in, warm yet leaving her feeling profoundly cold. The mocking voice of Ji Yedi echoed in her ears. There is another path, should that man marry you. You need not become a nun, or die. Marry her? Their encounter had been mere happenstance, strangers in a distant land. How could they share a life of mutual support and companionship until old age? At the Min residence, upon learning of the situation at the Ji household, Wu, the young man, hastened to inform Min Zonghai. Brother Zonghai, it is because of you that Miss Ji has fallen into such dire straits. It is only right that you marry her. Min Zonghai could not recall the appearance of the woman who had saved him, yet the image of Song Wanqing, tear-streaked and sorrowful, lingered in his mind. Brother Zonghai, Sister Wanqing has departed. No matter what you do, she will not return. But only you can save Miss Ji. I have heard that her father has given her two options, to become a nun or to die. Min Zonghai's heart jolted at the mention of death. Her father wished for her to declare her intent through such a drastic measure. He stared vacantly out the window, pondering whether he should trouble Aunt San to find a matchmaker. He sighed, resigned to the past being irretrievable. Marrying her would repay her kindness, ensuring that he would not enter the afterlife burdened by debts. On that day, Min Zonghai engaged a matchmaker to propose to the Ji household, only to be met with an unexpected acceptance from them, even demanding the wedding within 5 days. Min Zonghai was caught between laughter and tears. Previously, he had feared they would demand exorbitant terms or berate him for tarnishing their daughter's reputation. His family was destitute, and he had prepared himself for scorn. Yet now, instead of clinging to their daughter, they seemed eager to hasten her departure. How curious are the affairs of this world. On the 15th of June, with her meager belongings, was wed into the Min family. Outside, the world was abuzz with excitement, while inside, a heavy silence loomed. Sitting on the bed, Yer was lost in thought. Min Zonghai appeared to be a decent man, yet this union felt forced. Would he resent her for it? If he did, life could become quite unbearable. Leaving the Ji family only to enter the Min household felt like a loss in every sense. An unhappy marriage could ruin a lifetime. As Yer was lost in her musings, she failed to notice the door opening until a pair of men's shoes came into view, jolting her to the realization that she had run out of options. Min Zonghai was at a loss for words. The woman he had desired was gone, and now he was marrying someone he felt he had no choice but to wed. What lay ahead in his life was beyond his imagination. He lifted the bridal veil, revealing a beautiful face before him, with a subtle touch of makeup and a silver hairpin adorning her coiled hair. She wore a vibrant red wedding gown that was not quite fitting. It was her, the girl he had encountered several times at Jiming Temple and Ziyun. Cai'er gazed at Min Zonghai's dazed expression and smiled. Do you find me familiar? Min Zonghai nodded, recalling the chicken crow's temple and Ziyun's tale. I did not expect you to remember me. Cai'er stood and approached him, realizing he was a bit taller and requiring her to tilt her head. If you are dissatisfied with this marriage, we can part ways after some time. How does that sound? Min Zonghai finally came to his senses and replied earnestly. A man of honor must know when to act and when to refrain. Since I have married you, how can I speak lightly of separation? She lowered her head, her tone calm. You had no choice but to marry me. I fear it may weigh on your heart. Regardless of the reasons, I have taken you as my wife and will not entertain other thoughts. Moreover, I do not feel discomfort, though he had initially harbored some reluctance. Upon seeing her, he realized he was filled with anticipation. Cai'er lifted her head, a mix of surprise and delight on her face. At least the days ahead held promise. Did they not? Gurgle. Cai'er covered her stomach, blushing with embarrassment. Min Zonghai chuckled. Let us have something to eat first. The table was set with prepared dishes and wine, suitable for the summer heat. Hungry from a long day, Cai'er picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, disregarding the groom beside her. Once Min Zonghai noticed she had eaten sufficiently, he offered her a bowl of soup, which she accepted and consumed in one gulp. Ah, this is how dining should feel. Min Zonghai raised a cup of wine, less toast. Having never tasted wine before, Cai'er assumed it would be like medicine, simply needing to go down her throat. She tilted her head back, the fiery liquid burning its way down her throat and mouth. Unable to endure the heat, she grabbed a nearby water jug and drank deeply. Once she felt better, she set the jug down, shaking her head slightly. What a fine wine. Min Zonghai looked at her amused. Is this how easily you become intoxicated? With no other option, Min Zonghai assisted Cai'er to the bed, allowing her to sleep in her clothes. When she awoke, the sun was high in the sky. Cai'er hurriedly got up, changing into a rose-colored skirt. Paired with white trousers and peony-embroidered shoes, her hair neatly pinned up without any adornments, before exiting the east room. Min Zonghai was pouring water into the cistern beside the kitchen when he turned to see Cai'er emerge, and his heart brightened once more. She had looked like this at the Chicken Crow's temple, though her hair had been casually draped over her shoulders then. Now, she had styled it for him. You're up. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is warming on the stove, he said with a smile. Cai'er acknowledged him and rushed to brush her teeth and wash her face. Upon reaching the kitchen door, she asked, "Have you eaten, my husband?" "I have already had my meal," Min Zonghai replied before heading to the cellar. Cai'er had some congee with vegetables and quickly washed her bowl. Just then, Min Zonghai emerged from the west room, carrying a basket, and said to her, "Come with me to pay respects to our parents." Along the way, Cai'er closely followed Min Zonghai, so intently that she failed to notice when he stopped and bumped into him. "Ouch! What happened?" she asked, shaking her head. The two resumed their journey. "Let me tell you about our relatives," he began. "The eldest uncle has one son and two daughters, while my father, being the second son, has only me as his sole offspring. The third uncle has two sons and two daughters. According to my father, there's also a fourth uncle who, having left to apprentice at a young age, never returned and remains unaccounted for to this day. The eldest uncle serves as the clan leader. In the afternoon, we set off to visit his home, as he needed to be included in the family genealogy. Upon exiting the northern gate, the population thinned and the trees grew denser. After walking for about half an hour, we spotted a small house surrounded by lush greenery, a sight most splendid. In the distance, a range of low hills could be faintly discerned. Min Zonghai mentioned that this ancestral burial site was chosen by our forebears themselves. It is said that upon reaching this place, our ancestor found the feng shui exceedingly favorable, and thus spent all his silver to purchase this land. He cleared the trees from the central area, leaving a protective ring of foliage around it. The felled timber was taken away to be crafted into fashionable furniture by a carpenter, which he sold at a high price to a passing merchant, thereby acquiring a considerable fortune. With this wealth, he established a family and laid the foundation for a prosperous legacy. However, the vicissitudes of life proved unpredictable. By the time of Min Zonghai's grandfather, extravagance had reduced their wealth to a mere fraction. Consequently, Min Zonghai's grandfather had no inheritance to distribute among the four brothers. Only Min, the eldest, improved his fortunes after marrying Shui, the daughter of a landlord named Shui Jintian outside the city, eventually becoming the clan leader. The other brothers remained in dire straits. Old song, "I have brought my wife to pay respects to my parents," Min Zonghai explained to the elderly man seated at the door of the small house. The old man cast a dim gaze over Min Zonghai and his wife, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Min Zonghai led Cai'er from the front of the house to the woods behind it, continuing their journey forward. With each tree they passed, Cai'er would reach out to touch it, inquiring, "What kind of tree is this?" "Mulberry." "And this one?" "Sephora." "What about that one?" "Phoenix tree." "Oh, I know that one," she exclaimed, rushing towards a tree. "This is a pine tree." Min Zonghai looked at her with a sense of exasperation. Was it truly worthy of such delight? At that moment, she seemed like a child, brimming with curiosity about the novel surroundings, incessantly asking questions. After traversing 6 or 7 trees, they arrived at an open area dotted with tombstones of varying sizes. Min Zonghai stopped before a new grave, offering some tributes, then proceeded to an older grave nearby, laying down offerings and kneeling, with Cai'er following suit. "Father, mother, I have married and brought my wife Ji to pay my respects," he stated, bowing 3 times. Cai'er also bowed thrice and solemnly proclaimed, "Father, mother, I am Cai'er. I have married my husband, and from now on, I will care for him. You can rest assured." Furthermore, the matter of offspring is something elders hold dear. To bring them joy, one must promise the continuation of lineage. Yet, to mention having children so soon after marriage is rather embarrassing. Her face flushed slightly as she stumbled over her words. Min Zonghai watched her curiously for a moment, noticing her reddened cheeks and anxious demeanor, and it dawned upon him. She took a deep breath, resolved to declare, "I will bear children for my husband, ensuring the continuation of the Min family's second branch." With that, she bowed 3 more times. An enveloping silence followed. "Ahem. Let us return," he suggested. Cai'er hurriedly rose to her feet, perhaps still feeling the tension from earlier, and stumbled once more, falling to the ground. "What happened?" Min Zonghai quickly helped her up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, but as he did so, he hesitated. Though they were husband and wife, Their union had yet to be consummated, and the propriety of physical contact between men and women remained intact. Even as true spouses, such intimate gestures could evoke a sense of bashfulness. "It's nothing, let us return." Once they had gathered themselves, they exited the forest. Upon returning to the quaint cottage, they found that Uncle Song had vanished. Min Zonghai speculated that he had gone to patrol the woods. Deep within this forest lay several precious species of yew and camphor trees, and Uncle Song often ventured to check on them to prevent theft. What if we encounter a thief? Can Uncle Song handle it? There were traps set by Uncle Song in the woods, and he was not as feeble as he appeared. We should hasten our departure. The sun is fierce, and we risk becoming lightheaded. Indeed, after returning, they quenched their thirst and made their way inside to cool off. Once refreshed, Min Zonghai led Yar to the vegetable garden in the backyard. We must not delay lunch. The half-acre plot was divided into 3 sections, each cultivated with various vegetables, while climbing plants adorned the walls. "Wow, what a grand winter melon!" Yar exclaimed upon spotting the winter melon lounging in the corner. She rushed over, but it was too heavy to lift, so she attempted to push it, yet it remained steadfast. Min Zonghai chuckled helplessly, approached, and easily hoisted it onto his shoulder. "Why do you call it Brother Wintermelon?" "To entice it, one must first flatter it." They gathered a handful of water spinach, some green beans, and eggplant, and carried the wintermelon back to the front yard. Yar tied on her handmade apron and began to prepare the meal, while Min Zonghai tended to the fire. Perhaps due to hunger, Min Zonghai found the aromas of the cooking to be utterly delightful. Though Yar had never cooked in her previous life, she had certainly savored many meals. Her mother had enrolled her in cooking classes to ensure she could enjoy a diverse array of nutritious dishes. During her time at the G Manor, she had honed her culinary skills remarkably. Soon, a dish of stir-fried water spinach, eggplant, and green beans, along with a light wintermelon soup, graced the table. Min Zonghai devoured 2 large bowls of rice and savored a bowl of soup, and afterward, he patted his belly in surprise at Yar's culinary prowess. At the G Manor, I often cooked. Practice makes perfect. Yar stood to clear the dishes and took them to the kitchen for washing. In Min Zonghai's mind, the daughters of affluent families were typically delicate, never lifting a finger. Even the less favored concubines were often pampered. Yet, Yar bore no resemblance to a typical noblewoman. In the quiet afternoon, the only sounds were the incessant chirping of cicadas in the trees, lulling one into a deep stupor. At the second watch of the afternoon, Yar awakened languidly, finding the space beside her empty. Had he not yet slept, or had he risen already? She donned her clothes and tidied her hair, noticing a vase of fresh flowers by the vanity. On her way back from the ancestral grave, she had spotted the rhododendrons blooming splendidly and had plucked 2 to bring home. She took one, trimmed the excess stem, and tucked it into her hair, glancing in the mirror with satisfaction. Min Zonghai was at the Shihu residence, preparing to gather items belonging to the Min family. After organizing everything, he emerged with a basket in hand, only to behold a young woman adorned with flowers, standing with her back to him in the courtyard. Just as he was about to inquire, she turned around. "Yeah?" he exclaimed. "My dear," Yura responded, clearly pleased by Min Zonghai's expression. "What is it?" she asked. Min Zonghai smiled and remarked, "These flowers suit you splendidly." Yura chuckled delightfully. "Very well. Have you gathered everything? Let us depart early and return swiftly." In the 4th chapter, titled Abandonment, the residence of the Min family is described as a 2-courtyard estate. The outer courtyard houses several servants, while the head of the family, Min Lauda, and his wife reside in the main house of the inner courtyard. Their son, Min Zongyin, and his wife, Yushur, occupy the eastern wing, while their 2 daughters dwell in the western wing. In the main hall, Min Zonghai and Yutur stand, with neither Min Lauda nor Shueshur offering them a seat. Min Lauda speaks first, asking, "Zonghai, you have come to present the family genealogy for the Ji family, haven't you?" "Yes, uncle," Zonghai replies. "Very well, let us proceed," he says, rising to take his leave. Zonghai should control his wife. Today you save her, tomorrow another, and the day after yet another. Soon enough your cap will be quite lofty. Shueshur's cold voice interjects, causing Min Lauda to hesitate. Zonghai turns slightly, pausing before asking, "Aunt, are you suggesting that Yura should not save me?" Shueshi remained silent, only snorting in response, lamenting the embarrassment of having such a daughter-in-law. She then addresses Yer. In the future, refrain from drawing attention to yourself. Our Zongnian still needs to uphold his reputation. Please do not trouble yourself, aunt. It would be better for you to manage your own son. Zonghai retorts, leaving without looking back. After Min Laoda departs, Yer steps forward gently, saying, Aunt, had it not been for my husband speaking first, I would have mistaken you for a meddlesome old woman, so lacking in decorum. My apologies, but your attire truly resembles that of a housekeeper. With her head slightly bowed, she touches her lips, a smirk gracing her features, before elegantly turning to leave. Her mockery palpable. Shueshi, incensed, clenches her fists until her knuckles turn white. How dare she, the daughter of a landlord, be likened to a housekeeper? You little harlot. Let's see how long you can bask in your glory. Regardless of her vitriol, Yer is oblivious to her words as they exit the inner courtyard, making their way to the outer courtyard. On the path in the outer courtyard, a handsome young man approaches, his eyes like crystal, his nose sharp, and his lips as thin as gossamer. While undeniably attractive, Yer finds him less gentle than Min Zonghai. Father, Zonghai, what brings you here? Before she can finish her sentence, she notices the striking Yer trailing behind, and her eyes brighten. Who is this young lady? Cousin, this is my wife. Despite knowing his cousin's tendency to be enamored by beautiful women, Zonghai feels a flicker of displeasure, as she is his spouse after all. Ah, so, this is my sister-in-law. No wonder Zonghai did not allow any commotion on the wedding day. It seems he was hiding his treasure. Zongyan laughs. Cousin. Min Laoda clears his throat, admonishing his son for his lack of discretion. Now, let us expedite the genealogy. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he strides ahead, and Zonghai follows suit. Yer says nothing and, bypassing Zongyan, trails closely behind Zonghai. Zongyan, engulfed by a lingering fragrance that permeates his garments, feels a delightful itch in his heart. After a brief period, the group arrives at the ancestral hall. Upon entering, Yer is taken aback by the grandeur before her, an array of altars, large and small, meticulously arranged, numbering not less than 80. Min Laoda casts a glance at Yer, unperturbed. As the clan leader, he takes great pride in this ancestral hall. He lights 3 incense sticks and kneels down, prompting Min Zonghai and Yer to hastily follow suit. Before our ancestors, the descendants Min Zonghai and Min Jisher have united in matrimony, and I now request the ancestral genealogy. With that, he bowed his head thrice. Rising, he approached the table, opened the family register, located Min Zonghai's name, and with a nearby brush, inscribed the 3 characters of Min Jisher on the right side. Again, he knelt and bowed 3 times. Min Zonghai and Yer followed suit, bowing 3 times as well. All right, let us return now. With that, he turned and walked away unceremoniously. Yer, without even looking, understood what her uncle had written. Min Jisher. It seemed that it was acceptable for her, yet another woman would be equally permissible. Oh, how women, before their ancestors, are deemed unworthy even of their own names. That night, the couple retired early. As it was a period of filial piety, Yer felt no anxiety regarding consummation. She actually believed it was preferable to engage in marital affairs only after they had become more familiar and perhaps even developed feelings for one another. The 3rd day marked the return to her parental home. Yer and Min Zonghai rose early, and after freshening up, she began preparing breakfast, making 4 scallion pancakes, stir-frying a plate of sweet and sour winter melon, and boiling pumpkin porridge. She placed the meal on the stone table in the courtyard and called into the house. Husband, breakfast is ready. Min Zonghai emerged from the cellar, carrying 4 pieces of cured meat and a pelt. Recognizing it as a gift for her family, Yer inquired, Husband, what kind of skin is that? Fox skin, Min Zonghai replied as he stowed the items into a basket, a hint of guilt in his voice. Perhaps I should buy a jar of wine later. Do not worry, dear husband. My parents are well aware of our circumstances. They will not blame you. Now, come quickly and eat. Yer had a bowl of porridge, 1 pancake, and a few pieces of winter melon, while Min Zonghai devoured the rest. Yer, if this continues, I shall surely become a corpulent man. You are merely too thin at present. You ought to grow a bit sturdier. Min Zonghai chuckled. acknowledging that he indeed had lost considerable weight during this time. After tidying up, they set out, first detouring to the tavern to purchase a jar of moderately priced daughter's red wine, then making their way to the southern manor of the G family. As Yer held the foxskin in her hands, she asked, "Husband, do you know how to hunt?" In the past, Uncle Sun and his son often went hunting together, and I sometimes accompanied them. Uncle Sun was quite the skilled hunter. However, after a certain incident where Uncle Sun was injured, they ceased their excursions. On one occasion, Wu and I could not resist and sneaked out to hunt again, capturing a fox, but Wu, fearing his father's wrath, gave the fox to me. "Oh, will you go hunting again?" Min Zonghai turned his head, noticing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, and hesitated. "Do you wish to go, Ye?" With a beaming smile, she nodded. "Indeed. It is hunting, authentic hunting." "Very well. I shall take you next time." "Excellent. It is a promise." In high spirits, Yer hummed an unfamiliar tune, which was rather pleasant to the ear. From a distance, the gates of the G Manor came into view. She paused, contemplating, and said, "When we enter, regardless of what my parents say, just pretend you have not heard anything." With a smile directed at Min Zonghai, she then approached the G Manor. Yer knocked on the door, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man opened it. The individual glanced at Yer and then at Min Zonghai, inquiring, "Whom are you seeking? Are you new here?" Unfamiliar with the person, Yer posed the question. After a brief pause, the individual responded, "Yes, I just moved in yesterday." Yaya nodded. "I am the third miss, returning home today." "Third miss? Returning home?" The individual took a moment to comprehend, inhaling sharply, "Goodness, the G residence truly is." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "It is as follows. G Yuqing sold this house to me 2 days ago, and they have already relocated. Is Miss G not aware?" He recognized that the last question was utterly futile, yet it slipped from his lips. Subsequently, he closed the door. Yaya scoffed softly, remarking on the shamelessness of such individuals, as though they were eager to be rid of their old home. Turning back, she noticed Min Zonghai's expression. Understanding that he felt sorrow for her, she dismissed the lingering discomfort in her heart and confidently approached him. Grasping his hand, "Let us depart. It is impolite to linger at someone else's doorstep." Hand in hand, they walked a short distance before Yer halted, questioning, "Will you find me unworthy?" Abandoned by her family and lacking kin, she feared ridicule, knowing that people would only say she was unworthy to be forsaken. Not at all. Yer is wonderful. He felt a pang of compassion, thinking how could he ever disdain her? She truly was remarkable. Yer smiled. "Now I'm alone. You must think this through, for the Yu family will not be here to assist us. I'm not so inadequate. I cannot farm. I will earn for us." After a lengthy pause, he affirmed, "From now on, wherever you are will be my home." Being alone felt profoundly isolating. The sensation of having someone to lean on was truly delightful. Min Zonghai nodded, gazing at the woman before him, his heart aching. How had she grown up in such a household? Yet, she remained so cheerful, resilient, and kind-hearted. From now on, let us simply live our lives, without concern for others. He wished to comfort her, urging her to forget about the G residence, yet feared that his words might be too blunt for her to bear. Yer took a few steps forward, paused, turned, and offered Min Zonghai a sincere smile before speaking. "Since my aunt departed, I have gradually come to understand my situation." How old was I then? Perhaps 5 or 6. In any case, I hold no sentiment for the G residence. So, I told myself, I am merely here to work, exchanging my labor for compensation. Thus, it is simply a matter of resigning from my position. There is no need for sorrow. She returned, grasped Min Zonghai's hand. "I can do many things. Wash clothes, cook, tidy the house. Everything a common woman does, I can do. And farming as well. You shall teach me, and I will learn." This man seemed promising, and she believed that following him would lead to happiness. Yer had faith in her instincts. To find a loving partner and share a life together was a dream unfulfilled in her past life, and she hoped to realize it in this one. Moreover, when a moment comes to act, one must seize it, lest the opportunity slip away. Therefore, it was imperative to grasp the present. Min Zonghai sensed her slight anxiety and quickly assured her, You are my wife, and that will never change. Just be yourself, for you are already wonderful. Yuer smiled like a blooming flower, nodding vigorously. Shall we head home? Along the way, Yuer felt quite elated as she counted the advantages of not having the G family around. Look, we have saved on the return gifts, and I shall treat you well when we get back. You look so thin. Furthermore, think of the savings during the 3 festivals: Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival. What a fortune we shall save. Ah, and I have an unmarried brother and sister. The expenses for their wedding gifts will not be insignificant. Min Zonghai listened to her chatter, reminiscent of a young wife managing their household finances. However, he could never allow her to live such a frugal life. At noon, Yuer sliced some cured meat, chopped some cabbage, and prepared a delightful noodle soup that filled the air with an enticing aroma. Min Zonghai, upon catching a whiff, felt his stomach growl, and he sheepishly scratched his head while Yuer bent over in laughter. There is a saying, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Could this be her way of winning his heart? After their meal, they retired to bed for a short rest. Perhaps they were too exhausted that day, for soon the sound of Yuer's even breathing filled the air. Min Zonghai gazed at her sleeping face, reflecting on how such a lovely woman could have such a family. He felt fortunate to have married her. Upon waking, Yuer felt much better. She got up, tidied up a bit, and stepped outside. Min Zonghai was busy weaving a bamboo basket. Husband, you are up early? Min Zonghai looked up at Yuer and smiled. I woke up and got up. I noticed your vegetable basket is quite worn, so I decided to make a new one. What is it that you cannot do? Yuer approached him, squatting beside Min Zonghai, resting her chin on her hand, and said earnestly. Min Zonghai was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a while to realize that Yuer was complimenting him. Before he could respond, she could no longer contain her laughter. In the 5th chapter, titled Fragrance, Min Zonghai helplessly shook his head, exclaiming, You always seek amusement at my expense. With a bright smile, Yuer retorted, Isn't it delightful to be happy? Very well, come in, he replied, setting aside his work to invite her into the eastern room. He retrieved a wooden box from the top of the cabinet and placed it before her. Due to your father's illness, we have sold everything we could. Now, all that remains are 10 acres of land outside the north gate, this residence. And these scattered silver coins. This is our entire fortune. When time allows, I shall take on some carpentry work. Yuer opened the box to find 2 taels of silver and 50 copper coins. If anything were to happen, wouldn't we have to sell our pots and pans? She mused. After a moment, she rose and fetched another wooden box from her dowry trunk, grinning as she asked, Can you guess how much my dowry amounts to? Min Zonghai pondered the modest means of families like hers, realizing that whatever he said might put her in an awkward position. And thus he shook his head with a smile, admitting defeat, not wishing to press him further. Yuer opened her box to reveal a dazzling array of silver coins that could dazzle the eye. Min Zonghai was taken aback. How could there be so much? Isn't your father not in need of you anymore? The words lingered unspoken. These are my monthly earnings. I receive 1 tael each month. And over the years, it has accumulated to this, 80 taels in total. If you have any plans, feel free to use it. Min Zonghai fell into silence for a moment. This is your dowry. You should keep it. I will strive to earn more. Ah, the pride of a man. Yuer stood and approached him, asserting, Husband, I am your wife. What is mine is yours. Why must we be so divided? Our family faces difficulties. Should I not contribute? Min Zonghai fixated on the table, avoiding her gaze. We are not at the point of starvation, and besides, I have no particular intentions or needs for money. Yuer gazed down at him, declaring, Then I shall keep it, but once it is stored away, I do not intend to use it. I am counting on you to earn. Min Zonghai maintained his impassive demeanor, and she dashed to the other side, looking into his eyes with a pitiful expression. Husband, I wish for a hairpin, yet I have no money. Perhaps you could buy one for me? In truth, Min Zonghai was not angry. He felt a deep sense of frustration at being unable to ensure his wife's comfort. Unexpectedly, Yuer's antics lightened his heart, leaving him speechless but somewhat less burdened. Observing his softened expression, she took his hand and playfully urged, Husband, given how hard I am trying to cheer you up, could you not smile for me? Cheer me up? Min Zonghai recalled her remarks about Brother Wintermelon, wondering if she was implying something more. Though he understood it was unlikely, his heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I'm going to get some water," and fled the room. In that instant, Yer noticed his flushed ears. What was happening? Why was he embarrassed? Had her just been too bold? Shaking her head, she carefully stored the coins before stepping outside. Min Zonghai gulped down 2 large bowls of water, his agitation finally subsiding, and then returned to the courtyard to work on a wicker basket. "Dear husband, since we have land, shouldn't he be tending to it these days? Ever since father passed, it has been uncle's son, San, who has been helping with the cultivation. I plan to go tomorrow." "Well then, should we express our gratitude to him and mention that we will be going to the fields ourselves tomorrow? It would save him another trip." Min Zonghai nodded in agreement. "I shall prepare some things." With that, he vanished from sight. Before long, though he had not yet arrived, his voice echoed in the air. "I brought 2 pieces of meat and a jar of daughter's red wine. That should suffice, right?" Min Zonghai rose and took the meat from Yuer's hands. "It is sufficient. Uncle's son San understands our situation and will not hold it against us. Let us go. The earlier we depart, the sooner we shall return." The 2 exited the courtyard and made their way directly to Uncle Sun's home. Upon entering the Sun family's yard, they found Uncle Sun, San, sitting in the shade. "Repairing ahu." "Uncle Sun." San looked up, and upon seeing Min Zonghai and his wife, he hurriedly rose. "Zonghai, what brings you here?" "Uncle, we are deeply grateful for your care during this time. We have come to thank you." Yuer stepped forward. "Uncle, please accept this small token of our appreciation. My husband and I are truly thankful for your assistance in looking after the fields." San waved his hands dismissively. "What is this? Given my friendship with your father, helping out with this little task is of no consequence. Take it back. You are making me feel embarrassed." The words were somewhat harsh, leaving Min Zonghai momentarily speechless. Yet Yuer smiled and said, "In that case, uncle, we shall not offer a thank you gift. You see, my husband and I have just married, and this is our first visit to your home. This is merely my courtesy gift. If you refuse, it would seem you do not welcome me, and I would hesitate to visit again." San, both amused and exasperated, had no choice but to accept the offering. He welcomed the couple into his home, and his wife, Mrs. Zhang, brought out tea and led Yuer to the west room. "Flower, come and meet your sister-in-law." Mrs. Zhang called for her daughter, Sun Xiaohua. Setting aside her embroidery, Xiaohua timidly approached Yuer and greeted, "Sister-in-law, hello. Your name is Flower? What a lovely name." Yuer took Sun Xiaohua's hand and walked over to the embroidery, picking up a pattern. "Did you stitch this? It is truly impressive, far better than my own work." Mrs. Zhang set the tea down beside them, chuckling, "Oh, this child is merely beginning to learn. It's nothing special. Aunt, I speak the truth. Flower possesses a remarkable talent for embroidery." Yuer recalled a few exquisite plum blossom designs she had seen online in her previous life. "Next time I visit, I shall bring some new patterns for Flower. I assure you she will adore them." Sun Xiaohua, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Really? You are nodded indeed." Mrs. Zhang playfully scolded her daughter, "You silly child. Your sister-in-law is from a well-to-do family. The patterns will surely be the latest trends. Why would she deceive you, little one?" Then recalling the rumors she had heard, Mrs. Zhang felt a twinge of awkwardness and added, "Well, it's not necessary to pay her much mind. For a young child learning embroidery, it is already commendable if she can master the basics. I do not expect her to create anything remarkable. Just simple garments and shoes will suffice." Listening to the contrasting attitudes of the Zhang family, Yuer pondered for a moment, unable to discern the reason, and decided to shift the conversation to another topic. As dusk approached, Yuer and Min Zonghai rose to take their leave. Although Sun Lao-san and his wife urged them to stay for dinner, Yuer declined, citing leftover dishes at home that would spoil if not eaten. On their way home, Min Zonghai suddenly remarked, "Since there's nothing to do these days, you should refrain from going out. If you need anything, just let me know, and I shall procure it." Yuer, puzzled, questioned the necessity of such caution. After a prolonged silence, Min Zonghai's subdued voice broke the stillness. "Everyone is aware of what transpired this morning." Yuer chuckled lightly. "I thought it was something serious. News travels rather swiftly." It was clear that Zhang had learned of the incident, which explained her peculiar behavior. Yet, she mused, "The life I lead is my own. Why should I concern myself with others' opinions? As long as I remain true to my own heart, that suffices." Have you ever heard the saying? If one's heart turns toward the sun, it shall not fear sorrow. Thus, my dear husband, I have long cultivated a thick skin. If you doubt me, feel for yourself. With that, she took Min Zonghai's hand and pressed it against her cheek, her eyes sparkling with an unintentional brilliance that momentarily blinded him. He gently caressed her face, marveling at its smoothness. He chuckled softly. Indeed, it is quite smooth. Instantly, a fit cheeks flush. This man truly had a knack for changing the mood in an instant. She swatted his hand away and turned to leave. As she walked, she cautiously patted her chest, hoping to calm herself. In such sweltering weather, blushing and racing hearts could only lead to heat stroke. 3 days later, upon returning to her family's home, Yura found herself once again the subject of ridicule in Chongqing. The following day, Min Zonghai ventured out early to the fields. After Yura finished washing clothes and was preparing breakfast, she heard someone in the courtyard calling for Zonghai Ji. Hastily, she served the dishes from the pot and stepped out of the kitchen, only to be met by a young girl of about 12 or 13 approaching her. "Who are you?" Yura inquired. The girl smiled as she approached. "Sister-in-law, greetings. I am Lu Shangyun. You may simply call me Shangyun, as Zonghai Ji does. I am not sure if he mentioned it, but ever since Uncle Min fell ill, my family has been assisting with their vegetable garden. I came to check on the garden and tidy things up." Without waiting for Yura to respond, Lu Shangyun made her way towards the backyard. Irritation welled up within Yura. What was the meaning of this? Lu Shangyun carried herself with an air of superiority, as if she were the true mistress of the household. "Wait." Lu Shangyun halted and turned. "Is there something you wish to discuss, sister-in-law?" With a light laugh, she continued, "I am quite familiar with this place. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I shall answer with complete honesty." Suppressing a scoff, Yura approached Lu Shangyun. "I wonder if your family has any claim to this garden?" "None at all," Lu Shangyun replied. "My family shares a strong bond with Zonghai Ji's family. Assisting in this regard is no trouble. I'm truly grateful for your help, Shangyun. In the past, my husband managed alone, and naturally, he could not attend to everything. Now that I am married to him, it is my duty to share the burdens. It would not be appropriate to trouble you further. You should return home. I can manage this myself." Lu Shangyun frowned slightly, her thoughts shifting as she said, "Sister-in-law, being a young lady from a prominent family, I presume you are not accustomed to such tasks?" Yura smiled. "I am not. My husband has been teaching me." Every utterance of "my husband" ignited a flame of jealousy within Lu Shangyun. At that moment, Min Zonghai returned. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed 2 women standing face to face in silence, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter? Has Shangyun arrived? Is there something amiss?" It had been a long time since Min Zonghai had seen Lu Shangyun, and upon their encounter, she, with a heart full of longing, pitifully exclaimed, "Brother Zonghai, I merely wished to assist in the vegetable garden, but your sister-in-law." Witnessing Lu Shangyun's delicate demeanor, Yura felt a chill run through her. Was this a complaint? Min Zonghai regarded her expression and recalled the matter, stating earnestly, "Shangyun, you have grown. You should assist Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu more at home. I have your sister-in-law to help me, and that suffices. During this time, I am grateful for Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu's care, and in a few days, I shall take the time to express my gratitude." Did Brother Zonghai find Shangyun burdensome? With red-rimmed eyes, Lu Shangyun clutched her garment tightly, presenting a picture of vulnerability. Yura was taken aback, her mouth agape, momentarily disregarding the goosebumps rising on her skin. What was occurring? It seemed Min Zonghai was aware of Lu Shangyun's affections. But what were his own feelings? From Lu Shangyun's words, it was apparent their past relationship was quite amicable. Did he harbor feelings for her as well? Did he not have a betrothal? Was he perhaps contemplating taking her as a concubine in the future? Otherwise, how could he permit her to come and go freely in his household? Yura felt a surge of irritation, rendering her oblivious to Min Zonghai's subsequent words. "Shangyun, you are now 13. You can no longer be willful as in your childhood. I encourage you to stay home for your own good. I do not wish for any misunderstandings, as they could cause you harm. Now, please return swiftly, so as not to worry Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu." Min Zonghai, somewhat impatient, urged Lu Shangyun to leave. Turning around, he noticed Yura with her mouth agape, and as he approached, her expression darkened. "Yura, what troubles you?" Regaining her composure, Cai'er resumed her usual demeanor, replying, "It is nothing. Where is Ziyun? She has gone back. Oh, then let us have our meal." The breakfast that ensued was enveloped in silence. Cai'er did not, as was her custom, serve Min Zonghai any dishes nor engage in conversation. She quietly consumed her meal, washed the dishes, and tidied the room. In the morning, Min Zonghai remained at home, repairing items. He was occupied with a bamboo frame used for sifting soil, mending the broken sections. Cai'er passed by him, carrying a basket as she headed towards the backyard. He lifted his gaze and followed her silhouette. Cai'er crouched in the ditch, plucking water spinach one by one, until suddenly she placed a large handful into her basket. She looked up and found him there, without uttering a word. She resumed her task. Did Ziyun say something? He presumed that Lu Ziyun must have uttered something that displeased Cai'er. Yet, in Cai'er's ears, his words rang as, "Are you aware of my relationship with her?" A pang of bitterness welled within her heart. "No." She hesitated, then continued, "I am not adept at gardening. I think it would be best to invite Ziyun to assist." Min Zonghai observed her downcast eyes, the lips that seemed to glisten with oil, and the hands laboriously pulling at the vegetables, all while her tone dripped with sourness. His heart lifted suddenly, and he chuckled softly. When Ziyun was just a small child, Uncle Lu often brought her to my home. Being the only one in my family, she felt like a sister to me. I realize now that she has grown up, and I shall be more mindful in the future. Cai'er turned her face away, pressing her lips together firmly. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. I certainly will not join you." Eventually, Cai'er could no longer contain herself and broke into laughter. When she lifted her head again, tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes. Min Zonghai reached out to wipe away the tears, speaking gently. "In the future, if anything troubles you, do not keep it to yourself. Just ask me directly." Cai'er's eyes sparkled as she allowed him to brush away her tears, nodding in response to his tender words. Observing her endearing innocence, he felt reluctant to disrupt the moment. Yet under the fierce sunlight, it was bound to be overwhelming. With a smile, he finally spoke. "All right, let us hurry and pick the vegetables. Otherwise, we shall miss lunchtime." Chapter 6. The past that night, Min Zonghai recounted his past for the first time. His mother, Su, had brought a shop facing the street into the marriage. With the diligent efforts of Min Lauer, they had accumulated a considerable amount of farmland within 2 years. It was only after 2 years of marriage that Su became pregnant with Min Zonghai. However, the toll of childbirth took a significant toll on her health. She did not properly observe the confinement period and thus developed lingering ailments. Aware that her time was limited, she arranged for Min Zonghai to marry the daughter of a close friend, the 1-year-old Song Wanqing. Later, in an attempt to pay for her medical treatment, the family sold off more than half of their land. When Min Zonghai was 5, she could no longer endure her suffering and passed away. Min Lauer rented out the shop and returned with his son to their former home, resuming a life of farming. 6 months ago, Min Lauer fell ill unexpectedly, and, in less than 4 months, he too departed from this world. Min Zonghai had yet to recover from the sorrow of losing his father when Song Wanqing arrived. She informed him that a nobleman in the capital had taken a liking to her and wished to purchase her as a servant for his wife. She expressed her helplessness, stating that if she refused, it could endanger her family. After bidding farewell, she departed. Would she return? Uncertain. What she did, what she did not. Min Zonghai grasped Cai'er's hand, declaring, "You are my wife, and in this life, you are enough. In this life, you are enough." Yaya momentarily frotze, pondering whether this was a vow of eternal companionship. Do not men often desire multiple wives? Have you never considered taking a concubine? Taking a concubine. His tone lingered, hinting at a trace of hesitation. Would he really take a concubine? Yaya muzet kvitli. Upon noticing the slight twitch of her lips at the mention of concubines, Min Zonghai chuckled lightly. "Do you care if I take a concubine?" Cai'er shot him a glance. "If you wish to take one, then go ahead. It has nothing to do with me." With that, she turned away from him. After a long pause, he said, "I am a simple man. I only need one woman at home. More would only lead to quarrels." Suddenly, Cai'er turned back, indignantly exclaiming, "What if you encountered a cultured and understanding woman who would not cause any disturbances? Would you then take her? Regardless of how cultured or understanding she might be, it would still lead to chaos. Why is that? Min Zonghai pinched her nose. Because you are here. Yer swatted his hand away, pouting. I am not a jealous woman. Whether you are jealous or not depends on how you perceive it. What do you believe constitutes a marital relationship? Yer contemplated mutual support, trust, respect, and exclusivity. Her voice gradually softened. The intimacy of shared moments is quite nice. After glancing at Min Zonghai and noticing his teasing gaze, she quickly realized and exclaimed, I am truly not a jealous woman. Min Zonghai erupted in laughter, his spirits lifted. What you said I also cherish. However, only a jealous woman can truly embody that, and she does it best. Observing his expression, which seemed to hint at something deeper, she boldly locked eyes with him and expressed her innermost feelings. I do not like the idea of my husband having anyone else besides me. If that makes me a jealous woman, then so be it. I would rather perish than compromise. She closed her eyes and waited for a while. But when no sound came, she cautiously lifted her head and met his beautiful gaze, startling her into a desire to flee. However, feeling it would be too embarrassing, after all, she had done nothing wrong. She resolved to glare back at him. Min Zonghai, taken aback by her stare, surrendered with a chuckle, saying, Do not glare at me. In this life, you and I are uniquely intertwined, are we not? After a long pause, he continued, In truth, my mother gave birth prematurely because someone intended to send a concubine to my father, which took a toll on her health. My father, burdened with guilt, never remarried. My dear wife, I simply do not wish to follow the same path as my parents. Momentarily straying from the topic, Min Zonghai recounted. Not long after Song Wanqing departed, my uncle approached me, insisting that I transfer the shop to my third uncle, claiming I was young and solitary, thus easy to support. While my third uncle's family was struggling, I refused, but they came to our home daily to wail and lament, and unable to bear the disturbance. I sold the shop to my third uncle, who then claimed he had no money and wrote me an IOU. The next day, however, rumors spread that I had generously gifted the shop to my third uncle. Moreover, my uncle and third uncle insisted that the shop was indeed a gift from me. Was it not an IOU? Alas, the IOU vanished. Thus, I found myself at a loss for words. And your leap into the lake was not because. At that time, I felt utterly devoid of hope. With my father gone and Wanqing departed, my closest kin came to torment me. I happened to be by the Taishang Lake, and in a moment of heated impulse, I jumped in. Taking a deep breath, do you know what I thought after plunging into the depths? Did you perhaps regret it? Ah, indeed. Why, the water was quite undrinkable. How could I marry her if I were dead? Yet, had I not sought death that time, I might have lost the chance to be with her altogether. It seems that past events are fated, destined for me to lose certain things while gaining others. Should I feel aggrieved or grateful? Cai'er sensed that in Min Zonghai's heart. Song Wanqing and Lu Shangyun were not the same. He could be indifferent toward Lu Shangyun, but Song Wanqing had been a dream he nurtured since childhood. She was unaware of the weight of that dream, yet she understood that in matters concerning Song Wanqing, she could not afford to feel jealous, for she lacked the grounds to do so. Indeed, if the water is so unpalatable, then I shall refrain from drinking it henceforth. Yes, I shall abstain from it in the future. After that night, the two tacitly avoided discussing Song Wanqing, not even mentioning the word betrothal. Each morning, Min Zonghai toiled in the fields. In the evenings, he taught Cai'er how to cultivate vegetables. As she gradually became adept, there were times when she ventured to the vegetable patch alone in the morning, weeding and clearing the ditches, while tossing spoiled leaves into the chicken coop for the chickens to peck at. On this particular day, after Min Zonghai left, Cai'er tidied up the dishes and took her laundry basket to the river to wash clothes. In the northern part of the town, several households shared a single well primarily for drinking and washing vegetables. For laundry, the women preferred the spacious riverside. Cai'er arrived rather early, finding only two others there washing clothes. You came quite early, remarked a young wife who had spotted Cai'er. Sister Yin arrived even earlier. Cai'er walked to a relatively flat rock and set down her basket, preparing to wash her garments. You may not know, but Xiao Yin is renowned for her speed. If she does not commence her work promptly and efficiently, she feels utterly uncomfortable. Another wife deftly draped a few garments, then submerged them in water. lifting them once more to continue her task. Observing Jean's sister teasing her, Lu Xiaoyan was unfazed, chuckling as she remarked, "I am but a laborious soul. Unlike Jean's sister, who works at her leisure, I toil relentlessly. After just one outing, you linger on it for so long. I have never indulged in such leisure. Naturally, I dwell on it." She sighed, since marrying Zonghai, has he taken you out for any fun? Not yet. It's sweltering outside, and stepping out only results in a sweaty ordeal. It's far more pleasant at home. Hasten her work. That is true, but once the weather cools, you must venture out for some amusement. If you don't enjoy yourself now, opportunities will dwindle in the future. Lu Xiaoyan spoke earnestly. Why? Jean's sister paused, gazing at Lu Xiaoyan. You'll understand. In the early days of marriage, to please my mother-in-law, I labored daily, and once children arrived, I was consumed by their needs, and soon I would be attending to my children's children. When would I find time for leisure? With her eyes sparkling mischievously, Lu Xiaoyan asked have you consummated your marriage with Zonghai? Each day, he gazes upon such a charming person. How can he possibly resist? Though it is forbidden during the mourning period, in truth, as long as one does not conceive, no one would know. I have a method of contraception. Would you like it? Having completed her work, declared, I must be off. With that, she grasped her basket and departed, leaving Lu Xiaoyan in an awkward silence and Jean's sister with a knowing expression. Upon returning home and hanging the clothes to dry, took the special little hoe that Min Zonghai had made for her and headed to the vegetable garden. Some leafy greens were nearing their end, displaying numerous wilted leaves. Gathered a sizable handful of these old leaves and discarded them outside the chicken coop. Though there was but a single chicken, it deserved proper care, did not? It seemed that if a chicken consumed worms, it would lay eggs more readily. The mere thought of the soft, boneless worms sent a chill down Yer's spine. Yet, for the sake of plentiful eggs, she steeled herself. She fetched a small jar, placed it in her basket, and selected 2 long twigs to use as chopsticks, then ventured to the damp corner by the wall beneath the trees. Upon finding one, she used the twigs to pinch it and placed it in the jar, quickly sealing it. As long as she did not look at it, she could manage. After an hour, feeling that enough time had passed, returned with her basket. By this time, Min Zonghai was expected to be back. Indeed, upon entering the courtyard, she spotted him drinking water. You're home, dear husband? Where have you been? Lifted her basket. I want to gather some things. What kind of things? Worms. With that, she headed toward the chicken coop in the backyard. Worms? Min Zonghai was perplexed and followed her. He set down the basket, carefully lifted the jar, and opened the lid. A writhing mass of long, segmented worms spilled forth. Startled, Yer's hand trembled, and with a crash, the jar shattered, scattering worms at her feet. Gasped, her entire body shuddering, and she collapsed. Min Zonghai rushed to catch her. He was overwhelmed with panic, consumed by a singular thought. Nothing mattered to him but aside from Yer. His mind was an empty void. He lifted her onto the bed and gazed at her intently. Before long, Yer stirred awake, realizing she was lying on the bed. Just as she was attempting to recall what had transpired, a voice broke the silence. You're awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? A warmth enveloped her heart as she replied, Do not worry, I am fine. How could you faint like that? Perhaps we should call a doctor. It was only then that he remembered the idea of summoning a physician. She grasped his hand. I am fine, no need for a doctor. I merely felt unwell upon seeing so many insects. The mere mention of the word insects sent a shiver down her spine. Min Zonghai immediately moved to sit at the head of the bed, embracing Yer while softly murmuring, Do not be afraid. I am here. There is nothing to fear. He remained until Yer regained her composure. What do you intend to do with those creatures? He inquired. I have heard that if chickens eat them, they will lay more eggs. Yer lowered her head to conceal her blushing face. Let us refrain from that in the future. In a few days, I will take on some woodwork and then hold a few chickens. They will lay just as many eggs. What you're doing is far too perilous. She noticed a tremor in his voice, and upon glancing up at him, she reached out to smooth his furrowed brow. This time, I was unprepared and caught a bit too many. Next time, I will be more cautious and it will be fine. Upon hearing that Yer intended to catch more insects, Min Zonghai disapproved and lowered his gaze upon her. Suddenly their eyes met, the proximity allowing their breaths to mingle. They both froze in place. Thump! 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 Whose heartbeat was that? Her rosy lips parted slightly, alluring and inviting. Unable to resist, he leaned in gently. Seeing no objection from her, he boldly pressed his lips against hers. Yer anticipated a lingering kiss, eagerly looking forward to it, the first kiss of their 2 lifetimes. To her surprise, it was merely a fleeting brush. Oh, before she could feel disappointment, she found herself abruptly falling to the ground with a thud. Yer, did you fall? Min Zonghai hurriedly lifted her back into the bed, tucking her in securely as he stood beside her. I am sorry, it was not intentional. I was just frightened. She noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. My dear, what is wrong? Why are you sweating so profusely? Can one sweat this much from nervousness? I'm merely a bit warm. You should rest. I will step outside. With that, he fled the room as if escaping. Yer felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he been thinking of Song Wanqing? Did he feel guilty for his actions? After a while, Min Zonghai returned and found Yer lost in thought. He took a deep breath and approached her. If you are tired, you may rest. I will call you when the porridge is ready. Yer did not turn to look at him. What troubles you? Are you still angry with me? Min Zonghai stepped closer. A refreshing aura of well water wafted by, and Yer turned her head. He had bathed and changed his clothes. You took a bath? Upon hearing this, Min Zonghai's face displayed a hint of unease. Could it be that he was not thinking of Song Wanqing, but rather consumed by desire? Hence, he sought to cool himself with well water. Yer was amused by her own wicked thoughts and secretly smiled. Min Zonghai discovered a secret and stood there, restless. I will go prepare dinner, he said, escaping once more. After a flurry of activity, she truly felt exhausted and drifted into a drowsy slumber. With nimble hands, Min Zonghai prepared porridge, stir-fried a plate of hollow heart vegetables, a dish of cucumbers, and a small plate of pickled radishes that Yer had cooked the previous day. Entering the east room to call her for dinner, he found her sleeping soundly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Wake up and drink the porridge before you sleep again. Yer murmured a response, seemingly in agreement, but turned over and fell back asleep. Chapter 7. The essence of plum blossoms recalling her promise to bring some new designs to the Sun family, Yer decided to seclude herself at home. Each time Min Zonghai expressed his curiosity about her work, she deftly rebuffed him with various excuses. Finally, 2 days later, she beckoned him to the table, eager for him to admire her creations for the new century. After a moment of fragrant incense, Min Zonghai looked up, puzzled. What is this? Flowers. Yaya starred in disbelief. Was her painting truly so lacking? I recognized them as flowers, but which flowers? With her head bowed, Yer confessed, I've never painted before. Am I really that dreadful? What is the purpose of your painting? She replied sullenly. I promised Water I would provide her with new designs for her embroidery. Min Zonghai pondered for a moment. I believe the concept is quite appealing. Perhaps I could create a piece inspired by this. Really? You can paint? As she gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes, he felt the weight of expectation upon him. Those who have received an education possess some inkling of artistry. Then, under Yer's astonished and admiring gaze, Min Zonghai calmly completed 3 exquisite plum blossom paintings. The scenery remained unchanged. The flowers were the same. Yet his 3 creations were nothing short of breathtaking. Sir, you are remarkable, Yer exclaimed as she observed the artwork, murmuring, snowy scene with wax plums, fire plums in the clouds, white plums in the forest sea. Upon hearing her, Min Zonghai contemplated, these 3 shall be named snowy scene with wax plums, fire plums in the clouds, and white plums in the forest sea. Together, they will be known as the essence of plum blossoms. What do you think? Jeg was utterly delighted. Her pride momentarily overwhelming her. She quickly leaned over and pecked him on the cheek before nonchalantly returning to admire the paintings. Min Zonghai was taken aback, noticing a hint of blush on Yer's calm face, and his heart soared. At the Sun household, Sun Xiaohua gazed at the paintings, hardly believing her eyes, her heart racing wildly. Sister-in-law, Is this for me? Yes, this is for Hua. She should be able to embroider it, right? Sun Xiaohua nodded vigorously. Well then, if Hua finishes, she must show it to sister-in-law. Certainly. After her excitement subsided, Sun Xiaohua seemed to realize her earlier exuberance, blushing as she lowered her head. Sister-in-law. Thank you. Yu gently encouraged. Hua, you did wonderfully just now. You must believe in yourself. Only those who trust in their own abilities can create pieces filled with spirit. Believe in myself. The bewildered look in Sun Xiaohua's eyes prompted a soft sigh from Yu. Take your time. In the eastern part of the city, the woodworking shop received a new shipment but lacked sufficient hands, so they called upon Min Zonghai, a familiar face, for assistance. With nothing pressing at home, Yu took it upon herself to mend his clothing. As she looked at the visibly repaired garments, an idea struck her. Why not create something new? Determined, she rummaged through her dowry chest and retrieved a piece of light gray cotton fabric, the least valuable cloth from the G family. However, its fine texture made it perfect for summer wear. She first measured the old clothes to determine the dimensions, then cut the new fabric accordingly and stitched it together. Having crafted her own garments in the past, albeit without experience in making men's shirts, she managed to complete a simple summer shirt by noon. Because Min Zonghai did not return for dinner, Yu casually prepared a bowl of dumpling soup and, forgoing her afternoon nap, picked up a summer shirt to begin embroidering. She delicately stitched an ink bamboo design at the left corner of the hem and adorned the edge of the chest with subtle patterns. As she spread the garment across the bed, a sudden spark of inspiration crossed her mind, and a playful smile danced across her youthful face. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a long sigh, stretched her arms wide, and abruptly realized that such an action was rather unladylike. Glancing around, she remembered she was in her own home, so what did she have to fear? Thus, she stretched comfortably again. Pleased with her creation, she recalled the expression of that fellow and burst into a fit of giggles. Is sister-in-law at home? A timid voice inquired. Yu rose and stepped outside, discovering it was Sun Xiaohua. The young girl stood there, clutching a bundle, looking quite anxious and ill at ease. Flower? What brings you here? Come in and sit down, Yu urged, ushering Sun Xiaohua into the east room. Once inside, noticing Sun Xiaohua's continued discomfort, Yu asked, Did you come to see sister-in-law for something? After a moment's hesitation, Sun Xiaohua opened her bundle and revealed a long skirt. A pale blue base adorned with faintly embroidered clouds, intertwined with fiery plum blossoms, edged with a deeper blue fabric. This time, it was Yu who was taken aback. It's stunning. Flower, did you make this? Sun Xiaohua nodded, saying, Sister-in-law, this skirt is for you, as a thank you for the plum blossom painting you gave me. For me? Yu gently touched the fabric, feeling a flutter of excitement. Is sister-in-law not pleased? I apologize. If not, I can make another one. What style does sister-in-law prefer? Sun Xiaohua seemed to panic slightly. No, I adore it. I love it so much. You did wonderfully, Flower. Only then did Sun Xiaohua's face light up with a smile. As she stood up eagerly to apologize, Yu noticed her shoes. Flower, did you embroider your shoes as well? The gray fabric featured pink plum blossoms and dancing snowflakes. She transformed the static snow of the wax plum into lively snowflakes in midair. Yu sincerely exclaimed, Flower, you are truly remarkable, so talented. It was sister-in-law's painting that inspired me. After seeing it, I felt, Sun Xiaohua struggled to find the right words to express her feelings, as she seldom spoke and had limited vocabulary. Enlightened? Sun Xiaohua nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly enlightened. After saying this, she returned to her cautious demeanor. Seeing Sun Xiaohua in this state, Yu decided to encourage her. Flower, do you often feel like you lack abilities or value? Sun Xiaohua lowered her head even further. Actually, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. You cannot compare your weaknesses to someone else's strengths, nor can you expect to excel in everything. That would not be human, but divine. If you want others to like you, first you must learn to like yourself. If you do not even appreciate yourself, how can you expect others to appreciate you? You care too much about what others think. In this world, with its multitude of individuals, each possessing distinct preferences, how might one endeavor to cater to everyone? Thus, one should boldly pursue their own desires, disregarding the opinions and judgments of others. embrace self-acceptance, and engage in the pursuits that resonate with one's soul. Sun Xiaohua murmured to herself, reflecting on the straightforward words of Yer. She understood them perfectly. It was the first time she had encountered such sentiments in her life. Though peculiar, they struck a warm chord within her heart. When she lifted her gaze again, clarity illuminated her eyes, and she nodded affirmatively. Yaya smiled silently. After bidding farewell to Sun Xiaohua, Yer carefully stored away the dress. Noticing the twilight deepening, she hurried into the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time she finished cooking, it was already a quarter past the hour of the rooster, and still no sign of Min Zonghai. Thus, she boiled 2 large pots of water. Perspiring as she took a brief shower, she grumbled internally, insisting that Min Zonghai must take a simple bath. The bathtub was a comfort in winter, yet in summer, it was a trial. After bathing, one could hardly discern whether the moisture on their skin was water or sweat. Finally, at a quarter past the hour of the dog, Min Zonghai returned home. Yer had been pacing in the courtyard, nearly resolved to venture out in search of him. "My dear husband, why have you returned so late? Had you delayed any longer, I would have set out to find you. We had a substantial shipment from Boss Zheng, and everyone was laboring diligently. I couldn't leave early and cause you unnecessary worry," he replied, his clothing soiled with dust and sweat. A pang of sympathy welled within Yer. "You should wash up first. It will be more comfortable before dinner." With that, she entered the kitchen to prepare water. By the time Min Zonghai emerged from his bath, Yer had arranged the meal, relieved that the summer dishes remained palatable even when cooled. Perhaps he was genuinely famished as he polished off a bowl of rice in just a few bites. Yer hastily served him another bowl, and it was only after consuming 3 bowls that Min Zonghai set down his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Delicious! It appears you were indeed quite hungry. Did Boss Zheng not provide a hearty meal? Even a satisfying lunch leaves one ravenous by this hour. Then should we not ensure dinner is prepared in advance? After dinner, I would need to return home directly. It is better to maintain a timely schedule," he noted. "In the past, when work was plentiful, it was always this way. From now on, you may eat first and simply save me a portion. There is no need to wait." Pouting, Yer began washing the dishes. Throughout the evening, her thoughts revolved around what could temporarily quell her hunger, completely forgetting about the new clothing. Wu, the young lad, served as a sous chef at the renowned Juewei restaurant in the south of the city, enjoying one day off each month. The last time Min Zonghai married, he took a day off, and now, after a month had passed, he returned home again. When he first apprenticed at the tender age of 11, Sun Laos and hoped to impart skills to his son while he was still able, providing him with multiple avenues for the future. Now 14, he was earning a proper wage, prompting Zhang Shi to contemplate his marriage prospects. "Wooer, tell your mother, is there a particular young lady who captures your fancy? Or what qualities do you seek? I shall help you find someone suitable." Wu, taken aback and blushing from his mother's candid inquiry, retorted, "Mother, I'm still quite young. Why discuss such matters?" Zhang Shi, taken aback by his response, exclaimed, 14, still young? We must set the groundwork early. By 16 or 17, it will be an appropriate time for marriage. Let me suggest a family, the daughter of the tofu shop at the end of our street, Feng Yingying. She is tidy and capable. I believe she would be a fine match." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaozai felt overwhelmed, as he had witnessed Feng Yingying's fierce demeanor. The mere thought of marrying her and enduring her daily tirades left him feeling utterly despondent. No, she cannot possibly be the one. After venting his frustration, he fled the scene. He made his way directly to Min Zonghai's residence. After 6 days of diligent effort, Boss Zheng's wooden work was finally completed, allowing Min Zonghai to rest at home instead of venturing to the eastern part of the city. "Brother Zonghai." Upon entering the courtyard, Wu Xiaozai called out. Just then, Yer emerged from the west room, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, with wisps cascading down either side of her face. She wore a light green, buttoned half-skirt adorned with embroidered leaves in vibrant green, coupled with white undergarments and gray shoes embellished with white pear blossoms. It suddenly dawned on Wu Xiaozai that Min Zonghai had married, and this must be his sister-in-law. Yet, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being. "Sister-in-law, I'm Sun Xiaowu. I've come to see Brother Zonghai," Wu Xiaozai stammered, his tongue betraying him. Are you Sun Xiao? My husband often speaks of you, though you seldom visit. Hence our unfamiliarity. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. Yer responded with a smile of approval. Wu Xiaozai felt perplexed. Indeed true? Yer took a few steps closer. Chuckling, my husband says that you are called Wu Xiaozai because you will always resemble a young lad. Sun Xiaowu had a cherubic face and a sturdy build, though not overweight. At 14, he appeared closer to 11 or 12. This youthful visage would serve him well in later years, allowing him to maintain a youthful appearance. Yet currently, it posed the greatest obstacle to his maturity. He frowned, feeling that Brother Zonghai was rather inconsiderate, exposing his shortcomings in front of such a heavenly sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, do not heed Brother Zonghai's nonsense. I am already 14. I am the assistant chef and will soon be the head chef. I'm no longer just a lad. If you're not a lad, then who is? Came a voice from the cellar as Min Zonghai emerged, casually shutting the cellar door behind him. My dear, have you finished tidying up? Come, have a glass of water. You're offered, handing him a cup of cool water. Min Zonghai accepted it and drank in one gulp. Brother Zonghai, what are you up to? Preparing the cellar for the upcoming autumn harvest, clearing space to store grain. Xiao Wu, let us have lunch here. I prepared something delicious that I guarantee you haven't tasted before. Wu Xiaozai had been a staunch supporter of Min Zonghai's marriage. Yer went to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Wu Xiaozai began to lament to Min Zonghai. Delicious, just not spicy enough. Wu Xiaozai exclaimed, excited as he sampled a vibrant dish of vegetables, marveling at his sister-in-law's culinary prowess. Yer laughed. You may add chili according to the guest's preferences. Wu Xiaozai was taken aback, puzzled by her meaning. Min Zonghai playfully rapped him on the head. When did you become so dim-witted? After we finish eating, you should learn from your sister-in-law. After being lightly chastised, Wu Xiaozai regained his composure and grinned sheepishly, appearing quite endearing. Chapter 8. The dish that Yer prepared was fish-flavored shredded pork, and the debanjiang, bean paste, was made by her own hand. She had never learned how to make it. She simply created it as her heart desired, tasting as she went. She washed the broad beans and red chilies in well water, then dried them under the sun. After heating the oil, she submerged the beans in it, mixing them with the crushed chilies thoroughly before placing them back in the sun, stirring once each day. After a month, she seasoned it with salt, tasting until it reached the desired level of saltiness, before sealing it in a jar for another 7 days. Once completed, she scooped out a bit to taste, finding it quite delightful, already contemplating adding some apple or pear next time. Yer wrote down the method for making the debanjiang and handed it to Wu Xiaozi, stating that this recipe was her own, meant solely for her consumption, and he could decide how to use it. Whether to sell it or give it away was left to Wu Xiaozi's discretion. Yer made fish-flavored shredded pork once more, and Wu Xiaozi attempted to replicate it as well. In the end, Yer insisted that he take both plates of the dish home, admonishing him to finish every bite, or he would not be permitted to dine at her house again. Wu Xiaozi left, grinning, with the 2 plates in hand. Thus that noon passed by. Min Zonghai had not visited the fields for several days and planned to check on the wheat and sorghum in the evening when the sun was less harsh. As Yer saw Min Zonghai take out his old work clothes, she suddenly remembered the new outfit and hurriedly fetched it from the cupboard, offering it to him to try on. Min Zonghai was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled as he donned the garment. Lacking a mirror, he could only look at Yer for her judgment. In her heart, she scoffed, wondering if his recent diet had been too lavish, for not only did he appear healthier, but his physique had also grown considerably more robust. She nodded with a smile, proclaiming, "Indeed, you are as handsome as a jade tree in the wind." She would never admit that he was somewhat dashing. Min Zonghai noticed her expression and asked if it was made by her. Indeed, she took a moment to revel in her own pride. "Is the style also of your design?" he inquired. "Yes," he replied. "Shouldn't it then exude a bit of charm?" he teased. Yer glared at Min Zonghai, her heart racing with a mix of annoyance and excitement. He was making her feel all fluttery inside. Feeling slightly awkward under her gaze, he coughed lightly, pretending to clear his throat. Suddenly, he noticed something peeking from his sleeve. When he opened it, his lips twitched in surprise. Yer noticed his expression and felt a surge of joy. He looked at her triumphant smile, and then at the leisurely little yellow duck. utterly resigned. What is the matter? It's not embroidered on the outside. So what does it matter? She quipped, clapping her hands as she sat down at the table and poured herself a cup of tea. I've decided that all my future clothes will be embroidered with ducks. What do you think? Whatever you decide is fine, he replied. She had already made up her mind, yet still sought his opinion. Min Zonghai thought this woman was becoming bolder by the day. With her yellow head and body, black eyes, and orange beak and webbed feet. It hardly mattered since it was not visible from the outside. Still, he pondered where she conjured such whimsical ideas. After acquiring the shop, Min Zonghai entrusted it to Min Zonghai. Upon taking over, Min Zonghai made some minor adjustments before opening a restaurant named Brilliant Restaurant. It had been over 2 months now, and the business was showing a slight profit. Min Zonghai sat in the back office of the shop, his expression cold and detached. The current state of the establishment fell short of his expectations. Having apprenticed under manager Tong for 3 years, he believed that even if the shop was not bustling, it should at least attract a steady stream of customers. He examined the inventory list, wishing for a more favorable purchase price. Closing the account book, he rose and exited the premises. A few days later, while reviewing the daily accounts, his mood improved. Owner, you must come and see. A customer claims there are worms in our dishes and is causing quite a stir. As the business was still in its infancy, Min Zonghai had yet to hire a manager, relying only on an accountant and a waiter. Thus it fell upon him to address the matter. Sir, I am the owner of this establishment. Please, share your concerns with me. You're just in time. Look at this meat. There's a maggot in it. Upon inspection, Min Zonghai confirmed that indeed, a dead maggot lay within the meat, enough to incite disgust. The presence of the maggot indicated a genuine issue with the food, rather than a mere attempt at extortion. Very well, this dish is on the house, and we shall bring you a fresh plate. Min Zonghai, accustomed to such incidents, understood that it was often a matter of securing some benefit. To his surprise, the irate customer spat. Of course it's on the house. But do you think I would eat your food again? Not a chance. I will never return, and I won't allow my friends and family to come here either. What a dreadful establishment. And with that, he stormed out. Fortunately, there were not many customers at that time. The remaining patrons began scrutinizing their own dishes, even inspecting the vegetables. While no issues arose, the unpleasantness lingered, and soon they too opted to settle their bills and leave. Min Zonghai felt a rising anxiety and decided to investigate the kitchen, determined to uncover the source of the trouble and hold the culprit accountable. Just as he was about to exit the front hall, a furious voice erupted behind him. You heartless establishment! You've left my son in this state, barely clinging to life. You must compensate me for my son. A woman entered, supporting a pale boy, crying and cursing. Upon entering, the boy's chest heaved, and he suddenly vomited profusely, but it was merely bile. Min Zonghai was taken aback by the scene. Madam, what do you mean by this? The woman wailed, earlier today. My son and I dined at your establishment, and since then, he has been violently ill. It must be your food that is poisoned. My poor son, if anything happens to him, how will I survive? She began to sob uncontrollably. The nearby waiter recalled their visit. They had ordered a single dish and 4 bowls of rice, clearly indicating their financial status. As onlookers gathered, Min Zonghai's mind raced. If that is the case, why are you unaffected? I witnessed you both eating the same meal. If the food were truly tainted, why is your son the only one suffering? The waiter's remark sparked a realization in Min Zonghai's chaotic thoughts, igniting his indignation. If you cannot prove your claims, I shall have you brought before the authorities. A murmur of discussion began to circulate among the crowd. Seeing the situation escalate, the woman hastily responded. The food was indeed problematic. My son consumed the entire dish while I only had a bit of plain rice. The crowd suddenly grasped the situation, collectively concluding that there was indeed a problem with the establishment as food. At that moment, Mr. Zhou, who had been at the counter, approached and handed a plate of food entirely to his son. Sister-in-law, you truly dote on your child, he remarked. Of course. Who else would I care for if not my son? The woman cast a disdainful glance at Mr. Zhou. He gently inquired, if you cherish your son so dearly, why not take him to the doctor instead of causing such a commotion here? I fear he may not last much longer. Only then did the crowd turn their attention to the boy, who indeed appeared pale, his eyes tightly shut, lying motionless on the ground. The woman rushed over, crying out, "It's because I have no money that I haven't tea gone. If I had money, would I be here? Oh, my child, please don't die." The waiter interjected with a smirk. "How could you afford such a large bowl of meat if you're broke?" The woman stuttered, unable to find a response. Her forehead slick with sweat. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized them, exclaiming, "I remember. Yesterday, at the South Temple Gate, this woman was beating and scolding her child. She didn't seem like a mother at all. Indeed, it doesn't look that way. How can a mother be so plump while her son is so thin? In my house, we would give all the best to our child. Yes, yes. She must be a fraud, attempting to extort money." The crowd erupted in chatter. The woman's face turned ashen. Mr. Zhou addressed the still outraged Min Zonghai, saying, "We must summon a doctor and inform the authorities." Min Zonghai cast a glance at Mr. Zhou and instructed the waiter, "Go fetch the constable." He fell silent thereafter. Mr. Zhou added, "Master, if this child dies in our establishment, regardless of our responsibility, we will be tarnished with the label of neglecting to save a life, and our business will suffer." Min Zonghai, aware of the significance of reputation, reluctantly replied, "Then you go and fetch them." Shortly thereafter, the doctor arrived, attended to the boy, and determined that he had ingested a significant amount of laxatives, harming his stomach and requiring proper care. The doctor, understanding the situation, confirmed that the boy's illness was not due to the food from the illustrious restaurant. As for the truth, it was evident to all, even without words. When the constable arrived, he inquired about the matter and took the woman away, leaving the unconscious boy at the restaurant until his condition improved before transporting him to the magistrate. Min Zonghai was furious. It was not his affair, yet he was now burdened with the care of this child, which would incur expenses. Who would compensate him? After clearing his name, Min Zonghai assumed the trouble had passed, only to find that business plummeted thereafter. He sent the waiter out to investigate, discovering that people believed the woman was indeed attempting to deceive. Yet that did not imply the food from the illustrious restaurant was without fault. The child may have fallen gravely ill due to the combination of the food and the laxatives. Hadn't someone previously found maggots in their food? They had even received compensation. How could that be false? Even if the child was not their responsibility, the matter of the maggots was undeniable, right? This chapter is rather brief. There will be a longer one around 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you all for supporting this newcomer. Chapter 9. The Autumn Harvest in early September. The sorghum in the fields had ripened, and the wheat was ready for harvest. In the southern regions, rice was the primary crop. However, due to Min Zonghai's father's severe illness, he opted for the more manageable sorghum, while every household still planted a bit of wheat. Sun Laosan suggested that they should collaborate as they usually did. Min Zonghai felt overwhelmed handling it alone, so he agreed. Traditionally, the three families of Min Laosan, Sun Laosan, and Lu Guangcai worked together during the harvest. The heads of these families shared a strong bond. Upon learning of her daughter's feelings, Aunt Lu spoke to Lu Guangcai about it, but since Min Zonghai was already engaged, she dismissed the idea. It wasn't until Song Wanqing broke off the engagement that Lu Guangcai's hopes were rekindled. Even with Ye marrying into their family, he doubted their union would endure, as Min Zonghai would always remain his son-in-law. Undeniably, in this regard, the father and daughter were in complete agreement. To his surprise, Min Zonghai actually rejected Lu Shangyun, which left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Since that incident, he had not visited the Min household again. During this autumn harvest, he made no effort to participate, leading to a partnership between Sun Laosan and Min Zonghai. The autumn harvest marked the busiest and most joyous time of the year. Every household set aside their other tasks to reap the wheat together. Sun Laosan, Sun Zhongshi, Min Zonghai, and Sun Xiaowu went to the fields to harvest, while Ye and Sun Xiaohua prepared meals at home. Since Ye primarily cooked, the Sun family moved all the food and firewood to the Min household for convenience. Breakfast was eaten separately at home, and then Sun Xiaohua came over to help Ye prepare lunch. As their fields were located outside the north gate, the distance was considerable. Returning home for breakfast would waste too much time. Therefore, they woke up at dawn, had an early meal, and worked in the fields until noon. On this first day, Ye had prepared a meal for Min Zonghai ahead of time. After finishing his meal, Min Zonghai praised, "Ye, your cooking skills are improving. Ja, he taught it playfully. If you tire of it, you'll surely say my cooking has declined. Impossible. One could never tire of such delicious food. Yu'er pouted, secretly thrilled. Who could tell? Min Zonghai chuckled helplessly, saying I must be off. Yu'er handed him a towel, reminding him to be careful. Tell Sanshu not to return for lunch. I'll bring food to you and Hwaer, so you could take a break. Will that not be too exhausting for you? We usually come back to eat. I will be fine. I have no other tasks while cooking, so it won't tire me out. Let us proceed this way. Hurry along. Don't keep Sanshu and the others waiting. She gently pushed Min Zonghai out the door. With no other option, Min Zonghai complied and left. Seeing that the sky was still bright, Yu'er took her clothes to wash by the river. Upon her return, she found Sun Xiaohua standing at her doorstep. Hwaer, why are you here so early? Yu'er quickly opened the door and welcomed Sun Xiaohua inside. Sister-in-law, I have nothing to do for a while. Sister-in-law is washing clothes. All right. Has Hwaer eaten? Yu'er swiftly hung the clothes on the line in the courtyard. I have eaten. Come, let us head to the backyard and pick some vegetables. She led Sun Xiaohua toward the backyard. Sister-in-law, what vegetables shall we pick? Please gather some eggplants, green beans, and chili peppers. She herself picked water spinach, cabbage, and reed shoots, and even carried a large pumpkin back to the front yard. The two of them washed the vegetables by the well. As all the women at home were busy cleaning vegetables in preparation for lunch, given that everyone was engaged in the harvest. At the well, they encountered Lu Shangyun, whose sorrowful gaze sent chills down Yu'er's spine. She quickened her pace, finished washing the vegetables, and returned to the courtyard, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Sun Xiaohua, thinking her sister-in-law was tired, expressed her concern. Sister-in-law, are you exhausted? Why don't you take a break? I can handle the chopping. Yet, Shu Kia hit, replying, I'm not tired. With so many vegetables, how can you manage alone? Let us hurry. With that, she headed towards the kitchen. The Sun family had sent some cured meat, which Yu'er sliced thinly to stir-fry with chili and reed shoots. Before long, all the dishes were ready. Sun Xiaohua tended to the fire while Yu'er took charge of the cooking. For the first communal meal of the autumn harvest, Yu'er prepared spicy cured meat slices, stir-fried reed shoots with cured meat, water spinach, stir-fried cabbage, green beans with eggplant, pumpkin stir-fried with chili, and concluded with a sweet pumpkin soup. Oh wow, sister-in-law, it smells wonderful. Quick, wipe it away. Sun Xiaohua, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth, only to find nothing there. She stomped her feet in frustration. Sister-in-law, you laugh heartily. Hwaer, you are too adorable. Sun Xiaohua turned her face away. If you keep laughing, I want to come tomorrow. Yu'er quickly pleaded, oh, Hwaer, please don't say that. If I have to do all this alone, I'll surely wear myself out. I promise. I want to laugh anymore. Afterward, the two of them quickly finished their meal, each carrying a large food box as they walked towards the northern gate. Due to the limited land of the Min family, Sun Laosan decided to start harvesting from Min's fields. From a distance, Yu'er spotted Min Zonghai bent over, scything wheat, his clothing drenched in sweat. She felt a twinge of guilt for not having thought to bring him a change of clothes. Yu'er approached the edge of the field and called out, Husband, Uncle San, Aunt San, take a break and have some food. In an instant, Min Zonghai was at her side, taking the box from her hands. You must be tired, right? He asked. Not at all, she replied, noticing his soaked shirt. How about I go back and fetch you a change of clothes, so you don't follow later? She genuinely started to turn back. Min Zonghai pulled her back, saying, No need, I'll be done soon. I'm fine. Besides, we always work like this during the autumn harvest. It's not that easy to get sick. Seeing Min Zonghai holding Yu'er's hand, Sun Xiaohua felt a flush creep to her cheeks and quickly turn away. At that moment, Sun Laosan, Sun Zhongshi, and Sun Xiaowu also arrived at the edge of the field. Sun Laosan chuckled. Zonghai's wife is here. What delicious food have you made today? Just as Yu'er was about to respond, Sun Xiaohua interjected, Father, sister-in-law's cooking is excellent. The dishes are so delicious. Sun Zhongshi, feeling slightly miffed, retorted, Hwaer. Your mother has cooked for you all these years, and I've never heard you give her a compliment. Why is it that today, on the first day of eating your sister-in-law's cooking, you're praising her like a blooming flower? Noticing her mother's jealousy, Sun Xiaohua set down her box, rushed to Sun Zhongshi's side, took her hand, and playfully said, "Mother, your cooking is the best." Today marked the first occasion I savored the culinary creations of my sister-in-law, and I felt compelled to express my admiration. Sun Xiaohua leaned closer to Sun Zhang and whispered softly. Ever since Sun Xiaohua developed a fondness for Mei Wei, she has grown closer to Yer, frequently visiting her home for merriment. Yer's casual teasing not only flushed her cheeks, but also fortified her confidence, resulting in a noticeable transformation in her demeanor. Once the meal concluded, everyone sang praises of its deliciousness. Noticing that Wu was absent, Yer inquired about him. It turned out that Wu had received Yer's secret recipe for debanjiang, but had not shared it with Jiwei Yuan. However, he was willing to prepare it for the restaurant pro bono. Although the autumn harvest typically calls for a break, the proprietor preferred to offer extra compensation rather than let him go. Yer chuckled. I never imagined Wu would be in such demand. Surely, he is on the brink of becoming the head chef now. Zhang, overjoyed at her son's success, recalled how the previous head chef had been left in a state of astonishment just days prior. Sun Laosan remarked, "This is all thanks to Zonghai's wife. Without your secret recipe for debanjiang, that rascal would never have ascended to head chef so easily. By the way, Zonghai, since you possess this recipe, why not sell it yourself?" Min Zonghai looked at the genuinely perplexed. "Uncle Sun, I concocted this recipe myself, never intending to profit from it. Given Wu's relationship with my husband, assisting him seemed only natural. Besides, it serves him far better than it does us." Upon finishing her sentence, she felt a piercing gaze and turned to meet Min Zonghai's knowing eyes, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Had he discerned her true motives? Sun Xiaohua chimed in, "Sister-in-law's debanjiang is truly delectable. My brother made a jar for home, and now our mother insists on adding it to every meal. Were we eating? Why all this excitement?" A male voice suddenly interjected. Min Zonghai stood and greeted his cousin. Yer also acknowledged him with a bow. "Ah, no need for such formality. I'm here to lend a hand," Min Zonghai remarked, glancing at the dishes with a smile. "It smells wonderful. This is my wife's cooking. If you don't mind, cousin, do try it, though we are out of rice." "Oh, your wife prepared this? I must taste it." He promptly picked up Min Zonghai's chopsticks and sampled the dish. "Indeed, your sister-in-law possesses remarkable culinary skills." Min Zonghai, unfazed, understood his cousin's character, yet Yer found his gaze bothersome, particularly its gleam. Doesn't your cousin need to assist with the rice harvesting at home? She was not keen on facing him daily. "We've already hired help. I thought with just Zonghai and his wife, they would be overwhelmed, so I came to check in. Our family and Uncle Sons are collaborating, and we are quite busy." This was a clear refusal. Min Zonghai felt slightly awkward, perceiving his sister-in-law's lack of appreciation for his efforts. One more person means more hands, and we could finish sooner. In truth, had Wu returned, additional help would have been unnecessary. His sudden absence meant they would have to labor longer. "Zonghai, once we've had our rest, we shall depart." Sun Laosan and Zhang took their sickles and headed towards the fields. "I will go bundle the sorghum," she declared. After Min Zonghai finished speaking, he left. Min Zonghai turned to Yer and said, "You and Hua should return first. The sun is scorching. Be careful on the way." Yer nodded, watching as Min Zonghai headed towards the wheat field before turning to tidy up the bowls with Hua for their journey home. The people in the fields were bustling with energy, too preoccupied to glance around. Lu Shangyun, not seeing anyone nearby, quietly slipped through the towering sorghum stalks towards Min Zonghai. As she parted the stalks, she found Min Zonghai bent over, cutting sorghum, his clothes drenched in sweat, clinging to his back and revealing his strong spine and slender waist. Taking a deep breath, she softly called out, "Zonghai Ge." Min Zonghai turned around, and upon recognizing her, furrowed his brow. "Shangyun, what brings you here?" Lu Shangyun carefully presented the bowl she had brought on her back. "I made a lot of mung bean soup and wanted to bring you some. It's hot, and it will help cool you down." Min Zonghai glanced at the bowl filled with soup and disapproved, saying, "While no one is around, you should leave quickly. I don't eat mung bean soup. Please don't do this again. It is not good for either of us." Hearing his harsh words, tears instinctively streamed down Lu Shangyun's face. "Zonghai Ge, do you really dislike me that much?" "Shangyun, I'm already married, and I have always regarded you as a younger sister. I hope this is the last time I have to say this. With that, he pushed through the sorghum and walked away. Lu Xiangyun bit her lip, trying her best to suppress her tears, but they flowed uncontrollably. She could not comprehend how the gentle older brother she once knew could utter such hurtful words. He had always treated her well, and even with his fiancée, she had sensed his affection for her. How could everything change now that he was married? She looked at the mung bean soup in her hands, letting her tears fall onto it, creating ripples. Yicker walked onto the street and, passing a butcher shop, had a sudden thought and pulled Sun Xiaohua inside. Sister-in-law, do you want to buy some meat? Yes, let's take a look. The shop had seen little business all day, so when a customer finally arrived, the portly vendor greeted them with a grin. Young ladies, what kind of meat are you looking for? My meat is the freshest in the north of the city. Take a look. He picked up a piece of hind leg meat to show Yer. Yer, however, glanced over the entire counter and asked, how much for the leg bones and pig's feet? The vendor paused. If you buy it all, it's 10 won per pound. All right. Sun Xiaohua tugged at Yer, sister-in-law. How do you eat bones and feet? It's a loss. Yer patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. In total, they purchased 10 pounds. And Yer paid 100 won. As there were no containers, the vendor kindly tied the items with a string for them to carry. After expressing their thanks, they hurried home. Upon arriving, Yicker instructed Sun Xiaohua to start the fire while she cleaned the bones and pig's feet. She placed them in a pot of cold water, added a few Sichuan peppercorns and star anise, and after the water boiled for a moment, she removed them, rinsed them in cold water twice. Then started a new pot of water, adding 2 spoonfuls of vinegar before tossing in the bones, adjusting the fire to simmer gently once the water boiled. Setting up a new stove, heating a pan with cold oil, I add Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, ginger, garlic, and red chili peppers. Ing them until they release their fragrant aromas. Then, I toss in the pig's trotters and stir-fry, finally pouring in an ample amount of water and simmering it over low heat. By the time this is completed, it is already late afternoon. Yer, exhausted and unable to stand straight, is kindly urged by Sun Xiaohua. Sister-in-law, why don't you take a rest? There's still plenty of time before dinner. Should I rest as well? Sun Xiaohua shakes her head. I have only lit the fire. I am not tired. I'll sit outside and do some embroidery while keeping an eye on the fire. Yer says nothing further and heads straight to bed. Sun Xiaohua picks up her embroidery basket, settles in the shade of a tree, and begins stitching a snowy scene of winter sweet blossoms. Her series of plum-flavored handkerchiefs and pouches have garnered much popularity, and Yer has advised her to create more before replicas flood the market, as their value will diminish once everyone is producing similar items. As the sun sets, it leaves behind a scattering of clouds, dazzlingly white, warmly orange, and nobly golden. Yer awakens leisurely, feeling utterly comfortable. Upon seeing the time, she hurriedly gets up, tidying herself to prepare dinner. Sister-in-law, you're awake? Yes, and you didn't wake me. If it gets any later, we'll miss dinner. I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you. Besides, I can cook too. But when I stepped into the kitchen and faced that bone broth, I was at a loss. Luckily, you woke up. It appears I must teach you properly. Yer playfully pokes her head, or else, when you marry into a new family, your inability to cook may lead to disdain. Sun Xiaohua blushes at this remark. Stamping her foot, sister-in-law, I was complimenting you. All right, I misspoke. Our Xiaohua's embroidery skills are top-notch. She won't be looked down upon wherever she goes. Sister-in-law, Sun Xiaohua turns and enters the kitchen. It is not until nightfall that Min Zonghai and Sun Laosan return. Yer ladles out a pot of rich bone broth, allowing it to cool before storing it in the cellar. Then uses the remaining broth to make a large batch of hand-pulled noodles, adding a few eggs, which leaves everyone patting their bellies in satisfaction. I never expected this bone broth to be so delicious, Sun Laosan exclaims after savoring the last sip. If you enjoy it, I can have Xiaohua make it for you again. I've taught her how to prepare it. Sun Xiaohua adds mysteriously, Father, there's even better food to come tomorrow. Oh, what could it be? I can't tell you. Hey, are you keeping secrets from your father? Min Zonghai has grown accustomed to new culinary delights, fully trusting his wife's skills, so he merely smiles and remains silent. Yer chuckles. If you all find it delicious tomorrow, when the boy Wu returns next time, we should have him come to our home to learn. How could that be? Sun Lao-san feels a stir of interest, but also a sense of embarrassment. Zhang Shi, undeterred by such concerns, beams, "Oh, we must thank Zonghai's wife then. Our boy may lack many skills, but his cooking is exceptional. He'll surely learn quickly." Upon hearing this, Sun Lao-san becomes irate. "What do you mean? Shouldn't a person with skills earn a living for themselves? Why must they always teach you?" As Zhang was about to voice a rebuttal, he was interrupted by Yer. "Uncle, please hear me out. Aunt is right. It will be better for young Wu to handle the cooking. I merely enjoy experimenting, but find it tiresome to cook all day. You know that my husband lacks talent in this area. Teaching him would be a waste. It is far more beneficial to let young Wu learn." Zhang spoke softly again. Given how capable Zonghai's wife is, she surely wouldn't mind the expense. In the future, if they have anything, we will assist them as much as we can. As for our livelihood, Uncle needn't worry. My husband is well aware. Seeing your steadfastness, Min Zonghai added, "Uncle, you should heed your advice and allow young Wu to learn. Both Yer and I find cooking tiresome. My intention is to pursue carpentry." Thus, Sun Lao-san reluctantly acquiesced. "I apologize for the delay. I will not make excuses any longer. Here is a lengthy chapter for you." Chapter 10. Mung bean soup that evening. Yer reclined on the bed and inquired, "Do you have any questions? You have only met Wu once. How could you be so willing to assist him? I did not believe the reasons you provided during the day. I genuinely do not wish to be a chef, and after the autumn harvest, I intend to seek out a blacksmith to craft a special stove." "A special stove? What purpose does it serve?" Yer pursed her lips and replied, "It's a secret. However, it involves food, but not in the capacity of a chef." "Not a chef, yet pertains to food? What could that possibly be?" "You shall know once I create it." Min Zonghai turned over to face Yer, pondering the origin of her peculiar ideas. Yer turned her head, but the words that followed became lodged in her throat. In a narrow bed meant for two, Min Zonghai lay on his side, while Yer reclined on her back. Her head tilted. Their noses were merely an inch apart. Yer gazed at Min Zonghai, her eyes wide open, as the warmth of his breath met her face, quickening with each passing moment. Suddenly, she comprehended his intentions. She held no thoughts of mourning. The death of a loved one bore no relation to bearing children in her mind. Was it not said that offspring were paramount? As her thoughts wandered, Min Zonghai's lips pressed against hers, soft and moist. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes, her hands gripping her clothing tightly. As their lips slightly parted, his agile tongue swept in, entwining with her delicate one, savoring all her sweetness. The unique essence of a man filled her nostrils, rendering her dizzy and longing for more. She felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. Suddenly, a heated palm caressed her chest, gently kneading through her clothing, sending a tingle from her heart to the very tips of her limbs. "Darling," Yer softly called, fearful of his potential regret afterward. For in this era, filial piety held significant importance. Indeed, Min Zonghai sprang up, quickly leaving the bed to drink 2 cups of cold water before stepping outside. Left feeling somewhat desolate, Yer observed his movements and sighed. However, did this not imply that their relationship had progressed further? Pondering this, she could not help but smile, pulling the quilt over her head. After a while, Min Zonghai returned and, seeing Yer hidden beneath the quilt, worried that something was amiss and rushed to pull it away. "Yer, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" As the quilt was drawn aside, the pained expression he imagined was replaced by her bashful smile. Caught off guard by Min Zonghai's gaze, Yer felt embarrassed and immediately sat up, leaning towards him. "Darling, I did not mean to laugh at you. I just like you like that." If those words were to escape her lips, Min Zonghai's mind might very well be overwhelmed. "If you keep squirming, I will need to bathe again." Yer looked up in confusion, noticing his flushed ears as he turned his face away. "Had he just bathed?" In a flurry, Yer withdrew her hand and burrowed into the quilt, turning her back to him. From her slightly trembling shoulders, it was evident that she was still chuckling at him. Min Zonghai, feeling helpless, drank another large cup of cold water before finally settling down to sleep. The long path of mourning. Indeed, fate does not favor him. Having thought to bestow upon him a charming wife, it instead demands a year of asceticism. Alas, one must endure what is bearable. The pig trotter had long been stewed to the perfect tenderness, and after soaking the marinade overnight, it was ready for tasting. In the morning, she ladled out a piece for Min Zonghai. Ah, delightful, with a pleasing chew. It is delectable. However, such strong flavors are ill-suited for breakfast. I shall prepare something else for you, and I will bring it to you at noon. She covered the pot, denying him a second piece. My dear, just one piece, Min Zonghai implored. She cast him a sidelong glance. Was this the first time he called her my dear? Over a single pig trotter? With an eye roll, she departed, leaving Min Zonghai perplexed. What was that about? Today, Sun Xiaohua arrived early as well, bringing a large basket of vegetables, already washed and sufficient for the day. They reached the well, the first to wash the vegetables. From afar, Min Zonghai spotted Yer at the well, his heart lifting as he approached swiftly. Sister-in-law, washing vegetables? Upon hearing his voice, she felt a twinge of displeasure and turned to greet him. Cousin, you're early. Her husband had already left for the fields, and he was just now setting out. Was he truly here to lend a hand? Min Zonghai smiled sheepishly. I woke up a bit late today. Well, cousin, you should be off. My husband left at the crack of dawn. Recalling yesterday's events, Min Zonghai hesitated. Sister-in-law, there's something. He glanced at Sun Xiaohua, who was already burying her head in her work. Just say it, cousin, Yer urged unfazed. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Min Zonghai continued. Yesterday, I saw Lu Xiangyun bringing green bean soup for Zonghai. Of course, he didn't drink it and sent her away. I believe Zonghai is still in mourning. Even if you were to take a concubine, it should wait until the mourning period is over. This is something the cousin should discuss with her husband. I happened upon you, sister-in-law, and couldn't help but mention it. I understand, cousin. You should be off now. After saying so much, Yer only glanced back initially, then ignored him entirely, her hands continuing their work. Min Zonghai felt a pang of disappointment, turned back to cast one last look, and then headed towards the city outskirts. Why had he said those words? His sister-in-law was indeed beautiful, but she was still his sister-in-law. Min Zonghai was perplexed by his own feelings. Sister-in-law, Zonghai would never. Sun Xiaohua worried that Yer might be disheartened. I know about Xiangyun. Your brother's told me everything. He regards her as nothing more than a sister. Yer forced a smile, which only made her look more forlorn. Sun Xiaohua noticed this. She was not naive and had begun to open her heart, paying attention to everything around her, especially concerning Yer. Regarding this matter, she truly did not know what to do. Would Min Zonghai take a concubine? She felt uncertain and thus had no words of counsel. Since the braised pig trotter complimented the rice so well, Yer had served extra bowls, only to find them devoured in an instant. Zhang remarked with a smile, Your cooking is truly skilled, Zonghai's wife. This pig trotter, which no one else would eat, is made so deliciously. If Wu Er were to learn, his position as head chef would be firmly established. Sun Laosan's expression immediately darkened. To him, it seemed as though these opportunities belonged to Yer, and Wu's actions felt somewhat opportunistic. Chuckles. Indeed, the essence of this marinated delicacy lies in one's own palate. I have merely prepared this pig's trotter. With Wu's intellect, he could certainly concoct other exquisite flavors. Once he possesses sufficient skill, becoming his own host will be effortless. Precisely, exclaimed the wife of Zonghai. If our Wu were to open his own restaurant and marry a lovely wife, it would be a perfect scenario. Zhang was overjoyed at the mere thought. Sun Laosan's demeanor softened at this. Yer quickly shifted the subject. By the way, uncle, do you know any good blacksmiths? Min Zonghai added, Uncle, I recall you forged a spear a couple of years ago. Yes, there's old Qian in the east of the city. I've had a friendship with him for decades. What do you need? I can speak to him. Yer exchanged glances with Min Zonghai. Uncle, I can't quite articulate what we need. After the autumn harvest, please take us to meet him, and I shall speak for myself. Agreed. Sun Laosan rose. All right. We've rested enough. We should take our leave. I will gather some flowers from the front, said Sun Xiaohua as she departed. Only Yer and Min Zonghai remained beneath the shade of the trees. Are you tired? Min Zonghai pondered how, despite Yer's previous neglect, she now faced the grueling autumn harvest, cooking and washing daily. Tired or not, drink this first, Yer replied, emotionlessly producing a bowl of mung bean soup. Min Zonghai's heart sank. Did she know something, or was it mere coincidence? He composed himself and inquired, What made you think of making mung bean soup so suddenly? Yer shot him a sidelong glance. Just because someone else made it. Must I refrain? Hee. Min Zonghai smiled wryly, at a loss for words. I had no idea she would seek me out, truly. I didn't even drink that soup. I told her there could be no next time. After a few words, I left immediately. No one saw. Upon uttering this, he himself found it hard to believe. If no one saw, how did you know? For the first time, he despised the gossipers. Yuter observed Min Zonghai's flustered state. Bemused, I merely wanted you to drink mung bean soup. Why are you so chatty? Min Zonghai was momentarily taken aback, then obediently drank it all. After wiping his mouth, he couldn't help but praise, delicious. There's another pot of mung bean soup, and a jug of cool water. You may drink them during your break. I shall take my leave now. With her instructions given, she rose under his eager gaze and turned to walk away. After taking 10 steps, just when Min Zonghai thought she wouldn't say anything further, she paused and added, I merely found your suggestion appealing. Drinking mung bean soup in summer can cool one down. As for the rest, I trust you. Min Zonghai instantly felt invigorated. The summer breeze felt refreshingly cooler than usual. He watched Yer's disappearing figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Where's sister-in-law? The forgotten Sun Xiaohua had finally returned. Min Zonghai pointed in the direction where Yer had departed. She has left. Sun Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed in frustration. Why didn't she wait for me? Min Zonghai stood with his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a single phrase. Surely he couldn't claim to have forgotten her. Sun Xiaohua, exasperated, stamped her foot and hurried after him, for she had never ventured so far from home alone, always accompanied by her parents. Yer walked a distance, her spirits gradually lifting, only to realize she had left Sun Xiaohua behind. Just as she contemplated returning to find her, Sun Xiaohua came sprinting towards her. Sister-in-law, why didn't you wait for me? She panted, voicing her complaint. But I was right here waiting for you, Yer retorted. You had already walked quite a way before you decided to wait for me. No one mentioned where to wait for you, Sun Xiaohua exclaimed, encountering Yer's audaciousness for the first time and unsure how to respond. Sensing the moment to relent, Yer grasped Sun Xiaohua's hand and, while walking, said, All right. It was my fault for not waiting for you, dear Hua. I shall not let it happen again. Please forgive me this once. In the end, she offered a splendid peony as an apology to seal their reconciliation. Min Zonghai returned home every day, while Yer busied herself with washing and cooking. Thus, they toiled for over 10 days until the autumn harvest was finally wrapped up. The wheat was milled into flour, the sorghum was threshed, taxes were deducted, and the remainder was stored in the cellar. Watching Yer diligently at work, Min Zonghai contemplated planting rice next year. The weather had turned cooler, autumn was fleeting, and soon winter would arrive. Here, only one crop was grown per season, leading to an increase in the number of people seeking work during the winter months. Chapter 11. Braised delicacies. On this day, the long-absent Wu was back. A room full of people wore expressions of discontent, exchanging no words. According to Wu, the apprentice of chef who frequently lingered around him, sometimes engaging in conversation, at other times offering assistance. Then one day, chef who concocted a superior version of his famed debanjiang, earning the admiration of the owner, who subsequently appointed Wu to serve as the head chef at the branch in Donghai town, a good 10 miles outside the city. A better flavor? What did he add? Yer pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Wu lowered his head and answered sullenly, Snails. Huh? Snails? Yer was both amused and perplexed. Observing her reaction, Wu replied, Yes, snails. Chef who hails from the water town of Nansheng, renowned for its seafood. All the seafood in the restaurant is sourced by him. I do not know why he thought to add snails. Their tender meat, when marinated with debanjiang, becomes even more delectable and fragrant, though they are somewhat pricey. Who among the diners isn't wealthy? As long as the taste is exquisite, they are willing to pay. This scoundrel, he actually learned to steal? Zhang erupted, her fury palpable, losing her position as head chef and being sent to such a remote place. Wait, she slapped her forehead. What about the braised pig's trotters? As long as we take the braised trotters, won't Wu still be the head chef? He would have to go to that distant Donghai town. Sun Lao San spat dismissively. Where there's one, there's bound to be another. Will he not steal again? With that simpleton's brain? It would be strange if he didn't tea. They harbor ill intentions, and Wu is defenseless. Interjected, sensing an argument brewing. Wu, you must return immediately and resign. At this proclamation, everyone fell silent in shock. Min Zonghai was the first to speak. Is there no other way? He too felt that the restaurant's dealings were unscrupulous, but employment was scarce. Resigning from this position might mean losing the chance to find another respectable job. Chef who acted unilaterally, choosing to add snails of all things. Fava beans and snails are incompatible. While ingestion may not prove fatal, it would surely result in severe gastrointestinal distress. If a guest were to delay in seeking treatment, leading to death, it would not be impossible. In the future, he would undoubtedly pin the blame on Wu, leaving Wu without a leg to stand on. What to do now? This wretched situation, Zhang cried out in despair. Is this truly happening? Sun Lao-san was equally bewildered. Min Zonghai turned directly to Wu. Hurry and resign. Wu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, stumbling to his feet. Ready to make his exit. You're called out, wait. Upon your return, feign a confrontation with Chef Hu. Create a scene before everyone, arguing vehemently. He will surely counter, claiming the new Dabanjiang was his own innovation, distancing himself from you before he resigns to the owner. Do not lose heart. We shall devise a new strategy upon your return. Wu nodded in agreement, then departed without looking back. Zhang sighed, lamenting the loss of a good livelihood. Sun Lao-san, aware of his wife's narrow-mindedness, hastily interrupted her, insisting that they should resign first and address the situation later. Wu, with his astute mind, was no match for those cunning individuals, and trouble was bound to arise. If all else failed, they could always return to farming. Uncle, let us not speak in despair. Another voice interjected. I believe Xiao Wu genuinely enjoys this line of work. As I mentioned before, he could even become his own boss. However, establishing a tavern is beyond our means. Even a modest eatery is a stretch, Zhang retorted. Indeed, it is easier said than done. Zhang firmly believed that had it not been for the soy sauce business, Wu would not have lost his job. Ignoring her, the uncle continued, listen to me. We only need to rent a small shop where we can sell marinated delicacies. Only pigs trotters? No, we can offer trotters, ears, offal, tofu, lotus root, and various parts of ducks and chickens. If we can hunt wild game, we can marinate that too. There are countless options to prepare. We need not worry about sales. He continued, in a tavern, only the wealthy can dine, but if Xiao Wu opens a marinated delicacies shop, everyone will have access, allowing those with means to buy more and those without to purchase less. Cai'er inadvertently glanced at Min Zonghai, her smile fading as her heart raced at his eager expression. She realized he was not captivated by her idea for financial success. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, as if he had discovered a new world. Concern began to creep in as evening approached. After a moment of silence, Sun Lao-san stood up, saying, Then we shall take our leave. I expect we will return tonight, and we can discuss the shop tomorrow. Very well, uncle and aunt. Take care, Cai'er replied, as Min Zonghai accompanied them to the gate. Min Zonghai said nothing and proceeded to the west room, while Cai'er lingered to prepare dinner. After previously making bone broth and pig trotters, she had prepared enough for 3 days. Today, a large bowl of bone broth remained, along with 2 bowls of trotters. She cooked some water spinach, adding a spoonful of broth for flavor, and prepared a winter melon and egg soup, reheating a bowl of trotters. Once finished, she went to the west room to call Min Zonghai for dinner. Upon entering, she found him tinkering with a bow. Darling, what do you intend to do with that bow? You mentioned wanting to hunt, didn't you? Cai'er rushed forward, excitement evident in her voice. When shall we go? Min Zonghai chuckled. We must wait until Wu's situation is settled. You must fulfill the commitments you made. He hung the polished bow on the wall, setting down the cloth. Soon, our hunts will not go to waste, and that lad will ensure we do not suffer losses. Cai'er nodded enthusiastically, her anticipation palpable. What brings you to me, Cai'er? Huh? What do you mean? Still lost in her hunting daydream, she momentarily faltered at his inquiry, pondering her own purpose. What was I looking for you for? She lowered her head, pacing the room absent-mindedly. This behavior was utterly endearing. Min Zonghai couldn't help but smile affectionately. After a while, he glanced at the sky and conjectured, Is it time for dinner? Yar, with a sudden clap of her hands, exclaimed, "Indeed, I came here to invite you to dinner." Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. The two shared a delightful meal, and Yar soon set aside her earlier worries. Sitting at her vanity, she began to unwind her hair when, unexpectedly, a wooden hairpin adorned with an orchid caught her eye. She removed the hairpin, turning back with a gleeful smile. "Is this for me?" Min Zonghai nodded, a hint of apology in his voice. "I had no silver, so I carved it myself. Once I have a means, I shall take you to the jewelry shop, I promise." She shook her head, beaming, "I truly adore it." It turned out that he had remembered a playful jest she had made that day. Seeing the emotion radiating from her, Min Zonghai could not help but embrace her slender waist and kissed her deeply, savoring the sweetness of her lips before trailing kisses down to her snow-white neck, marking her as his own. Yet his desire was insatiable. One hand cradled her waist while the other ventured to her delicate bosom. Only when she began to soften and sway did he reluctantly release her, gently placing her back onto the chair before fleeing from the room. Yar, gasping for breath and laughing uncontrollably, realized he had dashed off for a cold shower in the brisk autumn night. Meanwhile, on the other side, the successful Wu Xiaoji recounted his dismissal to his family. Upon hearing how Chef Hu's face turned crimson with anger, he leaped up, swearing to everyone in the tavern that the new Dabanjiang was concocted from a spicy sauce he had brought from his homeland, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd, pure schadenfreude. He recounted how, at the end of his employment, the employer had said nothing but handed him 5 taels of silver. Zhang Shi began her tirade anew, while Sun Laosan interjected, asserting that at least the employer had some conscience, for a truly heartless one would offer nothing. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Sun Xiaohua quickly shared Yar's plans. As she began, Zhang Shi and others chimed in, while Sun Laosan occasionally corrected them. Wu Xiaoji initially felt confused, but grew increasingly excited as he listened, eager to begin. By the time they finished discussing, it was already 1/4 the hour of the pig. Sun Xiaohua, unable to stay awake any longer, had fallen asleep, and soon after, Sun Laosan and Zhang Shi also retired for the night, reminding Wu Xiaoji to sleep promptly lest he lack energy the next day. He agreed, but soon found himself restless, moving about and lying down intermittently, thus enduring his first sleepless night. The following day, just after the second watch of the day, Wu Xiaoji pulled along Sun Laosan and Zhang Shi, while Sun Xiaohua was ordered to wash her clothes before joining them. Min Zonghai was tidying up the house when he heard footsteps in the courtyard. Before he could step outside, Wu Xiaoji's voice rang out, "Sister-in-law." That impudent boy, who usually called him Brother Zonghai, now referred to her as sister-in-law. Min Zonghai thought of his little wife, a smile gracing his face. "Come in, please. Your sister-in-law will be here shortly." After pouring tea, Yar entered, holding a bowl of pig's trotters. "I heard your voice early this morning and prepared this right away." She placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Wu Xiaoji, encouraging him to try. The glossy, vibrant pig-esque trotters made Wu Xiaoji's heart race. His enchanting sister-in-law was truly extraordinary. Before long, the bowl was empty. "Sister-in-law, where did you learn to make this? Might you teach me?" "Do not rush. I shall demonstrate it for you shortly. Let us first discuss how to operate the shop." Wu Xiaozi sat upright and said earnestly, "Sister-in-law, please go ahead." This braising liquid can be used to marinate a variety of ingredients, including not only pig's trotters, but also pig's ears, tails, offal, as well as various parts of chicken and duck. For plant-based options, there are lotus roots, tofu, and seafood. Feel free to experiment. As for the braising liquid itself, it is not fixed. It can be spicy or mild, sweet or unsweetened. You may create small batches of each variety to determine which flavors are most favored before producing them in larger quantities. As long as you have the courage to experiment, you can concoct 100 different tastes. Additionally, I have a suggestion for you to consider. Chapter 12. Opening the shop. Wu Xiaozi nodded enthusiastically. You may set a specific day each month to hold an 8% discount event. For instance, on the 8th, 18th, and 28th of every month, all the marinated delicacies will be available at a discount. Zhang was somewhat reluctant, pondering whether an 8% discount was excessive. Moreover, why should we sell at a lower price without reason? This strategy will help stabilize our customer base, Wu Xiaozi explained. Discount days will likely attract more sales than usual. embodying the principle of thin profits leading to high sales, accumulating small gains into substantial ones. People will remember these 3 days for the affordable marinated delicacies, thereby etching Wu Xiaozi's shop into their minds. Wu Xiaozi questioned, why must there be 3 days each month? Could 1 day suffice? The intervals are crucial, came a reply. If the break is too short, alternating between discount and regular prices may create confusion. If the interval is too long, people might forget the designated days, rendering the effort futile. A discount every 10 days should be about right. Over time, adjustments can be made based on the circumstances. That's a splendid idea, Min Zonghai remarked, impressed. Wu Xiaozi chuckled, with my sister-in-law in charge. Success is assured. Well then, let us proceed to learn how to prepare the marinated broth. The group made their way to the kitchen, where Ye presented the prepared chicken, meticulously chopping it into pieces. The chicken was placed into a pot of cold water with a few Sichuan peppercorns and star anise. Once the water boiled and foam surfaced, the heat was turned off, and the chicken was rinsed with cold water. Next, oil was added to the pot, followed by fragrant red chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, scallions, ginger, and garlic. The chicken was briefly stir-fried before adding ample water, along with star anise, cinnamon, soy sauce, and vinegar for stewing. Ye then covered the pot and turned to Wu Xiaozi. Do you remember the steps? Indeed, I've memorized them. As for the cooking time, you may check it at any moment. Once the chicken reaches the desired tenderness, it is ready to be taken off the heat. Remember, this step is crucial. The marinated items and broth must cool separately. The marinated items should be spread out. If they are stacked together, they may become overly soft and lose their shape. After they have completely cooled, they can be soaked together for over 3 hours before they are ready for sale. Sister-in-law, I have noted everything. Following this, Wu Xiaozi returned home to practice the preparation. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ye prepared an early lunch, and after eating, she entered a state of seclusion again, as the previous apologies had yet to be fulfilled. Min Zonghai found himself once more at the door, denied entry. He wandered about, ultimately making his way to the backyard. There, he scooped a few spoiled vegetable leaves from a low shed and tossed them into the chicken coop. Since the incident when Ye fainted while catching insects, he had captured another 10 chickens and occasionally gathered insects to feed them, though the primary sustenance remained the old vegetable leaves. Each day, he managed to collect about 10 eggs, enough for personal consumption, with the surplus sold. Before the autumn harvest, he uprooted the aging cabbages and planted large radishes. A few days prior, he had sown bok choy in the fields of hollow heart vegetables and water bamboo, while winter melons and pumpkins occupied the corner plots, with just a few carrots planted. Currently, winter vegetables were sprouting but not yet ready for harvest, compelling him to purchase fresh produce for the time being. Occasionally, Sun Laosan would send some over with Sun Xiaohua. With a hoe in hand, Min Zonghai tended to the weeds and watered the plants, then organized the furrows before returning to the front yard. Where have you gone, dear husband? Ye inquired after finishing her painting, hoping to find Min Zonghai to continue refining her work, but he was nowhere in sight. I went to the vegetable garden. Have you completed your task? Yes, I'm awaiting your touches. She grasped his arm and pulled him into the eastern room. Min Zonghai gazed at the painting before him, the sky, the leaves, the peonies. A momentary dizziness washed over him. Was this truly art? My lord, what do you think? Can it be repaired? I shall do my utmost. Min Zonghai contemplated quietly for a while, then picked up his brush and began to redraw. Ye, seated nearby with her head propped on her hand, unexpectedly fell asleep. The sunlight slanted in, elongating their shadows. Outside the afternoon window, although the tree shadows danced playfully, a profound tranquility enveloped the scene. Within the room, the brush danced freely across the rice paper, occasionally dipping into ink, sometimes moistening with water, moving gracefully. Once the brush was set down, he noticed a faint sound of snoring beside him. Min Zonghai chuckled softly, wishing to carry Ye to the bed for a nap, but as soon as he touched her, she awoke. My lord? Ye rubbed her eyes. Is it finished? Let me see. With that, she leaned over to glance at the table. Covering her mouth with her hand, she wondered if the artist was indeed her lord. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, amidst the emerald leaves, white, pink, and rose-red strokes formed layers of petals, as enchanting as a beauty emerging from a bath, as vibrant as the red sun at dawn. A peony, resplendent in its prime, standing apart from the world. How is it? Does it resonate with your spirit? Indeed, it does. No, it surpasses my imagination. Yer held the painting, beaming. I can't bear to part with this flower. What? Is she asking for it? Min Zonghai sipped a cup of tea, feeling parched after such an extended session of painting. No, this is an apology gift. An apology for what? For the time I left first when bringing you the mung bean soup, nearly forgetting the flowers. Yer set down the painting and cast him a mournful glance, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Ultimately, it was still your fault. Min Zonghai shivered under her playful admonishment, feeling his heart race. Caught off guard and utterly entranced, Zhang and Sun Xiaohua had purchased the various marinated items that Yer had mentioned, and Wu began experimenting at home, repeatedly adjusting the flavors. Having worked in a restaurant for several years, he had some understanding of what most patrons preferred. 5 days passed, and Wu declared all his trials a success. Sister-in-law, how is it? Yer sampled a few selections. Quite good. When do you plan to open the shop? Sister-in-law, do you have time now? I still don't know how large the shop should be. Wu scratched his head. Thus, Min Zonghai and Wu set out together. They headed straight to a pawn shop, where a cheerful pawnbroker greeted them. What do you need, esteemed guests? We have everything here: land, properties, and people. What can I assist you with? Min Zonghai replied. We wish to see a storefront. Could you provide some information? Certainly. To the west of the Emerald Street, in the southern part of the city, there's a large shop with heavy foot traffic. It is suitable for any business, and there is a backyard for lodging. The current owner wishes to relocate. Otherwise, such a prime shop would not be available. You're interjected, good sir, we're looking for a smaller shop. No need for lodging. Preferably in the northern part of the city. The pawnbroker flipped through a ledger, and after a moment he exclaimed, aha, there's a shop on H Street. A single room, not too large. How do you all find it? Bianhe Street is the thoroughfare situated in front of Wu Xiaozai's residence, and it is relatively bustling. Elder brother, let us go take a look. Certainly, let us proceed at once. Bianhe Street is the second largest street in the northern part of the city, surpassed only by Lioli Street. Although the foot traffic is not exceedingly large, its location is not obscure, as the saying goes. The fragrance of wine needs not fear the depths of alleyways. Yer is not overly concerned about the business prospects, yet Wu Xiaozai's family can only manage so much. The shop in question is neither too large nor too small. It accommodates 2 sizable counters while still allowing for ample space, which pleases Yer considerably. Elder brother, what is the rent for this shop? I have held on to this shop for a while now. It has remained unrented due to its smaller size. However, if you're sincere, I can offer it for 1 tael per month, with a lease term of 2 years. Co-founded, turns to Min Zonghai for guidance. Min Zonghai, delighted by Yer's reliance on him, observes that the offer is not exorbitant, and thus he remarks, I find it agreeable, Wu Xiaozai. Indeed, let's lease this place. The subsequent signing of the contract and payment of the rent go unmentioned. Considering the preservation of the marinated delicacies, Yer devised a simple ice cabinet. The wooden top of a regular counter is replaced with a lid, and 2 wooden rods are positioned below the countertop, upon which trays can rest. A layer of partition is installed below at an appropriate height to hold ice blocks. In essence, the marinated goods will be kept as if in a refrigerator. After sketching the design, Yer states, husband, let's have Boss Zheng construct this cabinet. Why must we enlist him for this task? Yer gazes at him, puzzled. Who else would you have me approach? Min Zonghai nods affirmatively. You are acquainted with this person. I am. Who might that be? Yer, leading a reclusive life, has a limited circle of acquaintances and cannot fathom who the carpenter could be. Min Zonghai taps his own chest. Am I so forgettable? Realization dawns upon Yer, as she bursts into laughter. How could I have overlooked such a handsome carpenter right before my eyes? I must be quite foolish. She feigns a self-inflicted slap to her forehead, but Min Zonghai, reluctant to permit such a gesture, pulls her into his embrace and bestows upon her a punishing kiss. Only after some time, when her lips are flushed and swollen, does he finally release her. Yer glares at him fiercely, Having already made a jest of herself, his continued teasing is utterly intolerable. Consequently, during dinner, Min Zonghai consumes a bowl of salty rice and drinks copiously from 4 large pots, making numerous trips to the restroom. One might wonder why he insisted on finishing that bowl of salty rice. The answer lies in Unyielding's nonchalant demeanor. Min Zonghai believes that should he leave even a morsel uneaten, he may be faced with sweet, spicy, or sour rice in the future. In just a day's time, the 2 segments of the counter are completed, along with a large square cabinet for storage at home. Sister-in-law, will we require ice during winter? The price of ice is not something the common folk can afford. Chuckles, help me procure some saltpeter. Wait here, I shall visit the stone shop. Before Wu Xiaozai can finish his sentence, he darts away like the wind. Gathers 2 basins, one large and one small, each filled with an appropriate amount of water, placing the smaller basin within the larger one. And then, Min Zonghai awaits the next step, having grown accustomed to Yuer's inventive methods. As for why he did not inquire, he merely possessed the sensation that when she truly opened her heart to him, he would come to know everything about her. He thought, once that young man returned, everything would be resolved. I suspect that if this method were to be disseminated, those who sell ice would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me. Such a tone of schadenfreude seemed to imply a detachment from other circumstances. Min Zonghai merely smiled in silence. At last, the young man returned like a gust of wind. Yuer gradually poured the saltpeter into the large basin, only ceasing when the water in the smaller basin had frozen into solid chunks of ice. She then tucked away the bag and set it aside. The young man lifted the small basin, examining it from left to right, and asked with skepticism, "Is this ice safe to consume?" "Indeed, it is impeccably clean. The only condition is that you must pour the saltpeter slowly, ensuring that it does not splash." Chapter 13. The hunt, everything was in place, and on October 10th, the Sun family's delicacy shop officially opened its doors. The variety of offerings left everyone in awe. Who would have thought that young Wu had catered to every conceivable taste? It was rumored that if someone requested a special flavor of delicacy, he could accommodate that as well. She had set up a table at the entrance, displaying slices of duck neck for guests to sample for free. Both families joined forces. Wu and Min Zonghai were tasked with packaging the delicacies, while Zhang and Sun Xiaohua managed the finances, and Sun Laosan helped with various duties, leaving Cai'er responsible for the complimentary tastings at the door. Noticing that people merely lingered outside, hesitant to enter, she cleared her throat and called out loudly, "Dear patrons, today marks the grand opening of the Sun family's delicacy shop. To usher in good fortune, we are offering a 20% discount throughout the store. Here, we have freshly sliced duck neck for you to taste at no charge." A plump Annie inquired, "Will you sell? Is it edible?" "Dear madam, we offer a selection of familiar meats, chicken, duck, and pork, prepared with our special marinade, resulting in a plethora of flavors. I assure you, there is something to please your palate. Here, try this duck neck," Cai'er replied, presenting a piece with her chopsticks. The auntie accepted it and took a bite from the thicker portion, her eyes widening in surprise. The surrounding crowd erupted with questions. "How is it? Is it not tasty? Is it poisonous?" Cai'er understood the earlier inquiries, but the last question nearly choked her. Did they truly think the vendor would dare to serve something so blatantly poisonous? Delicious. Absolutely delightful. If only it were a bit spicier, the auntie exclaimed after finishing her sample. "Indeed, we offer flavors ranging from mild to hot. Choose whichever you desire." The scene before them could only be described as a sea of humanity, bustling and vibrant. People flocked to taste, and then swiftly moved inside to purchase. No one paused, not even to take a sip of water. The stock originally prepared for 3 days was sold out within the hour. The crowd had to escort the money box back to the Sun household. After deducting costs, they had made a net profit of 2 taels of silver in just 1 day. This was despite having set reasonable prices. Sun Xiaohua exclaimed in awe, "Sister-in-law, you are remarkable. Indeed, compared to you, I are a mere 10 a day," Min Zonghai's wife added. Cai'er cautioned, "Do not be overly astonished. Today is merely the first day of our opening. People are drawn by novelty, which naturally boosts sales. In time, things will stabilize, and it would be commendable to achieve an average of half a tael per day." At this moment, Young Wu gazed at Yair with profound admiration, secretly contemplating if only he could have such a beautiful and astute wife. The opening festivities for the delicacy shop thrived for 3 days and gained modest renown in the northern part of the town within 10 days. On the 11th day, Cai'er and Min Zonghai ceased their assistance, reminding themselves that, despite their closeness, it was ultimately the Sun family's business. With their days at home now leisurely, Cai'er recalled Min Zonghai's mention of hunting. Thus, the two began to prepare their hunting gear. Cai'er rummaged through their belongings, gathering a pile of items: warm clothing, a water pouch, a dagger, rope, and a fire starter. Just then, Min Zonghai entered, bow, an arrow slung over his shoulder, joking, "Are you moving house?" "No, we're going hunting." "All of this will come in handy," she replied. Min Zonghai only took a water pouch and a dagger, and we shall return before sunset. These 2 items sufficing for our needs. "Zonghai, someone is knocking at the door." As they ventured outside, they encountered Min Zonghai, who was carrying a jar of wine into the courtyard. Upon observing their attire, Min Zonghai paused. "Where are you headed?" "We're just about to explore the mountains." "Cousin, what brings you here?" Min Zonghai raised the jar of wine in his hand. "I acquired a fine jar of wine yesterday and came to invite you for a tasting." Cai'er felt a sinking sensation in her heart. This man lacked subtlety. They had just declared their intent to hunt, yet he insisted on staying for drinks. "Cousin, please come by tomorrow. I shall prepare a couple of dishes, and you and my husband can enjoy a hearty drink then." Min Zonghai unceremoniously placed the jar under the eaves, pulling Min Zonghai back into the house. "Hunting can wait. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Today, it seems I must accompany a gentleman like you." Unable to contain her frustration, Cai'er grabbed a bowl of marinated delicacies and a plate of peanuts before stepping outside. Min Zonghai, feeling helpless, did not harbor any animosity towards his cousin, despite his mischievousness. He recalled that only this cousin had visited him when he had attempted to take his own life, expressing fervent disapproval of his actions. As he watched Cai'er's retreating figure, his heart was filled with her sorrow. Thus, he failed to notice the mix of joy and disappointment in Min Zonghai's gaze as he glanced at Cai'er. Upon exiting her home, Cai'er made her way to the marinated delicacies shop. She took a roundabout route through the alley. Motivated by Min Zonghai's mention that the Zhang family wished for Feng Yingying from the tofu shop to become their daughter-in-law, she merely intended to observe. It was nearly noon, and the tofu shop was bustling with patrons enjoying their tofu pudding. She approached and ordered a bowl for herself. Before long, a sprightly young woman approached her with a bowl in hand. Her eyes, shaped like phoenix feathers, and her lips, resembling those of a beauty, were complemented by a green hairpin and delicate eyebrows. She wore a light green floral skirt, pure white undergarments, and embroidered shoes with intricate borders, exuding grace and vivacity. Cai'er felt a sense of satisfaction. Such a woman perfectly compensated for the shortcomings of Wu Xiaozu, yet the thoughts of both individuals. "Sister-in-law, would you prefer your tofu pudding sweet or savory?" "Sweet." Feng Yingying scooped 3 spoonfuls of sugar from a jar on the table. "Sister-in-law, enjoy your meal." She then busied herself once more. A middle-aged man in his 40s was serving tofu pudding from a large vat, likely Feng Yingying's father, Feng Jin, while a capable woman was tending to the tofu and dried bean curd, presumably her mother, Mrs. Zhang. Cai'er smiled at the coincidence. Both mothers bore the surname Zhang. What disposition did this Mrs. Zhang possess? When this Zhang encountered that Zhang, would it be like a mouse meeting a cat, or a tiger facing a leopard? In the main hall, 2 young girls were wiping tables and collecting bowls. Did this family have 3 daughters? After finishing her tofu pudding, she paid and departed. Feng Yingying wartet Cai'er Siduit, recognizing her. The Sun family's marinated delicacies shop was merely 100 steps from her family's tofu shop, and she had visited on opening day, though she had not entered. Once, she had overheard Mrs. Zhang mentioning to Feng Er that Aunt Lu had spoken highly of Wu Xiaozu, suggesting she might have intentions of matchmaking. Embarrassed, she had fled upon hearing this. She recalled that young lad who, alongside those ruffians, had bullied her sister. She approached them fiercely, scaring them away, and thereafter whispered behind their backs, calling her a mother tiger. If Wu Xiaozai knew of her thoughts, he would surely feel wronged. He merely followed the bold ones and a few other boys. observing them tormenting Feng Yonyo and then running along, listening to their taunts about the mother tiger. He truly did nothing. Feng Ying, having savored the marinated delicacies, particularly favored duck necks, which earned him a modicum of respect in her eyes. After a brief stroll around the marinated food stall, Yura returned home. As she neared her abode, she noticed a robust, spirited youth loitering near Liu Shangyun's residence. Hesitant to inquire, she made her way home. The young man glanced at Yura, his eyes darting, before he turned and departed. "My dear husband, I have returned. Where have you been?" "I went to the marinated food stall." "My dear, I noticed someone lurking about, constantly peering at Uncle Liu's house. I went to investigate. Upon reaching the door, she found the outside deserted." "Never mind. We shall remain vigilant in the future. By the way, has cousin left?" "He has." That evening, Yura gently stir-fried the cured meat and potatoes, enveloping them in sauce, before mixing them with the washed rice and adding a suitable amount of water to simmer. Once the rich aroma wafted through the air, the dish was ready. The fragrant sauce-soaked rice was a cherished delight from her past life. Yura devoured 2 generous bowls, while Min Zonghai indulged in 3. Did Yura harbor any grievances toward her cousin? She patted her belly, finding none, and rose to the courtyard to digest. Having learned her lesson, she promptly set off with Min Zonghai the following morning. Thus, when the spirited young lad knocked on the door, there was no response from within. As he emerged, dejected, he encountered Liu Shangyun by the well. "Sister Shangyun." He scratched his head, calling out, but then found himself at a loss for words. Standing there foolishly, Liu Shangyun rose. "Zongyao?" Before her stood Min Zongyao, the second son of Min Lao San, 14 years of age, towering above Liu Shangyun, who was a year younger. Since their encounter in the fields during the autumn harvest, he had been captivated by her beauty, consumed by thoughts of her daily. Having known her since childhood, he had not often played with her and never deemed her particularly special. Yet this time, he felt an overwhelming yearning. After more than 10 days of restraint, he could no longer resist seeking her out, but found himself without a reason, thus lingering outside her home. Upon seeing Yura return, he realized he could frequently visit his cousin's home, hopeful of encountering her. Coming early that day, he did not see his cousin, but instead beheld the object of his affections, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. An impulse surged forth. This delicate, endearing maiden must surely belong to him. Holding his breath, he blurted out, "Sister Shangyun, I will certainly marry you," without waiting for a response. He turned and fled, leaving a flustered Liu Shangyun in his wake. Fortunately, there were no others present. Otherwise, her reputation would have been tarnished. Liu Shangyun, shaken, hurriedly gathered her belongings and stumbled back home. She confined herself within her room, too afraid to confide in anyone, yearning deeply for Min Zonghai. If he were present, Min Zongyao would not dare to humiliate her so. She wept quietly, her tears soaking the pillow. After a while, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with resentment. It was all Yura's fault. Had it not been for her, she would have been Zonghai's wife by now. The humiliation she endured today was a gift from her as well. At that moment, Yura was merrily running about on the mountain. Min Zonghai led her to the Banzhong mountain outside the city, a mountain resembling a monk's bowl, thus named. Along the way, Yura counted various trees, inquiring about the unfamiliar ones from Min Zonghai, occasionally picking odd fruits and asking whether they were edible. Min Zonghai teased her, calling her a pig for only thinking of eating. Yura retorted, "I am not a pig, but a foodie." What is a foodie? It essentially means pig. In late autumn, the leaves on the trees had turned a desolate yellow, both fallen and about to fall, creating a scene of desolation. At this time, flowers were a rare sight in the woods, the season for blooms long past. Yet, Yura discovered a solitary purple hibiscus. Upon closer inspection, she realized several others nearby were also hibiscus, though all their flowers had faded, leaving this lone blossom battered by the wind. A poem came to mind, perfectly fitting the scene. "What is it?" Min Zonghai asked, surprised that this subordinate of his could recite poetry. "The vastness of parting sorrow at the slant of daylight. My whip points east towards the horizon. Fallen petals are not without emotion. They transform into spring mud to nurture the flowers." Min Zonghai paused, pondering whether Yura still harbored aspirations for the world. Yeager giggled and replied, "This humble girl has a narrow heart, only taking it at face value." Thus, Min Zonghai revealed his unique expression. She was too lazy to indulge in his exasperated look, turning away to explore elsewhere. Why was it that he always had the same expression? Did she truly cause him such helplessness? Min Zonghai rushed after her, suddenly pulling her down to crouch behind a bush. Yeager inquired with her eyes, and he pointed ahead, where a pure white rabbit was nibbling on something at the tree's roots. They held their breath, their eyes fixed intently upon it. Min Zonghai drew his bow, taking aim. Chapter 14. On the mountain Min Zonghai trembled, putting down his bow, and asked anxiously what happened. Cai'er darted forward, crouching by the tree, filled with delight. She had discovered a large piece of Ganoderma lucidum. "My dear, how old do you think it is?" Min Zonghai glanced at it and replied, "At least 100 years. Let's take it home." Min Zonghai then found a sturdy stick to uproot the Ganoderma carefully, placing it gently into a cloth bag. "What about the rabbit?" she inquired. "It ran away. Did you miss your shot?" Cai'er comfortingly patted his shoulder, urging him to continue trying. The two ventured onward. Min Zonghai pointed at a robust tree and said, "Cai'er, look, that is a cedar." Cai'er approached and touched it. It was a sturdy tree, its brown bark cracked, reminiscent of what Min's ancestors sold. "It must be," he acknowledged. "I heard that cedar is quite prestigious for dowries." Min Zonghai looked at her, not sensing anything amiss, and replied, "Cedar is highly durable, resistant to moisture and decay, making it an excellent choice for furniture. Purple is rare, while red symbolizes joy. Typically, red is more common for weddings, while purple cedar is considered more valuable for everyday use." Cai'er surveyed the surroundings, where various trees stood tall, rich in resources, and asked pensively, "I wonder if this forest has an owner?" "None," he replied. "Can these trees be cut down freely, or must one purchase them? There are no nearby villages, so it should be managed by the government. If anyone intends to fell a large number of trees, they must engage in trade with the authorities." Cai'er reflected on how acquainted Min Zonghai seemed with each tree they encountered, knowing their shapes, seasons, and uses in exquisite detail. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "My dear, what if you were to craft furniture and sell it on your own?" Min Zonghai's eyes lit up. Of course, that is feasible. However, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. "But there are several furniture shops in Changchun, and 3 of them are well established, I fear. We cannot sell the same as them. We can create something unique, both beautiful and practical. I will handle the designs, and you will select the materials and craft the pieces. What do you think?" Noticing Min Zonghai's hesitation, she continued, "How about we start by creating one piece and ask Master Zheng for his opinion?" All right. He had confidence in her imaginative ideas, having previously constructed a simple icebox for her. "Rabbit," Cai'er suddenly exclaimed. "The rabbit has long since fled." "No, quickly, where?" Cai'er pointed at a rabbit's ear behind a tree, jumping up in urgency. Min Zonghai then realized and hurriedly drew his bow. Crouching to the other side of the tree, aiming, shooting at the ear, he felt uncertain. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air, and the unfortunate rabbit fell instantly. Cai'er cheered, "I got it." She rushed over, grasping the arrow's tail, lifting the rabbit triumphantly before Min Zonghai. He was tempted to ask, "Did you shoot this?" "Yes. Let us roast rabbit meat when we get home." He asked nothing, silently accepting the rabbit. "Save a rabbit skin for me. Try to keep it whole. Even if the rabbit skin is whole, it is still small. What do you plan to do with it?" Min Zonghai parted a cluster of withered trees with his bow, surveying the area for any signs of life. Afterward, he beckoned for Yeager to join him. Although winter had rendered the wilderness scarce of animals, there lingered a fear of inadvertently stepping upon a hibernating snake. "Let's make some gloves," he proposed. "Gloves? For what purpose?" she inquired. "To keep warm. If warmth is the goal, then mink or bear skin would be preferable. But we have none. Surely rabbit fur is better than nothing." As they traversed, they searched diligently, yet by midday they had only managed to hunt a solitary rabbit. Yeager found a relatively clean spot beneath a tree and sat down. "Sir, I am hungry." "Then let us consume some provisions." Min Zonghai joined her on the ground. Yeager removed her bundle from her back, producing the flatbreads they had roasted that morning. They each ate 2 and drank some water, which replenished their energy. Shall we rest for a while? Ja, es zugestet. Indeed, he replied. Leaning against the tree, she remarked, aren't you quite skilled at hunting? You've even captured a fox. In late autumn, few animals ventured out to forage, as many had already entered hibernation. Moreover, suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to find that she had fallen asleep. And with you, the little troublemaker, around, even if animals were present, they would have fled in fright. Numerous times, he had spotted creatures, only for her to exuberantly cry out at the moment he released his arrow. Though she attempted to lower her voice, the sensitive ears of the animals had already detected their presence and vanished in an instant. Eventually, she ceased her exclamations but resorted to pinching his arm, causing his aim to falter. A gentle breeze swept through, sending dry leaves swirling, which gradually settled upon his shoulder and her head. Feeling a slight chill, he shifted his posture to shield her from cold. As the sun began its descent, elongating the intertwined shadows of the two, a handsome and gentle man clad in a gray cloak sat beneath the towering pines, cradling a delicate woman adorned with an orchid hairpin within his embrace. His eyes were closed in repose while she slumbered peacefully against him, resembling an infant in her serene tranquility. The warm sunlight cascaded down, bringing with it the final warmth of autumn, bathing the golden forest in a soft, exquisite glow. When Yer awoke, it was already late in the afternoon. A comforting warmth enveloped her, leaving her with a sense of reluctance to depart from it. After a moment, she opened her eyes and met Min Zonghai's deep gaze. She stared intently, watching her own reflection grow larger in his dark eyes. His warm breath brushed against her face, and his unique masculine scent permeated her being, intoxicating her senses. Suddenly, his moist lips pressed against hers, carrying the fragrance of a gentle breeze, flooding her mouth with a subtle sweetness. Their tongues danced together, urging her to offer more of her essence, their teeth grazing each other, calming her racing heart. Lips entwined, they nestled closely, finding solace in each other's embrace. With one hand supporting her head and the other encircling her waist, he held her tightly, as if wishing to merge her into his very being, never to release her. Yer felt her heart race, and a wave of breathlessness washed over her. Struggling slightly, she managed to pull Min Zonghai back from the brink of fervor. Cold air suddenly rushed into her lungs, prompting her to cough violently. Min Zonghai, filled with concern, wrapped his arms around her, pressing his right cheek against her left, gently caressing her hair at the temples, murmuring apologies until she gradually regained her composure. So this is the sensation of intimate whispers. He has always remembered her words. He quietly dedicates himself. Should she not also respond in kind? A saying from a past life lingers. Love is not a solitary performance. Now that love has arrived, one must seize it with fervor. She longs to play the leading role at least once. As the sun sets behind the mountains, the two leisurely return to the city, only letting go of their intertwined hands upon encountering passers-by. Sun Xiaohua, I tell you, if you do not comply, I shall ensure you cannot participate in the Phoenix competition. A sharp voice pierced through, and upon hearing Sun Xiaohua's name, Yer turned toward the sound. At the corner of a shop stood none other than Sun Xiaohua herself, accompanied by a girl around 10 years old, who glared at her with arrogance. You may not have a say in this. Having spent considerable time with Sun Xiaohua, Yer occasionally found herself unconsciously mimicking her. This must be the truth of proximity. Birds of a feather flock together. Yeah? Do you recognize her? Yer inquired with her gaze directed at Min Zonghai. The youngest daughter of my third uncle, he replied. This third uncle was none other than Min Lao San, who had usurped their family shop. In an instant, Yer lost all fondness for this already unappealing girl. Min Airy was taken aback by Sun Xiaohua's unexpected refusal. After all, in the past, Sun Xiaohua had never dared to challenge anyone's words. Just wait and see. With that harsh retort, she stormed off. Flower. It was only then that Yer called out to Sun Xiaohua and approached her alongside Min Zonghai. Sister, what brings you here, Flower? Sun Xiaohua remained silent, her head bowed. Has Flower encountered some trouble? It seemed she had indeed noticed something earlier. After a brief pause, Sun Xiaohua recounted the events. Ever since she had acquired the plum fragrance, She had been exceedingly proud in her boudoir. Her sisters envied her, requesting patterns, with some directly asking for her embroidered pieces. She felt an immense sense of pride, shaking off her previous gloom. The last time she had received the magnificent peony, she had embroidered a screen that left the other girls wide-eyed and speechless. Her joy was boundless. What of it? Whoever desires it may reserve it. I shall deliver it to you once completed. This cannot be given. That has already been gifted. Can you embroider something better than this? Of course. I shall create even more exquisite pieces in the future. Very well. I shall reserve one. I too shall reserve. Instantly, her sisters clamored in excitement. Sun Xiaohua was immensely pleased, maintaining an appearance of grace and decorum. Upon learning of this, Min Arya sought out Sun Xiaohua, demanding the already embroidered screen. If you do not give it to me, I will ensure you cannot participate in the Phoenix competition. Does she possess such capability? She cast a glance at Yer before lowering her head again. She has befriended the daughter of the owner of Wei Tian Restaurant, who is the organizer of the Phoenix competition. She claimed that the screen is meant for that young lady, whose name is Peony. Then how can she refuse? Firstly, this screen is intended for my sister-in-law. Secondly, should Arya take it to gift, the embroiderer of the screen would be none other than me. Moreover, I do not believe that young lady would heed her. Sun Xiaohua felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether Yer would be angered by her actions, fearing that she might never receive embroidery patterns from her again. Sister-in-law, please do not be upset. I shall not share them with her, she pleaded. Furthermore, sister-in-law, for this year's Phoenix competition, might you provide me with a new embroidery pattern? I assure you, I will not show it to them in advance. Yer fell silent for a moment before replying. Let us return home. After escorting Sun Xiaohua back, Cai'er and Min Zonghai arrived home just past the hour of you. The sky dim and visibility poor. They had a simple meal before washing up and retiring for the night. Cai'er, I sense that Sun Xiaohua is somewhat different. Min Zonghai remarked. Let her resolve this matter herself. She must learn some lessons. Let us sleep, he murmured, wrapping his arms around her. And they spent a quiet night together. Min Zonghui's restaurant business had plummeted, and after days without a single customer, just as he was about to give up, he heard that Wu, a young man, had opened a delicacy shop that was thriving. Envious, he sent a servant to procure some of the delicacies, and upon tasting them, jealousy consumed him. He had some knowledge of that young man's capabilities, and he was certain that he had received guidance from a master. The servant followed Wu for several days, discovering only that he had dealings with Min Zonghai and his wife, while the rest were merely business partners. As Min Zonghai was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, it must be his wife, Cai'er, being the third daughter of the Ji family. Obtaining some secret recipes would be rather easy for her. With this thought, Min Zonghui's mind began to race with possibilities on how to acquire those recipes. Perhaps he can negotiate a low-cost supply from the delicacy shop? A sly smile crept across his otherwise sharp face. In the Min family's third residence, the dilapidated 3 rooms had not improved in condition despite the eldest son Min Zonghui opening a restaurant. He had been living at the restaurant and rarely returned home, leaving Min Zongyao to occupy a room alone. At night, he lay on his disheveled bed, tossing and turning. Ever since he had expressed his feelings that day, he had been restless, longing to marry Lu Shangyun immediately. Yet, with his elder brother's restaurant on the brink of failure, how could he afford to marry her? As dawn broke the next day, he rose early, intending to get some fresh air, but before he knew it, he found himself near Lu Shangyun's home. He gazed intently until he was startled back to reality by the sound of soft laughter nearby. He saw 2 women by the well, chatting and occasionally glancing in his direction. Embarrassed, he quickly walked away, but feeling unsatisfied once he was alone, he went to his family's vegetable garden, gathered a basket of carrots, and made his way to Min Zonghai's house. When Cai'er opened the door, she was taken aback by the presence of the mischievous youth from that day. Sister-in-law, I am Zonghai Ji's cousin. You may call me Zongyao, he said with a smile. Cai'er pondered for a moment before recalling that he was the son of her unscrupulous third uncle, and her expression soured immediately. What brings you here, cousin? She inquired, her tone cool. Min Zongyao, undeterred, replied with a smile. Since Zonghai Gu's marriage, I have not yet visited. I brought some fresh vegetables from home to see my cousin and sister-in-law. However, My husband is not at home. Oh, I see. Then I shall come again another time. Reluctantly, he departed, and by the time he neared home, he had yet again failed to encounter Lu Xiangyun. Yu presumed that he had come merely to take advantage of the autumn winds, and coupled with his grievances regarding the shop, he chose to remain silent on the matter. When Min Zonghai returned from the backyard, the two of them shared breakfast before heading to the Sun family. Upon seeing your Sun Xiaohua instantly brightened up. Sister-in-law, how is Hua? You've lost weight after just a few days apart. Sun Xiaohua said, her head drooping, her expression rather despondent. Chapter 15. Heartfelt on that day. After Min Ya's requests went unfulfilled, she began to spread rumors that her embroidery was merely a replication of others' paintings, claiming that should she attempt to create an original piece, she would undoubtedly fail. As they had all grown up together, each was well aware of the other's abilities. And given Min Ya's past performances, the sisters held firm beliefs in her inadequacies, even mocking her. Embarrassed, she refrained from venturing out. In truth, there might be some validity to their claims. Sun Xiaohua gazed incredulously at Cai'er, sister-in-law. Do you also find me utterly useless? Did you once believe yourself to be remarkable? The Mei Wei and Sheng Shi Dan are truly unparalleled in this world. Have you neglected to acknowledge that they are my creations? Even if you were to replicate them, what would that signify? Sun Xiaohua's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She had always thought that even if the paintings belonged to her sister-in-law, the embroideries crafted by her hands rendered them hers. Lan Er and the likes should be beneath her. Thus, when they disparaged her, she felt a surge of indignation, convinced that their words were born of jealousy toward her. Now, awakening to the truth, she realized that as long as there was a painting, anyone with even modest embroidery skills could replicate it. What then was her worth? A profound bitterness enveloped her heart. She was still that Sun Xiaohua who amounted to nothing. At 12, and soon to be 13, she was on the cusp of womanhood, and it was essential to contemplate matters judiciously and see reality clearly, lest she lose herself. What lay ahead? That was for her to ponder. After Cai'er finished speaking, she rose to seek Min Zonghai. Uncle Sun, is Cai'er all right? Her recent behavior has caused great concern for the entire family. She will be fine. Let her reflect on her thoughts. Uncle, may we take our leave? Indeed, she wishes to order a custom oven. The trio traveled for half an hour and arrived at Master Qian's blacksmith shop in the east of the city. Old Qian, hey, little son, what a rare visitor. What brings you here? Ah, such familiarity. Are we not old friends? Why the formalities? What is there to admire about this old man? I have business for you. What brings you here to speak in person? Cai'er retrieved a piece of paper from her waist and handed it to old Qian. Master Qian, this is a design for an oven I wish to create. Could you let me know if it is feasible? Old Qian took the paper, unfolded it, and beheld a square iron box resting on 4 legs. What difficulty lies in this? Any blacksmith can craft such a thing. Are you attempting to insult me? Cai'er chuckled. Please do not rush, Master Qian. This is merely my preliminary concept. I have a more challenging question to ask. Old Qian glanced at her. Speak on. I wish for this box to ensure even heat distribution on all 4 sides. If the fire burns from below, the temperature above must inevitably be lower, and by a significant margin. Naturally, if you could achieve uniform heating on all 6 sides, that would be even better. Old Qian, momentarily taken aback by the mention of 6 sides, was about to unleash a tirade when he caught sight of Sun Lao, San, and Min Zonghai's expectant gazes, prompting him to swallow his words. I shall need to think on this. Then we shall return and await your favorable response. Sun Lao San gently patted Lao Qiantu on the shoulder, urging him to think carefully, for the wife of Zonghai was indeed waiting for his assistance. Lao Qiantu paid him no heed and turned to her, inquiring about the purpose of the item. It's for baking pastries. When the time comes, I shall arrange the pastries on a tray and place them in this box to bake. To achieve a delightful flavor, it must be heated evenly all around. Min Zonghai stepped forward and bowed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Master, your dedication is truly appreciated. My wife's culinary skills are on par with Meng Yang's. Sun Laosan vigorously nodded in agreement. Min Zonghai continued, This pastry is an original creation of my wife. If the master could craft such a baking device, it would be a commendable achievement. I shall ensure the master receives the very first portion. What say you? Who is Meng Yang, you ask? She is the esteemed chef employed by the governor of Chang Prefecture. I care not for your skills. There is nothing that the old man cannot produce in Chang Prefecture. Just wait, and I shall inform you when the time comes. Thank you, master. Min Zonghai and Yer bowed and took their leave. As they reached the door, Lao Qianto's leisurely voice floated behind them, reminding them not to forget the first portion. Min Zonghai and Yer returned, while son Lao San remained behind to reminisce with Lao Qianto. Min Zonghui's restaurant lay to the east of the city, on the same street as Lao Qianto's iron shop. In the distance, the bold letters of brilliant restaurant stood out prominently. Min Zonghai cast a glance at it before turning down a side path. Just as Yer was about to follow, she spotted Yer emerging from the brilliant restaurant, making her way into the adjacent Weitian tavern. Unfazed, she hurried after Min Zonghai. It's been a while since I've seen Wu Xiaozai. I wonder how the marinated delicacy shop is faring, Yer murmured, though she did not address Min Zonghai directly. Min Zonghai, having overheard, chuckled. Shall we take a detour to check it out? Yer shot him a sidelong glance. You suggested it, not I. At the entrance of Sun's marinated delicacy shop, a steady stream of customers flowed in and out, as it was mealtime, with many purchasing marinated items to accompany their meals. Wu Xiaozai, your business seems to be thriving. Wu Xiaozai, having just received payment, handed over the counter to Chunyu and approached them. Sister-in-law, Zonghai Ge, what brings you both here? Min Zonghai replied with a smile. We were passing by on some errands and thought we would stop by. It appears your shop is doing quite well. Indeed, there are so many customers. How can Xiaoyu manage all this alone? Hurry, get to work. With that, Yer had already stepped behind the counter to assist. By the time it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally paused their work. Sister-in-law, let us order a table of dishes to share. Xiaoyu, please run and order a couple more dishes. Chunyu nodded and went off. Min Zonghai inquired, is your shop always this busy? It gets like this every time mealtime approaches, especially during discount days when it becomes utterly chaotic. My mother has to tend to the fire at home, so Huar can only come by occasionally to help. Just having Xiaoyu is not sufficient, especially since he is only 10 years old. Indeed, I was just considering hiring another person to assist. Yer surveyed the shop and noted that the variety of marinated delicacies Wu Xiaozai offered had expanded significantly. A freezer had been installed in the back, and the front counter could only display a small selection of each type. I noticed the adjacent shop is vacant. Are you planning to rent it out? Are you considering expanding your business? Yer nodded and said, given your current stock, this place is too small. If you're going to hire someone, you might as well hire 2 more and expand the store a bit to make it look more spacious. Surely the profits you've made can cover this? After contemplating for a moment, Wu Xiaozai gritted his teeth and replied, all right, I'll listen to my sister-in-law. Wu Ge, a petite woman, entered the store, her tone indicating familiarity. My mother sent me to buy some braised pig trotters and duck feet. Coming right up, Wu Xiaozai swiftly weighed the trotters and duck feet, handing them to the woman. Thank you, Wu Ge. The woman's bashful gaze and soft voice sent shivers down Yar's spine. She tightly grasped Min Zonghai's hand, and after the woman reluctantly left, she could no longer contain her laughter. Min Zonghai, suppressing a smile, patted Yar's hand and said, all right, if you keep laughing, Wu Xiaozai might get upset. Sure enough, Wu Xiaozai approached with a look of grievance. Sister-in-law, do you have any solutions? Yer stifled her laughter. What solutions? She dismissed his thoughts. Why not? He-s unmarried, and she-s unmarried. It's quite good. Good for what? I don't like it. This ignited Yar's curiosity. Then what type do you like? Wu Xiaozai suddenly recalled Feng Yingying. A few days ago, due to Zhang's unavailability, he had to go to the tofu shop alone to buy dried tofu. Upon seeing Feng Yingying, he felt awkward and hurriedly left after making his purchase. On the way, he grumbled about Zhang, convinced that her words had made him uncomfortable. However, ever since that girl named Yanran appeared, he couldn't help but think of Feng Yingying, finding her more appealing. You scrutinized him. Why are you blushing? Min Zonghai chuckled. It seems you have someone in your heart. Wu Xiaozai turned aside. I don't. The food is here. Chunyu returned with several food boxes. Wu Xiaozai felt relieved and quickly said, let us eat. Let us eat. On the way home, Yar recalled Feng Yingying and remarked, I think that Feng Yingying is quite nice. I just wonder if she is Wu Xiaozai's beloved. Have you seen her? Yes. I saw her once. She seems very capable, not pretentious, and is quite beautiful. But such matters require the willingness of both parties. Indeed, they decided to drop the subject. Upon returning home, Min Zonghai was waiting at the door. Min Zonghai was taken aback. Zonghai, what are you doing here? The family of third uncle wouldn't visit without reason. Min Zonghai held a basket and recited the excuse he had prepared. I came to see my cousin at the hour of chun, but he wasn't home. Since I couldn't congratulate him on his marriage, I brought some vegetables as an apology. He clearly had been home at that hour. He glanced at Yar, but said nothing, then addressed Min Zonghai. It's been quite a while. It's nothing important. You should go back. Min Zonghai, who was never good with words, found himself at a loss under Min Zonghai's scrutiny and could only leave in embarrassment. After the two had tidied up, just as they were about to rest, someone else arrived. Yar, displaying a hint of impatience, inquired, "What day is it today that everyone has gathered together?" Despite any reluctance, guests must be graciously received. Upon exiting the eastern room, lo and behold, it was Min Zonghai once again. This man has been frequenting our abode with remarkable regularity lately, a level of attentiveness previously unseen. With a cheerful demeanor, Min Zonghai proclaimed, "Zonghai, I bear good news for you. You must host a banquet in my honor." As the three took their seats within the room, Min Zonghai raised a cup of tea and announced, "I have learned that our esteemed Governor Wang has acquired a splendid batch of timber and is currently seeking craftsmen." Zonghai, puzzled, remarked, "But why would a governor hire me?" "Oh, fret not. I've already made the necessary arrangements. You need only report to the government office." Zonghai furrowed his brow, aware that the Changzhou government office was located in Ziyun, and he would likely be away for at least 10 days or half a month. With only Yar at home, his concern grew. Yar then inquired, "Do you know what kind of items the governor intends to commission?" "Among them are Lady Wang's wardrobe, Lu Yinyang's dressing table, the eldest son's desk, and the second daughter's bed," Min Zonghai replied. Yar, testing the waters, remarked, "It seems the governor has procured a substantial quantity of timber." Min Zonghai clasped his hands together and bowed to the heavens, stating, "Governor Wang is a man of great virtue and reputation. Recently, he eradicated the bandits outside Ziyun, rescuing the cargo of the Longway escort agency. As a token of gratitude, Zheng, the head of the agency, gifted him this timber." Yaya continued, "Has my husband's name been reported to the governor?" "Indeed. Why would I withhold such a splendid opportunity? I have solicited several individuals on your behalf." Min Zonghai insisted, "I will not go. I cannot leave Yar alone at home." In a flurry, Min Zonghai reassured him, "With me here, what is there to worry about? I mean, with your sister-in-law at home, I shall ensure she visits frequently, and all will be well." Yar felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Min Zonghai's words, though she could not articulate why. She simply knew she could not remain alone at home. "Very well, we shall go," she conceded. After Min Zonghai departed, Yar felt a moment of disorientation, as if a surge of excitement coursed through her. Zonghai looked at her with concern, asking, "Are you truly all right?" "There's a problem," she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Then why did you agree to go?" he questioned. "If I accompany you, there will be no issue." Yalia, who had been frowning just moments before, now beamed with joy. Zonghai gazed at her helplessly, pondering that he had never heard of anyone bringing family along for such laborious work. With a touch of pride, Yar declared, "Who says you can't bring family? I am a designer, a furniture designer." Zonghai opened his mouth to inquire, "You can design?" But then recalled that she had previously mentioned drawing blueprints while he worked during their hunting trip. However, upon returning, she had been too lethargic to draw, distracted by her oven tasks. Thus, he redirected his question, "Are you certain the governor would want to hire you? What does it matter? If I am hired, splendid. If not, I shall simply accompany you on an outing." Yar was convinced that her innovative furniture designs would certainly appeal to women, though she had yet to create them. Not wanting to overly astonish Zonghai, on November 3rd, Zonghai and Yar set off for Ziyun, and as they departed, Min Zonghai wore a displeased expression, clearly surprised that Yar was accompanying them. Chapter 16. The rescue. On the same day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Sun's Delicacies, Dia, the eldest daughter of Min Lao San and the younger sister of Min Zonghai. Dia, at the tender age of 16, had yet to find a suitable husband due to Min Fong's fastidious nature and her own reticence. Wu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sister Dia, have you come to purchase delicacies? But you seldom venture out." Dia appeared quite flustered, lowering her head and remaining silent for a while before softly murmuring, "I would like to buy some delicacies." "What kind do you wish for?" Wu inquired. Dia was momentarily stunned. Were there different types of delicacies? Her elder brother had not mentioned this, leaving her at a loss. After pondering for a long while, she stammered, "What do you think? What would be good to buy?" Wu was momentarily taken aback. "How am I to know your family's preferences?" I. Dia stood there, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Noticing the increasing number of patrons, Wu suggested, "Sister Dia, would you like to return and inquire, or sit here and contemplate a bit longer?" Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of so many people, Dia longed to leave but recalled her brother's words. Thus, she silently moved to a nearby chair and sat facing inward. Wu then attended to other customers. "Young master," Chief Sun inquired whether to break down the entire wall or merely create a door, one of the workers reported. A large door, the size of 2 regular doors. Came to response, a suggestion from Yair. Afterward, Wang Lei moved to a nearby shop. Following a discussion with Yair, Wu had purchased 2 more servants the next day, Wang Lei and the Mu couple. Both were honest and simple folk, aged 22, having lost their families during a flood in their hometown. At the tender age of 3, they had been separated from their parents, who perished in the disaster. After the calamity, their farmland had been forcibly taken by wealthy landowners, leaving them with no choice but to sell themselves into servitude. After 3 years of serving various households, they found their way to Chong City. Now, Wang Lei was overseeing the renovation of the new shop while Mu assisted within. After a flurry of activity, Wu finally recalled Dia. Yet as he scanned the shop, he could not discern her whereabouts. When had she left? "Young master, that young lady departed only a short while ago," Mu reminded him. "Oh, it matters not. You and Xiao Yu tend to things here. I shall return briefly." The next day, at the same hour, Dia returned, carrying a small box. "This is for you from my mother," she said, extending the box toward Wu. "What is it?" "I do not know," she replied. Wu opened the box to reveal a plate of pastries. "Did your mother say anything?" With a pair of anxious eyes, she questioned, "What did she say?" Wu felt at a loss for words, the pastries feeling slightly warm in his hands. "I cannot accept this. Please take it back." Dia, in a state of panic, implored, "Why? My mother said it was for you, nothing more." "Ask your mother, and you will understand," Wu suggested. But, Dia clutched at the hem of her garment, her nervousness causing her undergarment to grow damp with sweat. Wu, unfazed, returned to his tasks. With the box in hand and uncertainty clouding her thoughts, Dia sat in the same spot, maintaining the same posture as before. In the end, Wu did not accept the pastries, and with no other choice, Dia reluctantly departed. On the 3rd and 4th days, unable to endure any longer, Wu Xiaozai angrily exclaimed to Dia, "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Your mother wishes to marry you off to me. However, that is impossible. I already have someone dear to my heart. Kindly return and clarify this to your mother, and do not come back again." Daya, in a state of utter shock and disbelief, returned home in a daze. Regardless of her family's incessant inquiries, she could utter not a single word, only weeping, a ceaseless torrent of tears. Sujin Sheng, Min Zonghai, and Yair took 2 days to reach the government office in Changzhou, followed by another 2 days spent drafting 4 blueprints. Presently, these blueprints lay upon the desk of the magistrate, Lord Wang. "Come forth and present these drawings to the lady." Immediately, a servant entered, took the blueprints, and exited. Without fail, after a fragrant incense was lit, the steward arrived to inform all carpenters to heed Yair's instructions and complete all furnishings within 3 days. 10 carpenters were summoned, all men of varying ages. They viewed the prospect of obeying a mere teenage girl as a grave insult to their decades of craftsmanship. Indifferent to their disdain, Yair tossed the blueprints to them. After a brief silence, the eldest among them, Zhuang Funing, spoke. "Young girl, instruct us on what to do." With a slight smile, Yair directed, "Let us divide the tasks. 3 for the wardrobe and vanity, 2 for the desk and bed. Should you have any questions regarding the blueprints, Feel free to ask me. The furnishings Cai'er designed were quite commonplace in her previous life. The wardrobe featured 3 sections, one divided into 3 tiers, another fitted with a wooden rod for hanging clothes, and a third with 2 small cabinets above and 2 lockable drawers below, all concealed behind 3 massive sliding doors. The most challenging aspect of this wardrobe was the upper and lower tracks and rollers for the sliding doors. As Min Zonghai was Cai'er's husband, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding her designs and thus took charge of this component. The vanity was equipped with a large oval mirror, 2 open shelves on the right, and 2 small drawers on the left, with the middle section beneath the table left empty, flanked by 2 lockable drawers. Both the desk and the bed were quite simple, yet the most crucial part lay in their embellishment, which was to be personally executed by Cai'er. While they toiled tirelessly, chaos erupted in Chang City. The Min family besieged the Sun household, a fight seemingly imminent. The cause of this uproar lay in Dia's incessant trips to the marinated food shop over 4 consecutive days, always during peak hours, garnering the attention of many. Consequently, gossip spread like wildfire, suggesting a secret affection blossoming between Wu Xiaozai and Dia. This infuriated both families, though the Sun family was genuinely enraged. While the Min family feigned indignation, their outward fury a mere facade for their inner delight. Zhang Shi declared, "Hurry and leave. A daughter who cannot find a suitor is being forced into our family. How shameless." Min Fangshi retorted, "My daughter is in the midst of courtship. Had it not been for your son's antics, the engagement would have been secured already. If you wish to pursue my idea, you should send a matchmaker. Engaging in such ruinous schemes and yet claiming to be wronged?" Zhang Shi responded, "What schemes are you referring to? What has my son done? He remains at the shop daily, while your Dia shamelessly lingers at our establishment, bringing soup and water. People like you, who are blinded by greed, deserve to see their business falter." Min Fangshi erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You vile wretch! Is your shop's prosperity truly so remarkable? How dare you curse my family's restaurant? Just wait, I'll tear your mouth apart." Zhang Shi, hands on her hips and head held high, retorted, "What am I cursing? Your restaurant is just as it is, no business. You might as well shut it down." The 2 women exchanged shouts like shrewish harpies, while the men from both families sat nearby, silently puffing on their cigarettes. Min Zonghai stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed them. "Mother, Aunt Son, please cease your quarrel and allow me to speak." "Uncle Son, Aunt Son." This misunderstanding was entirely unintentional. None of us sought to cause harm. It is merely a miscommunication. If it were a trivial misunderstanding, we could easily resolve it. But this situation has tarnished my sister's reputation. Though she may not be a beauty or a talented woman, she is an innocent girl. If Wu refuses to marry her, how will she find a suitor? Must she truly live a life of solitude, like a flickering candle in the dark? Arya pretended to support Dia, while secretly pinching her, causing Dia to cry out in pain, perfectly timed for the scene. Sun Laosan brushed away the ash from his cigarette, suggesting, "You should return home for now. This matter cannot be resolved today. We must discuss it further." The shop was entrusted to Mu Shi and Xiao Yu, while Wu wandered aimlessly. Dia, he would never marry. He had done nothing wrong. Why should he be responsible for the misfortunes of Dia? Although Dia possessed a pleasant appearance, she was dull-witted and naive, incapable of discerning right from wrong. Such a wife would be far inferior to even the most ordinary of women. Sun Xiaowu. A woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Rarely did anyone call him by his full name. Wu looked up to find a charming young woman before him, her hair elegantly pinned with a pearl hairpin, gently curled and cascading over her shoulders. She wore a pink front-closing blouse and a grass-green 8-panel skirt, holding a floral apron freshly picked from her work. Was this not Feng Yingying? What are you staring at? Seeing Wu silently fixated on her, she inquired. Aye. Wu stammered, his face flushed crimson, utterly at a loss for words. They stood at a quiet corner, not entirely deserted. Catching a glimpse of a corner of a floral skirt, Feng Yingying's expression shifted slightly, her irritation surfacing as she questioned, "What is going on with Dia?" Wu was taken aback, and before he could respond, Feng Yingying continued, "I was too busy, so I asked her to bring you some marinated delicacies for you to taste and provide feedback." How could such rumors arise? Wu remained in a daze, and Feng Yingying, disregarding his silence, suddenly appeared enlightened. "Oh, I see. You didn't want me to create delectable marinated dishes that would compete with your business. So, you ignored ya, making her wait unnecessarily at your shop." After her statement, Feng Yingying kept casting knowing glances, and it took Wu a moment to comprehend, responding with genuine concern. "Please do not speak nonsense. Aunt Feng has such a good relationship with my mother. How could I ever do such a thing?" "Then why did you ignore Dia?" She pressed. "You always send her when I'm busy. I cannot abandon my customers, so I had to ask her to wait aside." Who would have thought it would lead to such misunderstandings? Once the floral skirt had vanished from sight, Feng Yingying laughed softly. "Well, at least you're not foolish." Wu Xiaozai's eyes sparkled, utterly captivated. Feng Yingying, noticing Wu Xiaozai's dazed expression, felt her cheeks flush slightly and involuntarily cleared her throat. Wu Xiaozai snapped back to reality, belatedly glancing around. She had already departed. What is this?" he stammered. "Surely there won't be such rumors tomorrow." Wu Xiaozai scratched his head. "You are indeed clever." Feng Yingying folded her apron repeatedly. "I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Wu Xiaozai to bid her farewell, she turned and walked away. Wu Xiaozai reached out his hand. Suspended in the air, words of persuasion lodged in his throat, unable to escape. As anticipated, the following day, it was rumored that the eldest girl had delivered new delicacies on behalf of Feng Yingying, seeking Wu Xiaozai's approval. This truly infuriated the members of the Min family's third branch. Min Zonghai smashed a teacup, glaring fiercely into the distance, declaring, "This matter is not over." When Zhang Shi cheerfully visited the neighbors, she overheard speculation that even if Sun Zhang and Feng Zhang shared a close relationship, it could not justify the disclosure of family secrets. An old woman smirked. "As long as the two families become in-laws, revealing a recipe or two would be of little consequence." Another woman remarked, "Could it be that they are already engaged? But I haven't heard anything. Perhaps the two children have made a private agreement, and the adults remain unaware of the matters concerning the delicacies." "Oh dear, that simply won't do. What is this?" The young people today are remarkably audacious. Zhang Shi hastily turned and returned home. Feng Yingying was the daughter-in-law she had chosen. If they could unite, she would be content. Yet if they were not even married yet, and secrets were being shared, she could not abide. She rushed to the shop, which was rather empty at that hour. She pulled Wu Xiaozai aside and whispered, "Tell me honestly, what is going on between you and Feng Yingying?" Taken aback by his mother's sudden inquiry, Wu Xiaozai stuttered, unsure of how to respond. To Zhang Shi, his demeanor suggested an acknowledgement of their relationship. "But you cannot just give her our family secrets now, can you? You aren't even married yet." Wu Xiaozai, growing anxious, replied, "Mother, what are you saying? I have no relationship with her, nor have I given her any recipes." "You haven't? Then what is being said outside?" Wu Xiaozai recounted the events of that day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi adopted a serious tone. "Speak the truth. What are your feelings for Yingying?" Noticing Wu Xiaozai's silence, she pressed further. "Do you wish to marry her?" A sudden rush of heat enveloped Wu Xiaozai from head to toe, his eyes widening in shock, his heart racing. Stammering, he felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Observing his reaction, Zhang Shi understood all too well. Chapter 17. The Abyss in the residence of Su Jinsheng. Within the governor's back courtyard, the lady, the concubine, the young master, and the young miss were all filled with delight. Their desire was merely for new household items, and to their astonishment, they found them to be exceptionally novel. Lady Wang's wardrobe and Aunt Lu's vanity were freshly painted, adorned with simple yet exquisite patterns. The eldest young master's desk featured a labyrinthine design, with numerous entrances and exits, a creation that took considerable effort from Yer. This served as an excellent exercise for the mind. She had exhausted her words in teaching the young master. Furthermore, she had inquired about the second young mistress's preferences, transforming the entire room into a princess-themed sanctuary. The pink was charming, the red dazzling, and the green refreshing. The three sets of room decor dazzled Wang Ran's eyes. Upon seeing the decorations, Lord Wang was equally astonished and contemplated taking her in as a concubine, but she was already married to another, settling instead for a payment of 300 taels. Additionally, 10 carpenters each received 50 taels. As they prepared to depart, Everyone bid farewell. Cai'er observed their hesitant expressions, understanding their unspoken thoughts. She smiled and said, "I'm grateful for your patience in listening to my ramblings these past few days. If you do not mind, I would like to gift you these 4 blueprints, hoping they inspire you to create even more exceptional works." Her words triggered a flurry of excitement. The 10 carpenters were keenly interested in the household items, wanting to voice their desires but unsure of how to articulate them. An elderly man stepped forward, saying, "Madam Min, your generosity humbles me. I, Zhang Funing, have lived a life devoted to woodworking, and now I find myself sacrificing my pride for a few wooden creations. Such is the nature of the passionate. They are willing to forego their dignity." Cai'er responded with respect, "You flatter yourself, Elder Zhang. You are the true master of woodworking, and I hold you in high esteem." She believed that all creations stem from human ingenuity, and the essence of that ingenuity lies in immersive experience and boundless imagination. Zhang Funing, puzzled, inquired, "Please elaborate." To truly empathize with others, one must immerse oneself in their circumstances. Household items should not be uniform. Each household possesses its unique nuances, and only by aligning with a family's intentions can one create truly commendable pieces. Furthermore, imaginative thinking can yield diverse and innovative household items. As for how to achieve this, immersion involves exploration, while boundless imagination comes from life's insights. Thus, I encourage you all to wander and observe in your leisure time. You may stumble upon new discoveries. The crowd appeared contemplative, while only Zhang Funing bowed in gratitude. Cai'er hastily supported him, urging, "Elder Zhang, please rise. You honor me far too greatly." After standing, Zhang Funing remarked, "Madam Min, your words have been profoundly enlightening. After half a lifetime, I feel as if I am a novice again, struggling to grasp the essentials. I am truly ashamed. There is no need for such self-deprecation, Elder Zhang. I merely possess a few ideas. What I can create is beyond my capabilities," she replied. Min Zonghai also encouraged, "Indeed, Elder Zhang, you are our esteemed elder, and there are many aspects for which we wish to learn from you. Without your guidance on the cabinet wheels, we would still be pondering for ages. It is evident that everyone has their strengths, and your reputation in Changzhou is well-deserved." Zhang Funing laughed heartily. "Excellent. Young ones, should you encounter difficulties in the future, I will gladly offer my assistance. Just send someone to Huzi Hall in the west of the city to inform me." Min Zonghai's recent performance had endeared him to Zhang Funing, who was more than willing to mentor him. Min Zonghai bowed, thanking him. Cai'er cheerfully remarked, "When the time comes, old Zhuang mustn't find us bothersome." Zhuang Funing shook his head and smiled. "Oh you, I cannot blame you for your peculiar notions." As they bid farewell, each went their separate ways. Cai'er, holding 350 taels, gleefully turned to Min Zonghai and said, "Now that we have this money, what shall we do?" "What do you wish to do?" "I aspire to open a bakery, and I shall name it Delicious Affection." "Bread? Do you recall the oven we ordered for Master Qian a few days ago? It is meant for baking bread." "Oh, once I have it ready, you will see." As they traveled by carriage, Cai'er boldly leaned against Min Zonghai and continued, "I would also like you to craft some tables, chairs, and cabinets for my shop." "Very well. Also make me a bathtub." Although it was somewhat peculiar, he replied, "All right." "And a wardrobe?" "Sure. Perhaps a lumber business as well." "Certainly." Min Zonghai looked at Cai'er in astonishment. A lumber business? He had expected her to request something more creative, given her design skills. Surely, that would be quite lucrative. She had previously suggested as much. Yet now she wanted him to start a lumber business. "Isn't that your forte?" "But you, enough of the buts. My dream is a bakery, and I have no time to indulge in those tedious drawings. Besides, others will simply copy them. I do not possess such abundant ideas." It seemed she understood him well. Min Zonghai smiled faintly, choosing not to expose her flimsy excuse. Upon returning to Chang City, they heard a multitude of voices discussing the Sun family's predicament. Cai'er listened, her mouth agape. Was this an attempt at forced marriage? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her, and she felt that the third branch would not let this matter rest. That day, as they passed by the glorious restaurant, she spotted Min Zonghai from a distance. As the saying goes, one's heart reflects in one's appearance. She felt it best to keep her distance from him. After tidying up, Min Zonghai and Cai'er made their way to the Sun residence to inquire about the situation. Madame Zhang launched into another round of complaints. Although Sun Lao-san was displeased, he had improved considerably compared to a few days prior. Sun Xiaohua, after much contemplation, had become more magnanimous and ceased to dwell on superficial matters. Her days were now occupied with embroidery and assisting in the shop. Recently, she had been quite troubled as she did not wish to have a dullard like Dia as her sister-in-law. However, after hearing from Wu Xiaozai about Feng Yingying's plan, she felt reassured. Having established a rapport with Feng Yonyo, she deemed her a good person and assumed that Feng Yingying was equally commendable, thus speaking well of her. Thanks to Sister Yingying's cleverness, my brother's innocence was preserved. Cai'er pondered, could this be Min Zonghui's scheme? Min Zonghai replied, Dia would not seek out Wu Xiaozai on her own. Madame Zhang spat in disdain. I knew it. They must be struggling with their restaurant and have turned their attention to us. They will never set foot in our home. Cai'er turned to Min Zonghai and asked, Do you think he will cease his pursuit? Hard to say, Min Zonghai murmured, pursing his lips. Meanwhile, Min Zonghui arrived with Daya at the gate of the Sun residence. You must remember, you are to stay at his home for the night, no matter what. Daya timidly nodded, and after Min Zonghui departed, she lingered at the entrance of the Sun family compound, hesitating for a long while. Her hand raised only to lower it again, repeating the motion several times. As the night deepened, Cai'er and Min Zonghai took their leave, stepping outside to catch a fleeting glimpse of a gray figure by the gate. Min Zonghai gestured for Cai'er to be quiet, then stealthily approached the entrance, flinging the door open and throwing a punch. Cai'er cried out in fright, and Min Zonghai instantly withdrew his hand. Dia, what brings you here? Cai'er stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Her naturally shy and introverted demeanor had been further intensified by Min Zonghui's earlier words, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Cai'er furrowed her brow, realizing that Dia's presence at the doorway might stir up unnecessary trouble, and quickly urged, It's getting late. You should head back. Dia nodded meekly and fled as if escaping. By the time she reached the street, she was breathless and exhausted. Slowing her pace, she walked along the desolate road, where the biting cold wind howled, seeping through her thin clothing and chilling her to the bone. Just then, a drunken man staggered towards her, colliding with the bowed head of Dia. Who is it? Can't you see? He squinted his murky eyes, scrutinizing Dia. Oh, where did this young lady come from? Quite charming indeed. Instantly emboldened, he lunged forward, lewdly declaring, Come, let me have a taste. I promise you a night of ecstasy. Dia screamed and stumbled backward, only to be seized by the drunken man, and they both tumbled to the ground. At that moment, a carriage approached from behind, and the driver turned to speak to the passenger within, nodding before continuing on. As the carriage passed by, a gust of wind blew, causing the curtains to flutter. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. The driver, responding to a command, leaped down and swiftly lifted the drunken man, tossing him aside until the man begged for mercy. Daya felt a sudden lightness, her eyes fluttering open to behold a pair of golden-soled shoes standing before her. The man crouched down to assist her, inquiring, Are you all right, my lady? Dia gazed at him, feeling as if he were a celestial being descending from above, radiating an extraordinary demeanor and speaking with refined elegance. Where do you reside, my lady? Upon hearing the word home, Dia's pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing her to falter. The man quickly steadied her, allowing her to lean against him. Would you care to stay at my abode for the night? The warmth of his embrace and the gentle tone of his voice made Dia unconsciously nod, following him into the carriage. Meanwhile, Cai'er and Min Zonghai had been traveling for 2 days, returning to the Sun family once more utterly fatigued. They hastily washed up and fell into a deep slumber. It was late November, with snow imminent, resulting in an exceptionally damp and cold day. Despite having a brazier burning, the bedding remained chilly. Once Min Zonghai settled into bed, Cai'er immediately snuggled against him, nestling in his arms. With a playful smile, she remarked, It's terribly cold tonight. Min Zonghai held her soft form close, lost in thought. Dear husband, what do you think Min Zonghui intends by sending Dia to the Sun family? I don't know. It's likely not a good sign. Being loitering at the Sun family's door at this hour could lead to unforeseen complications if seen by prying eyes. After a moment of silence, Min Zonghai remarked, "Perhaps he intends to create a rift, seeking to once again entangle himself with the Sun family." Cai'er found herself at a loss for words. She had to concede that sometimes the most inept strategies could prove to be the most effective. Yet, her heart ached for Dia. Cai'er måtte ta herself. Those who are pitiable must possess their own faults. Min Zonghai gazed at her in a daze, pondering why. If one is unable to strive for success, no one can come to their aid. Historically, a woman's lack of talent was deemed a virtue. Her worth lay in her ability to bear children and manage a household. Ambition was a trait reserved for men. Dia merely followed her brother's guidance, which was not inherently wrong. However, Cai'er asserted that this was a failure to strive, piquing Min Zonghai's curiosity. Even women should be ambitious. She is a person, not an object to be manipulated. To be blindly obedient, lacking discernment and the ability to distinguish right from wrong, is her true error. Suddenly, Cai'er sat up, speaking earnestly. If I were to have a daughter, she must be educated and enlightened, her studies to be on par with those of Sun. No solely female education allowed. Wouldn't that create another Cai'er? What's wrong with that? A woman should not be overshadowed by a man. Oh, then pray tell, Miss G, how do you intend to not be overshadowed by men? Cai'er reclined, wrapping herself warmly. I aim to introduce exquisite bread to every corner of the country. Let the world know that Master G's bread is the finest on earth. Yes, I have decided. The shop shall be named Delicious Affection. Having traversed millennia to meet you, I ask for neither abandonment nor separation, but rather a bond that endures through life and death. Throughout her journey, Cai'er contemplated clearly that matters of fate are predestined. In this era, she could not prevent him from taking a concubine, nor could she stop him from changing his heart. Yet, exchanging hearts in return, a venture that had faltered in her past life, was something she wished to attempt once more in this lifetime. To live a life true to one's desires is to honor this existence. If you find this narrative to be commendable, your recommendations and collections will be greatly appreciated. We warmly welcome all readers to delve into the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works available. Mobile users, please visit Reading. Chapter 18. The Call for Support at Dawn. A splendid carriage rolled into the courtyard of Min Laosan. He quickly rose, uncertain of the identity of the visitor, hesitating to intrude. From the carriage emerged a maid of average stature, who then assisted a frail figure down from within. Upon closer inspection, Min Laosan was startled to see the woman's pallid complexion and haggard appearance, as if she might collapse at any moment. "What has befallen you, miss?" he inquired. The woman remained dazed, allowing the maid to guide her inside, where she lay down. Min Fangshi, however, was more concerned with the maid and asked, "Who are you? How is it that you accompany Miss?" The maid discreetly brushed off the sleeve that Min Fangshi had touched and replied, "I am a servant of Master Sheng from the Sheng residence. Last night, Miss Min stayed at our home, and today I have been instructed by the master to return her and inform you that a sedan will come on a chosen day to escort her to Sheng's residence for a life of luxury. Please make the necessary preparations. Farewell." With that, she re-entered the carriage and departed. Arya leaped out from a nearby room, exclaiming, "It is Master Sheng from the Wei Tian Tavern." Min Fangshi seized Arya, asking, "Is that the same Wei Tian Tavern next to your brother's restaurant?" "Indeed," Min Laosan questioned uncertainly. "Could it be another Master Sheng?" Arya affirmed, "There is only one Master Sheng in Chongqing. What could their intentions be in taking Miss?" Min Laosan's inquiry sparked a glimmer of realization in Min Fangshi's eyes, prompting her to eagerly ask Arya, "Does Master Sheng have a wife?" "Of course. Where would the peony come from otherwise?" "Then she's to be a concubine?" she posited. Arya added, "However, I have heard that Master Sheng previously had several concubines, but they all met untimely fates, the longest living merely a year." Min Laosan clapped Arya on the shoulder. "Go fetch your elder brother." "What about the second brother?" "What use is he? Just find your elder brother." "Aya Dashitov." Shortly thereafter, Min Zonghai rushed back, entering with urgency. "Father, is it truly Master Sheng who returned Miss?" Seeing Min Zonghai, Min Laosan appeared to have found his anchor, and approached him. A maid brought her back. claiming it was by the order of Master Sheng. How did Miss end up at Sheng's residence? I know not. She returned in this state and has answered no questions. The maid mentioned she stayed there last night. Alas, Min Zonghai, however, was pleased, declaring, "What is that Wu Lungzi worth? He cannot compare to even a finger of Master Sheng. Though she is to be a concubine, it is far better to be a wealthy man's concubine than a poor man's wife. The previous concubines may have perished due to their ill fortune, but our miss possesses great fortune, destined to become a young mistress." Arya exclaimed with delight, "Is it true? Is my elder sister to marry Master Sheng?" Min Zonghai laughed. Indeed, after all the twists and turns, it is still our miss who is fortunate. Thankfully, the affair with that Wu lad did not come to fruition. Otherwise, she would have missed such a splendid match, and it would have been truly regrettable. Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to calculate. If my elder sister marries Master Sheng, then Peony shall surely call her aunt. As Min Zonghai absorbed Min Zonghai's words, he too began to ponder the advantages and disadvantages of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Min Laosan. "Father, we ought to acquiesce to this matter. The influence of the Weitian restaurant is substantial, and resistance would be futile. Since Master Sheng has taken the initiative to propose marriage to our eldest sister, even if she were to become a concubine, I believe he would treat her well. Furthermore, with the backing of Weitian restaurant, his establishment may also experience a revival." Min Laosan, gazing into his son's fierce eyes, realized that even if he refused, his son would remain resolute in his decision. With a sigh of resignation, he acquiesced, but added, "After all, she is your sister. We must ensure her dowry is not meager." On the bed, the eldest daughter wept profusely, her eyes filled with despair, devoid of any spark of life. That day, the elder Zhang sent a matchmaker to the Feng family. Due to son Zhang being 5 months older than Feng Zhang, she is referred to as the elder Zhang, while Feng Zhang is the younger. The younger Zhang had a favorable impression of Wu Xiaozai, and since she had a good rapport with the elder Zhang, she believed her daughter would not face any difficulties in the marriage. However, matters of matrimony are seldom resolved in a single encounter, lest the bride lose her value. Thus, she feigned the need to consult with Feng Er, requesting the matchmaker to return the following day. The matchmaker, skilled in reading expressions, discerned the satisfaction on the younger Zhang's face, which betrayed her thoughts. Hence, upon leaving the Feng household, she made her way directly to the Sun family. The younger Zhang relayed the proposal from the Sun family to everyone, and Feng Er had no objections. Second sister Feng Cici and third sister Feng Yonyo were also pleased, having developed a fondness for the simple-hearted elder brother, who would often share treats with them during their encounters. Moreover, Feng Yonyo had completely forgotten about the incident from 3 years prior, when Wu Xiaozai had bullied her. Only Feng Yingying remained silent. The younger Zhang inquired, "Yingying?" Feng Yingying rose and walked outside, saying, "I will return shortly." Feng Cici exchanged glances with Feng Yonyo and followed her out. Beneath a tree at a bend in the path, Feng Yingying intercepted Wu Xiaozai on his way home. "You?" she asked, pressing her lips together. "Why did you come to my house to propose?" Wu Xiaozai was taken aback. "Huh? Propose?" It dawned on him that the reassuring glance his mother had given him as she left was indeed about this matter. He wanted to explain that it was his mother's idea, yet to claim he harbored no feelings at all would be disingenuous. "About that day, I didn't wish to involve you, so my mother asked me, Feng Yingying interjected, asked if you want to marry me. So you agreed out of a sense of responsibility?" "No." Wu Xiaozai grew flustered, his face reddening as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, inadvertently inciting Feng Yingying's ire. "You need not feel obligated, nor must you take responsibility. I will bear the consequences of my own actions." With that, she turned and fled. "Yingying." Wu Xiaozai cursed his own tongue, always leading him into trouble. "Chase after her." Feng Yonyo urged anxiously from the side. Wu Xiaozai, quick on his feet, did not pause to discern who it was and hurried after Feng Yingying, his heart racing. Feng Cici, displeased, remarked to her younger sister, "Why are you helping him?" Already aware of the situation, she understood her elder sister's intentions and felt that Wu Xiaozai was being quite ungrateful. Feng Yonyo with wide eyes, retorted, "Why shouldn't I help? Did you not wish for Wu Gij to become our brother-in-law?" Feng Sisi let out a disdainful huff. If he truly harbored affection for the elder sister, it would be a welcome prospect. However, it was evident that his intentions were merely rooted in gratitude. Feng Nyonyo, puzzled, remarked, but Xiaoyu did not say that. Being of the same age as Xiaoyu, she had grown familiar with him through his frequent visits to the tofu shop for dried tofu. Through their interactions, he had mentioned how Brother Wu would always advise him to buy more without haggling every time he came to their home for tofu. Furthermore, he would inquire about their circumstances, inevitably leading to questions about the elder sister. He had asserted that if the elder sister were well, Brother Wu would not inquire further. Yet, on days when the elder sister seemed unwell, Brother Wu appeared anxious and distracted. Once, she had even secretly witnessed Brother Wu hiding the medicine he had purchased. He claimed that Brother Wu must indeed have feelings for the elder sister. "What are you still standing there for? Why not hurry after him?" Feng Sisi exclaimed, pulling her dazed younger sister along as they pursued the direction in which Wu Xiaozai had vanished. "Yingying, listen to me." Wu Xiaozai, maintaining a distance of 2 steps from Feng Yingying, saw that she refused to halt. With determination, he leapt forward and landed on her. The impact sent them both tumbling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Pinned beneath Wu Xiaozai, Feng Yingying felt something pressing against her. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her face flushed crimson. "Get off me!" Wu Xiaozai, having never touched a woman before, found the softness and fragrance surrounding him overwhelming. The heat from her blush spread throughout his own body. Rising from her, he instinctively reached out a hand to assist her, but fearing she might perceive him as presumptuous, he withdrew it. As Feng Yingying stood up, she caught sight of Wu Xiaozai's hesitant gesture, and her mood inexplicably brightened. "Allow me to explain," Wu Xiaozai began, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart before continuing. "In the past, my mother spoke very highly of you. At the time, I had no hesitation in rejecting her words." A feeling of frustration welled up within Feng Yingying, prompting her to turn away from him in silence. Wu Xiaozai moved in front of her, pleading, "Please don't be upset. Just let me finish." After the rejection, he had not given it much thought, but that day when he visited her to buy tofu, upon seeing her, he recalled his mother's words. Returning home, he found himself unable to shake thoughts of her. He longed to see her yet felt too timid to do so. "Once, I heard Xiaoyu mention that you visited the Chicken Miao Temple. I only wished to catch a glimpse of you from afar. I thought that would ease my yearning, but upon returning home, I found myself desiring you even more." Wu Xiaozai rambled, glancing at Feng Yingying, who was radiant with a rosy complexion and sparkling eyes, utterly adorable. Her lips parted slightly. "Why are you so afraid? What do you fear?" Sensing her sentiments, he boldly took her hand. "You are so capable, so wonderful. Yet I remain uncertain of your feelings. In the past, you would not spare me a glance and often treated me harshly." She pulled her hand away. "I was fierce because of your mischief." He grasped her hand again, attempting to appease her. "It was my fault for making you angry. I shall not dare again." His earnest demeanor provoked a delightful giggle from Feng Yingying. She was naturally beautiful and accustomed to presenting a composed and spirited demeanor, but now, displaying a more feminine charm. Wu Xiaozai felt a delightful stir within his heart. He reached out, gently caressing her face, though it was my mother who first mentioned affection. I too am filled with joy. He gazed deeply into her eyes. "And you? Will you accept my feelings?" Feng Yingying glimpsed her own reflection in Wu Xiaozai's eyes and mused that they would surely find happiness together. Chapter 19. Preparations to those who appreciate this work. My heartfelt gratitude. The following day, Mrs. Zhang agreed to the matchmaker's proposal, who then took the betrothal gift and proceeded to the Sun family. "Sister-in-law, I told you so. Such a splendid union is bound to succeed. Only a fool would decline." The matchmaker, surnamed Hua, was a woman of no ordinary charm and relatively youthful, thus affectionately referred to as Huan Yang by acquaintances. It was essential for Huan Yang's eloquence to persuade them further. Mrs. Zhang was also elated. They conversed for quite some time, until Mrs. Zhang handed a bundle to Huan Yang, who then took her leave. After bidding her farewell, Mrs. Zhang returned to the main room, still murmuring to herself. In the courtyard, Sun Xiaohua was hanging laundry when she spotted Yer approaching. She promptly set down her clothes and greeted her. "Sister-in-law, you have come?" Yer smiled. "Indeed, I came to see if Hua has grown more beautiful." In truth, she was concerned about the incident involving the previous night, hence her visit. Sun Xiaohua pulled Yer into the house, saying, "It matters not if I become beautiful. What brings joy is that my brother is to be engaged." As they entered the main room, Mrs. Zhang, unusually cheerful, rose to welcome Yer. "Zonghai's wife has arrived. Please take a seat." "Aunt, there is no need for formality. Did Hua mention that Wu has become engaged?" "Indeed, I previously spoke with that young man, and he was hesitant, yet upon seeing Ying, he readily agreed. Ying is quite a fine girl. What more could I desire? Her mother and I are from the same lineage. It is as if we were even closer related." Unable to tolerate her mother's boastful demeanor, Sun Xiaohua inquired of Yer, "Sister-in-law, is there something you wish to discuss today?" "Well, after we left your home the other day, we encountered Dia, who lingered outside your door. I fear something might transpire." "Oh, her? She can no longer cause any more trouble." Upon mentioning this, Mrs. Zhang seemed invigorated, brimming with pride. "Dia has been promised to Lord Sheng as a concubine and will be moving in shortly. Is this progress not rather swift?" Since returning, first there were whispers about Wu and Dia's impropriety, and in a matter of days, Wu became engaged to Feng Ying, and now Dia is to become a concubine. Observing Yer's astonished expression, Mrs. Zhang added with an air of secrecy, "I hear that on the night you encountered her, she was first harassed before being rescued by Lord Sheng, and the next day, his maid returned her home, stating that she would be fetched at an auspicious time." "Aunt, how do you know this?" "Huan Yang shared this with me. In Changcheng, there is nothing she does not know. In this world, the wicked shall reap what they sow. Retribution exists, and it has arrived." Mrs. Zhang rambled on, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of Dia's downfall. Nevertheless, the engagement between Wu and Feng Ying was indeed a cause for celebration. As for Dia, that was beyond her concern. Each individual must navigate their own life, whether it be for better or worse. The experiences are theirs alone to endure. "Wow, Master Qian, you are truly remarkable." Gazing at the circular roasting oven before her, Yer was utterly impressed. Old Qian had transformed the square roasting oven she had drawn into a circular one, complete with a handle in the center. Turning the handle allowed for even heat distribution across all sides of the oven. As the oven was opened, a rack on 4 wheels revealed itself, capable of moving effortlessly within the circular oven, ensuring that the bread remained immobile during the rotation. Old Moneyhead puffed on his cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the Old Money blacksmith shop was not merely a title of vanity. Min Zonghai presented a jar of bamboo leaf wine, asserting that Master Qian truly deserved the title of Iron Sage. Old Moneyhead accepted the drink, waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, what Iron Sage nonsense. I am but a simple iron enthusiast, having spent my life in the company of iron. Surely, I have acquired some skill." Yer handed over 50 taels of silver, asserting that whether he was an iron sage or an iron fool, silver was not made of iron. Old Moneyhead furrowed his brow. "Has the girl struck it rich?" Yer chuckled. "Master Qian's remuneration must be honored, even if it means selling pots and pans. If you sell pots and pans, my dear little son will have my head." Old Moneyhead pushed the silver back, insisting that 5 taels would suffice. Min Zonghai interjected, "Let Yer give 5 taels. After all, Master Qian is an iron sage, and sages regard wealth as mere refuse." Yer handed over the silver and then produced a blueprint from her bosom, saying, "I have another gift for you, master. Please do not disdain it." Old Moneyhead, intrigued by the sight of paper, took it and examined it closely. He then looked up at Yer, asking, "What is this?" Understanding his curiosity, Yer smiled and nodded, confirming his unvoiced speculations, though still in disbelief. Min Zonghai leaned in to catch a glimpse, inquiring, "Master, do you recognize what it is?" He had seen the drawing by Yer, but could not discern its purpose. She merely replied, "It's a secret," and offered no further explanation. In frustration, Min Zonghai seized the opportunity to pin her down on the bed, kissing her until she was dizzy, at which point she pleaded for mercy and revealed the truth. Consequently, Yer ignored him for the entire night, not uttering a single word until they arrived at the iron shop. Old Moneyhead chuckled. What a fine item. When Min Zonghai asked him further questions, Old Moneyhead remained silent, fixated on the drawing. Helpless, Min Zonghai hoisted the furnace and departed with Yair, bidding farewell to Old Moneyhead. Their journey led them to Lioli Street, where the bustling atmosphere was incomparable to that of Hehe Street. Next to the Yong'an pawn shop, a small two-story shop displayed a for rent sign at its entrance, which stood ajar, suggesting that there were voices within. Yair paused, peering inside, but the dim light obscured any details. Shall we go in and take a look? Min Zonghai whispered in her ear. Yair shot him a look of disdain and turned away. Upon returning home, Min Zonghai cleaned the inside of the furnace and set it up in the kitchen. Yair measured out an appropriate amount of flour, eggs, sugar, salt, and yeast, relying solely on her instincts in the absence of measuring tools. She combined all the ingredients and kneaded them into a smooth ball, covering it with a damp cloth to let it rise. For her first attempt, Yair opted for simple round shapes, primarily to test the flavor. After placing a white cloth beneath, she set the 4 small loaves into the oven. Min Zonghai stoked the fire while Yair gradually turned the handle. Moments later, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Min Zonghai inhaled deeply. Indeed, as the time approached, Yair called for a halt, carefully retrieving the tray with specially crafted cotton gloves. The coloration had deepened slightly. Min Zonghai could hardly contain his excitement. He picked up a pastry, but, to his dismay, it was scalding hot and slipped from his grasp. Seeing his comical struggle, Yair doubled over with laughter. Delicious, soft and fragrant, Min Zonghai exclaimed, savoring each bite. Yair sampled one as well, adding, it would be even better with a bit of jam. The initial flavor is delightful, but if only we had some milk. Milk? Min Zonghai inquired. Isn't it rather pungent? Just boil it, and it will be fine, she replied thoughtfully. Do you know where we could find some? My uncle has a cousin who deals in cattle. He raises a few himself. When his children are hungry, they sneak some milk, but the other kids want to play with them because of the strong smell. Now it's late. We shall go see him tomorrow. As the evening approached, Min Zonghai, noticing there was still some time left, ventured into the backyard while Yair prepared dinner. The following day, Min Zonghai took Yair to visit his cousin Feng Jin. Upon entering the yard, they were greeted by a potent smell of cattle, though no cows were in sight, likely hidden in the back. Upon hearing their purpose, Feng Jin chuckled. I thought it was some grand affair. Here, we have nothing but milk to spare. Min Zonghai turned to Yair. How much do you want? After some contemplation, Yair replied, let us start with a jug. We'll test the flavor before placing a formal order with your uncle. Feng Jin filled a jug of milk and handed it to Min Zonghai, saying, if you need more, just come back. Min Zonghai remarked, Uncle, consider this our trial of your milk. We shall pay you in silver later. Feng Jin was taken aback. What's silver? If you don't drink it, it will spoil. Take it and enjoy. We are grateful for your company. Unbeknownst to them, half of the odor in the yard was due to sour milk. Yair, noticing Feng Jin's urgency, quickly reassured him, Uncle, we intend to use the milk for cooking, and of course, we will pay you. Feng Jin, puzzled, asked, but the milk is so strong. Will it yield a pleasant dish? Min Zonghai added, you see, once boiled, the pungency dissipates. Have to give it a try, and you'll see. Feng Jin's eyes brightened. Is that so? Then let us proceed. After exchanging words of thanks, the two returned. On their way, they encountered a vendor selling citrus fruits and purchased 10 pounds. Then turned into a grocery store to buy 10 pounds of sugar. Upon their return, Yair peeled the citrus and mixed it with an appropriate amount of sugar, setting it aside to marinate. She then heated the milk and, after it cooled, prepared milk bread, which indeed turned out even more delightful. Once the bread was ready, the marinated citrus had released a considerable amount of juice, prompting her to start a new pot, bringing it to a boil before simmering it slowly to create jam until the fruit was tender and the liquid thickened. She then filled a large jar to the brim. Subsequently, she made jam-filled bread. Min Zonghai, too engrossed in the delicious offerings, paid no mind to the variety of new creations Yair had prepared. He simply indulged, declaring, regardless of how skillful others may be, my focus is solely on the feast before me. After a day filled with activity and shared meals, there was no need for additional cooking, and the two washed up and retired for the night without further mention. In the days that followed, Yu crafted various types of bread, and Min Zonghai delivered a basket to both the Sun family and Old Qian. Sun Xiaohua often lingered at Min's house, ensuring she received the first portion from each batch. So fragrant. What culinary delights is my sister-in-law concocting now? From the sound, it is clear who it is. Min Zonghai, preoccupied with his business, had finally managed to carve out some free time and hastily made his way over. Upon entering the kitchen, he found only Yu. Where is my sister-in-law? She has gone to the eastern part of the town to deliver something. His heart filled with joy as he approached the basket beside Yu. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, "What is my sister-in-law making? It smells divine." Yeah. Feeling a sense of aversion, moved to the other side of the stove and said, "I am experimenting with making bread myself. Do have a taste, cousin." Min Zonghai took a piece of bread, took a bite, and praised fragrant and delectable. Truly delightful. He typically had little fondness for sweet treats, yet at this moment, he found himself reluctant to reach for another. After not seeing each other for several days, he had a myriad of words to share. Yet now he felt like a mute gourd, unable to utter a single word. "Sister-in-law," Min Zonghai began, only to be interrupted by a melodious female voice. Sun Xiaohua, nearly 13, had begun to take on a feminine form. She gracefully leaped into the kitchen, intending to startle Yu, only to be taken aback by the sight of Min Zonghai, which startled her considerably. Her face flushed crimson as she slowly approached Yu. Peering over her shoulder to greet Min Zonghai, Min Zonghai nodded in acknowledgement, surprised by her entrance. Yu pulled Sun Xiaohua forward. "Hua, come help me. I'm nearly overwhelmed. Your brother Zonghai has been gone for ages, and I have no idea where he is loitering." Just as Zonghai had left, Sun Xiaohua had arrived. Technically, he had only been gone for a short while, yet Yu seemed to imply otherwise. Sun Xiaohua stole a glance at Min Zonghai. As if beginning to grasp something, she took a deep breath and, as usual, resumed her playful banter with Yu. Min Zonghai attempted several times to speak privately with Yu, but was repeatedly interrupted by Sun Xiaohua's inquiries. "Zonghai, is there nothing happening in the village?" It was only then that Min Zonghai recalled his midday meal appointment. Reluctantly, he had to take his leave. Yu playfully chided, "You little rascal." Sun Xiaohua stuck out her tongue, smiling silently. Suddenly, Yu leaned closer and whispered, "Do not mimic your brother Zonghai. After all, we are relatives, and we shall inevitably cross paths. It is best to keep some distance, especially since he has done nothing inappropriate." Sun Xiaohua tilted her head in confusion, but nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. Grand opening on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. The establishment of Delicious Affection officially commenced its operations. The storefront was the quaint little building that Yu had previously set her sights on. Seizing the opportunity while delivering bread to Old Qian, Min Zonghai ventured to inquire about the situation at the shop, and upon seeing it in person, he found it quite agreeable. He returned to share his thoughts with Yu. The following day, the pair visited once more, and Yu, thoroughly satisfied, decided to purchase it for 260 taels. Initially contemplating a rental, they found that the owner, in urgent need of funds, was only willing to sell. The shop featured a charming two-story layout, with the ground floor serving as the storefront, while the upper level contained 2 rooms for accommodation, along with a small courtyard and a spacious kitchen at the back. Yu felt quite pleased. After calculating her savings, she resolutely made the purchase. The tables and chairs within the shop were crafted from trees that Min Zonghai had personally felled with the assistance of several fellow apprentices. On the eve of the grand opening, Yu, Min Zonghai, and Sun Xiaohua busily prepared, creating 2 baskets filled with assorted breads, totaling 20 baskets. Min Zonghai expressed his concern. "Is it wise to make so many for the first time? What if we do not sell them all?" Sun Xiaohua responded with a smile. "This is the only bread in the Ming dynasty. It's both aesthetically pleasing and delicious. I fear we may not have enough." Yu nodded in agreement, noting, "Fortunately, we have procured ample ingredients. We can adjust according to demand and make more if necessary." Suddenly, firecrackers exploded in a jubilant cacophony, heralding the opening of yet another new shop on Liuli Street. Curious onlookers peered about, reading the sign of Delicious Affection. Yet many remained unaware of what the establishment offered until the aroma of baked milk bread wafted through the air. In no time, A continuous stream of customers flowed in. By midday, all the bread had been sold out. Min Zonghai, gazing at the empty baskets, pondered the unexpected turn of events. Cai'er patted him on the shoulder. Why are you standing there in shock? Quickly, go purchase another bucket of milk. Huaya, please check with your brother at his shop and ask him to spare someone to assist me. The two hurried off, observing the shop devoid of any stock. Cai'er felt little concern and proceeded to the kitchen to knead the dough. Shortly after, Wu Xiaozai and son Xiaohua entered the kitchen, and before Cai'er could utter a word, a young woman clad in green approached, carrying a basket. Sister-in-law, I imagine you haven't tea eaten yet. I made this myself. Please use it if you don't mind, she said with a smile. Cai'er accepted the basket and glanced at Wu Xiaozai, realizing that fortune smiled not only upon him, but also upon her. Wu Xiaozai, caught in her gaze, lowered his head. He and Feng Yingying had officially exchanged pledges, awaiting the next year to formalize their engagement. Feng Yingying helped select the vegetables and asked, Why is it just you, sister-in-law? Where is my second brother? He went to your uncle's house to buy milk, Cai'er replied. She had long heard that her family had begun purchasing milk from her uncle for the purpose of making bread, which explained the delightful aroma. Just the other day, my second cousin brought a bucket of milk, and I pinched my nose, refusing to drink it. Yet, I couldn't help but secretly observe that Nyonyo relished it, prompting me to reluctantly try a sip, which was surprisingly delightful. My cousin mentioned that it was your sister-in-law's method of boiling the milk and adding some sugar, making it sweet and enjoyable. This way, the Uncle S household has gained a new source of income. We must thank my second brother and sister-in-law. Feng Yingying chatted and laughed, much to Cai'er's satisfaction. However, she couldn't help but think, what good is her satisfaction if she is not truly my daughter-in-law? In this scene, son Xiaohua gently nudges Wu Xiaozi with her elbow, whispering, Be careful not to let your saliva drip. Startled, Wu Xiaozi hurriedly wipes the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, finding nothing there. He shoots a fierce glare at his sister for daring to mock him. Turning around, he catches a glimpse of Feng Yingying, her face flushed, wearing an ambiguous smile while deliberately avoiding his gaze. Min vida, yaya laos unreservately, pointing at son Xiaohua with a knowing look. What a lively atmosphere. Min Zonghai returns with a bucket of milk. Cai'er waves her hand, beckoning everyone to come and eat. As Yingying has specially brought the food, Feng Yingying chimes in, Second brother, do try my cooking. Though it may not compare to sister-in-laws, it is at least edible. Cai'er feigns indignation, declaring, Wu Xiaozi, I shall no longer dare to bully you, for fear of causing further trouble. Feng Yingying quickly interjects, Sister-in-law only bullies him out of affection. How could I possibly be upset with her? Please do continue to tease him. This provokes a hearty laughter among the group, leaving Wu Xiaozi in a state of embarrassment, caught between laughter and tears. With the assistance of Wu Xiaozi and Feng Yingying, the bustling afternoon, despite the crowd, remains orderly. As the year-end approaches, everyone is generous, laboring tirelessly from dawn to dusk. Eventually, since Wu Xiaozi cannot remain all day, they enlist the help of Mu Shi. The tofu workshop is particularly busy during the hour of the rabbit, afterward merely selling the product, hence Feng Yingying brings her younger sister, Feng Nyonyo, to assist as well. This barely suffices, otherwise they would surely exhaust themselves. As dusk falls, the lights of countless homes flicker to life. The streets are deserted, shops shuttering for the evening, while wandering merchants return home to reunite with their families. In the Min household, Min Zonghai and Cai'er are calculating the accounts from the past few days. Despite offering a 5-day discount, Cai'er still makes a substantial profit. The total earnings amount to 120 taels, with 35 taels deducted for costs, netting an impressive 85 taels over just 5 days. She had only saved 80 taels in 5 years at the G residence. Wow, such earnings in just 5 days. Imagine what the future holds. Don't get ahead of yourself. With the new year approaching, and given our recent opening, we managed to earn this much. In ordinary times, such profits would be unattainable. Min Zonghai chuckles, marveling at how swiftly the new year has come upon them. Speaking of the new year, Cai'er, preoccupied with culinary delights, has prepared nothing for the festivities. At this moment, they exchange wide-eyed glances, pondering what to do. We'll make do with whatever we have at home. Suddenly, a knock is heard at the door. Zonghai's sister-in-law. Yer rushes to open it, finding Wu Xiaozi and War. What brings you here? Sun Xiaohua smiles, saying, Mother said sister-in-law must not have prepared any New Year's dishes, so she sent us to invite you and second brother to celebrate New Year's Eve. Perfect timing. I was just fretting over what to do tonight. We must thank Annie for remembering us. With that, she turns to tidy up before heading to the Sun family with Min Zonghai. At the Sun household, another round of mutual flattery ensues. Today, Zhang Shi is particularly warm and welcoming, aware that she needs to endear herself to Yer in hopes that she will also impart some knowledge to Wu Xiaozi and Sun Xiaohua. The Sun family members show some discomfort, but she pays them no mind, continuing to lavish praise upon their guests. Until Yer took out the New Year's money to distribute to Wu Xiaozi and Sun Xiaohua, she finally settled down. After dining, the two bid their farewells. As the night had fallen and the Sun family could not keep them any longer, thus they departed together. Upon returning home, with nothing pressing to attend to, the two once again brought out the silver and copper coins, counting them one by one while laughing, and thus the New Year's Eve passed in such a manner. With the arrival of the new year, the first morning should typically be a time for paying respects to elders, but Min Zonghai, being a solitary man, had no one to honor. Yer approached Min Zonghai, presenting him with a new garment, and said, Let us go pay our respects to our parents. Min Zonghai uttered a sound of surprise, yet Yer offered no further explanation, stating, I understand your concerns, but we are merely visiting them, not performing a ritual. Besides, we possess nothing, so what taboos could there be? Grasping a basket, she pulled him along outside. Happy New Year! Where are you two off to, Mr. Min and Mrs. Min? Happy New Year, Uncle Lou. We were just taking a stroll outside the city. Uncle Lou glanced at the basket, thought for a moment, and then understood. Oh, I see. Very well. Off you go. The biting cold wind howled as Yer rested the basket on her elbow, warming her hands by breathing into them. Just as she rubbed them together, a pair of warm hands grasped her small ones, enveloping them in rough palms, exhaling warmth and rubbing gently, providing a delightful comfort. Watching him with a serious expression, her heart softened. After a while, Min Zonghai asked, Are you feeling better? Yer nodded, pulling her hand back. Let's go. The ancestral grave of the Min family lay in desolation. Compared to their visit in summer, it appeared even more forlorn. Yer arranged the bread, saying, Father, Mother, this is the jam bread and milk bread made by your daughter-in-law. Please have a taste. Father, Mother, my husband and I have been married for half a year. Now we have our own shop, which can be considered as reclaiming your daughter's dowry. In the future, my husband will also engage in the timber business. If you have the time, please bless us with smooth sailing. Min Zonghai chuckled. What kind of talk is this? Yer, unfazed and unresponsive, continued to clear the withered branches and grass from the grave. Standing at the grave, Min Zonghai gazed at the distant mountains for a long time. Father, Mother, Happy New Year! Taking advantage of the New Year's leisure, Yer used her dowry of 80 taels of silver to purchase 8 acres of land from the landlord, intending to plant wheat in the spring, as her bread required a substantial amount of flour. They also visited Fengjin, ensuring a daily supply of a large bucket of milk. As for fruits, Min Zonghai suggested, we can collect them from the villagers when the time comes. They will be fresh and inexpensive, also supporting our neighbors. All right, 18 acres is no small matter. We fear we may be overwhelmed. Shall we hire some people to help? Why spend that money? Let others farm the land. If they do not want the wheat, we can convert it into silver and allow them to buy grain themselves. Agreed. In this way, we need not worry. On the 10th day of the new year, Min Zonghai entrusted someone to spread the word about leasing the land, aiming to commence work by the 16th. 18 acres will be divided into 6 acres for rice and 12 acres for wheat. Many were interested in leasing the rice fields. Changcheng, located in the southern reaches, primarily cultivated rice, with wheat being consumed only occasionally. In the end, 3 households with a considerable labor force were chosen, each responsible for 6 acres of land. One day, Min Zonghai returned home and passed by Lu's house, where he saw Lu Guangsai in the courtyard and greeted him. Lu Guangsai snorted dismissively, saying with a hint of envy, With just 18 acres, you think you could be a landlord? Be careful not to break your back. Lu Guangsai, already slight of build with a dark complexion, resembled a jester at that moment, sour grapes evident in his demeanor. Min Zonghai, feeling disheartened, returned home. As he entered his house, someone called out to him. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to see Lu Xiangyun, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Had it not been for her appearance, he might have forgotten her existence entirely. "Xiangyun, is there something you need?" he inquired. Lu Xiangyun appeared frail, almost ghostly. She spoke softly. "My father has spoken too harshly. I hope you won't take it to heart, Zonghai. I'm not concerned. You need not overthink it. You may go back now," he replied. "Zonghai." Lu Xiangyun seemed to wish to say more, yet the words had already escaped her. Observing Min Zonghai's eagerness to avoid any complications, her heart ached, a painful throb akin to a whip cutting through flesh. She quickly lowered her gaze to conceal her tears and turned to leave. Before she could exit the courtyard, Min Zonghai had already returned inside. Lu Xiangyun, head bowed in sorrow, made her way to the gate, only to collide with Min Zongyao. Startled, she stumbled back, but Min Zongyao held her tightly, refusing to let go despite her struggles. "Oh dear, what is happening in broad daylight?" a passerby exclaimed, covering her eyes and shouting. The two were startled and immediately broke apart. Chapter 21. The conclusion. Lu Xiangyun glared fiercely at Min Zongyao, tears streaming down her face as she bit her lip in anguish. With a stomp of her foot, she fled. Min Zongyao, feeling a pang of regret for having caused her distress, turned his menacing gaze toward the old woman. "If any word of this gets out tomorrow, do not expect my leniency." The old woman, startled, stumbled away in haste. The next day marked the 16th, and Min Zonghai, as a landowner, rose early to inspect his fields, demonstrating his concern. Delicious affection had opened its doors on the 15th, coinciding with the Lantern Festival, and the profits were abundant. Aware that he could not continuously rely on Wu Xiaozai and Feng Yingying for assistance, Yer had purchased 2 maidservants, Weijin and Rongjin, one to weigh the bread and the other to assist in the kitchen. Having prepared an ample supply of bread the day before, Yer stationed the 2 maidservants at the front. As 2 women entered, each requesting a pound of nut bread, Weijin measured while Rongjin bagged it. Who would have thought that the Lu family's daughter, who appears so virtuous, would engage in such behavior? One woman exclaimed. But what can one expect from someone who degrades themselves? Unfortunately, someone witnessed it, and now trouble brews. Is it truly Min Lizi's erratic second son? Min Laosan was mocked as a child for having a pockmarked head. Indeed, Sister Lu saw it with her own eyes. How could it be false? But how did they end up at Min Zonghai's doorstep? Flies do not land on an unbroken egg. That girl is not simple. The old woman lowered her voice, saying, "During the autumn harvest, I saw the Lu girl emerge from Zonghai's wheat field, her eyes red and her demeanor sorrowful." As she finished speaking, the old woman suddenly recalled that this was Min Zonghai's establishment, and in the presence of his wife, she realized her voice had been low enough to go unheard. Otherwise, the mistress would not bear such an expression. The 2 women hastily paid and left. Yer paused in his writing, letting out a sigh. In the following days, the news spread even faster than Yer had anticipated. This was disastrous and absurd. After closing for the day, Yer and Min Zonghai returned home early. Upon entering, Yer fetched rice to wash and prepare dinner. Lu Guangxai and his wife stormed in, heading straight for the eastern room. Min Zonghai, left with no choice, followed them in. Lu Guangxai seated himself, poured a cup of cold tea, and cleared his throat before speaking. "Zonghai, our families have long been acquainted. Let's speak plainly. My wife and I do not indulge in subterfuge. Today, I expect a straightforward answer from you." Min Zonghai, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by a straightforward answer?" With a resounding clap, Lu Guangxai rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Min Zonghai. "You heartless scoundrel! Have you abandoned any acknowledgement of the disgrace you have brought upon my daughter Xiangyun? Uncle Lu, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. What does Xiangyun's affair have to do with me? What does it have to do with you? How do you explain what transpired in the wheat field? Xiangyun approached me, and I was unaware of her situation. I exchanged but a few words with her before she left. What more is there to say? Do you insist that there is nothing amiss? Yet others have seen it with their own eyes. What did they witness? Did they observe your entering and embracing Lu Xiangyun with my husband? Did they see them exchanging affectionate gestures? Her departure from my family's wheat field in tears proves nothing. Yet, if that is how they perceive it, what recourse do I have? Moreover, you yourselves cannot articulate it clearly. Lu Guangxi appeared somewhat flustered. Yue asserted firmly, how can it be unclear? We shall seek out Min Zonghai. He was but a foot away and overheard their conversation distinctly. Lu Guangxi stumbled backward, genuinely alarmed. Since learning of the events from his daughter, he had been contemplating strategies. How could Min Zonghai, a scoundrel from a destitute background, be considered a suitable match? On the other hand, Min Zonghai was indeed the favored choice. Why not adopt a strategy of substitution? Thus, the accountability of the day arose. In his agitation, he paced back and forth, suddenly pointing at Min Zonghai. Min Zonghai is his cousin. Naturally, he will shield him. Min Zonghai was truly incensed. Initially, he believed they were merely swayed by rumors, but now it was evident they were determined to implicate him. Such sophistry, to coerce a marriage based on unfounded gossip. Lu Guangxi, with a smug stroke of his mustache, retorted, whether or not it constitutes coercion is not for you to label. It is, after all, your responsibility. Yue fixed her gaze upon him, advancing a few steps, and declared, as long as my uncle intervenes, I fear not Min Zonghai's honesty. He fears not the heavens or the earth, but he does fear his father. Once Min Laoda assumes the role of clan leader, he will prioritize his reputation above all. Should his son be embroiled in such a scandal, he will undoubtedly erupt in fury, and it is unlikely he will rest until this matter is clarified. She chuckled lightly. At that time, Lu Shangyun's reputation may indeed suffer further degradation. With a loud thud, Aunt Lu, who had remained silent, collapsed to the ground, her face etched with despair. After bidding farewell to the Lu family, Min Zonghai approached her. My dear, I am sorry. Placed a finger over his lips. Do not speak. I understand. Min Zonghai wrapped his arms around her waist, his profound gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Her clear eyes, petite nose, and rosy lips. I have vowed that in this lifetime it is only you, and I shall not go back on my word. She softly murmured, if you do not forsake me, I shall not abandon you. Their warm lips met, enveloping the room in a romantic atmosphere. In the darkness, a muffled sound erupted. Yue, are you all right? It hurts so much. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. So it was intentional then? Huh. Then let me trip you once, and we will be even. Oh no, you must not run. After Lu Guangxi returned home, Lu Shangyun caused a scene, further resorting to fasting to coerce Min Zonghai into submission. However, Min Zonghai and Yue continued their daily endeavors, unaffected. 3 days later, the Lu family acquiesced to Min Zonghai's proposal. In truth, Lu Shangyun was not so bad. There was little to be gained from disrupting the harmony between the two families. Min Zonghai set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly. Cousin, let us not speak of this again. Were you not on good terms with Lu Shangyun in the past? Why now? She is merely a concubine. What does it matter? Cousin, what sort of family do we belong to? We cannot take in a concubine. Moreover, I have Yue, who is sufficient for me. Min Zonghai wished to continue speaking but feared his words might backfire, so he fell silent and immersed himself in drink. After a while, feeling slightly intoxicated, he began to speak freely, initially discussing business and various experiences from afar. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn toward the theme of ingratitude. I do not intend to malign my elders, but my third uncle is indeed ungrateful. Have we not supported them enough? The shop was my father's idea. Without him, would they have anything? Ever since they allied with Lord Shang, they have become insufferably arrogant. They had the gall to help sell my farm's produce to the Weitian Tavern. Pushing and shoving, Min Zonghai felt a jolt of realization. Was it truly his uncle's scheme that had led to the dowry shop? Was his oblivious cousin also in on it? And now, the eldest girl has been driven to her demise by Shang. And what glory do they still possess? Min Zonghai exclaimed, the eldest girl is dead? Min Zonghai squinted, casually remarking, indeed. Were you unaware? On the 15th, Shang sent someone to return the eldest girl, accusing my third uncle of concealing her illness and demanding compensation. Or he would report them to the authorities. What do you call that? He took a swig of his drink. That is simply poetic justice. How did she die? Min Zonghai scoffed. The world reveres Sheng as a benevolent gentleman, portraying him as gentle and cultured, a man of virtue. Ha! Nonsense. He is nothing but a hypocritical monster. Unable to satisfy himself, he finds ways to torment women, subjected daily to various forms of torture, while men meet their demise. Otherwise, how could all his previous concubines have vanished? They were all driven to death by his cruelty. Min Zonghai could hardly believe such a person existed. Though years had passed, the shop continued to thrive, yielding a profit of approximately 10 taels of silver daily. After drinking with his cousin Min Zonghai at noon, Min Zonghai found himself somewhat distracted. That evening, after instructing Weijin and Rongjin to watch the shop, Cai'er returned with Min Zonghai. Under Cai'er's persistent questioning, he subtly revealed the details of the eldest girl's death. Cai'er sighed, pondering the unpredictability of fate, realizing that their actions had indirectly led to her demise. My dear, we did not wish for her death. If you feel guilty, we shall visit her tomorrow. The following day, Cai'er spent the day baking bread, storing it away, and then, carrying a basket, she and Min Zonghai ventured to the home of Min Laosan. What are you doing here? Come to gloat? Min Fangshi was exceedingly irritable. She harbored deep resentment toward Min Zonghai and his wife, who were quite close to the Sun family. Min Zonghai remained unfazed, responding, Aunt San, we came to see the eldest girl. What are you looking at? If it weren't for you, my sister would still be alive. Our shop would not have been lost. Get out. Hypocrites. Get out. Min Zongyao suddenly sprang up, shoving them toward the door. Min Zonghai stepped forward, pulling his brother back, calmly stating, on the night my sister encountered Sheng, it was you who drove her away from the Sun household. In your quest for the Sun family, you have caused the death of your own cousin. What fine conscience you possess. Cai'er scoffed, as if hearing an exceptionally amusing remark. You know very well who is responsible for the eldest girl's death. I'm sure my third uncle and aunt are also aware. We took some bread from the store along with 10 taels of silver, as a gesture of goodwill towards our cousins. She set down the basket and pulled Min Zonghai back. Min Zongyao attempted to kick the basket away, but it was snatched by Arya. What are you doing? Second brother, this is bread. I've never even tasted it. She exclaimed. Oomph. They call themselves relatives, yet they don't offer anything to us, only to uncle. You. It was they who caused eldest sister's demise, and you still wish to consume their offerings. Aya scoffed. Oh, spare me. When have you ever cared about eldest sister's death? You only concern yourself with your fragrant sister. When news of her scandal emerged, you couldn't bear it, could you? Min Zonghai shouted in frustration. Enough of this bickering, you useless lot. With that, he stormed off, leaving Min Laosan to gaze at his children, filled with a deep sense of regret. Chapter 22. The elder Zhuang, the saying goes, the year's plan begins in spring, and early spring is the busiest time for farmers. The Min family has leased all 18 acres of their land to outsiders, and the seeds have already been sown. Now it merely requires careful tending, which the tenants will manage. In the delightful romance, both Virgin and Rongjin lend their support, while Min Zonghai begins to strategize his timber business, with the preferred source being the recently hunted Zhongbo Mountain. Why don't we move into the shop and use this place as a warehouse? He proposed. Sound good. I will tidy up, and we can move tomorrow, came the reply. As Cai'er rose to pack the wardrobe, Min Zonghai unexpectedly pulled her, and in a moment of clumsiness, she fell into his embrace, causing him to wince in pain. Cai'er burst into laughter at the sight. Serves you right. Who told you to be so handsy? She teased. Min Zonghai rubbed his chest and chuckled ruefully. Indeed, it is my fault. I merely wish to remind you that it is dark outside, and we should tidy up tomorrow. Yet, someone rushed in a flurry, resulting in my unfortunate collision. She playfully quipped back, keep pretending. Min Zonghai took her delicate hand and placed it over his heart, saying, I challenge you to feel it. As she sensed the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, she felt a wave of shyness and attempted to withdraw her hand. But he held it firmly, making it impossible for her to escape. After several attempts, she resigned herself to the moment. Seeing her acquiescence, Min Zonghai nestled his head against her shoulder, inhaling her fragrance. After a considerable time, Cai'er inquired, do you intend to remain like this? No answer came. She looked down to find Min Zonghai motionless, seemingly asleep against her. She shifted slightly, wishing to assist him to bed, but he held her tightly, leaving her unable to move. Gradually, she too closed her eyes, breathing evenly. That night, they fell asleep in each other's embrace. During the move, Min Zonghai was bustling about, carrying this and that. Leaning against the bed, Cai'er smirked. "This is what you call reaping what you sow." Min Zonghai seemed not to hear, continuing to organize the dressing table. Although Cai'er had sat on his lap the previous night, with him leaning entirely against her upon waking, he found himself unable to move due to a strained lumbar spine. A doctor was summoned, who advised bed rest and abstaining from labor. Was this not the very definition of reaping what he had sown? Regret came too late for Min Zonghai, leaving him to manage alone. Meanwhile, Cai'er could not hold back her laughter, and Min Zonghai chose to ignore her. Eventually, unable to contain herself any longer, she scolded, "Fool! Can't you ask Uncle Sun for help?" Min Zonghai paused, smacking his forehead. "How could I have forgotten?" He dashed out, only to return, "You must not move. If I find you out of bed when I return, you shall see my wrath." With that, he rushed out again. Cai'er smiled at his thoughtfulness. Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, Wu Xiaozi, and Wang Lei had all arrived. Cai'er asked, "Since you're all here, who is watching the shop?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Zista mu, hua and Xiao, you're all there." "Today is not a busy day," replied Wu Xiaozi, as he prepared to lift the dressing table. Cai'er quickly added, "Hey, let Wang Ge join you. Do you still think you're a strong man?" Wu Xiaozi was skeptical and decided to test it out. Indeed, he found it impossible to move, so he enlisted Wang Lei to help him carry it out. With not much in the way of belongings, they worked tirelessly for 2 hours and finally completed the move just before noon. Min Zonghai surveyed the house he had lived in for 10 years, then pushed the cart away. This place would not be sold. It would eternally remain the Min family's estate. Min Zonghai chuckled softly, thinking that such an inheritance would hardly incite rivalry among descendants. It was likely to unfold into a scene reminiscent of brotherly love and respect, or perhaps the tale of Kong Rong yielding his pair. Cai'er recognized his self-deprecation but chose to remain silent, allowing him to push her along quietly. In the shop, Rongzhen was attending to customers in the hall, while Weizhen busied herself in the kitchen. Cai'er was very pleased with these two girls. Rongzhen was chatty and cheerful, making her the perfect hostess, while Weizhen was composed and diligent in her work. Cai'er had taught her the art of bread making, for the shop could not do without her. Catching sight of Cai'er being pushed in a cart, Rongzhen hurried over, asking, "Madam, what seems to be the matter? Are you unwell?" Cai'er glanced at Min Zonghai and replied with a smile, "I merely twisted my waist. It is nothing serious." "How is the shop? Are you managing well?" Min Zonghai attempted to assist Cai'er to her feet, but Rongzhen, noticing this, quickly supported Cai'er on her right side and said, "There aren't too many customers today. I can manage just fine on my own." Min Zonghai then lifted her in his arms and carried her upstairs, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will take care of everything. You should rest." On the second floor, there were 2 rooms. One had already been assigned to the 2 girls. Min Zonghai carried Cai'er into the other room, where Weizhen had already tidied up the bed, table, and chairs. Cai'er could simply lie down and relax. "Weizhen is quite quick on her feet," Cai'er remarked with a smile. "How could it be otherwise with your selection?" she quipped, pursing her lips and not wishing to say more. Realizing it was noon, she added, "You've been busy for several hours. You should go eat. Uncle Sun and the others need to be settled as well." Min Zonghai responded while pouring tea. "I've already instructed Wu Xiaozu to order a table of dishes from the nearby restaurant. They should have gone by now. I'll ask Weizhen to bring you a portion shortly. For now, enjoy a cup of tea and rest." Cai'er accepted the teacup and urged him to go. With the move complete, the next step was to tidy up, and each individual would soon return to their own affairs without further mention. 5 days later, as Cai'er had just perfected a recipe for meat floss bread, warm and enticing, Rongzhen insisted on swapping with Weizhen to have a taste of the first batch. Having grown up alongside Rongzhen, Weizhen regarded her as a younger sister. At this moment, she playfully poked her on the head, reminding her not to focus solely on eating, but also to express her thoughts. With a smile, she exited. "You two share a wonderful bond," Cai'er remarked. Rongzhen, munching on the bread, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have been with my sister since I can remember. We once lived by begging, and when I grew too thin, my sister sold herself to provide for me. keeping all the money for my sake. I could not bear it. If I had told her, she would have refused. So, I secretly sought out the family that bought my sister, pleading with them to take me in without asking for a single coin. They turned me away, claiming I was too young to work. I knelt at their door, and when my sister found out, she rushed out to scold me. In the midst of her scolding, she began to cry, and so did I. At that time, I was 6 years old, and my sister was 8. Yer gently wiped away Rongjin's tears and said, "Good child, do not cry. You and Weijin are like sisters. As long as you remember this for a lifetime, you shall never feel lonely." Suddenly, Rongjin knelt down and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, madam, for taking us in and treating us with such kindness. We have served several families before, but none have regarded us as kindly as you do." My sister remarked that both the master and the madam were benevolent people and would eventually be rewarded for their goodness. By staying with them, we too could share in their blessings. Yer helped her to her feet and playfully asked, "What kind of blessings do you desire? Let's see if I can bestow them upon you." Rongjin, in earnest contemplation, pondered her request. Yer then suggested, "How about I save some dowry for you, so that you might marry into a good family in the future?" "Oh, madam, you!" Rongjin exclaimed shyly as she turned and ran away. Before long, someone else arrived, and Yer, thinking it was Rongjin, jested, "What this? Have you come to your senses?" Upon entering, Weijin heard this and was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean by coming to my senses?" "Ah, it's you, Weijin. I thought it was Rongjin. No matter, I was merely teasing her." "Oh, madam, there is someone outside seeking your presence." "Who is it? What do they say?" "It is the old village head who once benefited from us." Yaya chuckled, thinking how stingy the old man was, still holding on to his pride after all this time. When she entered the hall, she found it was indeed Zhuang Funing, who had once shared in the spoils at Lord Wang's estate. She welcomed him with a smile, guiding him to a chair at the side. "Old Zhuang, what brings you here?" Zhuang Funing stroked his beard and huffed. "You all can't come looking for an old man like me. Yet you don't permit me to seek you out?" "No, old Zhuang, you are a person of significance. How could we, mere novices, dare to approach you?" "Oof. Keep pretending." Rongjin stepped forward to serve tea. Yer inquired, "Where's the master?" "He has gone to the old residence to tidy up," was the reply. "Well, let Weijin keep an eye on things here. You go and announce that a distinguished guest has arrived." Zhuang Funing sniffed the air and asked, "Girl, what is it that you are selling? It smells delightful. Is it edible?" Yer smiled silently and rose to present several breads before him. "Old Zhuang, do try these. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like them." Zhuang Funing picked one up, finding it soft. He took a bite and found it sweet and smooth. He reached for another, discovering it filled with a sticky red substance, incredibly sweet. He took yet another, which was surprisingly filled with crushed nuts. "What is this?" "It's delicious." Yer pointed out each type, saying, "This is milk bread, this is jam bread, this is nut bread, and there are several other flavors I didn't bring out, fearing you might not enjoy them. My culinary creations are solely focused on bread, a type of pastry. I must add, this is my original recipe. There is no other shop like it." Zhuang Funing, already impressed by Yer's talents in household affairs, was equally astonished by her culinary skills. He lamented, "If only you were not married." The contrast was indeed striking, and upon understanding, Yer burst into laughter. Min Zonghai hurried in, bowing and saying, "Old Zhuang, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Zhuang Funing waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Sit down." Min Zonghai took a seat, pondering the purpose of Elder Zhuang's visit. "What brings you to seek out a junior like me?" he inquired. "There is indeed a matter at hand," Zhuang Funing replied. "I have undertaken a commission to craft a wardrobe for Lady Wang. I wish to imbue it with a unique flair, but my attempts thus far have not met expectations." Cai'er interjected, "So you wish for me to assist in making some alterations?" Zhuang Funing nodded in affirmation. "Are the materials ready?" he asked. "Not yet," Zhuang admitted candidly. "To be frank, the client is the Duke of Gong's residence. The Duchess is a close friend of Lady Wang and was quite enamored with her wardrobe. Fearing that he might offend the noble lady, Lord Wang sent for me. However, the designs I proposed did not please the Duchess, and thus I had no choice but to seek your aid. If you are willing, you may accompany me." Min Zonghai expressed concern, "Cai'er, but the Duke of Gong." Cai'er laughed lightly, We are but humble commoners. We are unlikely to have any dealings with nobility. Zhuang Funing nodded in understanding. Cai'er then shifted the conversation. However, since we share an acquaintance with Elder Zhuang, as long as you do not mention us, what harm is there in lending a hand? Zhuang Funing's face brightened. Are you suggesting you could assist me in drafting the designs? Chapter 23. The Three Brothers. It is not merely a drawing, but rather a modification, and the designs still originate from the esteemed Mr. Zhuang. Ah, Mr. Zhuang, do not be hasty. I have a condition. What might that be? The materials must be procured from our lumber yard. What? You have established a lumber business? Indeed. Upon opening, you shall be our first customer, and I shall ensure you receive the finest timber available. At that moment, Min Zonghai understood her intentions when Unyielding inquired if the materials could be gathered. It was essential to cooperate. Unyielding smiled, but remained silent. Zhuang Funing erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent!" Thrice then added, I invite you to be my apprentice, yet you lament the troubles of domestic life. Your heart is clearly not set on that. Min Zonghai chuckled with embarrassment, replying, Master, forgive my folly. Due to a lack of vacant rooms, Zhuang Funing stayed at the inn for 2 days, during which Unyielding produced 10 designs for wardrobes, 5 for dressing tables, 5 for storage cabinets, and several new-style chairs. Mr. Zhuang, in truth, all things in this world are interconnected. You exist within me, and I within you. It depends on how you adapt and integrate, in conjunction with the employer's tastes and preferences, to create a masterpiece. Having received enlightenment, Zhuang Funing bid farewell to the two. Prior to this, Min Zonghai had visited the local authorities to inquire about the prices and procedures for the timber from Boizhong Mountain, and had arranged to record the account for later settlement. After clarifying the required materials, he ascended the mountain, marking the locations of black wood and cedar, when suddenly a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Following the scent, he arrived beneath a locust tree, where 3 men were roasting chicken. One of the younger men noticed him and asked, Brother, do you require assistance? Min Zonghai replied with a smile, Oh no, I merely followed the enticing aroma. But at this hour, you are roasting chicken? The young man stood and cupped his fists, saying, Forgive us. My brothers and I are new to this place, and our funds have been exhausted, so we resorted to catching a wild chicken to satisfy our hunger. If you do not mind, would you care to join us? Min Zonghai quickly waved his hands, saying, No, I have just had breakfast and am not hungry. Are you not afraid to venture up the mountain alone? One of them inquired. I have traversed this mountain many times and have yet to encounter any ferocious beasts. Min Zonghai responded. The taller one grew somewhat irritated. Since he does not wish to eat, let us not bother him. Come, let us eat. We still have a journey ahead. Upon hearing this, Min Zonghai hastily clasped his fists in apology and said, I apologize for the intrusion. Please carry on. I shall take my leave. He turned and departed without looking back. At that moment, the silent elder brother remarked, Third brother, it is unwise for us to form close ties with strangers. The youth bowed his head, Yes, brother. Min Zonghai did not dwell on the encounter. Upon returning, he began recruiting workers. Familiarity with timber was essential, woodworking skills preferable, and knowledge of martial arts even better. Unyielding laughed, saying, with such a description, You might as well wait for the next lunar year to find anyone. Min Zonghai remained unconcerned, believing someone would eventually come along. Perhaps we should hire someone first. It would be advantageous to have an ally. Those who have not worked for 3 to 5 years are still untrustworthy. Min Zonghai nodded in agreement. Thus, the two returned to the familiar broker and purchased a simple and honest man named Li Wu, who was 2 years older than Min Zonghai. Li Wu bowed and said, Sir, are you knowledgeable about timber? Min Zonghai inquired. I have previously worked with a merchant in the furniture business and am familiar with several types of wood. Can you craft furniture? The merchant merely deals in wares. Hence, he has never pursued formal education. Have you ever studied? I read for 5 years in my youth. But then my father fell into disgrace and I was reduced to servitude. Ah, that is acceptable. Here, we adhere to fewer regulations. It is merely my wife and I at home. You need only attend to your duties. Very well, sir. Min Zonghai purchased daily necessities along with 2 sets of garments and 2 pairs of shoes. Upon returning, he allocated a room in the storeroom for Li Wu. thereby setting matters in order. Sir, there are 3 individuals outside seeking employment. Prepare yourself first. We shall go. The former was addressed to Li Wu, while the latter was intended for Yer. Upon entering the hall, Min Zonghai was astonished to find that it was the 3 brothers from Boizhong Mountain. To think it was them, the trio was equally taken aback. The youth clasped his hands and smiled. I never imagined that you would be the esteemed lord. Min Zonghai returned the gesture. Not at all. I merely seek a means to earn a living. Are you 3 here to seek work? Indeed. We fulfill the conditions you mentioned. The eldest understands timber, the second is skilled in carpentry, and I am proficient in martial arts. As he spoke, he demonstrated a few moves. Are you not in a hurry to travel? I prefer not to hire temporary workers. The bearded man clasped his fists and replied, Esteemed lord, we 3 brothers have been wandering with the hope of finding a suitable place to settle down. If that is the case, then you may remain, Min Zonghai said, clasping his hands. May I inquire your names? The youth stepped forward and proclaimed, Allow me to introduce us. He pointed to the bearded man and then to the tall one. This is my elder brother Gao Zhan, my second brother Quanzhe, and I am the unparalleled Eagle Claw Master, 5th Sword. Yer could not suppress her laughter. If you are the 5th Sword, why then are you also the Eagle Claw Master? 5th Sword replied with a chuckle. My father is a master of swordsmanship, and he hopes I will inherit his legacy. Yet I have a penchant for martial arts and have learned the Eagle Claw technique. I shall take you to the storeroom, where there are 2 rooms available for you to stay. You may rest today, and tomorrow we shall ascend the mountain to fell trees, which we will then deliver to Sujincheng. The group then proceeded to the old house to settle in. For reasons unknown, Yer felt a surge of excitement. Her intuition suggested these 3 might be individuals of the martial world, perhaps seeking seclusion. Could they be heroes or extraordinary figures? She eagerly anticipated their future. The following day, they felled 2 cedar trees, 1 camphor tree, and 2 fragrant pines on Boizhong Mountain, then proceeded to the authorities to settle accounts before preparing to depart. Yer tucked a bundle into Min Zonghai's arms, reminding him, when venturing out, carry extra silver, and remember, safety comes first. Min Zonghai assured her, rest assured, I possess some skills for self-defense, and brother Gao Zhan is no weakling either. You, however, must be cautious at home. Stay indoors unless necessary, and should anything arise, let Li Wu handle it, or seek assistance from Uncle Sun San. Yer adjusted his clothing. Do not worry about me. I am quite capable. After bidding farewell to Min Zonghai and the Gao brothers, Yer returned to the shop. Li Wu arrived from the back to the front hall and informed Yer, who was reviewing the accounts. Madam, Weijin mentioned that we are likely running low on flour and must replenish it promptly. Yer set down her pen. Well, let us proceed now. I shall guide you along the way, for you may need to venture out alone to make purchases in the future. After the autumn harvest, once we have gathered our wheat, there will be no need to trouble others. Li Wu nodded in agreement and followed Yer outside. Upon arriving at the Changlong grain store, they encountered Wu, the young lad. Yer, having anticipated his purpose, could not resist teasing him. Wu, why are you here instead of tending to the shop? Wu scratched his head. Sister-in-law, I came to prepare wedding cakes. Is this for the betrothal gift? He nodded. It will be delivered on the 8th. Has the wedding date been set? Yes, it is on March 28th. So soon? It seems someone is in a hurry. Sister-in-law, I am not. It was arranged by my parents. I never said it was you. Are your parents not allowed to be eager? Wu's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into thin air. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Sister-in-law, you are like a celestial being, yet you persist in teasing me. Alas, Feng Ying is far better. A celestial sister-in-law I cannot withstand. After completing his purchases, Wu departed, while Yer introduced Li Wu to Master Zhong, who would henceforth oversee the transactions and account for the goods. Borrowing Master Zhong's cart, the 2 pushed back 4 bags of flour. As they passed a crossroads, a large dog suddenly dashed out from the side, towering nearly a meter high, lunging directly at the nearest Yer. Li Wu, swift of hand, pulled Yer towards himself and stepped back a few paces. Yer fell into Li Wu's embrace, her heart racing with fright. Madam, is there something amiss? Li Wu, towering a head above her, inquired, his voice resonating from above, momentarily disorienting her. Could this be Min Zonghai? Upon raising her gaze and recognizing his features, she felt a tinge of disappointment, for she had grown accustomed to Min Zonghai's presence. This first separation felt quite unfamiliar. She straightened herself. I am well, thank you. Li Wu lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes. My master instructed me to ensure your safety. When they sought the dog, it had already vanished without a trace, and they had no choice but to return. The day of the Sun family's betrothal was bustling with activity, and Yarer accompanied Rongzhen. Although Li Wu had wished to join, Yarer argued that the shop could not be without a man, especially since there would be many women present, which might lead to inconvenience. They arrived somewhat late, fearing that the betrothal gifts had already been delivered to the Feng family, so they went directly there. The Feng family was also quite lively, with relatives of all ages filling every room. After inspecting the betrothal gifts, Yarer finally located Feng Yingying's boudoir, where she found it somewhat less crowded, with only 3 unfamiliar girls accompanying her. She laughed. The bride-to-be hiding away in her room made me search high and low. Feng Yingying quickly rose to greet her, pulling Yarer close and smiling. Sister-in-law, please do not mock me any further. I am at a loss for where to hide my face. Yarer playfully pinched Feng Yingying's cheek. At a loss? If not on your face, where else could it be? Feng Yingying pleaded, Dear sister-in-law, please spare me. Today, I have lost all dignity. Yarer settled on the edge of the bed. What of losing dignity? Just have Wu compensate you for it. Laughter erupted once more. A young girl clad in a pink peony dress, around 12 or 13 years of age, laughed to the point of tears. What a delightful and witty sister-in-law she is. She managed to leave Sister Ing at a loss for words. Another young bride, dressed in a moon-white jacket and a purple 8-panel skirt, chimed in with a smile, inquiring about the name of this young lady. It was then that Feng Yingying remembered that they were yet unacquainted and hastily introduced. This is Sister Ji, the daughter-in-law of Uncle Min, a family friend of Uncle Sunday. Xiao Wu and Brother Min are also quite close. She then turned to introduce the 3 other women. It turned out that the young bride in the moon-white jacket was Lu Mei, the daughter-in-law of the eldest sister of the Zhang family, while the girl in the peony dress was Lu Min, Lu Mei's lively and cheerful younger sister. Sitting quietly beside them, the girl in yellow, with a smile yet silent, was Feng Yin, the daughter of Feng's second cousin. The poetry describes a hand like a delicate flower, skin like congealed fat, a neck like a swan's neck, and teeth like a row of white shells. With a beautiful face and charming smile, she embodied those verses. Lu Mei remarked, So, she is the wife of Brother Min. I have heard my aunt speak of you. Your husband's marinated delicacies have received considerable assistance from you. Recently, many have attempted to replicate your husband's recipes, yet they all turn out poorly, failing to sell and incurring losses. This demonstrates your remarkable skill, Sister Ji. Since we are relatives, there is no need for formality. Simply call me Yer. My husband and Xiao Wu are not blood brothers, but they are as close as brothers, so helping out is only natural. Lu Mei took Yer's hand and said with a smile, That is wonderful. Then I shall be bold and refer to myself as Sister Mei. Lu Min laughed. You're already a sister-in-law, yet you still want to be called sister? How shameless. Lu Mei playfully pinched Lu Min's cheek. Regardless of how others address you, you shall always call me sister. Lu Min squealed, provoking another round of laughter. Yer then remarked, I must say, Yingying is truly fortunate among sisters-in-law and cousins. She has the most. Lu Min queried, How so? She has Sister Yer, Cousin Hua, Sister Mei, Sister Si, Sister Nyo, and you, Sister Min Isnt that, everyone? Yer, hearing Feng Yin speak for the first time, found her voice sweet enough to warm her heart. Had she been a boy, she might have already bowed before her in reverence. Yer nodded and shook her head in response. Feng Yin, puzzled, tilted her head and asked, Sister Yer, what do you mean by that? Yer, mimicking a scholar, swayed her head and stated, What you say is true, yet not entirely so. Chapter 24. The Sun Family. The plea for recommendations echoes through the air, as no one has favored me with such commendations of late. Lu Mei too found herself puzzled. With sisters-in-law, aunts, and siblings all present, why was there still a missing piece? Upon reflection, she queried who among them had ever addressed her as sister-in-law. Suddenly, Lu Min experienced a moment of clarity. Exclaiming, Sun Xiaohua. After Sister Ing wed, it should indeed be Sun Xiaohua who calls her sister-in-law. With this realization, laughter erupted among the group. Feng Ying, gasping for breath from laughter, wiped away a tear and quipped, "You mischievous lot. Continue to jest at my expense, and I shall see whether I still regard you in the future." Feng Yin, with a conciliatory smile, responded, "Sister Ing, you are far too magnanimous to abandon us. Who else would bring a smile to your face?" Cai'er seized the moment to add, "Without us, there would surely be Sun Xiao Wu and Lord Sunda." At this, the room erupted in laughter, with Lu Min laughing so hard she nearly lost her breath, prompting Lu Mei to assist her in regaining composure while chiding Cai'er for her sharp tongue. "In our company, we are destined for laughter." Just then, Xiao Zhang entered the room, taken aback by the scene before her. "What on earth is happening here? All this disarray. What is so amusing? You could at least share your merriment with everyone outside." Lu Mei approached Xiao Zhang, saying, "Dear aunt, do not be vexed. We were merely exchanging light-hearted stories of our inner chambers, which are hardly fit for public ears. Now, regardless of whether your discussions are about state affairs or domestic trivialities, it is time for us to enjoy some sweet soup." With cheerful hearts, the group emerged from the room and made their way to the main hall, where the men and older matrons had already settled down to drink. A young man jested, "Wu, are you not serving your future bride some sweet soup?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Wu, his face flushed, shyly presented a bowl of sweet soup to Feng Ying, who lowered her gaze in silence. Cai'er, Zitting Niabi, cast a glance at Wu, and upon catching his attention, shifted her eyes back to the table before her. Wu, understanding her unspoken request, promptly distributed bowls of sweet soup to the other ladies present. Cai'er nodded in satisfaction, though her gaze fell upon Feng Yin, whose face turned crimson upon accepting the bowl from Wu, leading her to let out a soft sigh. Among the older gentlemen present, one stroked his white beard, wearing a satisfied smile. The youth are indeed formidable. After lunch, Cai'er departed early to attend to the shop. Rongzhen followed closely, observing her calm demeanor, and remarked, "Madam, I find that Miss Feng Yin seems somewhat—" Cai'er looked at Rongzhen in surprise. "You have noticed?" In her mind, Rongzhen had always been a simple girl, devoid of guile. Rongzhen offered a wry smile. "Having journeyed with my sister through various households, I have encountered all manner of individuals and endured my share of hardships. Each time, it was my sister who came to my rescue. Otherwise, we would have been sold countless times." Cai'er nodded tupfully. "Should we warn Miss Feng?" Cai'er pondered briefly before waving her hand. "Not for now. Miss Feng has yet to take action, and perhaps her thoughts are but fleeting whims, unlikely to manifest into anything. To speak now might appear as instigation." Rongzhen nodded in agreement, falling silent. As Cai'er entered the house, Weijin approached. "Madam, Lord Nian has arrived." "Where is he?" "In the backyard." She sat in contemplation. Where's Li Wu?" "He is also in the backyard." As he entered the yard, she spotted Min Zonghai seated on a stone bench, indulging in solitary libations. Since learning of his drunken words on that occasion, her initial indifference had morphed into a semblance of disdain. "Cousin," Min Zonghai rose, smiling, "sister-in-law, you seem quite occupied." Yer chose a seat opposite him, saying, "My husband is away. Might I inquire what brings you here, cousin?" Li Wu stood silently behind her. Min Zonghai sat down again, pouring himself a cup of wine. "Nothing of great import. Since Zonghai is absent, it matters not whether I speak with you. I am eager to hear more." He continued, "Might you consider expanding the business of delicious affection to the southern part of the city?" The south was the most prosperous area of Changchun, home to many dignitaries and nobles. Initially, Ziyun had invested a considerable sum to establish a residence there. Not at present. Min Zonghai had not anticipated her swift refusal. Momentarily at a loss for words, he added after a pause, "If it is merely a matter of finances, there is no need for concern. I could lend you some funds, and, should you require assistance in establishing connections, I would be willing to help." "What advantage would you gain from such kindness, cousin?" Min Zonghai replied somewhat sheepishly. "What advantage or disadvantage is there? Zonghai and I are as close as brothers. Assisting you is only natural. I appreciate your goodwill, but I believe that business should progress gradually. Delicious affection has only recently opened its doors. Its foundation is still shaky and should not be hastily expanded. Min Zonghai had not originally intended to discuss this matter, and now that it had reached this point, he felt it inappropriate to continue. If there is nothing further, it would be best for you to take your leave, cousin. I. Min Zonghai wished to linger a while longer, but Cai'er was insistent, leaving him with no choice. Li Wu frowned slightly and gestured for him to exit. Please go ahead, Master Yin. After bidding farewell to Min Zonghai, Li Wu returned, saying, Madam, it seems we need to make arrangements at the yamen. Why is that? Delicious affection has maintained a low profile to avoid drawing the attention of high officials too early. Master Hui San has become a clerk. Do you know whose influence that is? It is from the family of the Grand Matriarch. After a moment of reflection, Cai'er recalled who the Grand Matriarch was. It was Shui, the wife of Min Lauda. Why would the Shui family invest heavily for an outsider? Caution is advised. I have heard that Lord Wang's daughter's birthday is approaching. Li Wu was unaware of the prior dealings with Lord Wang, hence his confusion. Which Lord Wang? The governor of Changzhou, Lord Wang. With a languid smile, Cai'er replied, At that time, I shall personally present a substantial gift. The daughter in question was none other than Wang Shuiying, the legitimate daughter for whom she had previously crafted a bed. Just then, Rongzhen entered, handing Cai'er a letter. Madam, you have received correspondence. Cai'er opened it and chuckled. Has the messenger departed? Not yet. She rose and went to the front counter, took a pen, and wrote at the bottom of the letter. The young lady has not kept this confidential. Master Tai can deliberate as he sees fit. After finishing, she blew gently on the ink, sealed it in an envelope, and handed it back to the messenger. Cai'er had long anticipated that someone would follow in the craft of bread-making, though she never expected it would lead to old Tai. If they wished to pursue it, that is their affair. She felt no obligation to intervene. The ability to create identical bread is truly his own talent. 2 days later, Min Zonghai wrote, informing that Zhuang Funing wished to keep him as an assistant. He, too, desired for Quanzhe to learn more, thus he agreed. He would return in a maximum of 10 days, or at least 5. Do not worry. Cai'er carefully folded the letter and tucked it away. Initially, she had planned to embrace a pastoral life, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, simple and serene. However, the unpredictability of life had rendered her days increasingly uncontrollable. The officialdom, prominent families, and the commercial world were gradually entwining with her existence. She believed such separations from her husband would become more frequent, and the unscrupulous tactics of competitors would relentlessly emerge, accompanied by an ever-growing number of dubious friends. Would she have to return to that existence? A hint of helplessness. 2 sighs. Life's transformations never stray far from the essence of love and sorrow. Where there is love, there is sorrow. On the 10th of March, Min Zonghai married Lu Shangyun. Due to Min Zonghai's absence, Cai'er chose a moment when there were fewer people to deliver her gift money and then returned. Madam, why does the family of the 3 old masters seem so Rongzhen, known for her candidness, could not suppress her thoughts upon witnessing their demeanor, yet struggled to find the right words, leaving her statement unfinished. Cai'er replied, Let us keep this conversation between us. It must not be spoken elsewhere, lest we invite trouble. Rongzhen nodded, understood. If it weren't for you, madam, I wouldn't have said a word. As the two walked through the bustling street, filled with vendors and passers-by, a sudden procession approached them. Leading the way was a man in his 30s, with strikingly sharp brows and bright eyes, tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura that attracted countless admiring gazes. Behind him, a group of robust men clad in dark attire appeared capable and formidable. 4 of them were guarding a horse-drawn cart covered with burlap, concealing its contents. Look, the Mo family trading caravan has returned, one remarked. Indeed, I wonder how much grain they will collect this time. Certainly a considerable amount. They would not be interested in your meager supply, so abandon that thought. I can barely feed myself. How could I sell to them? As it turned out, the royal merchant Mo family specialized in procuring grain for the imperial court. Cai'er had heard of them during her time at the Ji residence. Every 2 years, they dispatched 10 teams to gather grain, the purpose of which remained unknown. Ji Yucheng had once racked his brains to sell grain to them, but it ended fruitlessly. Cai'er pulled Rongzhen aside to let them pass. As the cart rumbled by, one cart appeared overstuffed, with a corner of burlap sticking out. Cai'er glanced over and discovered it contained wheat. After the procession moved past, 3 horses followed, carrying 3 young men, 2 masters, and a servant, seemingly in pursuit of the commercial caravan. Suddenly, a sound of clinking caught Cai'er's attention. It was a string of purple clay bells adorned with a ruby knot. Dainty and charming, likely belonging to a woman. Yet, she recognized it as belonging to one of the riders. She picked it up and called out to them, "Hey, wait." One of the young men in white turned back, and upon seeing the 2 beautiful women, offered a gentle smile before continuing on. Observing his self-satisfied expression, Cai'er realized he mistakenly believed her call was an expression of admiration. She muttered under her breath, "If you dare, do not come looking for me. The little rascal is so full of himself." Rongzhen chuckled, "Madam, you are usually the most amiable. What has caused your ire today?" It seems that every young master is somewhat like this. She has seen enough of them, but Cai'er is not the same. She tucked the little bell into her bosom and playfully poked Rongzhen's forehead, saying, "Little imp, I'm off now." Rongzhen, adhering to the customs, respectfully performed a curtsy and said earnestly, "Forgive my boldness, but this morning I noticed Li Wu purchasing spare ribs. Will Madam be preparing sweet and sour ribs for lunch?" Cai'er giggled, covering her mouth. "You mischievous monkey, just say you want to eat instead of putting on a show." Rongzhen linked her arm with Cai'er's. "Madam, let us hurry, or we shall miss lunch." The 2 of them chattered and laughed their way back to the shop. Inside, only Li Wu was present, watching as 2 women purchased bread. Seeing Li Wu's expression, Cai'er could hardly contain her laughter. He was simply too naive. The young ladies were gesturing so obviously, yet he remained oblivious. She shook her head and went off to the kitchen. Rongzhen took over for Li Wu, who fled to the backyard. In the kitchen, Weizhen had just finished baking the last batch of bread for the day. Cai'er had set a daily quota, ensuring everything sold out that very day. She believed that scarcity enhances value. What is unattainable always lingers in the mind. "Weizhen, you should take a break. Let me prepare lunch." Weizhen retrieved the bread and placed it on a plate, saying, "Madam, I am not tired. Let me handle it." Cai'er rolled up her sleeves with a smile. "Today, Rongzhen specifically requested my sweet and sour ribs." Hearing this, Weizhen's face turned anxious. "Madam, Rongzhen is being foolish. Please do not take her seriously. I shall reprimand her shortly for her lack of propriety." "Weizhen, there is no need for that. Nothing is forbidden in my presence. Isn't it wonderful for us to interact like this? I do not subscribe to the notions of master and servant. It is far more comfortable to treat each other as friends and sisters." Tears began to float down Weizhen's cheeks involuntarily. "Madam, thank you. No one has ever treated us like you do." Cai'er wiped her tears gently. There, Weizhen, my delightful culinary endeavors depend on your support. How can I not treat you well? Rest assured, I will take good care of the shop. Indeed, let us strive to open 2 more branches as part of your dowry. You and Rongzhen shall each have one. Those who wish to marry you will have to queue up." Weizhen was taken aback at the thought of Cai'er using the shop as a dowry. No one understood the bakery's potential better than she did. Her tears flowed anew, rendering her speechless. Chapter 25. Though my acquaintance with Rongzhen and Weizhen lasted but 3 months, I found myself quite fond of these 2 sisters, whose charm and grace were akin to that of delicate orchids. If one could remain true to their nature, what would it matter to part with 2 shops? In the afternoon, with fewer patrons, Cai'er, having completed the accounts, decided to take a brief respite. Just then, a young man, around 20 years of age, entered the shop. He wore a silver crown adorned with diamonds, and his attire was a brocade robe of cloud weaving, holding a long sword of red gold. His fair complexion and bright, star-like eyes captivated Cai'er, who thought to herself, "What a remarkable young man." Rongzhen, blushing, shyly approached him and inquired, "What would this young master like?" In a voice as smooth as silk, he replied, "I have heard that Mei Weiqing Yuan sells a unique delicacy, and I came to see for myself. We offer an array of breads, with flavors such as milk, jam, eggs, meat floss, nuts, and more, 15 varieties in total, all fragrant and delectable. Might I inquire which flavor the young master prefers?" After inspecting all the breads, the young man declared. I shall take 4 of each variety. Rongjin agreed and proceeded to package them. The young man then noticed a youthful and beautiful woman seated behind the counter, who appeared to be the shopkeeper. Intrigued, he asked, "Might I inquire if this young lady is the proprietor of this establishment?" Yer looked up and replied, "Yes, and yet not quite." With a smile, he responded, "Oh, pray tell." This humble shop requires a single individual to manage the roles of shopkeeper, owner, and accountant all at once. Did you create these breads yourself? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. Is it not a risk to sell a single type? Is it not a risk for a young master to venture out alone to collect provisions? The young man, undeterred by her retort, continued to gaze at Yer as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly amusing. This irked her greatly. She had intended to return the bell, but now thought better of it. Thus, she declared, "Once you have purchased your bread, I must insist you take your leave, as this small shop does not offer extended farewells. I am M.O.E. May I inquire your name, young lady? I have no interest in your name. Thus, I shall not disclose mine." M.O.E., shaking his head, paid for his purchase and departed with the bread. Rongjin leaned closer and remarked, "Madam, this young man appears charming and dashing, yet beneath it all, he seems rather reckless." Yer secured the account book and casually instructed, "Keep an eye on the shop before ascending the stairs." At Chongqing Inn, Su Luchun was rummaging through drawers, turning the tidy room arranged by Su Ru into utter chaos. With a water jug in hand, Su Ru entered and exclaimed, "Oh dear! Young master, what on earth are you doing?" Grabbing Su Ru by the shoulders, Su Luchun demanded, "Have you seen the Ru purple clay bell?" Su Ru's eyes widened. "Is it not with you, young master?" "It is precisely because I cannot find it that I am asking you," Su Luchun replied, searching his person again in vain. At that moment, M.O.E. entered, tossing a large paper bag onto the table. "Here, it is said that Chongqing has a new product called bread, available in several flavors. I tried one, and it is quite delightful, not inferior to your culinary creations." Su Luchun, with a look of trepidation, rubbed his hands nervously and stammered, Brother Mo about that." M.O.E. felt an ominous premonition. Narrowing his eyes, he uttered, "The Ru purple clay bell is missing." With a resounding clap, M.O.E. slammed his hand on the table, filled with fury. "You rascal! Hurry and find it." Subsequently, the 3 individuals rummaged through their luggage once more. "Young master, what brings you here?" inquired Chiu Sang, the leader of the M.O. family trading caravan, clad in a black cloak that accentuated his imposing stature. Upon recognizing Chiu Sang, M.O.E. commanded, "Immediately send someone to search for the Ru purple clay bell along the route." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Chiu Sang refrained from further discussion and departed. Su Luchun tentatively suggested, "Brother Mo, perhaps I could find someone to create another one. I assure you it will be identical." M.O.E. cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to return home post-haste. As Su Luchun contemplated his retreating figure, he mused about the possibility of replicating the item again. His gaze fell upon a paper package on the table. Feeling somewhat famished, he opened it to be greeted by a delightful aroma of milk, intensifying his hunger. He seized a milk pouch and began to eat, finding it increasingly delectable. Consuming 3 in quick succession, much to the envy of Su Ru, who watched with bated breath. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Luchun tossed the nut pouch to Su Ru and continued indulging himself. "Delicious sweet. Young master, this is truly delightful." "It's not that the young master is delicious." "What is this called?" "Bread, young master." "Ah, yes, the bread is delightful." "Speak clearly. I am to be the future husband. No one shall lay claim to it." The M.O. family searched tirelessly for 2 days, yet yielded no results. M.O.E. sat by the window of the relay station, reminiscing about that day when a woman had called out to them from behind. He had glanced sideways and, seeing Su Luchun's charming demeanor, assumed it was merely Su Luchun's whim and paid her no heed. In hindsight, that woman was indeed the proprietor of the delicacies of love. Contemplating that composed and serene lady, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, she was far removed from the ordinary and mundane. Reflecting on this, he found himself unhurried and made his way slowly to the delicacies of love. At the hour of C, the shop was bustling with patrons, and Li Wu and Rongjun were busily occupied. He approached the counter, inquiring of the young lady, "Did you craft all these breads by hand?" Yair paused her writing momentarily before responding, "No. Such exquisite skill. Do you not wish to impart it to your servants? No matter how exceptional, it would be my fault if it were to be lost under my watch." Yair lifted her gaze to Moe and continued, "Just because they are servants now does not mean they will always remain so. Underestimating others is unwise. Once I have settled the accounts, I will teach whomever I choose." Moe chuckled softly. "Might the young lady harbor a prejudice against me? I hold no fondness for those who are self-important." "Self-important?" Montaki nodded. "I think of the Rue purple clay bell as belonging to you, does it not?" Yair was taken aback that he had come seeking it. She had intended to return it to him, but upon observing his arrogance, she felt compelled to keep it for herself. Despite her misgivings, she genuinely cherished the bell. Upon closer inspection over the past few days, she discovered the purple clay was semi-transparent, revealing a butterfly within. She speculated it might be a butterfly specimen. There were 3 bells in total, each housing a butterfly of varying shapes and colors. Montaki Mirelis Midet in Zilengsa. Yair stepped away from the counter. "If you have no further business, you may take your leave. I must return inside. Are you aware of the purpose of the Rue purple clay bell?" Yair scoffed. "Do not tell me it is a cherished heirloom of the Mo family." Was left speechless, and after a long pause, he uttered, "Miss, do take care," before departing. Was reluctant to let him leave so easily. She had long suspected the bell's extraordinary significance. Even if she wished to purchase it, it was impossible. His visit today only confirmed her suspicions. If you do not want it, I shall not return it. I dare you to come seeking me." Upon returning, commanded that it disregard thee, and to commence grain collection immediately. "Brother, why not search for the? I already know its whereabouts." Was elated, "Where is it?" "Mind your own business and enjoy yourself. Should I learn of any independent actions on your part, I shall send you back to." Terrified, covered her mouth, nodding and shaking her head simultaneously. However, understood her and nodded in satisfaction as he departed. Called after his retreating figure, "Hey, where can I buy that bread?" The following morning, the door was knocked upon vigorously. Opened the door and greeted the visitor. "The master has returned." Removed his cloak and handed it to. "Is the lady awake?" "She has not yet come downstairs." Ascended directly to the second floor, entering the room and shutting the door behind him. Was dressing and was startled, quickly diving back under the covers. Once she recognized him, she scolded, "Who is this intruder? How dare you spy on me in broad daylight?" Bowed. "I have come to see my wife. I am curious as to why the young lady is here. This is my boudoir, and there is no wife of yours here. So please leave. Someone informed me that my wife was here, and, as it happens, the young lady resides in this place." "Might she be my wife?" "Who told you that?" "I did." "That is utter nonsense." Approached the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down beside her. Turned away, ignoring him. He laughed, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her earlobe, her neck. Before long, melted into his embrace. He turned her body towards him. "Now I understand. A day apart feels not like 3 seasons, but rather like 30. She playfully chided. "After just a few days apart, you have become quite the babbler." After a tender moment, pushed him away, declaring she could not remain, lest she lose her dignity. Chuckled as he rose. "We are husband and wife. What is there to be embarrassed about? Not in broad daylight. We're family. No one will mock you." Retrieved a garment from his bundle and handed it to. "Try this on." Smiling, she accepted it and changed behind a screen. When she emerged, eyes sparkled with delight. She wore a moon-white undergarment, a light yellow embroidered short coat, and a flowing lake blue skirt. With a radiant smile, softly called "husband," circled around her and stood before her. She faced him, seemingly inviting him closer. He lowered his head, responding to her silent invitation. With a loud bang, the door was flung open and stood there, rendered speechless by the sight. After a moment, she exclaimed, "I saw nothing," and dashed out. The couple exchanged glances and let out a dreamy laugh before descending the stairs first. Virgin has prepared the meal, placing 2 bowls of dishes on the stone table. "My lord and lady, it's time to dine." She then brought 2 bowls of lily porridge and set them before Min Zonghai and Yair, noticing Yair as flushed complexion. Min Zonghai understood she was aware of the recent events, and he refrained from speaking. Instead, he inhaled the aroma of the porridge and remarked, "Virgin's culinary skills have improved remarkably. It smells delightful. This must be due to the lady's excellent guidance." After this, Virgin turned and retreated to the kitchen to partake in her meal. Yer served Min Zonghai a portion of the spicy and sour potato shreds for him to taste. He savored a bite, relishing the tangy flavor. "Is this another masterpiece of the lady?" he inquired. Indeed. Once they finished their meal, Yer asked, "Where's Brother Gaozhen?" I instructed them to return and rest. "Is the Duchess of Gong satisfied?" Min Zonghai took a sip of tea and responded, "How could I not be pleased with the lady's suggestions?" "Do not jest," Yer interjected. Min Zonghai then spoke earnestly. "The Duke himself is not difficult. However, the Duchess is quite discerning. She insists on being informed of every detail, from the design intricacies to the dimensions and connections, approving each before proceeding. Thus, it took 5 days to finalize the arrangements. She chose a 6-compartment wardrobe made of fragrant pine and a 3-section dressing table crafted from Namu, along with a cedar lounge chair. Old Zhuang was privately infuriated, exclaiming he had never encountered such a demanding client. I suspect he will have to be selective in choosing his future assignments, as it is not entirely within his control to engage with noble patrons. Hence, I opted not to take on the task, as it would be troublesome. At precisely 2/4 past the hour of Chun, Min Zonghai rose, intending to return to the old residence. I hope to seize this moment of leisure to ensure the storage room is completed. You cannot fathom. The other day at Boizhong Mountain, I encountered a rare golden silk Namu tree, along with many yellow pear trees. Without a storage room, it would be unwise to transport them back. Yer fastened his cloak for him, watching as he departed. Chapter 26. Su Luchan. The business at the shop was thriving as usual, leaving Yer unconcerned. She was currently contemplating a birthday gift for Wang Shuiying. In truth, she had already decided to bake a birthday cake, but she still needed to select the ingredients carefully. As she inspected the front hall and was about to return to the kitchen, she noticed the self-absorbed youth from that day arriving at the door. Dressed in a flowing white garment, Su Luchan noticed a few young women stealing glances at him, prompting him to nod and smile with an air of superiority, which left the ladies blushing with shyness. Yer attempted to ignore him, but unexpectedly, Sun Xiaohua also arrived. "Did my sister-in-law know I was coming and specially come to greet me?" she teased. "Indeed, after all, your reputation has grown significantly." Sun Xiaohua playfully complained, "Sister-in-law, you only tease me. I have been busy and did not come to find you. Yet here you are, grumbling about it." Suddenly, Su Luchan heard a delicate and enchanting female voice, prompting him to look over. The sight before him was breathtaking. Sun Xiaohua, now 13, had blossomed into a young lady. Today, she had made a slight effort to adorn herself for the occasion, wearing a jade-colored embroidered dress with floral motifs, complemented by pink shoes. Her long black hair was simply tied back with a yellow ribbon, the ends cascading elegantly over her shoulders, and her charming visage hinted at her striking beauty. No wonder the dashing Su Luchan was utterly captivated. He stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Fair maiden, I salute you." Behind him, Su Ruo could only shake his head in resignation. The young master was smitten, and not even the strongest ox could drag him back to his senses. Startled, Sun Xiaohua retreated behind Yer, lowering her gaze in silence. "Xiaohua," Yer gently pulled her forward, secretly squeezing her hand to bolster her confidence. Recalling Yer's previous encouragement, Sun Xiaohua felt she had to muster the courage to meet the gaze of this unfamiliar gentleman. She curtsied in return and asked, "Might I inquire what brings you here, sir?" Seeing the beauty engage with him, Su Liuchan's heart leapt with joy. He replied with a smile, "I am captivated by your graceful demeanor and elegant bearing, and I wish to befriend you. I am Su Luchan. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" For the first time, Sun Xiaohua found herself receiving such compliments from a young man, leaving her somewhat flustered. She hesitated, glancing at Yer, who merely smiled in silence. "You flatter me, sir. Judging by your demeanor, you must hail from an esteemed family. I am merely a common girl, unworthy of your attention. Please forgive me." With that, she turned away, and Ye gently pulled Sun Xiaohua toward the backyard without looking back, leaving Su Luqian with a face full of disappointment. Su Ruo waved his hand in front of Su Liuqian's face. "Young master, have you returned to your senses?" Regaining composure, Su Luqian declared with a grand gesture, "Today, all the bread shall be on me." A cheer erupted, leading to a frenzy of grabbing. In the end, both Su Luqian and Su Ruo managed to secure only a single small bun each. With a look of dismay, Su Luqian accepted the bun from Su Ruo, who said, "Young master, please, you have it." From a second-floor window, Ye was laughing uncontrollably. Sun Xiaohua, initially trying to maintain her composure, was finally swept up in laughter alongside Ye. "Xiaohua, you truly are stunning today. No wonder the dashing young master is enchanted." In a fit of frustration, Sun Xiaohua stomped her foot and turned away, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law." Ye playfully pulled her closer. "Oh, dear Xiaohua, do not be upset. I shall cease my teasing. By the way, where are you headed today?" Sun Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Yin invited me to the Mozhang garden to admire the flowers." Ye, harboring a faint suspicion, inquired, "Sister Yin? Oh, you mean Feng Yin, the cousin of Sister Ing. She's truly a beauty. Alas, that day I asked Sister to wait for me, but you went alone. If it weren't for my mother." Noticing Ye lost in thought, Sun Xiaohua expressed her dissatisfaction. "Sister, are you even listening to me?" Ye ignored her and simply asked, "Does she usually invite you to play?" "We were not familiar before, but after meeting that day, we became as close as old friends. Sister Yin is very kind. Knowing my passion for embroidery, she helped me find many beautiful patterns." "Well, your brother is about to marry, so you must be cautious outside." "I understand. I'll take my leave now, sister." Watching Sun Xiaohua's retreating figure, Ye sighed, hoping that her fears were unfounded. The Mo family continued their collaboration with the Gengji Trading Company, purchasing a staggering 100,000 pickles of grain. Gengji Trading is the largest grain merchant in Changzhou, offering a wide variety of grains, and only they could absorb such a massive procurement. The Changlong grain store, from which we buy flour, is also owned by the Geng family. Ye was curious as to why the Mo family needed to acquire so much grain. The Mo family, as royal merchants, has business interests spanning the vast regions of the country. How they operate is beyond our comprehension. Are the Mo family loyal to the emperor? Min Zonghai shook his head. Uncertain. The Mo family purchases grain every 2 years, and each time the quantity is substantial. They buy here and continue acquiring in other locations. With 8 caravans simultaneously engaged in procurement across various regions. Suddenly, Ye's eyes widened, and she leaned in to whisper in Min Zonghai's ear. Once she finished, Min Zonghai stared back, admonishing her not to speak nonsense. Ye stuck out her little tongue. Li Wu turned into the backyard and reported to Min Zonghai and his wife, who were seated on a stone bench enjoying tea. "Master and Madam, young Master Nian has arrived." Without waiting for them to respond, Min Zonghai entered unceremoniously, laughing. "We are all brothers here. No need for formalities." Min Zonghai rose and cupped his fists, saying, "Cousin, what brings you here?" His polite demeanor left Min Zonghai momentarily puzzled. But recalling the purpose of his visit, he set aside his confusion and acted as usual. "What? Is it forbidden to come without a particular matter?" "Of course not, cousin. Please have some tea." Min Zonghai poured a cup and presented it to him. "I heard you started a lumber business, and you made your first transaction with Su Jinsheng's Zhuang Funing. It was merely a matter of chance." "What kind of chance? Didn't you collaborate with them at Lord Wang's residence? It was only natural for him to look after you." "Ah, speaking of which, I might have played a part in connecting you." Ye interjected, "Cousin, if you have business to discuss, please speak plainly." Min Zonghai cleared his throat. He indeed had a request. "What is it?" "I would like to ask my sister-in-law to help me establish a connection with the esteemed young Master Mo. Ye and Min Zonghai exchanged glances. Did their cousin wish to sell grain to the Mo family? "Precisely." Min Zonghai inquired in confusion. "Does Ye know anyone from the Mo family?" Before Ye could respond, Min Zonghai interjected, "Does Zonghai not know? The esteemed Master Mo during a banquet extolled the exquisite flavors of the delicacies, particularly praising his sister-in-law as an extraordinary woman." He even took it upon himself to investigate her background. Given his admiration, I believe her chances of winning his affection are remarkably high. However, this incited a wave of indignation within Yer, as he had the audacity to pry into her affairs. Min Zonghai, on the other hand, remained expressionless, lost in his own thoughts. After a while, Yer remarked, "Cousin, it seems that the Mo family finds the grain from the farm insufficient. I have my ways to procure more supplies. Besides, the Mo family has already purchased a substantial 10,000 loads from the Gung family, so they likely won't seek much more. I can certainly manage a little. My acquaintance with Mo is merely superficial. We have exchanged only a few words. There is no need for such grandiosity. Sister-in-law, do give it a try. Whether it succeeds or fails, I shall remember it well." At this juncture, Min Zonghai inquired, "Why not seek assistance from the Shui family? Would it not be more economical to sell the grain directly to the Gung family? The price offered by the Gung family is at least 30% lower than that of the Mo family. Selling to them would undoubtedly be more advantageous." With a sense of resignation, Yer replied, "Very well, I shall give it a try. Cousin, you may take your leave." Min Zonghai rose, bowed, expressed his gratitude, and departed in silence. Fearing that Min Zonghai might misinterpret the situation, Yer recounted her encounters with Mo in detail. Upon hearing this, Min Zonghai embraced her, bestowing a fervent kiss before casually departing. Just as Yer was fuming with anger, a loud thud echoed as Min Zonghai stumbled and fell. Rising, he turned to see Yer laughing in amusement, which only deepened his vexation, prompting him to turn away in frustration. At noon, Yer prepared a lavish feast to show goodwill, yet she waited in vain for Min Zonghai's return. At that moment, Fifth Sword rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, Brother Min has asked me to take the food to the lumberyard." Upon hearing Fifth Sword's address, Yer chuckled. "You call me madam while referring to my husband as brother? Does that not confuse our generations?" Fifth Sword scratched his head. "I usually call him master, but today Brother Min insisted against it, claiming it made him feel old." Yer sighed internally at the man's pettiness. She filled 2 baskets with food and accompanied Fifth Sword to the lumberyard. The old residence had undergone renovations, adorned with a plaque that read superior quality timber. Superior quality? Yer burst into laughter. Hearing the commotion, Min Zonghai emerged only to catch her mocking the sign, which further fueled his ire. Through clenched teeth, he retorted, "I apologize for my lack of talent, allowing madam to mock me." Sensing his anger, Yer quickly composed herself and approached, "I mean no offense. It merely reminded me of a particular anecdote that prompted my laughter." Fifth Sword, undeterred, inquired, "What tale could be so amusing?" In a flurry, Quanzhe smacked his forehead and hastily pulled the third brother inside, with Fifth Sword's puzzled voice still echoing in the distance. "Are you eating or not?" Min Zonghai turned away, choosing to ignore him. Yer, in turn, refrained from further conversation and went inside to dine with Gao Zhan and his brothers, leaving Min Zonghai seething with frustration, puffing his cheeks in indignation. After finishing her meal, Yer gracefully passed by Min Zonghai with her empty basket and flashed him a triumphant smile. As soon as she left, Fifth Sword immediately pulled Min Zonghai back into the room. Upon entering the room, Min Zonghai noticed a bowl of rice and a dish of vegetables laid out on the table. This was left by his sister-in-law. "Brother Min, please do not be angry," she had urged, although he was unsure of what had incited his ire. Gao Zhan chimed in, "Your wife is a woman of talent. It would be wise for you to exhibit some grace." He then patted Min's shoulder, adding, "Women are easily soothed. Now eat quickly. Boss Zheng will be arriving soon to collect the goods." After the 3 departed, the disquiet within Min Zonghai deepened. What was it that roused his anger? Was it Mo? No, that was not it. Was it Yer? Yet why? Or was it perhaps himself? He consumed his meal with a bitter resolve. It felt as though he were merely chewing wax. Chapter 27. Feng Yin as the Phoenix competition approached. Sun Xiaohua sought to collect exquisite embroidery patterns and entrusted Feng Yin with the task. One day, Feng Yin, having finally obtained the elusive smoke and rain apricot blossom design, made her way to the Sun residence. With a heart full of trepidation, she entered the courtyard, finding it deserted. Tentatively, she called out, but received no response. She then chose a partially open door and pushed it open. Wu, having changed his clothes, emerged from behind a screen and encountered Feng Yan. Miss Feng? The sight of the person she had longed for stirred a flurry of emotions within her. Noticing him adjusting his attire, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her breath quickened as her heart raced with nervous anticipation. Sungo, are you at home? Seeing her eyes glistening and her face adorned with shyness, Wu turned his gaze away, embarrassed, particularly when his eyes fell upon her heaving bosom. Miss Feng, are you here to see Hua? She has gone to delicious affection. Perhaps it would be best for you to return. When she comes back, I shall inform her to seek you out. Feng Yin felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow at his words. This rare moment of solitude felt too precious to squander. Sungo, I truly admire you. Do you? Do you despise me so much? Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading like a string of broken pearls. She stepped closer to Wu, who was startled and repeatedly averted his gaze. Miss Feng, please calm down. Just then, Feng Yingying entered the room and saw Feng Yin poised to throw herself into Wu's embrace. What is happening here? Wu hastily pushed Feng Yin aside and grasped Feng Yingying's hand, exclaiming, Ying, it is not as you perceive. You must believe me. Feng Yingying broke free and approached Feng Yin. Ying, why are you here? With trembling hands concealed within her sleeves, Feng Yin replied, I came to see Sun Ge. Why? Feng Yin wiped her tears with her sleeve and replied softly, You have already guessed, so why inquire further? Are you not aware that he is my betrothed? Seeing Wu glance her way, Feng Yan's voice turned desolate. As long as Sun Ge loves me and desires me as a concubine, I would willingly accept. All I wish for is to hold his hand through the days and nights. Do you wish to ruin your reputation? Feng Yin cried out, If I must be ruined, so be it. Without Sun Ge, life is unbearable. Wu became anxious, pondering how to navigate the situation if Feng Yingying truly believed her. He rushed forward, taking hold of Feng Yingying's hand and addressing Feng Yin, Miss Feng, my heart belongs solely to Yingying. In this lifetime, she is my one and only. I will never take a second wife. With a sense of clarity washing over him, he continued, Miss Feng. Feng Yingying interjected, You go outside. I will speak with her. Once Wu had exited the room, she turned to Feng Yin. Inger, you saw for yourself that Wu does not harbor feelings for you. Even if you were to marry him, what would it matter? One day, he will come to love me. One day. When might that be? A year? 5 years? 10 years? Or 50? How much time do you possess to wait? With a soft cry, Feng Yin burst into tears, breaking free from Feng Yingying's grasp and fleeing outside. Wu, filled with apprehension, called out, Ying, you must believe me, I did not. Do the words you have spoken hold any weight? What words? Wu found himself momentarily speechless. I, alone, shall never wed a second time. Of course, this is final. Remember your words from today. Is that all? Wu, the young lad, found it hard to believe. Still not leaving? Feng Yingying stood at the entrance, sunlight streaming behind her, blinding his eyes. In the inn, He sat by the window, drinking alone. Su Luqian wore a face of desolation. Brother Mo, how much longer will you remain like this? What is troubling you, Brother Mo? You appear to be lovesick, but, Brother Mo, do you truly have feelings? Consider me, the illustrious and charming third young master of the Tianxiao embroidery house. How many beautiful and talented women have I not encountered? Miss Sunday, beauty is present, but talent remains unseen. Yet why can I not forget her? Miss Sun ignores me. You disregard me. My parents scorn me. Am I truly so detestable? Alas, I shall take my leave. Su Luqian sighed, shaking his head as he walked out. Outside, Su Ru hurried in, pushing open the door, only to hear Su Liuqian's loud exclamation as he crouched down, cradling his head. Oh dear, young master, are you all right? Sueru, do you dare to harm your own young master? Su Ru helped him up. Young master, it was not intentional. I have something important to inform you. Su Luqian rubbed his forehead. What is it? It is of no importance. I shall administer 20 lashes. Miss Sun has gone to Boizhong Mountain. Su Ru's eyes widened. Where's the young master? He scratched his head, closed the door, and departed. He stood up, taking a deep breath. Indeed, there are countless women in the world. Why be fixated on just one? Moreover, since she has married another, what can he do? To meet too late is also to be too late. At Boizhong Mountain, Sun Xiaohua panted, "Sister-in-law, I am so tired. Let us rest for a moment." Equally breathless, said nothing, persistently pulling her to the summit. The mountain wind howled, refreshingly cool. Below, the houses, flowing rivers, and trees appeared as mere ants. Above, the blue sky, white clouds, and crisp air stretched infinitely, invigorating the spirit. Flower, what do you think? One can stand at the pinnacle and gaze upon the lesser mountains. All things in the world, the vast sea and shifting sands, are but a fleeting moment in history. What matters cannot be transcended, especially for someone of little consequence. I am not angry with Sister Yen, merely frustrated with my own folly, always being taken advantage of. Without being exploited, how would you gain experience? One learns wisdom only after suffering a setback. As long as you do not repeat the mistake, there is no need for despondency. Seeing Sun Xiaohua silent, Yer continued, "Look, when you are unhappy, your parents and brother worry greatly, even seeking me to persuade you. Is it not a disservice to them? It is foolish to let an outsider harm your loved ones." Sun Xiaohua turned away. "I have not harmed them." Yer grasped her hand. "Then let us return to the former you." Sun Xiaohua opened her heart, and indeed felt much happier. She and Yer reveled in the views from the mountaintop, experiencing immense joy. "Sister-in-law, I have thought of something." Suddenly, Sun Xiaohua exclaimed in joy. What had she thought of? The Phoenix competition. I recalled what I should embroider for the Phoenix competition. What is it? A landscape. Embroidering birds pales in comparison to stitching a beautiful scenery. Miss Sun, Su Luchun, clad in garments as white as snow, appeared before her. "Young Master Su?" Su Luchun gracefully flicked his folding fan, fanning it twice, and said, "Miss Sun, I trust you are well?" Yaya remained speechless, questioning whether this was merely an act of bravado. In such a cold wind, one must be cautious of catching a severe cold. She silently mocked him, yet maintained her composure. "Young Master Su is most courteous," Sun Xiaohua replied, bowing respectfully. "If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." Su Luchun closed his fan and said hastily, "So soon? Oh, I meant to inquire if Miss Sun has finished her enjoyment." Indeed, his thoughts shifted subtly as he proposed. "I too have completed my enjoyment over there. Why not allow me to escort you both back?" "That may not be appropriate," Yair interjected, as she generally had little regard for such dandyish individuals. "To avoid any inconvenience, we shall return on our own. You two have wandered for quite a while. I presume you must be weary. There are carriages available at the foot of the mountain to ease your fatigue, which would serve as a convenience for all. Would it not?" Sun Xiaohua felt a flicker of temptation. Having been out for half the day, she truly was tired. Yet she hesitated, saying, "A solitary man and two women sharing a carriage." Su Luchun understood her concern and clarified, "Ah, there is no need for worry, Mississippi. I ride a horse and do not take a carriage." Yair chuckled lightly, realizing that he had come prepared, even arranging for a carriage. She decided to challenge him. "Young Master Su is quite intriguing. You venture out alone, riding a horse while also bringing a carriage?" Sun Xiaohua finally grasped the implication, her brows furrowing as irritation bubbled within her. Just as Su Luchun was about to express his discontent towards Yair, he asked, "May I inquire, dear young lady, why do you persistently target me? I merely wish to befriend Miss Sun and harbor no ill intentions. Why do you continually obstruct my efforts? Very well, let me ask you this. When you first laid eyes on my sister, did you not find her to be as beautiful as a celestial being?" Su Luchun, unsuspecting of any trickery, answered honestly, "Yes." "Do you wish to know my sister's name?" "Yes." "Have you privately inquired about her?" Su Luchun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. "When you learned that my sister has yet to be betrothed, did you not feel a sense of relief?" Su Luchun was suddenly at a loss for words, stammering incomprehensibly. Sun Xiaohua, overwhelmed with anger, felt tears welling up in her eyes, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she fled, covering her face. "Yaya apoachetsu li uhun, Lao King. What a pair of fools. Hey, who are you referring to? Whoever fits the description. Then who does that make you?" Su Luchun pandered, buffed. But before he could inquire further, Yair had already distanced herself. After a while, he recalled the matter at hand and snapped his fan shut, rushing after her. "Miss, please allow me to explain. Yair supported Sun Xiaohua and encouraged her. Dear flower, what is there to cry about? Is it not a good thing that someone admires you? Sun Xiaohua kept her head bowed, her shoulders trembling from suppressed sobs. After observing her for some time without a sound, Yair found it peculiar and turned her body around. To her surprise, Sun Xiaohua was hiding laughter. Once discovered, Sun Xiaohua no longer concealed her amusement and burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, do I look convincing? Yair was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, oh, indeed, it was to frighten that Su Luchun. Yes, he is overly persistent. A little scare should suffice to deter him from provoking me again. Huar, you are quite mischievous. You cannot imagine how flustered he appeared just moments ago. Sun Xiaohua stifled her laughter, saying, Sister-in-law, have I gone too far? Not at all. For someone like him, a prodigal, a mere setback is hardly sufficient to dissuade him. Yair casually plucked a peach blossom and tucked it behind Sun Xiaohua's ear. Sun Xiaohua, blushing, turned her head away. The peach blossoms are indeed in full bloom. As spring draws to a close, soon there will be an abundance of flowers blossoming. Sun Xiaohua fell silent for a moment before wistfully remarking, indeed, in no time, the phoenix contest will commence. Chapter 28. The cake Rongjin lit 5 candles, ensuring the kitchen was brilliantly illuminated. Virgin, please fetch more flour and 6 grain powder, she instructed. Yair produced 2 large bowls, cracking 4 eggs and separating the egg whites from the yolks. Into the yolks, she added a spoonful of oil and a spoonful of sugar, stirring gently to achieve a thorough amalgamation. Gradually, she incorporated the flour and 6 grain powder in several batches, using a specially crafted wooden spatula to fold the mixture until it reached a yellow, creamy consistency. Pay close attention. This step is crucial. Every movement, every sequence, every pace must remain unchanged. She added a small spoonful of sugar to the egg whites and began to whip them vigorously. Once they reached a frothy state, she added another spoonful of sugar, continuing to beat until they transformed into a delicate, milky white foam. Another spoonful of sugar was added, and she persisted until the mixture achieved a firm, glossy peak capable of holding its shape. This step was, of course, Yair's task of adding sugar, while Virgin whipped the egg whites. Madam, my arm. Virgin lamented, her face contorted in distress. Yair responded sweetly, oh, Virgin. To indulge in the exquisite delicacies of this world requires immense effort. Surely, the first taste will be your greatest reward. She jested, hand-whipping is no task for mere mortals. Virgin hastily shook her head, insisting, the credit belongs to you, madam. I hardly did anything worthy of praise. The honor is undeniably yours, sister. I shall merely partake in the tasting. I promise to be dutiful. Yair laughed heartily, pointing at Rongjin. You greedy little cat. When has your appetite ever been curtailed? What makes you think you are so dutiful? Rongjin, unashamed, stoked the fire while declaring, I care not for what others create. The culinary delights crafted by Madam are simply irreplaceable. Indeed, your culinary prowess is unmatched, Virgin agreed, massaging her sore arm. Yair gradually folded the whipped egg whites into the yolk mixture, maintaining the gentle motion. Do not flatter me. If I become too proud, I may be incapable of producing any delicacies at all, she warned playfully, then added with a scoff. You are the ones who flatter. Virgin and Rongjin stifled their laughter, choosing not to disrupt Yair further. Once the mixture was well combined, it was poured into a large, deep basin, filling it to the brim. A thin cloth was laid over the top before it was placed in the steamer. After arranging this, Yair instructed Rongjin to monitor the heat while she retrieved a tub of milk from the freezer, which had transformed into a soft, creamy consistency. She added a spoonful of sugar and began to stir. Madam, allow me to take over, Virgin offered. Is your hand still functional? Do not worry. This time it will not be as exhausting as before. It will be done shortly. Please fetch the bowl of lard we prepared for tonight. Virgin handed over the lard, and Yair added a spoonful, continuing to stir. She repeated this process, adding sugar and lard 4 times, before finally incorporating a spoonful of jasmine flower powder, resulting in a creamy concoction. Virgin sampled it, exclaiming, so soft and sweet. Yair called out. Rongjin extinguished the heat, lifting the pot's lid. Both Rongjin and Virgin exclaimed in unison, "Delicious." Yair sliced the cake horizontally, removing one half and cutting it into two pieces. Between these layers, she spread a layer of cream followed by a layer of fruit jam, and similarly topped the upper layer with cream and jam. The jams consisted of rich red grape and golden peach, distinctly separating the two sides. Lacking a piping bag, she fashioned one for paper instead. Unable to create intricate flowers, I resorted to crafting a large wave pattern net, perfectly suited for holding the honeyed fruits within its openings. Quite a clever solution. Yair prepared 2 cakes, spreading the leftover crumbs with buttery cream, and then called for Li Wu so the 4 of us could share in the delightful feast. After much praise and merriment, which need not be elaborated upon, Yair noticed that everyone had finished their portions and said, "Li Wu, could you please make a trip to the lumberyard and summon Gaozhen?" Li Wu promptly complied. Yair had previously instructed Min Zonghai to create an exquisitely carved double-layered food box. This box was not merely 2 stacked layers, but rather a dual-layer design, both inside and out. She placed the cake within, adding some ice in between before securely fastening the lid. Soon, Gaozhen arrived in a rush. "Madam, you summoned me?" Since discovering that the splendid items were crafted by Yair's skilled hands, he held her in high regard. "This is a food box containing a cake," Yair explained, gesturing toward another cake. "This is a birthday cake. You must swiftly deliver it to Lord Wang at the Changzhou Prefectural Office, ensuring it arrives in time for Miss Wang Shuiying's 16th birthday on the 29th. She handed him a letter, stating, "This is the invitation." Gaozhen had already caught a whiff of its delightful aroma and was puzzled about its contents, only to find he had to deliver it without tasting it first. "Don't worry, we'll have some when you return." Gaozhen chuckled. "Madam, are you serious? As precious as pearls. Do you think I would deprive you of such a trivial morsel?" Yair replied with amusement, "Why do I always find myself surrounded by food lovers? Also, be cautious. There are ice cubes inside, so do not tilt it." Remember, Gaozhen took the food box and departed with purpose. Rongjin inquired, "Madam, what shall we do with this cake?" Wei Zhan interjected, "Of course, it is to celebrate young master-son's marriage." "Indeed, it is perfect for tomorrow," came the reply. On March 28th, under a clear sky, the Sun family welcomed the Feng family's daughter, filling the streets with joy and excitement. In the bridal chamber, Yair opened the box to reveal the exquisite cake. Questions arose about its nature, and Yair explained, "This is a cream cake intended for birthdays and celebratory feasts. Both delicious and festive." One person asked, "If it is not a birthday, can it not be enjoyed at feast? As long as one has the means to order it. There is no time it cannot be savored." "How much would that be?" "Once it becomes available, you will know." "When will it be available?" "On an auspicious day." "What constitutes an auspicious day?" Yair shook her head and said, "On the 6th day of the lunar calendar. All matters are favorable, avoiding misfortune. That is deemed an auspicious day." After a hearty round of laughter, Feng Yingying stepped forward, expressing her gratitude. "Sister-in-law, you have gone to great lengths. Do not feel disheartened. Today is a day of joy. I made this cake to bring a smile to your face, lest I trade laughter for tears." The crowd erupted in more laughter, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Min Zonghai patted Wu Xiaozai on the shoulder. "Hurry and cut the cake. We are all drooling with anticipation." Amidst the lively encouragement, Wu Xiaozai awkwardly attempted to cut the cake, only to be met with a chorus of complaints. Some remarked it was too small, others noted the cream was insufficient, while some lamented that it did not adequately fill the gaps between their teeth. What began as a traditional wedding celebration transformed into a delightful cake tasting, creating a wonderfully vibrant atmosphere. Sun Xiaohua pulled Yair aside and asked, "Sister-in-law, would you like to come to my room?" Yair nodded and followed her. Sun Xiaohua then took out an unframed embroidery and handed it to Yair, revealing a breathtaking depiction of a panoramic view from a mountain peak on the white cloth. Yair gazed at her intently, smiling but remaining silent. Sun Xiaohua felt uneasy under her scrutiny and pouted. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking at? The flowers have grown." Realizing the depth of her words, Sun Xiaohua sighed. "I used to rely on others, believing I could not create exquisite works without a reference. I even resented you for not providing me with a pattern. Now I understand that true artistry possesses a spirit that can only be attained through one's own efforts." Yer nodded, recognizing that while patterns may belong to others, true talent is revealed through personal insight. Suddenly inspired, she exclaimed, "If such wonders can be seen from above, what if we were to view it from below?" From below? Yer nodded, choosing not to speak further. After contemplating for a moment, Sun Xiaohua joyfully remarked, "It seems to hold promise. I shall ponder it further." "Thank you, sister-in-law." 3 days later, Su Jinsheng had an urgent matter requiring swift delivery across 300 miles. 3 elegantly dressed gentlemen arrived at the entrance of delicious romance. Pausing momentarily before one of the older men strode in confidently, appearing as vigorous as a man in his prime. Rongzhen approached him, asking, "Sir, may I inquire who you are? I have heard that Master Min Zonghai and his wife reside here." He replied, "Indeed, but the master has gone to the lumber yard. However, the mistress is at home. Please allow me to announce your visit," stating that Steward Wang from Su Jinsheng has arrived. Upon hearing the announcement, Yura was surprised by the swiftness of their arrival. She quickly tidied her attire and appearance before stepping outside. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Steward Wang." Wang Tsung greeted her with a bow, smiling. "Madam Min, I hope you are well. I come on behalf of my lady to express our gratitude for your birthday gift." "Steward Wang, you are too kind. My husband and I are merely grateful for the care extended by Lord Wang. A small token is hardly worthy of mention." After welcoming Wang Tsung and his entourage into the courtyard, Wei Zhen served them fine tea before withdrawing. One of the attendants placed a box before Yura, and Wang Tsung said, "This is a gift from the second young lady." Upon opening it, she discovered a scroll that unveiled the breathtaking spring river. "Flower Moon Night" by the renowned embroiderer, Lu Su Fei. "This is far too extravagant." Wang Tsung took a sip of tea and replied slowly, "Madam Min, please do not rush to decline. My lady has but one request." Yura bowed her head, feeling unworthy. She wishes for delicious romance to supply cakes exclusively to the manor, without selling them to others. Of course, you may continue to sell other varieties of cakes. Thus, we would be providing cakes that are unique to the manor. Wang Tsung confirmed. "Steward Wang, we are but a small business. If they request one every few days, no amount of cakes would suffice. Madam has considered this. In the future, each custom cake will be priced at 100 taels. How does that sound? That price seems reasonable. I have no objections. Madam Min, your decisiveness is refreshing. Please do not perceive me as mercenary," Wang Tsung added with a smile. "In the realm of commerce, there exist certain principles. One cannot expect to suffer losses without reason." The two parties agreed that a 10-inch cream cake will be delivered in 10 days for Lord Wang's banquet. Wang Tsung produced a banknote from his sleeve, which accepted with a smile, expressing her gratitude. 2 attendants, carrying the bundle provided by Virgin, took their leave alongside Wang Kanya. That person just now seemed to be Min Zonghai entered, casting a glance at the 3 departing horses. Indeed, what was his purpose? Proceeded to explain Lord Wang's intention to purchase a special cake. One cake for 100 taels? Does that not seem excessively priced? Excessive? That cake is exclusively for him. If produced in bulk for the common folk, it would fetch far more than 100 taels. I find it rather modest. But alas, to preserve our peace, we must forego profit and avoid conflict with the authorities. But does that mean others will not have access to the cake? Of course not. Am I such a mercenary? Did you not say the cake is solely for Lord Wang? There are various designs for the cakes. We can create some for the public that do not compete with Lord Wang's special order. Min Zonghai placed a hand on Ya's shoulder, exclaiming, "My dear, you truly possess a brilliant mind." Swatted his hand away, retorting, "Cease your flattery. Why have you returned at this hour?" "There's little to attend to at the lumberyard with Gaojin present, so I returned to see what assistance I might offer. I stopped by the marinated meat shop, and, finding it quite expansive, I helped Wang Lei and Mu before returning." "And the others?" "Wu and his wife have gone to her family, as it is Aunt Feng's birthday. Xiaoyu's also gone there, truly oblivious. Children are prone to playfulness. At 11, they should begin to mature. Chenyu indeed enjoys visiting the Feng household. At 11, he is no longer a mere child." You're suddenly recalled that Feng Nyonyo also seemed to be around the age of 11. Chapter 29. The Phoenix Contest. Since that is the case, accompany me to the kitchen and lend a hand. Min Zonghai cheerfully entered, but after a while, his face turned sour as he whisked egg whites and lamented. Why must it be done this way? Is this not a form of torment? The lady had said that to savor the finest delicacies in the world, one must endure considerable hardship. Virgin always remembered the words of Yer distinctly. Enough of your complaints. I promised Lord Wang a new cake in 10 days. So we must hasten our preparations. Yer stirred the milk and added, furthermore, this is how we typically operate. You volunteered to assist, yet now you lament the toil. You voiced both the good and the bad. Very well, it has risen. I never claimed I would cease. Min Zonghai quickened his pace, realizing that his one remark had invited this barrage of chatter. However, before long, his speed dwindled to that of a tortoise again. Yaya stiflet laukata, knowing that any display of mirth would ruin the effort, and so she endured in silence. After 2 consecutive days of trials, they finally produced a cake that satisfied everyone. Yer declared, "All right, the preliminary attempt has succeeded. In 8 days, each of you shall be responsible for your own tasks. Let's not lose the standard we have set today. If Lord Wang finds fault, our bakery may well be doomed." Upon hearing this, Min Zonghai's face fell. What? I still have to do it? Yer furrowed her brow. Do you not wish to continue? The following day, the clerk Min Zonghai, Constable Ji Li, and the others marched into the delicious affection bakery with great fanfare. Rongjin had never witnessed such a display and hurriedly called for Min Zonghai and Yer to come out. Min Zonghai greeted them with a smile. Esteemed officials, what brings you here? Ji Li, being of the older generation, was regarded as the leader among them. Min, today we are merely here to conduct an inspection. Your cooperation is all that is required. Min Zonghai clasped his hands. What does Constable Ji wish to investigate? Someone has reported that you are evading taxes. We need to examine your accounts. Evading taxes? We pay our dues punctually and in full each month. We would never dare deceive. Ji Li placed his knife firmly on the table. Whether there is deception or not will be revealed through our inspection. Nearby patrons, upon seeing the gleaming knife, fled in a panic. Yer could not afford to concern herself with settling accounts now. How many shops have you inspected? Makui, displaying impatience, remarked, only you are being reported. Naturally, we shall only investigate your establishment. Such lengthy discourse suggests that there may indeed be some truth to the tax evasion. Makui, imposing in stature and demeanor, confronted them with an intimidating glare. Min Zonghai exchanged glances with Yer, who promptly went to fetch the tea. Please, gentlemen, take a seat. Rongjin served the tea, and after she had done so, Yer brought forth the account book, placing it before Min Suijing. A moment of silence ensued. After a while, Min Suijing shook his head at Ji Li, who glanced at Min Zonghai and, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked, Is this the only book? Yes. We have not been open for long. This is the sole record. That cannot be correct. Even if your establishment has not been open for long, your business appears to be thriving. It is improbable that this is all there is. Yer interjected, esteemed officer, this shop is managed by myself. Our prices are modest, and even with good business, the profits remain limited. We are but common folk, too timid to disregard the law. Maquis nortet, common folk. It is often the commoners who break the law. Min Zonghai, feeling helpless, replied, My lord, the shop indeed possesses only one ledger. Ji Li suddenly slammed the table and commanded, Search. Min Zonghai and Yer were taken aback. These individuals were clearly engaged in a search while secretly pilfering. Li Wu, who had just returned, observed the scene with veins bulging, his face aflame with indignation, and was about to confront them when Yer discreetly restrained him. She gestured for him to retreat to the backyard, and he understood immediately, stealthily exiting. It is not the casual theft that one fears, but rather the hidden intentions behind it. Just as the crowd was preparing to enter and search, a deep, authoritative male voice rang out, Halt! Montaki, clad in a dark-patterned azure robe, exuded grace and an extraordinary presence. Min Zonghai furrowed his brow and stepped aside. Ji Li cupped his fists and approached with a smile, saying, Young Master Mo, I have long admired you. May I inquire what guidance you offer? And Mo, he cast a glance at Yer, lingering momentarily on Min Zonghai before responding. Might I ask what you intend to search for, sir? Ji Li replied with a smile. Someone has reported that Mei Wei Qing Yuan is evading taxes. We are here to investigate. Oh, have you found any evidence? Not yet. We were just about to search for proof. Without evidence. On what grounds do you conduct a search? Well, perhaps you should wait until you have evidence before proceeding. Mo yi disregarded Kitty. Turning instead to your, Madam Min, it has been a while. How have you been? Yer returned the gesture, responding, I am well, thank you, young Master Mo. I have heard that Lord Wang of the prefecture praises the birthday cakes from Mei Wei Qing Yuan. Might I have the honor of tasting one? Understanding the implication, Yer smiled and said, Young Master Mo, I fear you are too late. The steward Wang from the prefecture has already informed us that none of the cakes delivered to the prefect can be sold. And Mo lamented, what a pity. Should you not mind, I could prepare a different cake for you to taste. Montaki exclaimed, Splendid. The bystanders, Ji Li and his companions, were left in stunned silence. What manner of person were they about to offend? After offering their apologies, they left in a dejected manner, while Min Zonghai remained silent throughout, casting a deep gaze at Min Zonghai and Yer before following them. Once the officials had departed, Min Zonghai no longer feigned pretense and bowed to Mo, saying, Thank you, young Master Mo. Ah, it is but a small matter. I believe County Magistrate Roan will not dare to trouble you further. Mo waved his hand, then seated himself again, smiling. When might I savor the cake promised by Madam Min? Yer curtsied, please wait a moment, and retreated to the kitchen. Min Zonghai sat opposite Mo and motioned for Li Wu to serve tea. The two shared a moment of silence, exchanging smiles, for sometimes unspoken understanding exists between men. That night, Min Zonghai held Yer close in bed. She inquired, Do you think today's events concern him? After a long pause, he sighed, perhaps. Why? She gazed up at him, her expression adorable, prompting him to affectionately pinch her cheek until she wrinkled her brow in protest. Zhong Yao had offended Gung Yuhua and was imprisoned. Gung Yuhua was the second son of the Gung family's second branch, managing 2 shops under the family name. Min Zonghai had not mentioned that when he visited the timber shop, he encountered Uncle Lu. He had sought his assistance, but due to a lack of connections, his request went unheeded. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lu, in a fit of anger and humiliation, reproached him for his inaction, claiming that had it not been for him, Lu Shangyun would not have wed Min Zongyao. Thus, upon seeing Uncle Lu loitering outside the timber shop again today, he decided to turn back. Out of sight, out of mind. Moreover, it was not a matter of great significance. It could simply be resolved with some time or a monetary compensation, so why dwell on it? What concern is it of ours? Gung Yuhai had opened a pastry shop, reportedly also selling bread, albeit with little success, failing to attract customers. It is evident they are here to steal this secret recipe. However, even if they stood right before us, they could not replicate it. Why? Yer revealed a mysterious smile, stating, I possess a secret ingredient known as tongzhong, of which only I know the method of preparation. Did Weijia not know? She shook her head and continued, I have no plans to disclose it to her just yet. Although we share a good rapport, it has only been a few months. We shall see how things develop. Min Zonghai chose to let the matter rest and remarked, Our business has been thriving lately. It appears that young Master Mo has contributed significantly. She fanned her nose and jested, How utterly sour. Caught off guard, he shot her a fierce glare. After enjoying her laughter, Yer added, It has been quite some time since I last saw him. How would I know? He pondered asking her about her feelings towards Mo, but feared that if she had no intention, his inquiry might inadvertently stir something, leading to an awkward situation. Thus, he buried the thought deep within himself and refrained from bringing it up again. On April 15th, during the Phoenix Festival, the annual Phoenix competition in Chang City commenced. Yer, lacking interest, chose not to participate. However, she still attended the event to support Sun Xiaohua, did she not? The Phoenix competition was quite straightforward. Each household presented their embroidered works for evaluation, with 3 esteemed judges selecting the finest piece. The winner would receive a reward of 100 taels of gold and the opportunity to serve the court at the textile bureau. By the time Yer arrived, the competition had already begun. She squeezed her way to Sun Xiaohua's side and, noticing the absence of Wu Xiaozai and his wife, inquired about their whereabouts. Sun Xiaohua gazed ahead, her mind elsewhere, and replied, Sister twisted her leg, and brother took her home. On the spacious stage sat three prominent figures of Chang City's business community: Geng Wenjiang of Gengji Trading, Shengde of Weitian Restaurant, and Liang Jinyang of Jinshuozhuan. A few scholars had preliminarily selected 30 embroidered pieces, which were displayed for further assessment by the judges. The loudest cheers came from the audience for Sheng Mudan, daughter of Shengde, whose magnificent piece depicted a breathtaking floral landscape. Another highly coveted embroidery was the Jiangnan Rain, crafted by the niece of County Magistrate Rong. From a distance, Yuer spotted Sun Xiaohua's embroidered work and, upon observing the others, began to form her own judgments. Liu Xiangyun, Aya, and Feng Cixi were also among the participants. Liu and Feng seemed acceptable, but to her surprise, Arya actually made the list. She had previously seen Arya's embroidery. It appears that regardless of time or place, from the court to the common folk, favoritism and corruption abound everywhere. The three judges examined the embroidered works in succession and, after half an hour, returned to their seats, penning their favorite selections on paper to submit to the adjudicator. Now, the adjudicator announced the names of the selected embroidered pieces. A gathering of splendid blooms, proclaimed the adjudicator. Upon the conclusion of her words, a maidservant removed a splendid piece of Su embroidery, depicting a riot of flowers, from the wall and presented it upon the stage. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Although the embroidery was intricate, it lacked spirit and charm, rendering it unremarkable. The stitching was not of the highest quality, merely the work of a mediocre artisan. As the flowers gathered, the presiding judge disregarded the murmurs of dissent, a smile gracing his face as he continued to read. However, upon reaching the third page, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He cast a glance at the three evaluators before proclaiming the title of the third piece. After the rain, clear skies. Sun Xiaohua, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Yuer's hand. Rendered speechless, the maidservant withdrew Sun Xiaohua's embroidered piece, hanging it upon the display. There, dewdrops clung to the tips of verdant grass blades, crystalline and translucent. As if on the verge of falling, the petals of various flowers reached towards the heavens, their forms and hues revealing them to be varieties of roses and peonies. The pale blue sky, mingled with white clouds, overflowed upon the white canvas. Standing before it, one felt as insignificant as an ant in the vast wilderness, in the face of the immense universe. Just as the poet Su proclaimed, "I send a mayfly into the vastness of heaven and earth, as trivial as a grain of sand in the boundless sea." In the 30th chapter, Yang Luer, Geng Wenxue, and Shengde gazed at Liang Jinyang, who responded with a charming smile, but remained silent. The presiding judge ultimately declared, in a 1-2 contest, Yang Luer emerges victorious. An enchanting voice echoed from behind the curtain, thanking the three judges. "I am truly humbled by Miss Sun's creation. Let the name of Jinyang belong to her." Sun Xiaohua was taken aback, her eyes pleading for help from Yair. Yair scoffed softly, muttering, "Why take such words to heart when they are merely bestowed?" Enlightened, Sun Xiaohua gracefully stepped forward, her delicate form drawing the attention of the crowd. She inclined her body slightly and stated, "Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. There is no need for deference. With Miss Yang's embroidery skills, she is undoubtedly deserving. My sister's innovative spirit and unique perspective have rightfully earned her the recognition of the First Lady." Even with the strong support of Lord Geng and Lord Sheng, it seems insurmountable. Geng Wenxue and Shengde exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They couldn't help but glance at the First Lady, Liang Jinyang. How could two of the most prominent figures in Chongqing and even the entire Changzhou prefecture be overshadowed by a mere embroiderer? Geng Wenxue cleared his throat, acknowledging the rules of the competition. "Miss Yang, while I appreciate your admiration for Miss Sun's work, we must adhere to the established guidelines." Shengde nodded in agreement, stating that it was only right that the deserving be recognized, for what would be the purpose of hosting the Phoenix contest otherwise? Liang Jinyang maintained her everlasting, alluring smile. Yang Luer expressed her apologies. "I have overstepped." Sun Xiaohua returned to her position. Observing the expressions around her, Yair felt reassured and asked, "Do you know who Yang Luer is?" Sun Xiaohua shook her head, indicating her ignorance. It is best not to provoke her. She may be a phoenix in disguise. Understood, sister-in-law. Forgive us for our tardiness. Su Luchan arrived, pulling along M.O.E. Since the last incident where M.O.E. helped resolve an issue, Yair had softened her demeanor towards him. Mr. Su, Mr. M.O., you two have come to partake in this gathering? Su Luchan cast a joyful glance at Sun Xiaohua, saying, of course, I must witness Miss Sun's competition. The contest has concluded. It's over? Then what? Yair glanced at the stage. Su Luchan looked around, searching for the spectacle. Sun Xiaohua informed him behind that curtain. Who could it be so mysterious? Only know her as Yang Luer. Yang Luer? Su Luchan exclaimed in terror, startling both Yair and Sun Xiaohua. Sun Xiaohua inquired, do you know her? I must take my leave. Should anyone inquire, I'm a stranger. With that, Su Luchan rushed away like the wind. Yair turned to M.O.E., questioning, what has possessed him? M.O.E. noticed the crowd beginning to disperse and suggested, let's discuss this further over there. Yang Luer is the daughter-in-law chosen by Liu Chen's father. It seems she has come in pursuit of him. Yair scoffed. He does not favor her. Yet she seeks to provoke Hua. He is unwilling to settle. Naturally, he will seek out his true affections. Montakius Gauza document inexplicably. But what if he finds what he desires? Without parental approval, does that not bring harm to an innocent? Fell into silence for a moment, murmuring, indeed, it would only bring harm to an innocent party. CYA, noticing Sun Xiaohua's dazed expression, gave her a gentle push. Flower? Sun Xiaohua came to her senses, forcing a faint smile. Sister-in-law, let us return. I wonder how Sister Ying's leg is faring? Allow me to escort you, said, gazing intently at CYA. After pondering briefly, CYA shook her head. Young Master Mo, you should seek out young Master Su. We can return on our own. After exchanging formalities, they took their leave. Brother Mo, Yang Luer's sweet voice drew from his reverie. Adorned with a jade hairpin and dressed in a golden embroidered butterfly gown, her delicate features were complemented by a radiant complexion, resembling a blooming lotus. Sighed in exasperation. Is anyone following you? Yang Luer scanned her surroundings with wide eyes. Where's Brother Su? Pressed. Is anyone tailing you? Gua. The guard, she replied, pouting, her gaze lowered in anticipation of reproach. Knowing her nature all too well, realized that further admonishment would be futile, and simply said, You are being reckless. Yang Luer, in a playful tone, implored, Brother Mo, please tell me where Brother Su is. He resides at the inn. Hesitated, but ultimately decided to divulge the information, thinking that the young rascal Su Luchan certainly deserved a lesson. Thank you, Brother Mo. I shall repay your kindness. With that, she lifted her skirts and dashed away. Meanwhile, Min Luo and Min Jin observed everything, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Sister, let us depart. Indeed, Min Luo replied. She cautiously approached Min Zonghai, testing the waters with a question, Brother, will the M.O. family trade for our grain? Min Zonghai, surprised by his usually indifferent sister's sudden interest in family affairs, wondered why news from their second sister-in-law had yet to arrive. Min Luo furrowed her brow, nervously clutching her garments as if they might tear. At today's Phoenix contest, I saw our second sister-in-law conversing merrily with young Master Mo. Surely, it must bode well. Min Zonghai, startled, leapt up, his initial curiosity shifting to a sense of discontent. What had transpired during his brief absence? When Min Luo noted her brother's silence, she sighed and retreated to her room. A moment later, Min Jin entered Min Zonghai's chamber, chuckling, Brother, do include me when negotiating with the M.O. family. I promise to be a silent observer, not interfering in your affairs. The M.O. family again, he retorted. If you intend to be a silent observer, why seek involvement? Min Jin merely smiled, rolling her eyes. If today I happened to see and hear something, I would still pretend I did not. Did you encounter young Master M.O. at the Wei Tian restaurant today? Min Jin nodded, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Indeed, and there was a young man in white by his side. Are you aware of him, brother? Min Zonghai, wishing to validate his sister's claims, inquired. I heard that our second sister-in-law was quite engaged in conversation with young Master M.O. Why did you not approach her? Perhaps you might meet that young man in white. Brother, are you not aware that our second sister-in-law is not particularly close to our family. Moreover, one can discern from her demeanor that she is a woman of questionable character, frivolously engaging in laughter and conversation with a man in broad daylight. I shall not debase myself by seeking her out, for it would tarnish my reputation. Min Jin pouted, exuding an air of disdain, while Min Zonghai clenched his fists. His countenance darkened with gloom. Min Jin assumed her comments about family affairs had irked him. She playfully stuck out her tongue and quietly exited. Meanwhile, Cai'er escorted son Xiaohua back to the Sun residence, taking the opportunity to check on Feng Yingying's injury. Sister-in-law, it's nothing serious, merely a sprain. A bit of rest will suffice. What brings you here? Though Feng Yingying sat on the bed, her foot showed no signs of redness or swelling. Cai'er accepted the tea offered by son Xiaohua and instructed her to rest before revealing. Did you think I came solely to check on you? Your second brother has been busy at the lumberyard, having secured a significant deal, and I came to see the particulars. Feng Yingying chuckled. I saw Brother Gao and the others hauling back a substantial amount of timber the other day, of various kinds, so it must be true, regardless of its authenticity. I am simply waiting for the payment. If it is less than usual, I shall have words with him. Cai'er's exaggerated threat amused Feng Yingying, who mused that the fierce woman at the end of the street could not compare. After their laughter subsided, Cai'er feigned curiosity. Has Wu gone to the shop? He can hardly bear to be away from the delicacy stall. It would be more painful for him than losing a limb. Yet, with your injury, how could he leave you behind? I was to accompany him. However, he insisted I stay home to recuperate, Feng Yingying replied. Look at you two, so affectionate. Your blissful days are still ahead. This year, Huater turns 13, and as your sister-in-law, you cannot indulge in your own happiness alone. Do I need you to remind me? My father has an old friend whose family runs a rouge shop. Their only son, 15 and quite handsome, passed the scholar's examination last year. Should he wish for fertile land, it is readily available. As for his character, my father has met him and holds him in high regard, which is why he mentioned him to me. Upon returning, I spoke with my mother, who was equally pleased. However, when I broached the subject with my sister-in-law, she responded rather cryptically. When I pressed further, she merely fled. Cai'er sighed inwardly, pondering whether this was fate or misfortune. The heavens had already decreed it. No grievances, no regrets. One must bear their own sorrow. Su Lucheng, I hope he is not a heartless man. As the hour of shun approached, Cai'er made her way to the lumberyard. The establishment had expanded by 2 acres since her last visit, now boasting a medium-scale operation, considerably larger than before. Upon entering the courtyard, she was taken aback to see 3 large stacks of assorted lumber. The warehouse was also filled to capacity with timber. Fifth Ziyun emerged from the warehouse and, upon spotting Cai'er, exclaimed joyfully, Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Were you frightened? There are at least 200 pieces. Such a quantity of timber constitutes a significant deal. My elder brother has secured it. Isn't that impressive? Of course, Brother Gao is quite capable. Cai'er replied, inching closer, causing him to retreat in dismay. You, on the other hand, have never handled a deal, have you? She held out her pinky, pressing her thumb against its tip. This is all you can manage. Fifth Ziyun, frustrated, puffed out his cheeks, glaring wide-eyed at her, his chest heaving with indignation, yet unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Gao Zhan appeared, playfully patting his impetuous younger brother. Why is your heart so narrow, dear brother? The lady is merely teasing you. As the 5th sword approached, he noticed Cai'er with a smile that crinkled her eyes, yet her lips were pressed together in silence, resembling a mischievous child caught in wrongdoing. His expression softened slightly, though he still pouted, clearly harboring lingering irritation. Observing the situation, Cai'er seized the moment and remarked, Come now. A man of stature ought not to be so easily ruffled by jest. Besides, what I said holds truth. If one truly possesses fortitude, one should strive to achieve something worthwhile rather than sulking. Gao Zhan playfully delivered a light slap to the back of his head, prompting him to lower his gaze in reluctant acceptance. What is the matter? Min Zonghai dusted off the remnants of ash from his clothing and, upon raising his gaze, was met with this peculiar scene, utterly perplexed. Oh, it is nothing. I merely commend Brother Gao. With such a lucrative deal in hand, Shouldn't you, as the proprietor, consider bestowing a reward? Yair stepped closer, assisting him in straightening his attire. He opened his arms willingly, allowing her to adjust him, replying, "Indeed, I have set aside a 10% share for Brother Gao, and furthermore, for every successful deal henceforth, there shall be a 10% commission for all alike." Is that truly the case? The fifth sword's interest peaked at the mention of a commission. Gao Zhan delivered another playful pat, asserting if the proprietor's words lacked truth. Who's can be trusted? He rubbed the back of his head, which had endured 3 playful slaps, and muttered, "I was not particularly clever to begin with, and now I feel even dimmer. All right, let us take our leave." Min Zonghai and Yair exited the timber yard side by side. Chapter 32 imitations the attitude of Mrs. De Zhang towards Feng Yingying was tolerable, yet she was not her biological mother, and the mishap concerning the offspring weighed heavily on her conscience. Soon, Wu Xiaozi returned, pulling Feng Yingying into the room, examining her closely. "What is wrong?" he inquired. Feng Yingying whispered a few words in his ear, and he widened his eyes, rendered speechless. It was only upon her reminder that he stumbled away to summon the doctor. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. De Zhang repeatedly bowed, praying fervently for the Bodhisattva's blessings. Sun Laosan squatted nearby, incessantly smoking. They called upon the familiar Dr. Zheng, who, after his examination, confirmed the joyful tidings. Mrs. De Zhang expressed her gratitude to the heavens, nearly prostrating in relief. Sun Laosan chuckled foolishly, applauding the news. Feng Yingying felt her heart settle and cast a sidelong glance at Wu Xiaozi, who grinned. "Am I to be a father?" Sun Xiaohua also rejoiced. "Brother, what are you saying?" "The doctor has verified it. Sister Ying is indeed with child." Cai'er patted Sun Xiaohua. "Your brother is already in a state of panic. Do not add fuel to the fire. Let's step outside." The group exited the room, leaving Wu Xiaozi and his wife alone. Wu Xiaozi took Feng Yingying's hand and said, "Yingying, you have endured much." During this time, Feng Yingying had a hearty appetite, and rather than noticing anything amiss, he had merely complained about her eating too much. Truly a misguided sentiment. "What do you mean? As your wife, is it not my duty to bear your children?" Feng Yingying gently reassured him, aware of his guilt for not having cared for her sufficiently. "Thank you, Yingying," he said, avoiding her belly and embracing her tenderly. She returned the embrace, and, after a while, she called out, "Husband." Wu Xiaozi released her, thinking she had something of great importance to say, only to be met with her laughter. "I am hungry." Upon returning home, Cai'er informed Min Zonghai of the joyous news. Min Zonghai felt a moment of happiness, only to be reminded of his own circumstances. He had begun his marriage in mourning, allowing Wu Xiaozi to surpass him. However, today was the 26th, the time was drawing near. Unbeknownst to Cai'er, Min Zonghai harbored his own calculations, still ruminating on baby supplies. He intended to craft some trendy yet practical gifts as a congratulatory gesture. Min Zonghai drank deeply, unable to shake off the gloom that burdened his heart. Following his request for Cai'er's assistance, he had visited several times. Yet she was either absent or evasive. Her demeanor had left him utterly despondent. Yushur gazed at Min Zonghai without blinking, tears cascading down her cheeks, landing on her hands, warm and heavy. She had been married to him for 2 years, yet she had never witnessed him in such despair. Not for her, his legitimate wife, but for his sister-in-law, who could never be. "Husband, let us return home." Min Zonghai forcefully shook her off, declaring, "I shall not return." Yushur, delicate by nature, stumbled to the ground as he pushed her, scraping her elbow and causing a flood of tears. She held back her cries, waited until she had composed herself, then stood and approached Min Zonghai once more. "Husband, let us return home." Min Zonghai, exasperated, shouted, "You, a mere woman, dare to meddle in your husband's affairs? Go back at once. I shall divorce you." After his outburst, he slumped over the table. Yushur, heartbroken, clenched her hands until they turned pale. Yet she still helped Min Zonghai rise and began to walk back. It is unclear where she summoned the strength, but she resolutely carried Min Zonghai back without a scratch. The matron, Mrs. Shui, held the utmost disdain for this daughter-in-law. Had it not been for the usefulness of the Yu family, she would have never been considered worthy. To her dismay, Shortly after the marriage, the Yu family fell into disgrace and imprisonment, almost dragging them down with them. Consequently, she harbored a deep-seated loathing for Yu Shi, finding every opportunity to make things difficult for her, as it was inadequate to assuage her resentment. While listening to her mother-in-law's tirades, Yu Shi helped Min Zonghai remove his clothing and rest. With tears dried and heart shattered, she found solace only in his slumber, for then he was entirely hers. Rising, she retrieved a box from her vanity and applied the ointment to Min Zonghai's chest, gently massaging it in as it absorbed into his skin, murmuring, with this applied, "You shall awaken free of headaches by morning." Young Wu rushed breathlessly to the culinary establishment. "Rongjun, where are your master and mistress?" In the backyard came the reply. He dashed to the back, where Min Zonghai, observing his fervor, chuckled. "All right, I understand. No need to flaunt it before me." "What are you talking about, brother Zonghai?" "I am here on serious business regarding you and sister-in-law." "Where is she?" "Right here," replied Yer, emerging from the kitchen. Young Wu exclaimed anxiously, "Sister-in-law, there's trouble." Yer and Min Zonghai exchanged their smiles for solemn expressions, fixing their gazes upon him. Bread shops have sprung up in the east, south, and west of the city. Yer exhaled and smiled. "Is that all?" Min Zonghai looked at her in confusion, while Young Wu, equally astonished, queried, "Aren't you upset, sister-in-law?" "What is there to be upset about? It hasn't tea harmed our health." She poured a cup of tea for each of them and continued, "I anticipated this. Good things will always be imitated, and we cannot remain exclusive." This revelation left young Wu somewhat unsettled. Observing his distress, Yer, unwilling to tease him further, remarked, "Making bread isn't difficult, but achieving the same flavor is quite another matter. I possess a secret recipe." Young Wu's eyes brightened. "Sister-in-law, you are remarkable. I had almost forgotten about this." Min Zonghai relaxed, playfully poking her forehead. "You clever one." Then addressing young Wu, he inquired, "Do you know who opened these shops? I've heard it's not the same family, but Shengda and Geng Wenxue are involved. Moreover, Uncle Feng is utterly unscrupulous. All these dairies are supplied by him. Does he not consider that without sister-in-law, his family would not be in their current situation? What ingratitude!" As young Wu's anger flared at Feng Jin's betrayal, he believed that the success of Shengda and Geng Wenxue in the bakery was primarily due to Feng Jin's influence. "The last time I went to fetch milk, I noticed he was somewhat evasive. At the time, I paid little heed, but now it seems he must have concealed from us that he was selling milk." Min Zonghai recalled a certain incident and felt a chill in his heart. You should not blame him too harshly. If they didn't tea purchase from Uncle Feng, would they not seek elsewhere? You're offered a comforting perspective. He is merely looking out for his family. Who wouldn't tea want to earn a profit? Do not fret. This situation is not dire. Though it has some impact now, with time, people will recognize which is authentic. And will they not then become even more steadfast in their loyalty? My dear husband, when you next go to fetch the milk, kindly speak to Uncle Feng, lest he be left in a state of anxiety. At that moment, Rongjun approached, saying, "Sir, Madam, Steward Wang from the governor's office has arrived." The three exchanged glances. Although they had a contract with Lord Wang, he had never sought them out on his own, which suggested he must have significant matters to discuss. Rongjun welcomed Wang Tsong inside, while Yer and Min Zonghai rose to greet him. "Steward Wang, I hope all is well with you." Young Wu, seeing that there was nothing for him, excused himself and left with Rongjun. Wang Tsong clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he addressed them. "Boss Min, Madam Min, I beg your pardon for my uninvited presence." "Not at all. It is our honor to have you here, Steward Wang." Once the three were seated, Wang Tsong wasted no time and stated plainly, "The governor has been promoted to the position of circuit intendant, and your contributions as a couple have been indispensable." Yer and Min Zonghai exchanged glances, and Yer replied, "Steward Wang, we are but common folk. What ability do we possess to assist Lord Wang?" There is no need for modesty. The esteemed guests have expressed their admiration for the cake and wardrobe, which has fostered goodwill between our nations. The Duke of Gong is particularly pleased and has recommended Lord Wang to the Emperor, who, in his wisdom, has granted him this elevation to the position of Circuit Intendant of Changzhou. I am here to convey his gratitude and to inquire if you would consider relocating to Sujinshan. After some contemplation, Yer responded, "I appreciate your kind words, Lord Wang. His elevation is due to his broad-mindedness and his ability to honor and employ the worthy, advocating for the people. Our modest contributions are merely embellishments, and we cannot claim any credit. My husband and I have no grand ambitions. We seek only to live peacefully in Changzhou, which suffices. I hope you can convey this to Lord Wang. Min Zonghai, though he suspected Ye would express such sentiments, chose to trust her intentions. Wan Gong, a man seasoned by the tides of life, understood their thoughts, and he was taken aback by their perceptive nature. After Wang Song departed, Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Do you not wish for me to enter the officialdom? With your temperament, you could neither become a good official nor a corrupt one. If that is the case, why trouble yourself unnecessarily? Min Zonghai responded with a smile, remaining silent. That evening, Ye summoned Wei Zhun and Rong Zhun to the kitchen. Rong Zhun, Wei Zhun must have spoken to you. I promised that upon your marriage, I would grant each of you a shop. Thank you, madam. Your kindness. We shall remember for eternity. Both Wei Zhun and Rong Zhun knelt in gratitude. Ye helped them to their feet, saying, Your happiness brings me joy. Since you are to have shops, I shall also share the secret recipe for this bread. Madam, Wei Zhun expressed her concern. Isn't it too soon for that? Ye wave her hand. Listen to me. This recipe is quite simple, and I never intended to keep it a secret for a lifetime. Even if it were to be leaked in the future, it would not matter. The value lies in the craftsmanship. Each step can yield different results. Thus, even with the same recipe, the taste may vary depending on who prepares it. As long as you diligently study and attend to every detail, people will surely come to enjoy your bread. Observing their semi-comprehending expressions, she ceased her explanations. This secret technique, known as the Tangzhong, merely requires a blend of flour and water, which is then heated until it reaches a semi-transparent consistency. As she spoke, she demonstrated the process, and, after a while, Rongzhen exclaimed, How marvelous! Virgin was equally exhilarated. Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that these were not her own creations. Virgin, this is what I have been giving you each time, the sticky substance. Madam, this Tangzhong is truly remarkable. I never imagined it could be so simple. Indeed, sometimes simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. She set aside the Tangzhong and, with a solemn expression, stated, This Tangzhong should be preserved with care for as long as it lasts. But remember, it must not be a matter of life and death. Nothing is more precious than life. Do you understand? Virgin voiced her concerns, but this is your exclusive secret. How can we risk losing it for something trivial? What constitutes trivial? What is significant? To me, life is paramount. These external possessions can always be regained. Should the Tangzhong be lost, there will still be rice-based and vegetable-based alternatives. As long as you strive, there is no reason you cannot create your own secret recipe. Yes, madam. Virgin and Rongzhen nodded in agreement. Ye wondered if they truly grasped the meaning, yet felt resigned to the circumstances. The authority of the master overshadowed all. The mindset of the slaves was deeply ingrained, and altering it would not be an overnight endeavor. Madam, Virgin recalled another matter. What about the cake? The method of cake making is more intricate than that of bread. Each step must be executed flawlessly, and it too must be preserved with diligence. She glanced outside and resolutely declared, If one day they truly manage to steal the secrets of bread and cake, then I shall reveal them to the world. Virgin and Rongzhen were taken aback. Reveal them to the world? Indeed, rather than allowing them to prosper. It is better to let everyone know the methods, ensuring their efforts come to naught. In the 31st chapter, a misunderstanding unfolds. That evening, Yair prepared a meal of potato and chicken stew, warming their homemade sweet sorghum wine. The couple secluded themselves in their room and indulged in a hearty feast. Although Min Zonghai was slightly tipsy, his mind remained clear as he inquired about the Phoenix competition. Yair, already lacking in tolerance for alcohol, became lightheaded after just one cup. With slurred speech, she lamented, It's all a sham. With connections and wealth, one becomes the top contender. Even if there is a remarkable Liang Jinyang, what of it? It ultimately comes down to who decides. She leaned on the table, incessantly chattering. What is that Yang Luer doing here? One can tell from her demeanor that she is either wealthy or noble. Why must she compete? Even though she is a fiancée, is it not shameful to pursue new affections? Disdainful of the old, she flirts with the new. She concluded with a shout, declaring that all men are fickle, before slumping onto the table, succumbing to sleep. This incensed Min Zonghai, for it confirmed his suspicions. Earlier that day, Lu Shangyun had mentioned that she saw her conversing joyfully with the eldest son of the Mo family at the competition. Initially skeptical, he now felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing her intoxicated, prompting him to inquire further, only to discover a reality he had dreaded. He seized her forcefully, intending to strike her, but the raised hand hesitated, unwilling to descend. Instead, he embraced her and kissed her fiercely. She struggled, but he held fast until she went limp in his arms, at which point he slowly released her. Cai'er lay motionless in his embrace, and an unexpected fear gripped him. What if she never awakened? He dared not dwell on such thoughts, desperately shaking her and calling her name. With a cough, Cai'er stirred, her eyes clouded with confusion. "Husband, what troubles you?" she murmured. He trembled as he replied, "You fainted, and it frightened me. You must never drink again." He lifted her to bed, tucking her in, wishing to say more, yet she had already drifted back to sleep. He lay down fully clothed, his mind consumed with thoughts of Cai'er as every expression, and the night passed without rest. The following day, Cai'er noticed his fatigue and touched his forehead. Finding no fever, "Husband, do you feel unwell?" she asked. Min Zonghai avoided her gaze, attributing his malaise to a restless night. "It's nothing. A splash of water on my face will suffice." After he washed up, he indeed appeared much improved, relieving her worries. As she combed her hair, she chattered, "Have you seen the Phoenix competition? What a farce! Thankfully, I did not participate. The flowers were exquisitely embroidered, yet they lost to that mediocre young lure. It's merely because of her connections. Alas, she is engaged to Su Lucheng, claiming to pursue him. I suspect Su Lucheng is not a good man. He likely fled to avoid young Lu'er and now entangles himself with the flowers, leaving the outcome uncertain." She placed the last spider flower in her hair. Turning to Min Zonghai, "Why are you silent, husband?" Min Zonghai, still lost in the relief of a misunderstanding dispelled, absently nodded, failing to notice the fury in her eyes. Clearly, her husband held a certain fondness for young Lu'er. Min Zonghai, momentarily startled, asked in a clumsy manner, "What do you mean by satisfied?" Just the sound of her voice hinted at her extraordinary beauty, and having encountered her before, his heart could no longer find satisfaction. Her melodious tone sent shivers down his spine. He inexplicably inquired what encounter. "When did I ever meet her? Then why did you nod just now?" She tightened her small fist, gritting her teeth in frustration. Min Zonghai found himself at a loss for words, hesitant to discuss the events of the previous night. His stammering only solidified her suspicions. The more she pondered, the sadder she became, and soon tears brimmed in her eyes, like pearls severed from their string, falling to the ground and piercing Min Zonghai's heart. He held her tightly, repeatedly apologizing and assuring her that he had never known young Lu'er. After a moment, she broke free, wiped her tears, and turned to flee. Cai'er wandered the streets, unknowingly arriving at the banks of Taishang Lake. Here, she had saved him, and he had married her. Upon reflection, their bond had never been one of romantic affection. He married her out of obligation, and his vow never to remarry stemmed from past lessons learned. Performing the rites of marriage might have been merely a necessity. It dawned on her that all of this was merely her own fanciful delusion. Staring vacantly at the deep lake, she let the wind tousle her hair and flutter her dress, resembling a stone waiting for her beloved, filled with both longing and despair. Mo observed her with a heavy heart. Hadn't he already resolved to let go? Why was it so difficult to part? He gently approached Cai'er, remaining silent as they both gazed at the water, a shared moment of reminiscence. As the sun descended, she finally spoke, "Is there nothing troubling you, Mr. Mo?" He did not respond directly, but instead asked, "What about you? Are you untroubled?" "Thank you for your company. I am fine." Cai'er turned to face him. "May I call you Brother Mo?" He nodded. "In this world, all matters are fated. My marriage to my husband was a matter of fate. Our acquaintance is also destiny. I should be grateful. Heaven granted me life to experience the warmth and cold of the world, to comprehend the true essence of life. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will live well. Brother Mo, are you leaving? He nodded again. Take care. She did not wait for his reply and turned to leave. Watching her slender figure fade away, emotions surged within him. He raised his gaze to the heavens, questioning why fate could both begin and end. The next day, the Mo family caravan departed in grand fashion. Cai'er sat on the second floor of the tea house, watching the distant figures recede, her hands delicately caressing a purple clay bell. After the incident where Mo had come to her aid, she had found a moment to return it to him. Did she understand what it represented? She shook her head, uncertain and unwilling to know. There was no need to delve into the unknown. Knowing too much could be detrimental. He smiled as he accepted it. After returning home yesterday and changing clothes, she had discovered it fallen from within, leading her to feel indebted to him for life. She had surmised the meaning of the bell, yet she preferred it not to align with her assumptions. Su Lu-chun had departed with the Mo family, taking Yang Luer along. Sun Xiaohua held a golden silk Nanmu comb in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions. Su Liuqin, like a god descending from the heavens, was handsome, charming, and refined. He is the young master of the renowned embroidery house, a figure of the heavens. She is the daughter of a humble farmer from an obscure town, a representation of the earth. Between heaven and earth lies the vast expanse of a world. From the moment I first laid eyes on the young lady, she became etched in my memory. I understand my heart. Tomorrow I shall return, and there is no need for the lady to rush her response. Su Lu-chun entrusted a golden Nanmu comb to Sun Xiaohua, assuring her that he would come back, and it would not be too late for her to decide then. Reluctantly, he departed, while she lingered with a heart full of turmoil. How could a girl of no talent, beauty, or noble lineage survive among the esteemed families? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. She shook her head and locked the comb away in the bottom drawer, choosing not to speak of it again. Flower, Lady Jean has come to see you. The voice of De Zhong rose deliberately, brimming with ostentation. Sun Xiaohua, taken aback, entered the east room, where she found Liang Jinyang seated regally. Though she seemed out of place among the surroundings, her allure and elegance were undeniable. For a moment, Sun Xiaohua was entranced, wishing she could possess even a fraction of the beauty before her. What? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Liang Jinyang smiled charmingly, perhaps embodying the very essence of feminine beauty. Lady Jean, Sun Xiaohua said, feeling somewhat apologetic, realizing that such a scrutinizing gaze was impolite. Did your mother call you Flower? Sun Xiaohua nodded. At the Phoenix competition, I was captivated by your embroidery. After a pause, she continued, what inspired your creation? Recalling her work that depicted the scene of rain giving way to sunshine, a smile of understanding blossomed on Sun Xiaohua's face. This piece was not merely a competition entry. It represented her transformation, her emergence from a cocoon. With the matters concerning Arya, Feng Yan, and the guidance from Ya-er, if she could not progress, she truly would be ungrateful. It is a matter of the heart. When the heart is in tune, inspiration flows naturally, she replied. Liang Jinyang was astonished. At merely 13, this girl possessed such depth of thought. Would you consider joining my embroidery workshop? Now it was Sun Xiaohua's turn to be astonished. Though the reputation, wealth, and manpower of Jinxiu Zhuang paled in comparison to that of Tianxia Embroidery House, the opportunity was beyond her wildest imagination. Take your time to ponder. There is no need to rush your answer. Liang Jinyang never imposed her will upon others, intending to give Sun Xiaohua the space to contemplate. With that, she rose to leave. Are you truly offering me a position? Sun Xiaohua was overjoyed, though her mind struggled to grasp the reality of it. Of course, we at Jinxiu Zhuang never turn away those with talent. With her departure, cheers erupted from the Sun household. Once Ya-er learned of the news, she was not only happy for Sun Xiaohua, but also held Liang Jinyang in high esteem, truly deserving of the title of the First Lady. Flower, remember, nothing should deter you, Ya-er urged. Sun Xiaohua didn't fully comprehend, but she nodded, silently reciting the words in her heart. Feng Yingying brought over some pastries, smiling, sister-in-law, these are my homemade treats. Do try them and see if they are palatable. Ya-er picked one up and took a bite. It was crisp and delightful. What is this? I cannot discern its flavor. Sun Xiaohua smiled, but remained silent, clearly aware of the secret. Feng Yingying giggled. Even I cannot tell what I made myself. Upon hearing this, Ye burst into laughter. You little clever one. Quite impressive. At that moment, son Xiaohua chimed in. Sister Ying is exceptionally skilled. Haven't you noticed how much brother has filled out? A few days ago, Uncle Wang Lei remarked that my brother is fortunate to have married a wife skilled in the culinary arts. However, I dare not speak too much, for my brother seems to find my presence burdensome. What could this mean? Yer, intrigued, pondered how the honest and simple Wu would manage the clever and astute young woman. I observed that my brother spends his days either at the shop or out procuring goods, working diligently. I thought to prepare some delectable dishes so he might enjoy them more. Yet he does not appreciate my efforts, often complaining that I am merely causing a fuss. At this point, Feng Yingying suddenly burst into laughter, admitting that while she intended to nourish him, most of the food she prepared ended up in her own stomach, which led my brother to tease her. Yer felt a jolt of surprise and curiously inquired, Do you often feel hungry? Feng Yingying, her laughter fading, nodded, startled by Yer's expression. Then, as if struck by a thought, Yer glanced at son Xiaohua, who was also watching her intently, awaiting her next words. Without waiting for her to speak, Feng Yingying grasped the implication, her mouth agape as she realized what was being suggested. Sister-in-law is implying. Yaya nodded. I suspect you should consult a doctor. Consult a doctor? Son Xiaohua grew anxious and turned to Feng Yingying. Sister Yingying, is something amiss with you? Feng Yingying found herself at a loss for words, uncertain and faltering in her response. I will seek out my brother, son Xiaohua declared and dashed away. Yer and Feng Yingying were unable to stop her in time, resigned to her decision. Eventually, a doctor must be consulted. If it turns out that she is with child, it would be a joyous occasion. Yet if not, would it not lead to disappointment? Yet how else can one ascertain the truth without a doctor's visit? Chapter 33. The bullying. Not long after, the guests of the culinary romance indeed increased in number. Rongzhen chuckled. Truly, you are a lady of remarkable insight. Those individuals, even if they resort to theft, can only manage to acquire mere trifles. Be cautious henceforth. They may not relent, and will surely devise various schemes to extract information from you. Cai'er set down her pen and stretched her wrist, noting the significant influx of patrons and the corresponding rise in accounts. After several hours of writing, fatigue began to set in. Fear not, my lady. We shall not utter a single word regarding the bread, Virgin assured, with Rongzhen nodding in agreement. As Cai'er entered the courtyard, she encountered Li Wu, whose countenance was grave. What are you doing here? She inquired. Li Wu gritted his teeth, replying, My lady, on one occasion, I inadvertently overheard your conversation. But rest assured, I would rather die than speak of it. His resolute demeanor elicited a laugh from Cai'er, leaving Li Wu bewildered. There's no need for such theatrics if you choose not to speak, she said, patting his shoulder. Relax. I'm not as fearsome as you imagine. Even if the secret were to slip out, it would not be the end of the world. Engaging in monopolistic practices without a solid backing is perilous. Remember, nothing is more precious than life. Should anyone threaten you with your life in exchange for secrets, then you must speak. Observing his stunned expression, Cai'er understood he was struggling to comprehend her words, so she turned and walked away. Li Wu stood there, gazing at her retreating figure, his mind a blank slate. In his view, nothing could surpass the authority of the master, especially not the secret that was essential to her survival. She had audaciously claimed that his life was more valuable than her secret recipe. His heart raced, and he felt an undeniable flush of warmth. This woman had unknowingly nestled herself within his heart, gradually dismantling his resolve in her own unique manner. Yet, he had once vowed never to fall for any woman in this lifetime. Min Zonghai, occupied with the timber business, had been rising early and returning late for several days, often leaving before Cai'er awoke and returning only after she had fallen asleep. Cai'er found it difficult to catch him for a word. Xiao Jian, is it ready? Fifth Jian's lips twitched. Despite her repeated calls, this lady insisted on addressing him as Xiao Jian, which he perceived as an affront. It is ready, he replied, pouting as he hoisted the newly crafted crib onto the wooden cart. A few days prior, Cai'er had presented the design to Min Zonghai, but he had sent Fifth Jian to handle it, claiming he was too busy. Initially, Fifth Jian had been quite eager, considering it an honor to create something truly unique. However, Cai'er's incessant calls of Xiao Jian had extinguished his enthusiasm, leaving him with a face full of resentment. Cai'er and Fifth Jian wheeled the cart to the Sun residence. Sun Laosan had gone to boast to old Qian, while Wu Xiaozi was busy in the shop, and Sun Xiaohua had gone out with Lan'er, leaving only De Zhang and Feng Yingying at home. De Zhang, who had been airing bedding, approached upon seeing Cai'er with the cart. "Zonghai's wife, what brings you here?" she asked. Cai'er instructed Fifth Jian to unload the crib and replied with a smile, "Annie, this is the crib I had Xiao Jian make, perfect for your future grandson." She pulled Zhang to the bedside and explained, "You see, when the baby sleeps here, it can sway gently, making for a comfortable slumber. Below, we can also place some of the baby's clothes and toys." Zhang looked around, then shook the small bed in the middle, exclaiming, "Zonghai's wife, you truly possess remarkable craftsmanship. This bed is splendid." She then pondered, "Is there anything like this elsewhere?" The fifth sword felt a sense of pride, thinking, "This is an idea from my sister-in-law, and I executed it. I assure you, there is nothing like it elsewhere. This is indeed the first of its kind. Oh dear, our baby is truly fortunate." Zhang chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits, and though she gazed at the bed, her mind was already filled with myriad thoughts. The aunts and cousins chattered enviously about her baby, praising her good fortune. Hearing the voice of Cai'er, Feng Yingying rose from her bed and exited the room. "Sister-in-law, what have you brought this time? I feel quite embarrassed. This is not for you." She clasped Feng Yingying's arm and gently touched her belly. "This is for my godson." Feng Yingying swatted her hand away, pouting, "Sister-in-law, how ridiculous. It's still too early." "Not too early. This wooden piece needs to be varnished, and it should sit for half a year before use." Zhang was overjoyed. "How about red? It's festive." "Aunt, choose any color you like," Cai'er replied. Turning to the fifth sword, "Xiao Jian, I have finished here. You may return to the lumberyard and inform your husband that I will join him shortly." The fifth sword nodded and took the wooden cart away. Cai'er went back to Feng Yingying's room to discuss some pregnancy taboos. Everyone knew she came from the Ji family, thus they assumed her knowledge stemmed from her studies. But, "Sister-in-law, do you still read those books?" Cai'er, caught up in her enthusiasm, inadvertently revealed too much. She quickly added, "Oh, although it's said that one should not share a bed during the mourning period, it is wise to prepare in advance to avoid any last-minute chaos." The mourning period would soon conclude. Cai'er calculated the days in her mind and chuckled softly. Did he know? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Cai'er stepped lightly into the lumberyard. Upon seeing her, the fifth sword seemed to shy away. Cai'er called out, "Xiao Jian, where is your husband?" The fifth sword's eyes flickered. Avoiding her gaze, Haigo mentioned he had urgent business and left. Cai'er felt skeptical. She approached him, teasing, "Oh, are you trying to deceive me?" The fifth sword, feeling deflated, was unable to conceal the truth. Thus, he revealed Min Zonghai's peculiarities, betraying him. Cai'er returned to the shop, burdened by her thoughts. Sitting in silence and ignoring the affairs of the store, she stared blankly ahead, the words of the fifth sword echoing in her mind. "I heard from Ergo that Haigo has been rarely present at the shop these days. Even when he comes, he only inquires about the preferences of women and brought a fragrant soap pod to ask if they would like it." It was not until the moon rose high that Min Zonghai rushed back. Noticing Cai'er's unusual demeanor, he found it strange. "Cai'er, what is wrong? Has something happened?" Cai'er looked at him, uncertain whether to inquire or remain silent. Min Zonghai, feeling anxious, grasped her hand and asked, "What is troubling you? Where have you been these past few days?" The suddenness of the question caught him off guard, and he gradually released her grip, instinctively turning slightly away. After a moment, he abruptly inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Cai'er gaza dimit. Have you washed up?" She stammered. Tears began to fall involuntarily, and she berated herself for her lack of composure. Min Zonghai, startled, quickly asked, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" After crying for a while, Cai'er resolved to get to the bottom of things and shouted, "Where have you been these past few days?" Min Zonghai fumbled in his pocket, hesitating to reveal its contents, his face reddening. "Xiao Jian mentioned that you rarely visit the lumberyard and often bring fragrant soap pods to them. What exactly are you doing? Have you taken a fancy to some girl? If so, just say it. You needn't hide it." I'm not so petty. Upon hearing this, Min Zonghai finally understood that she was feeling jealous. He exhaled, a smile breaking across his face. Cai'er, seeing him smile, became even more incensed and swung her fist at him. Min Zonghai did not evade, allowing her to strike him. When she grew weary of hitting him, she stopped, shaking her sore hands but still glaring at him. Nonetheless, her heart felt a little lighter. Min Zonghai took her reddened hand and gently blew on it. Has your anger subsided? You didn't hurt me, but you've harmed yourself, which is quite unwise. He then produced a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Cai'er. Take a look. Cai'er, observing his unchanged demeanor, accepted the package, opened it, and revealed a piece of semi-transparent soap pod. The faint scent of plum blossoms wafted through the air. Is this for me? She asked. Min Zonghai nodded, recalling his own intentions, and awkwardly turned his head away. So he had been preparing a gift for her all this time? She cast him a sidelong glance, as if attempting to uncover his ulterior motives. Why? You will know once you try it, he replied, pushing her behind a screen before stepping outside. I will fetch some water. Cai'er held the soap pod, pondering its significance. Shortly after, Min Zonghai returned with 2 buckets of hot water, adjusting the temperature before glancing at her. You go ahead and wash. I will step outside. The sound of splashing water resonated throughout the room, overwhelming Min Zonghai's senses. With a loud bang, he kicked the door open and rushed inside. Cai'er, taken aback, scarcely had time to react before she was enveloped in a rush of warmth, sealing away the vibrant springtime within the room. The following day, Min Zonghai awoke to Cai'er's melancholic gaze. What is the matter with you? Why do you look at me like that? I shall make amends. I want a honeymoon. Instantly, Min Zonghai's gloom lifted, though he pondered the meaning of a honeymoon. It entailed a month of travel. Very well. Where would you like to go? As the carriage rolled along slowly, Cai'er felt an overwhelming sense of joy, while the man beside her displayed a discontented expression. We should enjoy ourselves while out. Why we're such a gloomy face? Why Jiangning? Why could it not be Jiangning? The scenery of Huizhou is also quite exquisite. Is there a harmonious blend of sea and sky? Bianlin has the ocean. Are there gardens of exceptional beauty? The gardens of the capital are far grander. Is there the world-renowned Su embroidery? We promised to visit Old Zhuang. That is our final destination. Yer entrusted the delicious love tokens to Li Wu, Wei Zhun, and Rong Zhun. Li Wu's eyes darkened, yet he nodded in agreement. Wei Zhun cast a sidelong glance at Li Wu, also nodding silently. Only Rong Zhun persistently urged Yer to carry gifts, to which Wei Zhun admonished her. No decorum. Is the lady someone with whom you can be so familiar? Yer responded with a smile. Ah, no worries, Wei Zhun, you are splendid in every way. But you are simply too proper. Rong Zhun, hiding behind Yer, stuck out her tongue at Wei Zhun, infuriating her. I am present in the shop. Madam, feel free to enjoy your outing, but just be cautious. Li Wu stated expressionlessly. Yer nodded, reassured by her presence. She then addressed the 3 of them. However, there are those who might attempt to steal the secret of the bread recipe, so you must be vigilant and cautious of those who might pry. The 3 assured her they would speak not a word. Nevertheless, nothing is more vital than life itself. Thus, in matters of life and death, all else can be forsaken. I only wish for your safety. Do you understand? This declaration once again resonated deeply within the hearts of the 3. Yer had previously uttered similar sentiments, and while they all verbally agreed, their hearts swore to protect the secret recipe. Yer, fully aware of their sentiments, reiterated her words with solemnity. Chapter 34. Jiangning. The journey through Jiangning was filled with breathtaking scenery, and Yer was in high spirits, occasionally singing nursery rhymes, much to the chagrin of the exasperated figure accompanying him. After some reflection, Min Zonghai had come to terms with the situation. As for the Mo family, it was best to avoid unnecessary interactions. The Mo family's ancestral home was in Jiangning, and though they were imperial merchants, the head of the Mo family had chosen to reside there, perhaps to evade certain issues. The eldest son, Mo was seen as the future hope of the Mo family, with the patriarch, Mo Chun, wishing for him to revitalize their lineage. Yet the elder Mo supported a more carefree approach. This led to the disheartening reality that at the age of 25, he remained unwed. and in matters concerning the family business, he preferred to distance himself. His recent expedition to procure grain was prompted by the pregnancy of Mo Chen's concubine, Wan. As Mo Chen had not been blessed with offspring for over 2 decades, how could he abandon this opportunity? Reluctantly, he had to act on his father's behalf. Deep down, Mo Chen harbored some resentment towards the elder Mo, but dared not voice it. At least he was not a debauched scion, which was a small consolation. They continued along the official road, wary of taking any detours for fear of encountering bandits. Yitter teased him for being timid as a mouse, to which he replied, "The world is fraught with peril. How can you possibly comprehend? What do you wish to convey?" "Nothing at all." Yitter ignored him, engrossed in the scenery, lamenting the absence of a camera to capture the beauty before her. To leave such splendor unrecorded seemed a disservice to the experience. As they proceeded, they encountered a hunter approaching, carrying a bamboo basket. "Is that Silver White a fox?" Yaya inquired, almost unconsciously. Min Zonghai affirmed her suspicion. The carriage rolled forward, yet the fox fixed its gaze upon Yer, exhibiting no trace of fear. As they brushed past one another, a glimmering object fell to the ground. Yer's heart leaped. She hurriedly called out to the hunter, "What is it?" The hunter paused and turned back. Yer dismounted the carriage and approached the fox, crouching beside it. Indeed, it was weeping. "What troubles you?" Min Zonghai also stepped down from the carriage. "Sir, I must continue my journey. What is your request? Is this fox yours? Might you consider selling it to me?" "Of course. I was about to take it to the market. If you wish to purchase it, that is fortuitous. How much do you seek?" The hunter held up a finger. 50 taels. Min Zonghai exclaimed, 50 taels? Are you selling gold? Yitter raised a single finger. 10 taels. The hunter shook his head vigorously, lifting his basket as if to depart. "Hold on, good sir. This fox, with its shimmering silver coat, is a rare spiritual fox, typically residing in secluded woods and by lakes. This one likely hails from Forget-Not Mountain, perhaps? Forget-Not Mountain is a forbidden place, and it lies not far from here. According to legend, after Nuam mended the heavens, she became fond of humanity and, to sever this bond, confined herself to Forget-Not Mountain. Yet, after a millennium, she could not forget, ultimately transforming her essence into a spiritual entity, scattering it across the earth. She could not escape, thus she succumbed entirely. Out of gratitude, future generations designated Forget-Not Mountain as a forbidden zone, preserving it eternally in memory of Nuwa. The hunter was suddenly flustered. "Nonsense. I hunted this in the nearby woods. It has nothing to do with Forget-Not Mountain." Yar, with unwavering confidence, declared, to discern the truth, one need only venture to that gathering. The hunter, observing that Yar and Min Zonghai were adorned in elegant attire, unlike common folk, surmised that their experiences were indeed extraordinary. He was familiar with the Forgotten Worry Mountain, a realm deemed untouchable. As for whether the silver fox truly existed solely within its confines, that remained a mystery to him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed. Should there be any truth to it, the consequences could be dire. The two agreed upon a price of 10 taels, and the transaction was sealed. Yar, filled with delight, contrasted sharply with the hunter, whose face bore a grimace as he reluctantly departed with the 10 taels. How could her know it hailed from the Forgotten Worry Mountain? She was oblivious. She chuckled. Let's play a trick on him. Besides, 10 taels for a fox is quite sufficient. Min Zonghai shook his head in amusement. What purpose do you have in purchasing it? Do you desire its pelt? Nonsense. Why would I want the skin? Then do you intend to keep it? No. I shall release it back into the forest shortly. Yer sensed the fox's peculiar demeanor and remarked, I suspect it may be with young. Min Zonghai, taken aback, inquired, How do you know? Yar replied earnestly. It had been gazing at me with a look of sorrow and despair. Foxes are known to possess a certain sensitivity. I believe it was seeking something. When we momentarily parted, it even shed tears. For a sentient being to weep signifies a desire for something more precious than life itself. She gently patted its abdomen, and the creature did not shy away. Its belly is somewhat swollen, so I surmise it carries kits and is pleading for my help with its offspring. Min Zonghai glanced at the silver fox, and then at Yar, feeling a sense of relief that she had noticed. Otherwise, this little creature might have met its demise. Once they were far from the hunter, Yer placed the silver fox by the roadside and waved. Go on, but do not let yourself be captured again. The silver fox turned back thrice, pausing every 10 steps, until it ultimately vanished from sight. Due to the dwindling supply of flour in the shop, and with the delivery date not yet arrived, Rongjun personally ventured to retrieve goods from the estate outside the city. Yar suggested that Min Zonghai acquire the central plots of the 18 acres outside the city, leasing them to a farming family and hiring 2 men to manage the land. Thus, a small estate would be established. Upon exiting the northern gate, Rongjun immediately recognized Min Zonghai, who stood guard at the side. Musteri, are you not the registrar? What brings you here? After greeting others, Min Zonghai led Rongjun to a secluded spot beneath a tree and confessed, as you know, my family lacks power and wealth. We are at the mercy of fate. Master Huiai, the current Min Zonghai displayed none of his previous harshness. Instead, he exuded a newfound amiability, leaving Rongjun somewhat disconcerted. Where are you headed? I am going to the estate to relay a message. The flour supply is insufficient. Why would you send a lady alone? My lord and lady are out. Wait for me. Min Zonghai returned to converse briefly with his colleagues before saying, Come, I shall accompany you. Rongjun had limited interactions with Min Zonghai, recalling him as somewhat difficult to engage with. Yet now, he appeared quite different. Along the journey, Min Zonghai exhibited an unusual demeanor, showing great care for Rongjun. Gradually, Rongjun began to lower her defenses, at times engaging in light-hearted banter. I overheard a colleague mention that there is now a bakery in the eastern part of the city. Indeed, it is said to have secret recipes that could lead to a downfall. Rongjun, spoiled by Yoer, had become quite bold when coarse words slipped from her lips. She realized their inappropriateness and quickly fell silent. Min Zonghai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that secret recipes are indeed questionable, though it seemed they had failed to replicate the original, resulting in a slightly inferior flavor. Upon discussing this, Rongjun felt a sense of pride, believing that merely having learned a few superficial skills would qualify her as a master. A delusion. Our lady is exceptionally intelligent and does not keep her methods hidden, thus allowing others to glean some knowledge. As long as we preserve the essence, we shall be unharmed. The essence? Indeed, it is the soup starter. Rongjun suddenly came to a realization. What was she doing? Almost. Though Min Zonghai was family, she could not afford to be so trusting. Unable to voice her thoughts, she yearned for his tenderness, her heart a tangled mess of conflicting emotions, and could only gaze at him with an apologetic expression. Min Zonghai understood and smiled, saying it matters not. If it is a secret recipe, it is not easily divulged. We ought to hurry. I have left without permission, and returning late may incur the wrath of my superior. Upon reaching the estate, the chief steward, Ron Kai, ordered the preparation of flour and some fruits and vegetables to be transported to the bakery by the junior steward, Ron Sheng. Min Zonghai busied himself without a hint of dissatisfaction, making no mention of her concealments. This allowed Rongjun to relax, inevitably raising her esteem for him further. After escorting Rongjun back to the city, Min Zonghai's familiar gloom returned as he watched her figure fade away. That day, after a delightful meal, he faced rebuke from Ji Li and further scolding from County Magistrate Rong upon returning to the Yamen. He had initially acted to support his brother, Min Zongyao, but it also served to suppress Min Zonghai while currying favor with Magistrate Rong. This stratagem, meant to achieve 3 objectives, was thwarted by Mo Yi's intervention. He felt a surge of resentment. Why was it that all the good fortune befell Min Zonghai, while he had to endure relentless torment? In Jiangning Prefecture, Ningxing City. This inn is splendid. Let us stay here, Yer declared, pointing to the renowned Zixia Inn within Ningxing City, clearly pleased. Esteemed guest, please come inside. You have a discerning eye. Our inn is among the finest in Ningxing and boasts 10 branches within Jiangning Prefecture. Our establishment is the flagship, offering unparalleled service and facilities. The innkeeper chattered eagerly. Noticing the two remained silent, he promptly inquired, would you prefer dining or lodging? A private room, Min Zonghai replied, setting down his bundle. First, let us have something to eat. Certainly. What would you like to order? You're exhilarated by her first dining experience at an inn, excitedly rattled off several dish names, leaving the innkeeper starry-eyed. Min Zonghai cautioned, those dishes may not be available here. Why not? She asked, puzzled. Those are your own creations. How could they possibly be found here? Realizing her oversight, reflected that the novel dishes from her past life would indeed be absent here. Having grown accustomed to preparing meals herself, she mistakenly believed those to be common fare. I had hoped to compare my skills with the chefs here. It seems that will not be possible. Let us remain composed. I am quite uncertain about the dishes available. Kindly bring forth 3 signature dishes, young waiter. Very well. Esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment. The young waiter wiped the sweat from his brow, having initially assumed they were troublemakers. On the second floor of Yuanju, a window was slightly ajar, and a pair of entranced eyes fixated upon them, as if wishing to etch the image of the delicate woman into memory with profound intensity and lingering sorrow. Send someone to protect them discreetly. They must remain unscathed. He spoke softly. A guard behind him acknowledged the command and departed. Since their arrival in Jiangning, previous companions had already recognized and reported to Mo.E. Upon receiving the news, Mo.E. felt a tremor within, followed by an inevitable sigh of resignation. Why had she chosen to come? He had vowed to disregard her. Yet upon learning of her presence at the Zixia Inn, he could not help but follow her, unable to restrain himself. He observed their lively banter, witnessing their affectionate exchanges, truly lamenting the missed opportunity of meeting before marriage. Truly, the young master is infatuated. A gentle female voice interrupted his reverie. Turning, he saw Wunyang. I trust you are well. The woman referred to as Wunyang appeared to be in her 30s, yet she was merely 24. The trials of life and its inevitable hardships were vividly reflected upon her countenance. It was precisely due to her myriad experiences that she exuded such tranquility. Everything is merely a living character. Wunyang poured a cup of tea for Mo.E., smiling as she remarked. It has only been a few days since we last met, yet the esteemed young master has grown quite courteous. How has your endeavor fared? Is the young master still apprehensive about my capabilities? She sat beside him, teasing. Has the young master become sentimental? This is my affair, he replied, rising and departing without a backward glance. Wunyang shed her smile, gazing intently at the direction in which Mo.E. had left. Had they ultimately missed their chance? Chapter 35, Peril at the Azure Sea. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly before them, a gentle sea breeze caressing the air. Standing upon the rocky cliffs, Yura let the wind lift her garments and scatter her hair. The gusts were strong, causing a dull ache in her head. Min Zonghai draped a prepared cloak over her shoulders. The atmosphere here was delightful, the scenery enchanting, instilling a sense of tranquility within the heart. He took her hand, and Yura found pleasure in this, whether they stayed for a while or settled permanently. She gazed at him, questioning, Did you not express disdain for Jiangning? When did I ever say such a thing? He replied, On our journey here, you constantly remarked how delightful other places were. He cast a deep look at her before turning back to face the sea, as if the wind had carried away all his thoughts. If I share something, promise you won't laugh. Y promisa no la ucta. Because this place is home to Mo.E. Yura regarded him, stating, I am your wife. Min Zonghai nodded, smiling silently, and she mirrored his expression. By the seaside, numerous children played, some frolicking, others wrestling, wading in the water, or collecting seashells. Upon seeing this, Yura felt a surge of excitement and tugged Min Zonghai to join her. I wish to create a seashell headpiece. Thus, the two immersed themselves in gathering shells of all shapes and sizes, unable to carry them all in their hands. They filled a large bundle with their garments. In Min Zonghai's words, there will be plenty left over. Gifting them would be delightful. Surely, Huar would appreciate it. Yura dismissed the notion, thinking gifting shells? Only you would conceive of such a thing. Surely, we must adorn ourselves. Sister-in-law, a figure in white, approached gracefully. As he drew near, it became clear that it was Su Luchin. Mr. Su, what a fortune! Min Zonghai greeted him with a respectful bow. Only then did Su Luchin notice Min Zonghai and return the gesture, glancing around. Yura interjected, Mr. Su, Huar is not here. Where is she? In Changchun. Su Liuchen's expression darkened. I had thought she was with you. Young master. Su Ru, breathless, arrived and positioned herself just behind Su Liuchen. Every time this young master hears news of Miss Sun, he behaves as if bewitched. Yura shook her head inwardly, recognizing the depth of Su Liuchen's concern, indicating he was deeply entangled. Whether his affections were enduring or fleeting was yet uncertain. Is she well? With a loving father and a caring mother. What could possibly be amiss? Then does she have? Mr. Su, I hold no authority to comment on matters between you and Huaer. I merely wish to inquire. Can you ensure her lifelong safety? Su Liuchen fell silent, pondering his own limitations as a mere scion of a wealthy family, questioning his ability to protect her. The Su family was not easily trifled with. Otherwise, he would not find himself frequently criticized for idling away from his studies. Observing Su Liuchen's despondent demeanor, Yura felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, his nature was not inherently flawed. With encouragement, perhaps he could prove a worthy match for Huaer. How old are you this year, Mr. Su? 18. Indeed, when did the Su family establish their legacy? My ancestors founded the Tianxiao embroidery house at the age of 40. And after a decade, it flourished across the land. Suddenly enlightened, he smiled and said, I understand now. Thank you, sister-in-law. He offered a bow and turned to depart. To ensure her lifelong well-being, one must possess sufficient strength. Does Ye hold him in high regard? Whether I do or not is inconsequential. If he is indeed a remarkable individual, he would make a commendable match. It is not as though a decision has been made. A little provocation may yield no harm. Hey, you there. I'm addressing you. 5 burly men emerged before Ye and her companions, exuding a somewhat brigandish aura. Min Zonghai subtly positioned himself to shield Ye, inquiring, What is your business? What business? A rugged leader with a bushy beard retorted with disdain. Do you not know whose territory this is? Picking up treasures here without first offering due respect is unacceptable. Is this shell a treasure? If it is not, what are you collecting it for? I have not heard that the Kanglan Sea belongs to anyone. Whether it has an owner or not, I will decide. Either pay a fee or... He leered at Ye. Min Zonghai's gaze was filled with loathing beyond measure. He gripped Ye's hand tightly, declaring under heaven, All land belongs to the emperor. How dare you desecrate it? The bearded man bellowed, Brothers, charge. Let them see who the true sovereign of this land is. The burly men surged forward, pushing past Min Zonghai and Ye. As one of the men swung his fist, Ye instinctively screamed. After a moment of anticipation, when pain did not follow, she opened her eyes to find a sudden appearance of guards who swiftly subdued the 5 ruffians. Once freed, Min Zonghai rushed to Ye's side, scanning her from head to toe. Are you all right? At that moment, he truly resented his lack of power and influence, feeling utterly inadequate to protect her. Echoing Ye's earlier question to Su Liuchen, Can you ensure her lifelong safety? How could such a humble man guarantee her well-being? Ye shook her head, examining him for injuries. Seeing only some minor scrapes, she felt relieved, yet she remained unaware of the subtle emotions stirring within Min Zonghai. Mo.E approached from a distance, exuding an imposing presence. Yet his trembling fingers betrayed his current state of mind. Fearful, yet unable to show it, his lips turned pale from restraint. One guard delivered a swift kick to the bearded man's abdomen, demanding, Who sent you? The bearded man cried out desperately, Miss, help, Miss. Mo.E furrowed his brow and commanded, Take them to the magistrate's office. The guards escorted the 5 ruffians away, disregarding their pleas and cries. Min Zonghai clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, young master. Mo.Ye too offered a slight bow. There's no need for that. We are somewhat acquainted. Moreover, given the occurrence of such villainy in Ningxing City, my Mo family cannot stand idly by. He discreetly glanced at Ye to confirm her safety before continuing. Are any of you injured? We are fine, Min Zonghai responded hastily. Ye understood his concern, but chose not to acknowledge it. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Mo.E felt like an outsider, deeply uncomfortable. He spoke up. It is good to hear you are unharmed. I shall send someone to escort you back to the inn. Should you require assistance, you may find Wunyang at the nearby Yuanju. She will be able to help. I have matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you further. As Ye turned to leave, she sensed a lingering attachment. Yet, she could only move forward, knowing that looking back would be detrimental to them both. Noticing her slow pace, Min Zonghai took her hand, and they exchanged a smile. Mai's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed, and he found himself at a loss as to what he longed for. Was it merely a fleeting glance from her? Or perhaps a simple word, even a mere thank you? Young master, they have gone far. You must warn Yang Yixiong, he commanded, should Yang Luer engage in such actions again. He is to come personally to my Mo family to explain to the world. The Yang family holds a status akin to that of the Mo family. Both are regarded as formidable forces. Yet, is the true influence of the Mo family truly so grand? Yang Yixiong, the head of the Yang family, possesses considerable acumen. He may not know everything, but he certainly understands that his family is but an ant in the shadow of the Mo family. Mai's warning would ensure that not only would Yang Yixiong refrain from visiting the Mo family, but he would also keep his daughter in check, preventing her from acting recklessly. In Changcheng, the Jinxiu Zhuang received an order for a single item, a long skirt adorned with exquisite silk and gold thread embroidery. It was specifically requested that all patterns be crafted by Sun Xiaohua, who had garnered admiration following her remarkable clearing after the rain embroidery showcased at the Phoenix competition. My lady says, should she be fortunate enough to acquire a piece crafted by Miss Sun, she would be eternally grateful. Sun Xiaohua, delighted by the affection for her work, tirelessly dedicated herself to the creation of the garment. Feng Yingying entered with a sweet soup, urging Flower, take a break. Sun Xiaohua set aside her embroidery, gratefully accepting the soup. Thank you, sistering. This fabric is splendid, and the embroidery thread is exquisite. Do you know who commissioned it? Feng Yingying inquired, stroking the fabric and inspecting the golden thread in wonder. Sun Xiaohua shook her head, explaining that a maid had placed the order but declined to reveal her mistress's identity, leaving only a deposit before departing. What a peculiar person, Feng Yingying muttered, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As Sun Xiaohua gazed at the fine embroidery materials, thoughts of Su Luqing unexpectedly surfaced. It had been over half a month. She wondered what he might be doing. When he departed, he had claimed to understand her heart. But what now? Did he still hold the same feelings? As a scion of a prominent family, he would certainly encounter many distinguished young ladies upon his return. Might he forget who Sun Xiaohua was? She shook her head, dismissing the pang of sorrow in her heart, and immersed herself once more in her embroidery. After Feng Yingying reminded her to rest early, she too retired for the night. Having witnessed a pregnant woman suffering from nausea and aversions to food, she felt discomfort. Now, as she experienced a bit of drowsiness and could still eat, she found great joy in her good health. The elder Zhang remarked that this was the child showing concern for its mother, which melted Feng Yingying's heart and made her more attentive to her diet and well-being. 4 days later, as Sun Xiaohua watched the maid take away the completed garments, her heart brimmed with happiness. Had she not finally realized her wish? However, unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Sheng Mudan arrived in Jinxiu Zhuang with a throng of followers. Sun Xiaohua spotted the second maid and felt an inexplicable unease. Who is Sun Xiaohua? She inquired. I am, Sun Xiaohua responded, stepping forward. Sheng Mudan glared at her imperiously, sneering. Indeed, one can see the reflection of one's character in their attire. Sun Xiaohua furrowed her brow in confusion. What? You can't even comprehend? Such a shoddy garment could only have been crafted by someone like you. With that, a maid beside her produced Sun Xiaohua's creation, tossing it at her feet with disdain. It's crooked and misshapen, hardly better than what I could make. Sun Xiaohua picked up the garment and upon inspection, discovered that the golden thread had indeed been severed. She gazed at Sheng Mudan in horror, disbelief coursing through her. It cannot be. I checked earlier, it was intact. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the smug expression of Arya, and a flash of realization struck her. Arya, it was you, wasn't it? Arya chuckled. What a joke. Did you witness it? Moreover, this is Mudan's garment. We share a sisterly bond. How could I possibly commit such an act? If you are incapable, you resort to blaming others. Is this the manner in which your Jinxiu manor conducts itself? Who dares to create a disturbance? Liang Jinyang descended gracefully from the second floor, exuding both charm and authority. Arya faltered, losing her confidence, and refrained from retorting. Sheng Muden, with her lofty self-regard, could not tolerate anyone surpassing her, especially not an older woman. Jin Yang, is it not permissible for me to question such despicable behavior exhibited by your disciple? Oh, what disgraceful act has provoked the esteemed Miss Sheng's ire? Do take care not to allow your temper to flare. You, Sheng Muden nearly erupted in a tirade. But Arya tugged at her, reminding her that this first lady was no ordinary person and that recklessness was ill-advised. She then added, Jin Yang, upon seeing this garment. Surely you comprehend. Liang Jinyang approached Sun Xiaohua, gently patting her shoulder to reassure her, before picking up the garment to examine it. Miss Sheng claims that this garment has been tampered with intentionally. Chapter 36. The farewell. Sheng Muden cast a glance at Arya and remarked, whether this is intentional, I cannot ascertain. What I do know is that the garments I commissioned are of inferior quality. This gold thread is not ordinary. It is not easily severed. Liang Jinyang fixed her gaze upon Arya, a playful smile gracing her lips. Arya's heart trembled, and she feigned composure, retorting, if one truly wishes to sever it. There are ways. What ways? Liang Jinyang inquired. To my knowledge, unless set ablaze, gold thread will not break. Impossible. With scissors, a mere snip will suffice. Arya clasped her mouth, regretting her words immediately. She began to retreat slowly, resembling one poised to flee. Sun Xiaohua, taken aback, had yet to react when Liang Jinyang suddenly exclaimed, Su-er, close the door. Su-er, nearest to the door, hastily shut it and blocked it with her body, leaving Arya without refuge. Min Aya, Sheng Muden seethed with anger. Muden, it was not me. Arya desperately attempted to defend herself, but faced with the undeniable truth, her words seemed feeble and impotent. Miss Sheng, regarding today's incident, Liang Jinyang dismissed Arya with a wave, her focus solely on Sheng Muden, whom she deemed the true instigator. Whether it was the folly of a fool or a duo's performance remained a mystery. Sheng Muden's expression softened slightly, yet she maintained an air of arrogance. I too was deceived by a knave today. It cannot possibly be laid at my feet, can it? Jinyang? Then this matter has no bearing on you? Naturally. Very well. Kiane, Zomon Constableji. Upon hearing this, Arya panicked and cried out, Muden, it was not my intention. Please save me. For the sake of my unwavering loyalty to you, I beseech you to help me. I do not wish to face imprisonment. Ultimately, she broke down in tears. Sun Xiaohua felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they were acquaintances, and the matter did not seem overly severe. Just as she was about to speak, Liang Jinyang gently patted her hand and shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. Loyal to me? Would one loyal to me engage in such misconduct? No, I did not mean to. Arya repeatedly protested, but Sheng Muden regarded her with disdain, while a nearby maid pulled Arya away, as if she bore some uncleanliness. Before long, Geely arrived swiftly with a young constable, who was causing a disturbance. He had intended to do Liang Jinyang a favor, but upon entering and seeing Sheng Muden, he inwardly lamented his fate, realizing he had stumbled into a predicament involving two troublesome individuals. Liang Jinyang observed his changing expression with clarity and pointed at Arya with her delicate hand, smiling. Constable G, this person has ruined my embroidered garment and sullied my reputation. What do you propose we do? On the way, Chinner had briefed him on the situation, omitting any mention of Sheng Muden's involvement, as she believed Muden was merely a victim of deceit. Upon seeing the young girl, Geely thought, a mere child. If she is not connected to Sheng Muden, then this can be resolved easily. He exchanged a knowing glance with the young constable, who promptly apprehended Arya. Terrified, Arya cried out, pleading for Sheng Muden's assistance. When she found no response, she turned to Sun Xiaohua, exclaiming, Sister Hua, please help me. I truly did not intend this, and I promise I will never dare again. Sun Xiaohua had never encountered such a spectacle before, and she was utterly flustered, her thoughts scattered and words failing her. Liang Jinyang held her hand, wondering if the flowers would spare her. Lowering her gaze, Sun Xiaohua felt responsible for tarnishing the reputation of Jingxiu Manor and for the injustices faced by Liang Jinyang, thus feeling unworthy to plead for Arya. Regardless of the circumstances, Arya's actions were likely rooted in her animosity towards Sun Xiaohua. Liang Jinyang addressed Ji Li, saying, "Head Ji, let events unfold as they must." Ji Li clasped his fists in respect and replied, "Rest assured, Jinyang, false accusations will lead to imprisonment." Arya let out a piercing wail, startling Sheng Yuden, who trembled slightly, her anxiety palpable. Liang Jinyang, understanding the situation, smiled and remarked, "There is no need for such alarm. A mere 50 slaps will suffice, after all. Her schemes have yet to succeed." Ji Li concurred. "Indeed, Jinyang is magnanimous. A lesson will teach her not to act recklessly in the future." Thus, they bound Arya and strode away. Everyone returned home, choosing to remain silent about the incident. Upon receiving the 50 slaps, Arya made her way to the Sheng residence. "Why did you not come to my rescue?" She slurred in accusation. "Rescue you? How could I? A fool as dim-witted as a pig does not merit my assistance." Sheng Yuden retorted with utmost disdain. "I acted this way for your sake." Arya protested. "For my sake? That depends on whether you possess the capability." Yuden shot back. "You've caused me more trouble than relief. Henceforth, do not wander here again, lest you offend my eyes." With a dramatic flourish of her sleeve, she retreated to the inner hall. Arya felt an urge to spit, but as she opened her mouth, the pain in her cheek made her gasp in shock. When Dia married into the Sheng family as a concubine, she had dreamt of soaring to new heights, but when Dia met her untimely demise, under such tragic circumstances, Arya found it unacceptable. Convinced that Dia's death was a consequence of the Sun family, Sun Xiaohua was beyond her reach, yet Sun Xiaohua was not. On the day of the Phoenix competition, Yang Luer had mentioned that Sheng De was inferior to Liang Jinyang, a remark that could be wielded to provoke Sheng Yuden into punishing Sun Xiaohua, which would lead to the Sun family's downfall. If that failed at the very least, it would ensure Sun Xiaohua faced severe consequences. Yet, a single misstep had led to her total ruin. Not only had she failed to harm Sun Xiaohua, but she had also lost the powerful ally that was Sheng Yuden. In Jiangning Prefecture, Ningxing City, Cai'er and Min Zonghai spent their days joyfully exploring without a care. The events surrounding the Kanglin Sea seemed to have faded into oblivion. As Yang Luer no longer sought trouble, and Mo had not made an appearance since. Only Su Lucheng occasionally graced them with his presence, bringing along delightful delicacies or intriguing trinkets. Yitter understood well that Min Zonghai was no fool. Both pretended to be oblivious to the underlying tension. Mo placed a food box before Su Lucheng, who rolled his eyes in response, unable to fathom how the illustrious Master Mo, now 25, had never pursued a woman, yet now exerted himself for a mere housewife. Enough of this nonsense. Mo felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly turned his face away. Gazing at the azure sky outside, he couldn't help but feel melancholic, pondering when he might finally forget her. Su Lucheng carried the food box to the Zixia Inn, where he found her packing her belongings. "Sister-in-law, are you returning?" he inquired. "Indeed, I have been away for over a month. It is time to go back." Seeing the box in his hands, Yer asked, "Has young Master Su brought more delicacies?" He placed a food box on the table. The delicacies of Jiangning are such that one could indulge in them daily, yet never exhaust their variety within a year. "I have selected a few items that I believe will suit your taste for you to sample before your departure, as a token of our gathering." What a miserly gesture, to dismiss us with merely a box of food. Although Yer remarked thus, she nonetheless opened the food box and began to eat. At that moment, Min Zonghai entered and, upon seeing the food, understood immediately. "Another offering? Come, it is quite delicious." Yer shared a dish of golden jade abundance with him. He took a bite and found it agreeable. "Well, you all enjoy. I must take my leave for a matter of urgency." Su Lucheng departed like the wind, and they knew he was off to inform Mo. Some matters are better clarified outright. Yer gazed at Min Zonghai, her eyes unwavering, noticing his slight discomfort. "Why do you stare at me?" she inquired. "Are you not feeling well?" Min Zonghai, caught off guard, quickly masked his feelings, saying, "When have I ever felt unwell? A man would never stoop to such pettiness." With a burst of laughter, Yer found the situation amusing. Min Zonghai became increasingly uneasy. "What is so funny?" he asked, his face reddening. "Your skin is indeed thick, refusing to acknowledge your own actions." Enraged, Min Zonghai pulled her close, sealing her lips with his hands roaming across her form, attempting to ignite her passions. Yer, feeling breathless from his embrace, desperately pushed against him. When he did not relent, she feigned weakness, allowing her body to go limp. Startled, Min Zonghai feared he had harmed her. Just as he was about to panic, Yer opened her eyes and flashed a mischievous smile. Observing his helpless gaze, she pouted, thinking that if she did not feign unconsciousness, her very life might be at stake. Min Zonghai said nothing and simply sat down to eat his snacks. Yer approached him. Are you upset? Is it not your fault for holding me so tightly? Are you truly that petty? All right, I admit my wrongs. I should not have frightened you so. Her voice was soft and sweet. Suddenly, Min Zonghai stood and began to tidy up. Noticing that he seemed unaffected, Yer fell silent. Together, they packed all the gifts. Once everything was arranged, Min Zonghai did not utter another word to her, which left Yer feeling vexed, prompting her to ignore him. As they reached the outskirts of Ningxing City, a horse galloped swiftly towards them. With a loud neigh, the horse reared up before coming to a halt. Dismounting from his ebony brocade robe, Mo approached, his breath uneven from haste. Young Master Mo, Min Zonghai greeted him as he stepped down from the carriage, clasping his fists in salute. Mo returned the gesture. Has Brother Min already prepared to depart? Indeed, it has been over a month since we set out. Matters in Changcheng cannot be neglected. Mo glanced into the carriage, torn between wanting to see her and fearing it might be inappropriate, his expression revealing urgency. Min Zonghai, noticing his demeanor, called into the carriage. Come out and bid farewell to young Master Mo. Mo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as a graceful lady emerged from within the carriage. Adorned in a sheer skirt and pink embroidered shoes, her hair elegantly styled and secured with an orchidwood hairpin, stray locks dancing in the breeze, a vision of beauty. Yitter approached Min Zonghai's side and addressed Mo. Thank you for your care over these past few days. Our acquaintance has been brief, yet memorable. The water in the carriage has run out. I shall fetch some. Min Zonghai spoke and then took the water bottle, walking away. 1,000 words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet none could escape his lips. Yer produced a pouch from her waist and offered it to him, returning the item to its rightful owner. As Mo accepted it, he recognized its essence merely by touch. It sought its own path when he wished to part with it, and, similarly, it found its way back when he hesitated to reclaim it. He forced a bitter smile. So be it. Brother Mo, in this life, there are myriad endeavors to pursue, and the Mo family requires your contributions. I am but a humble woman. How could I deserve such kindness from you? I once believed my life would follow a predetermined course, yielding to my parents' wishes and marrying a woman of suitable status. Yet after meeting you, my heart has become entangled. He bit his lip, lamenting the missed opportunity of their earlier acquaintance. Truly a haunting regret. Brother Mo, Yer did not anticipate the depth of his emotions. Mo waved his hand, retrieving a string of bells from the pouch. This auspicious purple clay bell was a token of the Mo family. Any possession marked by it was akin to encountering me. Yer, accept this. It may prove useful in the future. When she hesitated, he gestured for her to disregard her reluctance, assuring her it was merely a token, devoid of ulterior motives. Yer had never underestimated the Mo family's influence. Securing their assistance would indeed be fortuitous. She accepted the auspicious purple clay bell, and before she could change her mind, he mounted his horse and galloped away. At that moment, Min Zonghai returned. He gently took her hand, urging her to depart. The carriage rolled away slowly. From the heights of the mountains, Mo gazed at the carriage that had vanished from sight, clutching the fiery plum pouch tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a comfort to have something of hers by his side, to possess a fragment of her essence with him. And that was enough. Chapter 37. The dough-starters Su Jincheng and Min Zonghai encountered an elderly man. Excuse me, sir. Could you kindly direct us to the Huzi Hall in the west of the city? The old man gestured along the street. Just continue straight ahead. When you see the Zhoji restaurant, take a left, and after a short while, you will arrive. Grateful for the directions, Min Zonghai urged the horse-drawn carriage onward. Following the old man's guidance, They soon spotted the Huzi Hall's signboard. He parked the carriage and assisted Cai'er down. A staff member, having noticed their arrival, came forward. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, allow me to park your carriage a little further aside. It seems to be obstructing the way." "Thank you for your assistance," replied Min Zonghai as he and Cai'er entered the establishment. A splendid array of household items adorned the shop, including some newly designed articles by Cai'er herself. "Dear guests, what type of household items are you seeking? We have the latest styles for your perusal," the attendant inquired, leading them to the new arrival section and commencing his introduction. Cai'er interjected with a smile. "Excuse me, is Master Zhuang available?" The attendant nodded. "Yes, he is. Are you looking for your master?" "Indeed. Would you kindly let him know we are here?" The attendant entered the inner room, and shortly thereafter, the sound of Master Zhuang's laughter could be heard. Well, what a rare visit. Zonghai, my dear girl, I thought you both had forgotten about my humble shop, not having graced me with your presence for over a year." Min Zonghai bowed respectfully, Master Zhuang. Cai'er, however, was less formal, chuckling, "Master Zhuang, you truly are taking advantage of your age. You are always busy attending to esteemed guests. Today a prince, tomorrow a duke. If we were to visit you too frequently, it might hinder your prospects. And that would be a grave mistake." She concluded with a playful chant, prompting hearty laughter from Zhuang Funing. "You are such a spirited one. Come, let's step inside." He beckoned, leading them into the back courtyard-esque private room. Shortly, a disciple of Zhuang Funing entered with tea and pastries before quietly departing. Zhuang Funing inquired, "How is your lumber business faring?" "With your support, master, it is doing reasonably well," Min Zonghai responded. Ziyun Funan no dead. "Ah, you have spent too much time with this girl. You have learned to be quite clever." Cai'er, feeling slightly affronted, retorted, "How can you say that? I have simply come to visit. Am I not welcome?" All right. You are the most kind-hearted. It is merely my old tongue failing me, is it not?" Zhuang Funing conceded, casting a knowing glance at Min Zonghai, fully aware of the challenges he faced. "Master, Lord Wang has sent someone to summon you." A disciple called softly from outside. Zhuang Funing, taken aback yet unwilling to delay, instructed the disciple to attend to Min Zonghai and Cai'er with utmost hospitality before tidying his appearance and departing with the messenger. A youthful lad, with a charming countenance, came to replace their tea. He was a disciple of Zhuang Funing who had just reported the message. Cai'er, recognizing his familiarity, asked, "What is your name, young brother?" "My master calls me Ziming." "Ziming? Is that your courtesy name?" "No, it is my given name. I was without parents from a young age, and my master saved my life." "Do you remember your ancestral home?" Ziming shook his head. "No, I do not. However, I heard my master say that the year I was found, there was a great flood in the south, and many refugees came to Ziyun. I must have been one of those fleeing. At that time, food was scarce, and who would have cared for an orphan child like me? When I was on the verge of starvation, fate led me to encounter my master. Observing my desolation and solitude, he graciously took me in. As I gazed at Min Zonghai, he appeared perplexed and inquired, "What is it?" She remained silent, prompting him to ask Ziming, "What are your parents' names?" He simply shook his head. "How old were you that year?" "Around 3 years old." At that moment, another middle-aged man entered, stating, "Master requests both of you to visit Jinkong Tower. Is there a specific matter to discuss?" "None." Min Zonghai and the girl followed the attendant to the grandest tavern in Ziyun, Jinkong Tower. Upon entering the elegant room, they found a man of considerable stature seated within, appearing to be in his 40s. To his left sat Governor Wang, and to his right was Zhuang Funing. Zhuang Funing rose and introduced them, "Your Highness. This is Min Zonghai and his wife, Min Jishur." He then turned to Min Zonghai and the girl, urging, "Hurry, bow, and greet His Royal Highness and Governor Wang." They bowed. "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness and Governor Wang." "No need for formalities," came the deep and solemn voice of His Royal Highness. Min Zonghai and the girl stood to the side, feeling somewhat helpless, as if they were mere servants. His Royal Highness cast a glance at them. "You are Min Zonghai?" Min Zonghai lowered his head and replied, "Yes." "The innovative wardrobe and cake were crafted by you?" "Replying to your Highness, the commoner merely assisted. The ideas originated from my wife." "Oh, Min Jishur?" The girl stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Yes, your Highness." "Well, with your 2 skills, you shall have a worry-free life." This statement left everyone present in confusion. After sipping his tea, His Royal Highness continued, "Has your lumber business supplied materials to the Prince of England?" Min Zonghai affirmed, "Yes." His Royal Highness tapped the table thoughtfully, saying, "What ought to be done shall be done. What should not be pursued must not be forced. That which is coerced does not endure." The Prince of England, being the ninth son of the late emperor, had avoided the turmoil during the struggle for succession by retreating to the borders. Now returned, he maintained a remarkably low profile. Why would His Royal Highness make such a statement? In the end, they all attributed it to differing political views, leading them to merely acquiesce on the surface. His Royal Highness excused himself, citing urgent matters, with Governor Wang accompanying him. Zhuang Funing, however, did not join them. Min Zonghai asked, "Will the master not go?" "Why should I? Today, the one I wish to meet is primarily you. If you choose not to go, then let us dine. Old Zhuang will treat us," the girl declared unapologetically. Zhuang Funing chuckled. "Very well. Let the young lady savor the culinary delights of Zhujiancheng and perhaps temper your fiery spirit, lest it soar too high." In Changcheng, recently, Min Zonghai has been seizing every opportunity to approach Rongjin, be it by purchasing a loaf of bread or encountering her on the street, or even assisting in deliveries. In essence, he has endeavored to cultivate her trust and affection. At last, his objective has been achieved. Rongjin emerged with embroidered insoles, and upon seeing her, Li Wu called for Weijin. "Has Rongjin made any friends of late? She has been frequenting Lana S. home quite a bit." "Why, I shall observe from here. You follow and ascertain whether she truly went to Lana S." She said, "I believe she has become too close to Master Hui." A pang of anxiety struck Wei Zhen's heart, and disregarding everything, she hurriedly followed Rongjin. By the lakeside bamboo grove, Rongjin shyly handed a shoe insole to Min Zonghai. They soon resumed their conversation, and observing their expressions, it was evident they were quite joyful. Wei Zhen felt a surge of tension, hoping that Rongjin had not done anything untoward. After a while, Min Zonghai departed first, and once Rongjin saw him walk far away, she took a different path to return. Wei Zhen pursued her. Rongjin turned around, and upon seeing Wei Zhen, she hesitated. "Sister, why are you here?" "I was just about to ask you the same," Wei Zhen replied. I just came from Lana's house. Are you still trying to hide it from me?" Wei Zhen exclaimed, furious. Such clandestine meetings with men were utterly improper. Realizing that Wei Zhen was aware of the situation, Rongjin relaxed and began to reveal everything. Min Zonghai had gone through some tribulations and seen the world for what it was. Now, he only wished to live an honest life. Yet, those around him were still reluctant to believe in his transformation, with only Rongjin willing to accept him anew. He felt immense gratitude and fondness for her, which explained his myriad indulgences and kindness towards her. Unfortunately, Rongjin had also fallen into this predicament, having already exchanged tokens of affection with him. Wei Zhen scolded her for her foolishness, and Rongjin, feeling wronged, began to weep. "What did you accept from him?" Wei Zhen's tone was severe. "Ajat Bondal." Rongjin cried. "What did you give him?" At this, Rongjin's sobs intensified, and Wei Zhen's heart sank, hoping it wasn't what she feared. Once Rongjin calmed down slightly, she recounted, "Master San said he wanted to open a shop and asked me to manage it together with him. I thought the lady had promised us one shop each. Since I've already made a commitment with Master San, it would be good for him to hone his skills first." Wei Zhen's eyes widened. "And then I gave him the dough starter." Suddenly, 5 distinct fingerprints appeared on Rongjin's face. She stared incredulously at Wei Zhen. "Sister, you." After slapping her, Wei Zhen too felt regret, her heart aching. "You foolish girl, how could you trust Master Hui? He never had good intentions from the start, yet you chose to believe him." Subsequently, Wei Zhen recounted Min Zonghai's past misdeeds, questioning how one so ungrateful could be expected to repent. Rongjin had always been pure-hearted, and thus, Yer had intentionally withheld certain truths from her, as had Wei Zhen. Unbeknownst to them, a moment of kindness had led to a significant error. What if he has truly changed? Rongjin still refused to give up hope. "Come with me," Wei Zhen urged, pulling her in the direction Min Zonghai had taken. They ran for the duration of a tea break, finally catching sight of Min Zonghai in the distance. He was dressed in finer clothing, making his way into the city. Without a second thought, they closely followed him until they reached the entrance of a grand estate, where the plaque boldly inscribed with Gong residents met their eyes. Rongjun shook her head, silently praying that Min Zonghai was merely passing by. However, she watched helplessly as he entered, chilling her heart, which now felt but a mere fragment of its former self. Weizhan supported the heartbroken Rongjun back to the establishment of delicious romance. Min Zonghai sat in his study, perusing books, yet the titles on their spines appeared inverted. Suddenly, a servant entered and whispered a few words in his ear. His eyes widened in shock as he slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to spill everywhere. That evening, he found Min Zonghai at the residence of Min Laosan. Have you lost your mind? How could you betray your own family? We are not truly kin, so where lies the boundary between inside and outside? He is your second brother. How can you utter such heartless words? Second brother? Zongyao is my biological brother. I asked him to exchange a secret recipe for Zongyao's life. How could he disregard familial bonds? I am his third brother. He would rather give a recipe for marinated delicacies to an outsider named Sun than to me. Does he not consider our family ties? Ultimately, your restaurant has failed, and you resent him for not assisting you. Min Zonghai wore an indifferent expression, neither nodding nor shaking his head, yet Min Zonghai discerned the source of his grievance. He harbored resentment towards Min Zonghai for giving the recipe to Sun Xiaowu instead of him. I know you cherish Ziyun. You must have approached her regarding this matter. As for the secret recipe for the soup base, I have already sold it to Gong Wenxue. It is beyond retrieval. Min Zonghai tossed a piece of paper onto the table. This is the method for making the soup base. I'm not a miser. This formula is yours to do with as you please. Regardless, I have received my payment and shall pursue another path, leaving the pastry trade behind. Holding the paper, Min Zonghai was beset by a multitude of conflicting emotions. Ziyun did not favor him, nor did she acknowledge his existence. How could he ever win her affection? This recipe might serve as a means for the Min family to rise again. He possessed resources, connections, and the support of the Xue family. If he ventured into the pastry business, it would surely yield greater rewards than mere culinary romance. Upon returning home, he pondered in his study for a while, yet found no solution. He then decided to go out for a drink to lift his spirits. Min Jin noticed his unusual demeanor and, once he left, stealthily entered the study, discovering the paper on the table. Holding it, her heart soared with delight. What are you doing? Min Luo's sudden appearance startled her. Look, Min Jin replied, not concealing her excitement. Min Luo, puzzled, asked, what is this? Is it food? Min Jin rolled her eyes at her sister. This is a recipe for making bread. How could it be an eldest brother's study? Min Luo exclaimed in disbelief. Let us not dwell on that for now. I'm going to Weitian restaurant shortly, and you must tell no one. What is your purpose? Min Jin grinned mischievously. Of course, I intend to sell the recipe to Sheng Yuden. I am certain he would be eager to acquire it. What I desire is entry into the textile bureau. Once I am the textile bureau, I will be but a step away from young Master Su. Chapter 38. Reunion. Opened the letter from Chongqing and hurried back to the city. Li Wu, Virgin, and Rongjun all kept their heads bowed in silence, while Wu Xiaozai, Feng Yingying, and Sun Xiaohua sat nearby. After Virgin recounted the events, the group was filled with indignation. Rongjun, you have been too gullible. Although Feng Yingying was furious, she could not scold Rongjun too harshly, as she was Yar's maid. Indeed, are you not aware of Hui San's past behavior? How could you fall for his tricks? Sun Xiaohua, being younger and familiar with him, spoke candidly. Wu Xiaozai slammed the table, exclaiming, this Min Zonghai has even schemed against his own kin. How could he act so ungratefully after Zonghai let him take over the shop that year? One voice after another, Rongjun was overwhelmed with shame and began to weep. Yar helped her up and wiped away her tears, saying, the secret recipe may be lost, but it is not the end of the world. We will continue our business as usual tomorrow, regardless of how many identical breads appear outside. We must focus on perfecting our craft. Rongjun choked back her sobs, murmuring, Madam. Enough now. Do you remember when I said that the secret recipe, though important, is not as crucial as life itself? Given Min Zonghui's character, had he not deceived you, he would have surely employed even more malicious tactics. The fact that you are all safe is what truly matters. We still have the cakes, which are far more challenging to master. Even if they observe us closely, they may not learn our techniques. Let this matter rest. We must not dwell in sorrow, but instead lift our spirits to continue living. Virgin and Rongjin were deeply moved, unable to contain their tears. Li Wu also felt a surge of emotion. Upon learning of the deception regarding the secret recipe, he had been furious and contemplated seeking justice after Yar's return. Yet, her nonchalant attitude towards the situation made him realize that her actions were all for their benefit. Is there truly such an extraordinary person in this world? To encounter her in this lifetime was worth enduring the upheaval. Min Zonghai remained silent, tormented by the repeated betrayals from his own brother. Once everyone had departed, Yar asked, "Is my husband grieving for Min Zonghai?" Min Zonghai was perplexed. Your furrowed brow is not due to Min Zonghui's actions. She placed a cup of warm tea in his palm, adding, "No one you dislike is worth your sorrow." Min Zonghai smiled faintly. "I grieve for you. Anyone who cares for you would not wish to see you distressed." Her gentle words floated like a soft breeze, soothing his heart, much like the warmth of the tea seeping into his being. Geng Wenxue was elated to have acquired the secret recipe and instructed someone to inform Geng Yuhua that it was now safe to release him. Upon his return, Min Zongyao berated Geng Yuhua for being inconsiderate, complaining that a trivial matter had consumed him for so long. He also chastised Min Zonghai for being selfish, focusing solely on the secret recipe while neglecting familial bonds. Just then, while he was dozing in the inner room, he was startled awake by a commotion outside, which sounded like Lu Shangyun. He rushed out to find Lu Shangyun on the ground, crying out in pain, her lower body stained with blood. Min Fong was filled with terror upon seeing her son emerge, and she hastily defended herself, exclaiming, "It was she who disrespected me," prompting my desire to discipline her. Little did I know she would. "Quick, summon a doctor." Min Zongyao gasped in alarm, causing Min Fong to stagger and flee in haste. When the physician arrived, he lightly palpated her pulse and declared, "A miscarriage. I will prescribe a remedy to expel the remnants and suggest a month of recuperation. Given the peculiarities of her constitution, she must be cautious in the future. Any further emotional distress could lead to dire consequences beyond even the most skilled physician's help." Min Zongyao, engulfed in rage, unleashed a torrent of curses aimed squarely at Min Fong. "Are you truly my mother? You disregard even my child. What wrong has Shangyun committed to warrant such ire from you? And now, the child is gone. You owe me." His incredulity deepened as he lamented. "How could father have married such a vile woman, who has harmed my sister and now seeks to ruin me?" Min Fong wept, too fearful to respond. Min Laosan, unable to endure any longer, flung his pipe aside and retorted, "Silence, you unfilial wretch. Is this how you speak to your mother? Regardless of her faults, she bore you for 10 months. I would rather she hadn't tea." Min Zongyao bellowed before storming out. Min Laosan sighed, lamenting the misfortunes of their household. In another room, Arya heard a buzzing in her ears, sensing the gravity of the situation, yet failing to fully comprehend it. Disinterested in the unfolding events, she resolved to leave this household behind. After a brief gathering of her belongings, she addressed Min Laosan in the courtyard, saying, "Father, mother, I'm going out to find work. I shall not return if there is nothing for me." Min Fong rushed after her, calling out, "Arya, where are you going?" But Arya feigned deafness, striding out without a backward glance. Min Fong, unaccustomed to such defiance from her daughter, was struck by the thought of her other children, collapsing to the ground in despair as she recounted her myriad misfortunes. Min Laosan gazed skyward, his mind a blank slate. Meanwhile, Lu Shangyun lay in bed, a smile playing on her lips. Days later, the streets of Changcheng were awash with bakeries, each offering delights comparable to those of Mei Wei Yuan. It was inconceivable that such a surge would have no impact. The business of Mei Wei Yuan had evidently suffered. Observing the sparse clientele, Rongjin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Early one morning, Min Zonghai ventured to the lumberyard, having neglected his duties for over a month, an inexcusable lapse. As Ear noticed the quietude, a thought struck her. After tidying herself, she ventured out. A street away, she soon arrived at Sun's marinated delicacies, where business thrived as always. Finally finding a moment of respite, she admired the hairpin worn by Mu Shi and inquired, "Sister Mu, your hairpin is exquisite. Did Brother Wang purchase it for you?" Mu Shi blushed at the compliment, replying, "I told him it was unnecessary, yet he secretly bought it for me." Their relationship truly flourished. "We have known each other since childhood. It was only natural that we would marry as we grew up. Since then, he has always treated me well." However, as Mu Shi reminisced about the past, her heart ached with sorrow. The devastating flood claimed the lives of my in-laws, and tragically, our 3-year-old child has also vanished. She wiped her tears and, after a moment of composure, continued, "Though my husband remains silent, he too bears an immense sorrow. We are left in uncertainty regarding Sheng's fate. If he were still alive, he would be 7 years old this year, wouldn't he? Monaded." And upon reflecting on her lively and adorable son, she was overcome with grief once more. Cai'er understood the depth of her feelings and, upon returning home, penned a letter to Ziyun. If it could reunite the family, it would indeed be a noble deed. 5 days later, a young lad visited the establishment of delicious affection, with delicate features and an undeniable charm. Indeed, this young man was Zhuang Funing's adopted disciple, Ziyun. Cai'er served him bread and cake, and sent Li Wu to the marinated delicacies shop to invite Wang Lei and Mu. As Wang Lei entered the room, he caught sight of Ziyun and could scarcely believe his eyes. Mu followed closely behind and nearly collapsed upon seeing Ziyun. Fortunately, Wang Lei was quick to support her. Ziyun appeared momentarily bewildered, as Mrs. Min had summoned him urgently. Yet he was perplexed by the unusual demeanor of the two individuals. Cai'er approached and steadied Mu on the other side, inquiring, "Do you recognize him, sister-in-law?" Mu hurried to Ziyun's side, calling out, "Sheng, who is Sheng?" Ziyun was at a loss. Overcome with emotion, Mu embraced him, exclaiming, "Shi, you are my Shi." Wang Lei joined in, embracing the two, tears streaming down his face. Once they had calmed somewhat, Cai'er recounted the events. "From the moment I first met Ziyun, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. Upon learning of his past, I was reminded of Brother Wang and Sister Mu. Just a few days ago, I asked Sister Mu again, which led me to arrange this meeting. If I was mistaken, it would matter little. But if I was correct, how perfect it would be." Ziyun wept uncontrollably. Far removed from his earlier composure, Wang Lei held on to him tightly, expressing gratitude to Cai'er. "Thank you, Mrs. Min. Our encounter is indeed a stroke of fate. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt." It was then that Ziyun shyly addressed her as Aunt. He had endured years of solitude. Although he had a master, it was not comparable. Now, reunited with his parents, he felt like a true child once more. In the sweltering summer, Cai'er gris en créas ingli léthargique. She lounged in a rocking chair, perusing Zhuang Funing's letter, her eyes crinkling with joy. Ziyun, also known as Wang Sheng, had returned to the embrace of Wang Lei and his wife. Zhuang Funing, having lost the person he intended to care for, penned a letter scolding Cai'er for thwarting his plans and demanding accountability. What could be so delightful? Min Zonghai emerged from a refreshing shower, a wave of coolness enveloping him. "Get away. You're making me cold." Cai'er made a disdainful expression, showing no regard for his discomfort. How could it be cold on such a hot day? She lazily shifted her position, declaring, "I haven't done any work, so of course I'm not hot. Besides, this room is quite cool." She handed him the letter, saying, "Here, you read it yourself." Min Zonghai took the letter, read it, and burst into laughter. "This Zhuang truly retains the heart of a child. By the way, how did you know upon first meeting Ziyun that he was Brother Wang's son? Don't you think he resembles Brother Wang?" Min Zonghai pondered for a moment and, in retrospect, conceded that there was indeed a resemblance, though he hadn't noticed it at the time. With such a mind, it is indeed surprising that you could arrive at any conclusion. Why did you not bring Ziyun back directly at that time, instead of writing a letter to summon him? Naturally, it was to confirm his identity. What if he were not the one? That would lead to disappointment, wouldn't it? Could you perhaps think a bit more wisely when pondering such matters? I have my suspicions about whether that timber business is truly your doing. It seems to me that Brother Gao's contributions are likely even more significant. You, Min Zonghai felt a pang of frustration. What has been troubling you lately? It seems you cannot help but retort at me every time, as if it would ease your heart. What? Am I mistaken? In our line of business, which major transaction was not secure by Brother Gao? But I was the one who selected all that timber. And so what if he secured the large orders? If we cannot satisfy the customers, we will still lose out. Just like last time, when Boss Zheng requested high-quality hardwood for a carriage, Gao Zhen provided him with sandalwood. But how can sandalwood suffice? It easily absorbs moisture. Min Zonghai was engrossed in his thoughts when he suddenly heard a delicate snoring sound. Turning around, he found Cai'er asleep right there, with a resigned shake of his head. He draped a large robe over her, closed the door, and stepped outside. Downstairs in the shop, a woman dressed in a colorful brocade gown glided in with grace, her demeanor both elegant and composed. She surveyed her surroundings with evident satisfaction. Li Wu furrowed his brow, sensing something fleeting, yet he could not quite grasp it. He gestured for Rongjin to attend to her. Rongjin approached the woman with a smile, saying, "Madam, may I assist you in purchasing something? We have a wide variety of bread and cakes. Please take a look." The woman did not respond to the inquiry, but instead asked, "Is this Min Zonghai's shop?" Rongjin slightly retracted her smile, replying, "Yes, indeed. Do you know her master?" "Yes, just have him come here," the woman commanded with an air of distinction, suggesting her considerable status. Consequently, Rongjin did not dare to be negligent and intended to fetch Min Zonghai. At that moment, Min Zonghai was just descending the stairs, intending to leave, when he caught sight of the woman. Chapter 39. Song Wanqing caught the eye of Min Zonghai, who recognized her instantly, though time had rendered her somewhat ethereal. Min Zonghai, now robust and radiant, donned attire that bespoke of distinction, no longer resembling the youthful lad he once was. The woman's face brightened, and she approached him, addressing him as Hai Ge. "Wanqing," she replied. Rongjin gaped, retreating to stand beside Li Wu, exchanging glances with him. Li Wu, in turn, clenched his fists discreetly. Min Zonghai escorted Song Wanqing away, and they meandered slowly to the banks of Taishang Lake. There, she bid him farewell, and he cast something into the water. Under the blazing sun, even in the shade, the heat was quite oppressive, inducing a sense of restlessness. Song Wanqing shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand, fanned herself with a handkerchief, and stole glances at him. Noticing his lack of reaction, she felt a pang of disappointment. "How have you been in the capital?" she inquired. "Well," he replied. After a brief pause, she asked, "And you?" "I am well. Are you back for a family visit?" Song Wanqing's gaze flickered momentarily. "Sort of." She took a few steps forward, turning her back to him. "Though the capital is splendid, I find myself yearning for the days in Chongqing." A gentle breeze stirred, lifting her hairpin, which chimed softly. Once, he had longed for such moments, cherished her essence. Why, then, did only melancholy remain? "Do you remember? You gifted me flowers and treats right here by Taishang Lake. Those blissful days I foolishly rejected." Song Wanqing stifled her emotions, striving to conceal her tears from Min Zonghai. "My mother often said, 'Zonghai is a good man. If you are with him, I shall have peace of mind.' Now I understand that she was right. Life in the capital, though lavish, pales in comparison to the morsel you once offered me. I often ponder, had I chosen to stay, would I be the one by your side today?" "Wanqing, that is all in the past now." Turning to face him, her expression transformed into one of joy. "Indeed, do not take it to heart. I merely speak whimsically." She plucked a wild flower from the roadside, her delicate fingers brushing against it. "Your wife must be beautiful, no?" Before he could respond, she continued, "Once one has traversed the vast seas, no other waters will suffice. Except for the clouds of Wushan, none can compare. To be your wife is truly a blessing." Noting Min Zonghai's silence, she exhaled a heavy sigh. "I only came to see you today. There is no other intention. You may return." "And where do you reside now?" "Naturally, with my family." Song Wanqing smiled, enchanting, radiating charm. "If you find the time, do come visit me. You should head back now." According to their past habits, he usually waited until she vanished from sight before turning homeward. "No, this time I wish to watch you leave first." Song Wanqing was quite insistent, and Min Zonghai, unable to refuse, departed first. At the Gong residence, the sack was opened, and Min Zonghui's eyes brightened upon catching sight of Geng Wenshue's furious expression, startling him. "Old Master Geng, what is the meaning of this? What does it look like? Since you refused to come, we had no choice but to bring you here. Old Master Geng, our business has concluded. There is nothing left to discuss. What about the Grand Bakery?" Min Zonghui quickly grasped the situation, feigning ignorance. "Are there not enough bakeries in Changshan? Do not attempt to play tricks on me. I purchased the secret recipe at a high price and even arranged for someone to save your brother, only to find that you turned around and sold it to Xingda. Are you not aware of the principle of one item, one sale?" Geng Wenshue slammed the table, causing the teacup to topple and tea to spill everywhere, leaving Min Zonghui drenched in cold sweat. Geng Wenshue, having built his current fortune, must possess some cunning. Min Zonghui's mind raced. He thought, "I cannot be definitively accused of selling it. I managed to glean the recipe from them. Who's to say others cannot do the same?" Upon voicing this thought, he found it quite reasonable, and his anxiety began to dissipate. Geng Wenshue, momentarily silenced, considered the logic and decided not to press Min Zonghui further, gesturing for his servants to escort him away. "If I discover that you are the one scheming behind the scenes, I will not spare you." His legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter, but he regained his composure and exited with feigned calmness. Once in a secluded corner outside the Geng residence, he leaned against the wall, clutching his chest, filled with regret for having given the recipe to Min Zonghai, blaming him for the troubles he had brought upon himself. If Geng Wenshue were to uncover the truth, he would be left with no escape. Resolute, he made a decision. Upon returning home, he gathered all his silver notes and packed his belongings. Just as he was about to step out, he hesitated, retrieving a 100-tael silver note from his pocket and placing it beneath his pillow, along with a note specifying its location. After ensuring everything was in order, he slipped out quietly. At the gold shop, he exchanged all his silver notes for thin sheets of gold, convenient for carrying. He took care to avoid crowded areas. Exiting through the south gate and heading straight on, Min Jin unexpectedly entered the textile bureau, leaving Min Zonghai quite astonished. What is going on? Min Jin feigned ignorance, claiming the bureau wanted to hire her, and she had no choice. "Do you think I am unaware of your capabilities? Speak the truth." Min Zonghai grew furious, fearing that this reckless sister might provoke someone she should not. Min Jin had never seen her elder brother so enraged and felt a twinge of fear. So she recounted how she obtained the recipe and sold it to Shang Muten. With a resounding clap, Min Zonghai was truly engulfed by rage. He had just resolved not to betray Yer, and despite her indifference towards him, he still wished to hold onto a fragment of hope. Now, his sister had severed that hope with her own hands. His heart twisted in pain. Xue Shi, hearing Min Jin's cries, rushed over. "Nian, she is your sister. If she has erred, simply tell her. Why resort to violence?" With reddened eyes, Min Zonghai ignored how Min Jin explained matters to Xue Shi. His mind consumed by thoughts of that gentlewoman, realizing that he had truly lost all chance with her. Xue Shi, also aware of her son's feelings, could not help but scold Yer again after hearing the whole story. What is all this commotion? Min Laoda has just returned home, only to find Min Jin crying. Xue Shi shouting, and seeing Min Zonghai in a daze, which struck him as quite odd. Thus, Xue Shi embellished the tale, while Min Jin expressed her grievances in full. Min Laoda was not like the dull Min Lao-san, allowing his children to run amok without discipline. He had a clear understanding of Min Zonghai's troubles and sensed his heartache. He had once lamented his inability to escape the constraints of arranged marriages. Why was his son also ensnared? He is currently ensnared by love, just as he was in the past, lost, in anguish, and devoid of resolution. Master Min offered a few words of comfort before dismissing everyone to their quarters. Min Zonghai lingered in the study for a while before rising to indulge in drink. As the night deepened and he succumbed to inebriation, a charming woman approached him, smiling. "My lord, it is time to return home." He lifted his gaze, squinting to discern her identity, and as the haze faded, he recognized her. It was Yer. He abruptly stood, grasping her hand, exclaiming joyfully, "It is you." The woman replied, "Indeed. My lord, it is I." "You call me my lord?" "Yes, for I have wed you. Thus you are indeed my lord." "How splendid. I have finally taken you as my wife." With that, he leaned against her shoulder and fell asleep. Yu sure exerted herself to support him back. She helped him out of his garments, applying salve to his chest while murmuring, "Cutting water with a knife only makes it flow more. Drowning sorrows in wine only deepens them. Do you not know? However, fret not. With the salve applied, the pain shall dissipate by dawn." "My lady, I have a question." Rongjin observed you were busy with accounts and hesitated to interrupt, but the matter weighed heavily on her heart. Yer had sensed her turmoil and awaited her inquiry. Smiling, "Speak freely. I recall you once mentioned that if the secret recipe were to be leaked, it should be publicly disclosed, rendering those who sought to steal it empty-handed." Yer set her pen down and replied, "I had indeed thought so, yet now I find myself harboring some selfishness." She stepped out from behind the counter, beckoning Rongjin to sit. "Although the recipe has been disclosed, they will not broadcast it. Thus, it remains a secret, merely shared among a few. You and Weijin are soon to marry. How can you do so without a dowry? Having a shop is better than none at all. While cakes may be difficult to master, they require great effort, time, and expense. Bread, on the other hand, is quicker to produce and more affordable. Your establishment may be modest, but focusing on bread would be prudent." Rongjin's eyes brimmed with tears as she responded, "My lady, enough. Our acquaintance, whether as master and servant or sisters, is a serendipitous bond. I shall assist you as much as I can. I will convey my thoughts to your sister as well." To ease her mind, Rongjin nodded obediently. At that moment, both women noticed the shop was in disarray. Li Wu was overwhelmed, juggling weighing and collecting payments while occasionally glancing their way, eager to assist once their conversation concluded. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Yu and Rongjin exchanged amused glances before hastily rising to lend a hand. Li Wu's eyes twitched. Women truly have much to say. Sun Xiaohua received her very first letter and was filled with excitement. However, after reading it, she felt a sense of helplessness. From the bottom of her trunk, she retrieved a golden namicomb. He stated that he was taking over the family business, and when he achieved success, he would return to her. "Wait for me, remember." She delicately combed her hair, pondering, would she wait for him? She recalled that after Yura returned from Jiangning, they had shared a conversation. Now, in retrospect, it was time for her to make a choice. She set down the wooden comb, picked up her pen to write numbers, sealed it, and made her way to the post station. Afterward, she headed directly to Jinxiu Manor. Liang Jinyang was meticulously arranging an embroidered piece when she noticed Sun Xiaohua's unusual demeanor, and playfully remarked, "Your face resembles a peach blossom. Your smile is as radiant as the clear river, truly enchanting." Sun Xiaohua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Jinyang, you tease me too much." Liang Jinyang then ushered her into the embroidery room, inquiring about the source of her apparent joy. With her head bowed and nervously fidgeting with her clothing, Sun Xiaohua confessed, "He has written to me." Liang Jinyang, not one to be overly conventional, often engaged in heartfelt conversations with Sun Xiaohua and was naturally informed of the matter concerning Su Luchan. Though she regarded Su Luchan with caution, recognizing that most scions of prominent families harbor their share of dubious affairs, she was not particularly fond of him and inquired further, "What did he say?" "He mentioned that he would come to marry me once he achieved success and fame." "Success and fame? How many years will that take? 1 year? Or perhaps 10? Sun Xiaohua lifted her gaze to meet Liang Jinyang's, realizing that she had not considered this aspect. "My sister-in-law once told me that all things in life are obtained through struggle. Without striving, nothing is gained. Whether to strive or not depends solely on whether one deems it worthwhile. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not regret having contended. I wish to fight for it. Even if I lose, it would not render my journey in vain." Liang Jinyang seemed to glimpse her younger self in those words, understanding that even if faced with a seemingly bottomless abyss, one must dare to take the plunge. It appeared that such audacity would not betray the beauty of this life. "Is your sister-in-law the remarkable proprietress of the delicacies, Jiyura?" Sun Xiaohua nodded in affirmation. Liang Jinyang recalled the enchanting woman, and upon hearing her words, speculated that she was indeed another extraordinary lady. Chapter 40. Pregnancy news arrived that Song Wanqing had returned from the capital a few days prior. Min Zonghai abruptly stood, questioning if her return date was known. We visited the Song residence to inquire, but have yet to ascertain her return schedule. He waved his hand, dismissing the messenger, and fell into deep contemplation. Could Song Wanqing's return be a providential opportunity for him? Given Yeager's temperament, would she ever accept Song Wanqing? Would he have a chance to? The more he pondered, the more restless he became, and suddenly, thoughts of Yushi surfaced. With Yushi still present, even if she had separated from Min Zonghai, how could she ever willingly find solace in his embrace? Should he sever ties with Yushi? On what grounds? This matter was not urgent. It was prudent to inform Yushi first. Aware that Yushi was reluctant to see him, he penned a letter, signing it simply as a confidant. He entrusted it to a courier bound for the post station, where it would be delivered to Yushi. By the time it reached her hands, 3 days had passed. Your husband and his former fiancée revisited Taishang Lake a few days ago. The few terse lines struck Yushi like a thunderclap. When Min Zonghai returned late that night and found Yushi seated in the dark, he assumed something was amiss. Why aren't you sleeping? Why is it so dark? He lit the oil lamp, illuminating the room. Yushi squinted for a moment before asking, Song Wanqing has returned? Min Zonghai paused, yes. Have you seen her? A few days ago, she came to the shop, and we exchanged a few words. Just a few words? Or did you revisit old haunts? The tone of this inquiry was somewhat sharp, making Min Zonghai displeased. Indeed, they merely exchanged pleasantries. He urged her not to overthink it. I simply stated a fact. Why do you react so strongly? Am I touching on a sore spot? The one you have longed for has returned. Is it not reasonable to meet? Yushi grew increasingly agitated, and Min Zonghai felt unjustly accused. He had been considerate of her feelings, refraining from prolonged interaction with Song Wanqing beyond mere niceties. Now, having been confronted with such accusations, an inexplicable fury welled up within him. What nonsense! Min Zonghai's outburst caused Yushi to burst into tears. Regretting his harsh words, he was taken aback by her tears and immediately sought to console her. What is the matter? You scolded me. I did not scold you. You did not believe me. I spoke rashly out of frustration. It was my mistake. No matter how anxious I was, I should not have said that. Please stop crying. Yushi wept harder, feeling a suffocating heat in her chest, as if something was about to emerge. Suddenly, she vomited profusely. Min Zonghai was alarmed, continuously soothing her back. After she finished, he brought her tea to rinse her mouth. Although her stomach felt somewhat relieved, the heaviness in her chest persisted. She lay back in the chair, gasping for air, her complexion unusually flushed. Viren! Min Zonghai shouted. Viren hurried in and, upon seeing Yushi in such a state, was filled with panic. Sir, what is wrong with madam? Do not ask. Quickly fetch the doctor. Viren complied and rushed out. After resting for a while, Yushi's breathing became steadier, and her complexion improved slightly. Min Zonghai cautiously inquired, What is troubling you? It feels heavy in my chest. Min Zonghai hastily opened all the windows and inquired, Is it better now? A gentle breeze flowed in, bringing with it a sense of ease in breathing and clarity of mind. She nodded silently, feeling fatigued, and soon closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Min Zonghai remained vigilantly by her side, fixated on her, fearful of a recurrence of earlier events. The doctor arrived. Virgin led the doctor in, and Min Zonghai gently turned over Yushi's hand to rest it. The elderly physician set down his medicine box and began to take Yushi's pulse. After meticulously detailing the necessary instructions and prescribing a remedy, he departed. Virgin escorted the doctor out of the shop, while also procuring medicine. Min Zonghai stayed beside Yushi, tenderly holding her small hand and kissing it, filled with guilt for not having noticed her peculiar behavior in recent days. As the evening lights began to glow, Yushi gradually awakened, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Min Zonghai resting beside her, sound asleep. She sketched his brows, his visage, his lips in her mind. This man was her husband, her sole kin in this world. Though their time together was brief, they had shared both joys and hardships. How could there be a complete absence of trust between them? How could she question him or cause him pain based on an inexplicable letter? In this moment of calm, Yushi reflected on many things, realizing her own pettiness. Feeling a tickle on her face, Min Zonghai opened his eyes and met her affectionate gaze, as if the gentle and endearing wife he cherished had returned. Is there anything amiss? He asked softly, careful not to disturb her. Yura shook her head and struggled to sit up. What time is it? It's already dark. Min Zonghai helped her adjust her bedding for support. It's the hour of high. As soon as Yura steadied herself, Min Zonghai embraced her tightly. She could feel him tremble. What's wrong with you? Min Zonghai calmed his emotions before slowly speaking. Your monthly letter has been delayed, hasn't it? It had indeed been 10 days since she had last felt at ease, not having paid attention to it. What do you mean? While you were asleep, I summoned the doctor to check your pulse. He said you're a month pregnant. Really? Upon seeing Min Zonghai nod, Yura exclaimed with joy, her earlier gloom dissipating. However, she was puzzled. Why did you look so troubled earlier? Don't you want it? We could. Have another child later? Yura could hardly believe what she was hearing. What are you saying? Yeah. Min Zonghai struggled to articulate his thoughts, his heart aching profoundly. He pulled her closer, attempting to console her. Yet, Yura forcefully swatted his hand away, tears streaming down her face. How cruel you are. You do not want me to bear this child. Do you wish for Song Wanqing to have your offspring instead? With that, she attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Min Zonghai. Yeah. His eyes reddened as he held her tightly, enduring her blows and pulls until she gradually calmed. You say you don't want it. I shall not force you. From this day forth, we shall sever all ties, until the end of time, never to meet again. No. Min Zonghai realized she would utter words that pierced the heart, yet he never anticipated her resolve would be so absolute. She was compelling him to reveal the truth. Yura fixed her gaze upon him, awaiting his response. The doctor stated, your constitution is different. This pregnancy will be quite arduous. 10 months of gestation will not only leave you physically weakened and prone to agitation, but the child may also face difficulties. If fortune smiles upon us and you reach the time of delivery, I fear it may be. At that moment, Yura felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Yura, do not fret. We shall consult several more physicians, or perhaps seek renowned healers. We shall ensure your well-being and that of the child. Yura, on the verge of tears, pondered whether this was a complication of her transmigration, a rejection between soul and body. How could it be treated? Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and Li Wu entered. My lord, madam, what troubles you? If you do not mind, I am willing to make an attempt. Min Zonghai and Yura exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intent. Li Wu continued, I have practiced medicine since childhood and have delved into some difficult ailments. If you trust me, I am willing to care for madam throughout this process. Do you possess the confidence? Min Zonghai questioned, for Li Wu had never claimed to be a physician, and a skilled healer reduced to servitude raised doubts in his mind. Li Wu shook his head. I can help madam regulate her health until you find a renowned doctor. At last, a solution appeared on the horizon. A new life was on the way, yet the joy felt elusive, the romance of life remaining starkly plain. If one were to discern a difference, it was undoubtedly Yura herself. Rather than exhibiting the anticipated melancholy, she was instead filled with joy. Day after day, she busied herself with preparations for the child. Consuming the medicinal meals, Li Wu recommended without a hint of reluctance. Seeing her demeanor, Min Zonghai, reluctant to disrupt her spirits, suggested hiring 2 more maidservants to attend to her, considering that pregnant women often felt weighed down and fatigued. That day, he instructed a servant to bring several maidens for her selection. 10 stood in a line, and as Yura surveyed them, one in particular captured her interest. A timid young maid clutched the hand of another who held her grip firmly, exuding calmness and composure in contrast to her companion's anxiety. Yura approached and inquired, May I purchase you? The young woman furrowed her brow and pursed her lips. Might the madam also consider buying my sister? Your sister is a bit too young. She may not be able to assist much, Yura replied, casting a glance at the younger maid. With a calm demeanor, she continued, I only wish to acquire you. Inman had anticipated that Yura would acquiesce, but she remained steadfast in her original intent. For families of her standing, life was relatively uncomplicated. No elders, just 2 masters, and a straightforward relationship. With 2 shops, their livelihood would not suffer. While she found the arrangement agreeable, her heart remained with her sister. Casting a glance at Qingman, she resolutely declared, I am grateful for your kindness, madam, but my sister is my only kin in this world. I cannot abandon her. With that, she bowed in gratitude. Virgin smiled, knowing an agreement had been reached. As anticipated, Yer smiled knowingly and said to Yi, "These two will suffice." Silver Man was taken aback by the sudden decision, while Qing Man, undeterred by overthinking, tugged at her sister to express gratitude. Yi, in turn, praised the Silver and Qing sisters before taking the silver and leading the others back. Min Zonghai addressed the sisters, saying, "Your mistress is in her first month. She must not be overworked. Since she has taken a liking to you, ensure you serve her well and do not neglect her." "Yes," Silver Man and Qing Man replied, bowing their heads in acquiescence. Consequently, the shop became rather cramped. Yer proposed, why not purchase a residence? Without hesitation, they acquired a modest courtyard at the less bustling eastern end of Lioli Street, perfectly suited for a small family. Min Zonghai found it too small, but Yer favored it, asserting, "A larger yard would feel desolate and unwelcoming. Once our family grows, you may choose whatever size you wish. I shall not interfere." Min Zonghai was pleased with her remark about a larger family, thus he acquiesced to her wishes. Wei Zhun, Rong Zhun, and Li Wu continued to reside at Mei Wei Qing Yuan, while Silver Man and Qing Man moved in with Yer at the new abode. The new residence comprised 2 main rooms, for side rooms, a storage room, and a kitchen. Silver Man's culinary skills were remarkable. Upon learning of Yer's preferences, she efficiently prepared delightful dishes that filled the air with enticing aromas. She quickly mastered the medicinal cuisine Li Wu instructed, always reminding Yer to finish her meal and even providing plums to enhance the flavor. Life seemed to settle into a serene rhythm once more. Chapter 41. Entanglement due to new business in the timber trade. Min Zonghai has been leaving early and returning late. Yer originally intended to take Qing Man to the delicious Love restaurant, but Yin Man remarked, "Madam is not as she used to be. We cannot be careless. Qing Man is still young and might make mistakes, so it would be better for me to accompany the madam, leaving Qing Man at home. She is capable of managing the usual household tasks." Her reasoning was sound, and Yer did not insist. However, upon seeing Qing Man's disappointed gaze, she added, "Qing Man, be good. When I return, I will bring you some candied hawthorn, all right?" Qing Man cheered up at once, her spirits lifted. Yin Man observed this with great emotion, later understanding why Yer had been so troubled that day. She was not the demanding mistress she had assumed. Rather, she was warm-hearted and caring, especially towards Qing Man. "Thank you, madam. No need for thanks. Let us go." Yer patted her hand, and the two exited together. "How old is Yin Man?" "Madam, she is 18. And Qing Man is 12, correct?" "Yes. My mother struggled during my birth, and it was 6 years before she had Qing Man, so she has been somewhat indulged. That is no matter. A woman's life is often fraught with difficulties, and she deserves extra affection." "Then why did you?" Yin Man sighed. "My father's business failed, and he was falsely accused and imprisoned. My mother fell gravely ill. With expenses for the jailer and medical care, money was tight. In desperation, I had to sell myself. But if I am not at home, what will become of Qing Man? I steeled my heart and sold both of us." "And your mother?" "When I received the money from selling myself, my mother was overwhelmed and passed away in distress." After a long pause, "Your mother must have felt guilty for not being able to protect you." Yin Man nodded. "Thus, I must protect my sister even more." Today, the streets were bustling with people. Yin Man had just shielded Yer as they passed from the left side, when Li Wu approached from the right. Upon reaching Delicious Love, only Zhun was busy inside. Yer and Yin Man immediately lent a hand. "What about Li Wu?" "Madam?" "Seeing the crowd today, Li Wu went to the residence to fetch you." Yer was taken aback. "Never mind. He will know I am here once he arrives." Yin Man blocked Yer. "Madam, you should rest in the back. I can manage here. Why so overly concerned?" "Madam." Yin Man was very uneasy. "All right. I shall rest if I grow weary. I will not overexert myself." With that, she began to attend to the customers. "Granny Li, would you like the beef noodles again?" Yin Man had no choice but to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Min Zonghai was inspecting the timber, his mind wandering back to the words spoken by Song Wanqing. "Brother Hai, Deputy Minister Mu has wronged me." "What?" "He initially claimed his wife needed a clever and refined maid, which is why I agreed to go with him. However, he forced me to become a concubine. After taking me in, he neglected me, allowing others to humiliate me. During my time in the capital, I came to realize that only Brother Hai is sincere towards me. Brother Hai, I wish to stay this time and not leave, if that is acceptable. He snapped back to reality, pondering who Song Wanqing truly was. He understood her better than anyone else. She was willful, favored, and domineering. If anyone oppressed her, it was indeed a case of a hand not making a sound without the other. He had been too accommodating towards her in the past. Upon arriving in the capital, how could the unrestrained her avoid misfortune? With this thought, he instructed regarding the timber business and then stepped outside. Li Wu went to the residence, where he learned from Qing Man that Year had already gone to the shop, prompting him to return, as a particular medicinal herb required pre-ordering. He took a shortcut to the apothecary. This path was seldom traversed, rendering it rather desolate. After walking a few steps, he heard hushed voices and slowed his pace, intending to retrace his steps to the main road, when suddenly he heard a familiar call of Haigu. You once promised that in this life, I am irreplaceable. Wanqing, you ought to return to the capital. Given how they treat me, do you still expect me to go back? As long as you live a modest life. It is not out of the question. I merely desire what any woman deserves. Is that wrong? I already have your. I would not mind being a concubine. Min Zonghai felt a wave of displeasure. You refuse to be a high-ranking official as concubine, yet you would settle for that of a commoner? In a moment of desperation, Song Wanqing misspoke. Too late to retract her words, she could only say, You are not Deputy Minister Mu. I know you still hold feelings for me. You would not treat me poorly. With that, she squeezed out a tear, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and implored, Haigu, I truly repent. Please do not abandon me. Li Wu clenched his fists tightly, recalling where he had previously encountered Song Wanqing. Yes, it was indeed at the residence of Deputy Minister Mu. At that time, Song Wanqing had similarly pleaded, I truly repent. Please do not abandon me. In that moment, Deputy Minister Mu had taken her into his arms and led her toward her courtyard. Min Zonghai shook off her grasp. Wanqing, it is impossible for me to take you in. You should return to the capital. Undeterred, Song Wanqing clutched at his garment, tears streaming down her cheeks in a pitiable manner. Li Wu could no longer bear to watch. He feared that Min Zonghai might relent. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a few wooden sticks. Picking up two, he struck them together and called out like a vendor, Candied hawthorn, sweet and fragrant candied hawthorn. Let us refrain from meeting in the future. Min Zonghai abruptly pushed Song Wanqing away, leaving those words behind as he hurried off. Song Wanqing stumbled, but soon followed suit. Li Wu then emerged and proceeded to the apothecary. Along the way, he pondered whether to inform Yura of this matter. If it were merely Song Wanqing's entanglement, it would not be a concern. Yet, he dreaded the potential consequences of provoking Deputy Minister Mu. However, if he were to inform her, then his identity would inevitably be revealed. Upon returning to the timber yard, as Min Zonghai approached the entrance, a white dove took flight and vanished into the distance within moments. Once inside the courtyard, Gaozhen happened to emerge from the rear. Why have you returned so soon, master? Gaozhen seemed to realize his words were presumptuous and quickly amended. I meant to say, what business has been concluded so swiftly? I'm still occupied here. Thinking of Song Wanqing, Min Zonghai felt a sense of helplessness and replied, I merely met with a friend. There was nothing of consequence. By the way, did a dove happen to land here earlier? Gaozhen was taken aback, but maintained his composure. I'm unaware. I was in the back courtyard and did not see it. Oh, Min Zonghai remarked, somewhat puzzled, for the dove had clearly taken flight from the rear courtyard. Why had Gaozhen not noticed? He speculated that perhaps he had been too engrossed in his tasks to pay attention. Brother Min, come quickly and see what I have found. Fifth Sword exclaimed, pushing the cart forward like a treasure bearer to showcase his discovery to Min Zonghai. What has brought you such joy, third brother? Allow me to see. Before Min could utter a word, Gaozhen rushed over to assist, seemingly intrigued by Fifth Sword's find. Normally, Gaozhen would not be easily captivated by anything. The others thought nothing of it, while Fifth Sword reveled in the attention from his elder brother at last. As dinner time approached, Gaozhen said, Master, I have a personal matter to attend to and must be away for 10 days. Is that acceptable? Noting the puzzled expression on Min Zonghai's face, he added, Do not worry. I shall leave Quan Zhe in charge here. There will be no issues. Fifth Sword inquired, What personal matter requires your absence, brother? Do you need assistance? Gao Zhen shook his head. It is nothing of concern. Merely a meeting with an old acquaintance. And after this encounter, it is uncertain when we shall meet again. Hence, I wish to depart for 10 days to settle this matter. Very well, go ahead. Just be cautious on your journey. Nothing is more important than your life. Upon his return, he found Yer slumped in a chair, asleep. He gently lifted her, intending to carry her to bed, but as soon as he cradled her, she stirred awake. You're back, my husband. Min Zonghai ignored her, placing her gently on the bed instead, reproaching her, if you are tired, why not sleep in bed? Is that chair truly so comfortable? Yeah. Knowing his concerns stemmed from affection, smiled sweetly. I intended to wait for you, but I must have fallen asleep without realizing. Rising, she asked, are you hungry? I shall fetch you some sweet fungus soup. It has been simmering for quite a while and is quite delightful. Min Zonghai pressed her back down. You should rest. Such tasks can be handled by Een Man and Ching Man. I instructed them to retire for the night. Then I shall go myself. Yer did not argue further and urged, hurry, it's warming on the stove. Very well. It was nearing the 2nd hour of the night. And Min Zonghai felt a pang of hunger, prompting him to rise and head to the kitchen. After finishing his meal and returning, he found Yer in a deep slumber. He tucked her in with a blanket, gazing upon her peaceful visage and reflecting on their past together. He realized that Song Wanqing must be dealt with, or they would never find peace. Given her temperament, she would not relent easily. If he did not comply, she would turn her attention towards Yer. Throughout the night, Min Zonghai drifted in and out of a restless slumber, plagued by dreams of Song Wanqing weeping and wailing, interspersed with visions of Yer in distress, her pregnancy at risk. His head throbbed painfully, his heart feeling as though it were being torn asunder. Wake up, my husband. Yer observed Min Zonghai, trapped in a nightmare, shaking him repeatedly. Startled awake, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. I need to take a shower, he murmured, rising to go to the bathing room. This bathing space was specially constructed by Yer, offering a refreshing respite. After breakfast, Min Zonghai accompanied Yer to Meiwei Qin Yuan before heading to the lumberyard. As he walked along the path, a small child suddenly thrust something into his hand. Upon opening it, he saw it was a note from Song Wanqing, requesting another meeting by the lakeside. With a resolute heart, he crumpled the paper into a ball and discarded it. After tidying up at the lumberyard for a while, he set off with Fifth Sword to Boizhong Mountain. I shall take you to the spot where we found the dark wood last time. Perhaps we shall uncover another piece. The Fifth Sword proudly returned with an exceptionally rare piece of dark wood, exuding an air of confidence in all endeavors. Indeed, should you find another, imagine the wealth you could amass. You would gain a 10% profit, Min Zonghai chuckled. It's a promise. With Min Zonghai's assurance, the Fifth Sword's eyes sparkled with determination, brimming with potential. As they stepped beyond the city gates, Min Zonghai sensed he was being watched. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted a flash of vibrant red behind a tree, which promptly vanished from sight. Frowning, he chose to ignore her and urged the Fifth Sword to hasten their departure. Upon learning of Yer's pregnancy, the Zhang, Feng, Yingying, and Sun Xiaohua gathered at the delicious affection to extend their congratulations. Yer assisted Feng Yingying in taking a seat, suggesting that if it was inconvenient, she need not have come, as they were not strangers. Feng Yingying gently caressed her protruding belly, recalling the doctor's advice that movement would facilitate a smoother delivery. Due to her fondness for food, her 3-month pregnancy appeared indistinguishable from that of 4 months. Een Man served tea, standing by, eager to assist. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yer instructed her to accompany Ching Man to purchase some vegetables, intending to prepare a meal for everyone at noon. Although Feng Yingying attempted to dissuade her, she was unable to prevail, so Yer went ahead with her plans. De Zhang looked forward to savoring Yer's culinary skills, and Sun Xiaohua found no cause for concern. Having grown accustomed to Yer's company, she embraced the relaxed atmosphere. To be continued. Chapter 42. The confounded individual Feng Yingying remarked, Sister-in-law, please do not take offense. The shop is currently negotiating a business deal, and Wu is unable to leave, hence we have come. What does it matter? Your presence is sufficient. It makes our conversation all the more convenient. Upon mentioning business, De Zhang appeared quite pleased. A new tavern has opened in the city, seeking to place an order for marinated delicacies for long-term supply. Huh. Wu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. He has come to the right place. Which tavern might that be? It seems to be. De Zhang, indifferent to the identity of the tavern, responded, as long as someone orders marinated delicacies, it matters not who it is. Monxiang, such a lowly establishment. Is it truly worthy of such attention? Sun Xiaohua expressed her discontent with her mother's ostentatious demeanor, while Feng Yingying felt quite embarrassed. Yet she could not display her discomfort as openly as Sun Xiaohua, remaining silent instead. What do children understand? Business, it all starts small. How could one expect to achieve greatness in a single attempt? De Zhang lightly poked Sun Xiaohua, expressing her disapproval. Sun Xiaohua merely pouted, choosing not to retort, and asked your sister-in-law, can you eat? What can I eat? Sistering has always eaten everything. I'm fine, not overly greedy. I only occasionally experience palpitations and shortness of breath. The doctor has prescribed some medicine, which I am currently taking. Oh, then one must be cautious. De Zhang, invigorated, continued. That old lady Li's daughter-in-law often suffers from breathlessness. She has consulted numerous doctors to no avail and ultimately met her end. What is the point of such talk? Sun Xiaohua found this quite ominous and directly reprimanded De Zhang. Sister-in-law, a virtuous person will surely be protected by fate. You will be fine. Dazed, chastised by her daughter and unable to refute, remained silent. Indeed, it would be better to visit Su Jinqing. There are many renowned doctors there. Feng Yingying also expressed her concern. Chuckled. Do not worry. I have taken a medicine and feel much better now. Zonghai, an anxious voice called from outside. Intended to rise and check, but Sun Xiaohua interjected. I will go take a look. Just as she reached the door, Man hurried in. Madam, the three elders from the Min family request an audience. No good news comes from the Three Treasures Hall. I fear this cannot bode well. Sighed internally, acknowledging the familial ties. Avoiding them would only lead to further gossip, so she instructed Man to let them in. De Zhang, unable to overlook the Min family's arrival, whispered, It surely cannot be anything good. As expected, upon entering, Min Fangshi cried out, Zonghai's wife, you must save Zongyao. He's my only son. Everyone understood that Zonghai possessed the means to assist, hence aiding her would yield the same result. Steadied her, and only after releasing her grasp did she say, Aunt San, please do not panic, speak plainly. Min Fangshi then noticed the presence of others in the room, all of whom were not particularly fond of her. Yet the urgency of the situation left little room for concern. Zongyao got drunk, was incited, and got into a dispute, injuring someone. That person is truly despicable. They reported it to the authorities, and now Zongyao has been thrown into jail. Zonghai's wife, I know you have the ability. I implore you, save Zongyao. For he is your cousin as well, is he not? Cai'er furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the taciturn Min Laosan. Min Laosan tucked away his pipe and said, Zonghai's wife, I acknowledge my past transgressions and sincerely apologize to Zonghai. If Zonghui were here, we would not be troubling you. Now, I find myself utterly desperate, seeking your assistance. Zongyao is a foolish lad. It is my failure as a guardian. Yet, regardless of circumstances, I cannot bear to see him imprisoned. Please, aid my uncle for this final time and save Zongyao. Is Sandy not present? Where has he gone? He too seems to have come into some money from who knows where, leaving behind 100 taels and taking the rest with him. That money must have been earned from selling the soup recipe. Zonghui, it seems, lacks humanity, disregarding even his own parents. Cai'er sighed deeply. Were this matter concerning her own kin, she would not intervene. However, Min Zonghai was a man of deep affection, and it was possible he would indeed take action. Thus, she said, this matter requires discussion with my husband. Perhaps you and Aunt San should return home. We shall provide you with an answer by this afternoon. Min Fangshi suddenly cried out, lamenting, why must I endure such misfortune? My eldest daughter is gone, Zonghui has left, and now Zongyao is imprisoned. What is there left for me in this life? Min Laosan abruptly shouted, stop wailing. Is this not humiliating enough? Return home. Only then did Min Fangshi, dejected, follow him away. De Zangshi had been holding back her emotions for quite some time. Were it not for Feng Yingying's restraint, she would have berated them long ago. What sort of people are they? Seeking help yet displaying such an attitude. Providing assistance is a matter of reason. and not helping is there just deserts. When Zonghai was struggling, were they then? Now that they are in trouble, they remember Zonghai. They have stolen from others and are now begging. What a pair of scoundrels. To dare come seeking aid. Zonghai's wife, I believe such individuals should not be assisted. If we help them this time, who knows what calamity they may bring upon us next. Mother, Feng Yingying expressed her frustration at Zhangxi's harsh words. What a bitter tongue. Sun Xiaohua felt equally conflicted, saying, Sister-in-law, to help or not to help. If we assist, it feels ungrateful. If we refrain, it appears too heartless. Zongyao must have offended someone powerful, otherwise the authorities would not concern themselves with such trifles. If we aid him, it may exceed our capabilities. Enough, I am aware of the situation. Once my husband returns, I will discuss it with him. Ultimately, the decision rests with him. Cai'er dismissed them, awaiting Min Zonghai's return. Time passed, yet he did not appear. Unable to wait any longer, Cai'er sent Li Wu to call for him. As Li Wu approached the timber yard, he noticed a woman with a graceful silhouette acting somewhat furtively. Two women approached, laughing, and as the mysterious woman spotted them, she quickly slipped away. Li Wu caught a glimpse of her profile and confirmed it was Song Wanqing. He hastily moved past them, overhearing the two women converse. Did you see? That was Song Wanqing, wasn't it? She hid as soon as we came close. Could she do otherwise? She betrayed Zonghai to seek higher social status. How could she face anyone? Then why has she returned? Surely she has seen Zonghai prospering and wishes to come back. Is life in the capital unbearable? The people there hold themselves in such high regard. Who would deign a look at her? Do you think Zonghai will take her back? That remains uncertain. They were rather fond of each other in the past. Li Wu quickened his pace, determined to take Min Zonghai away before anyone else could intervene. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately spotted Min Zonghai organizing some timber. Master Li Wu, what brings you here? Is there something concerning you? Do not worry, master. The lady is well, but she wishes to discuss an important matter with you. It is urgent that you return swiftly. Do you have any idea what it pertains to? Master, let's speak of it on the way. Li Wu glanced back and noticed that Song Wanqing had yet to arrive. So he led Min Zonghai back to Mimi Qingyuan through another route. Upon hearing that it was a matter concerning the third branch of the Min family, Min Zonghai was quite unwilling. Dear husband, do not fret. First, ascertain the details. If it is a trivial matter, assistance may be offered, but if it involves substantial consequences, our capabilities are limited. It would be unreasonable to expect more. Min Zonghai sighed, acknowledging the burden placed upon you. My dear husband, if it were my own relatives, I would certainly remain indifferent. However, you are different from me. I am merely a woman, unable to intervene in such matters. If you remain silent, it may lead to unwelcome gossip. Why doesn't the third uncle seek assistance from the elder uncle? Does he not possess more resources than us? I hadn't considered that at the time, nor did I inquire further. I fear this matter is significant. Perhaps the elder uncle is unwilling to intervene. If it is indeed a serious issue, I too would be powerless to assist. Min Zonghai, feeling frustrated, decided to proceed. Yuter understood that he would likely become involved in this affair. At the county office, Min Zonghai brought the third uncle to pay respects to Lord Rong. Due to the presence of Governor Wang, Lord Rong did not dare neglect Min Zonghai, and also felt it inappropriate to treat a junior with excessive courtesy. Thus, he made them wait for the duration of 2 incense sticks before he slowly made his entrance, feigning an apology. My apologies, dear nephew, for keeping you waiting. My duties are pressing, and I lost track of time. Please forgive me. Min Zonghai clasped his fists respectfully. It is not a problem. Your lordship's commitment to the people is paramount. Waiting is of little consequence. They all took their seats and were served tea. What brings you, dear nephew? To see this official? Your lordship, it is as follows. My cousin and your nephew had a minor altercation, and he was somewhat heavy-handed. I have brought the third uncle to apologize to you, my lord. Please, according to the law, deal with this matter as you see fit. We shall not object. The third uncle hurriedly bowed, seeking the lord's understanding. Oh, it is a trivial matter. Please rise. Lord Rong offered a hand to assist him, and the third uncle complied, stepping aside in silence. I have already heard from Ziyun regarding this incident. It seems there are only minor bruises, nothing serious. Your brother was impulsive. I merely wish for him to learn restraint. If you had not mentioned it, I had planned to keep him for a couple of days before releasing him. When Rong Xian reported the incident, he was initially reluctant to intervene. It was merely a brawl, and apprehending him was somewhat troublesome. Moreover, Rong Xian frequently engages in fights, making it difficult to manage. However, upon reflection, this incident presents a splendid opportunity to gain favor with Governor Wang. Now that Min Zonghai has indeed come seeking clemency. Though unspoken, we are all aware of the underlying motives. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Lord Rong quickly released Min Zonghai. As the night deepened, Min Zonghai returned, drenched in sweat. "Go wash up. You smell terrible." Cai'er covered her nose, displaying a look of disgust. At present, the well-being of the expectant mother takes precedence above all else, with everything revolving around the child. Thus, Min Zonghai shook his head as he entered the cleansing chamber. The day was warm, and the water prepared by Cai'er had cooled somewhat, yet it was just right. Emerging rejuvenated, Min Zonghai exclaimed, "I feel remarkably lighter, truly refreshing." "How far did you run today? You've worked up quite a sweat," Cai'er inquired, presenting him with a cup of tea. "I cannot say how far I ran, but it was incessantly noisy." After savoring a cup of tea, he found it insufficient and continued to drink 2 more until Cai'er intervened, prompting him to cease. This time, Zonghai truly deserved it. He had gone off to indulge in drinking contests, returning home inebriated, and had been spouting nonsense, which incited the ire of Lord Rong's nephew, Rong Xian. Rong Xian was known to be a wastrel, a fact well acknowledged by all, hence no one paid him heed. Yet Zonghai insisted on engaging in a quarrel. What was the contention? Over a songstress at the tavern. Rong Xian was enamored by her beauty, while Zonghai criticized her singing. The disagreement escalated into a physical altercation. Although Zonghai was intoxicated, he managed to pummel the frail Rong Xian, leaving him battered and bruised. And now, what is said at Rong Xian's home? I accompanied my third uncle to the yamen to seek out Lord Rong. Upon recognizing my cousin and considering the matter trivial, Lord Rong permitted my uncle to settle it with a monetary compensation. Thus, we owe Lord Rong a favor. To be continued. Chapter 43. The inner circumstances. There is nothing particularly concerning about human sentiment in this matter. Firstly, it is trivial, and secondly, I suspect he is merely considering the favor of Governor Wang. Cai'er sighed, noting that while befriending high officials has its advantages, it also bears drawbacks. The advantage lies in the fact that others dare not deceive me, while the drawback is being constrained by their interests. One must first consider whether our actions would infringe upon their benefits. Suddenly, she recalled something and inquired, what did Duke Gong mean by his words? Are we not permitted to engage in trade with Prince Ying? Old Zhuang opined that perhaps their political views were at odds. Duke Gong, upon observing our association with Governor Wang, would naturally prefer us to distance ourselves from Prince Ying. However, the timber trade is unrelated to politics, and Gaozhan was merely in contact with a minor official under Prince Ying. Since we are not involved in political affairs, there should be no issue. Never mind. Princes and dukes are far removed from us. We shall carry on with our own lives. With Zonghai's matter resolved, I trust my uncle will have little to say henceforth. Just then, Yin Man brought in a bowl of chilled mung bean soup, and then retreated. Cai'er reached for a bowl to eat, but Min Zonghai swiftly intercepted it and offered her the warm mung bean soup in front of him. This bowl is mine. It contains ice. Here, you have this one. Cai'er pouted, can't I just have a taste? In this sweltering heat, how can one endure without something cold? Yet, given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to endure. She silently resolved that from now on, with her presence, no one else was permitted to enjoy ice. After savoring a bowl of chilled mung bean soup, she felt invigorated. Observing his relaxed demeanor, Cai'er thought with some resentment, you better take 3 cold showers tonight, or you shan't escape. Min Zonghai suddenly asked mysteriously, tell me, why do you think Uncle refuses to assist? Cai'er widened his, pondering if there was more to the story. Isn't he afraid of offending Lord Rong? Min Zonghai shook his head. Aunt's family, the Shui clan, obtained our secret recipe for the soup and opened a bakery in the city. The Gung family is furious and has thus communicated with Lord Rong, refusing to extend any favors to the Shui family. Compared to the Gung family, the Shui family is insignificant. Naturally, Lord Rong sides with the Gung family and thus does not lend our uncle any support. How did the Schweff family acquire this secret recipe? Yaya inquired. I do not know. Yaya pouted. What exactly is Min Zonghai doing? Is he selling to the Schweff family in addition to the Gung family? Isn't that courting disaster? The bakeries in Changsheng are increasing, and I wonder if Xingda has any stake in it. If so, that would be quite significant. Suddenly, she realized, no wonder he has gone into hiding. He has offended several powerful families. He cannot survive without fleeing. Is he in dire need of money? Do you think he sold directly to the Schweff family or through aunt? Min Zonghai grew displeased again. Is this even familial? That night, Yair was unusually spirited, causing Min Zonghai to take 4 cold showers. It was not until the second watch of the night that she finally drifted off to sleep, satisfied. After all, this fool stubbornly refused to share a room with her. Yair deceived him, claiming the doctor approved it, but he remained unconvinced. He deserves to be stifled. Min Lauda had finally discovered the reason for Lord Rong's disdain towards him, but to his dismay, his son Min Zonghai had gone missing. After much effort, he managed to locate him, but his heart was filled with fury. At this moment, the family sat upright, all seriousness. Min Lauda's face was grave. Who sold the secret recipe to the Schweff family? The Schweff family was displeased. How could they not sell to them? Do not forget my surname. Min Luo and Min Jin exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Min Zonghai was taken aback. Selling to the Schweff family? Wasn't it supposed to be with Shangde? What exactly had Min Jin done? He glared at her with a fierce intensity. Do not make me confront the Schweff family personally. Min Lauda slammed the table, startling everyone into a tremor. He seldom spoke, yet when he decided to intervene, he would pursue it relentlessly. Consequently, his children held a deep-seated fear of him. Min Luo, the more timid of the two, began to weep, stammering. It was my sister who copied the secret formula from elder brother's desk and sold it to Sheng Yuden. When mother discovered it, she passed the formula to grandmother. What audacity! Min Lauda exclaimed, causing Min Jin to burst into tears as well, while the Schweff family felt a sense of foreboding. Min Zonghai was lost in thought, realizing a dire mistake had been made. You all have truly overstepped. You have offended the Gung family, the Sheng family, and Lord Rong. Do you wish to put your lives at risk? Sir, it cannot be that serious, can it? The Schweff family finally began to feel apprehensive. Just wait and see. Min Lauda, clearly unwilling to linger, strode out the door. Shortly thereafter, Min Jin received a letter, a termination notice from the Textile Bureau. Enraged, she rushed to confront Sheng Yuden. Sheng Yuden, with a flick of her sleeve, retorted, You question me? I have questions for you. It was agreed that only the Gung family would receive the formula. And now, the Schweff family emerges? Your talent for selling multiple times is impressive. I have shown you mercy by not sending you to the authorities. Min Jin shouted in protest. I did not sell to the Schweff family. It has nothing to do with me. Do not presume I am unaware of your connection with the Schweff family. Guards, take her away and give her a beating in a place unseen. Just leave her alive. She intended to report the incident, but was stopped by Shangde, who merely stated, one more or one less makes no difference. The Schweff family is insignificant. If we suffer losses over trivial matters, it will be a greater loss indeed. Sheng Yuden understood the implications, yet Shangde was unwilling to elaborate further. She kept her thoughts to herself, and upon encountering Min Jin, could not help but express her frustration. Min Jin returned home, her body in agony, and upon seeing her, the Schweff family wept profusely, also rebuking Sheng Yuden harshly. Overwhelmed, Min Jin cried out, This is all your fault. If you hadn't given the formula to grandmother, would the Textile Bureau have dismissed me? Would I have been beaten to this state by Sheng Yuden? I have lost all hope with young Master Su. It is all your fault. You, the Schweff family, unwilling to be scolded by their pampered daughter, burst into tears, lamenting their children's ingratitude. Min Luo, accustomed to this scene, assisted Min Jin to her room, examining her injuries and applying medicine. With Min Zonghai absent, Yusher listened to the commotion outside, her heart clear as glass. As night fell, it was time to seek her husband home. That day, Min Zonghai noticed that the jewelry for Yair was scarce and decided to secretly purchase a piece. Heading to the jewelry shop, the shopkeeper presented a tray of ornaments, saying, Dear customer, these are the new arrivals. Hairpins, hair ornaments, earrings, bracelets, everything you could desire. Please take a look. Min Zonghai's eyes fell upon a pair of earrings gleaming with a soft green light. He envisioned her wearing them, and they appeared exquisite. He picked up the earrings and inquired, "How much are these?" "Greetings, esteemed guest. Your discerning eye is impressive. This is a piece of exquisite jadeite that was brought over from abroad and fashioned into elegant earrings. Observe the delicate hue, a faint green that is quite rare indeed. There are only 2 pairs in total. One has already been sold at Su Jincheng's store, and I exerted considerable effort to acquire this pair from the owner. I am certain that any lady who sees them will be thrilled. Surely, you intend to gift them to your beloved wife? What is the price?" 200 taels. That is rather steep. Esteemed guest, this pendant is both precious and scarce. It would undoubtedly enhance your wife's beauty. 200 taels is hardly excessive. I shall purchase it for 100 taels. The shopkeeper felt utterly helpless. All the words he had just expended now seemed futile. The shop had not opened for several days. If this continued, how would the owner manage? Very well, 100 taels is still profit. He gritted his teeth and declared done. While he packaged the item, he lamented, "I have never sold such a fine piece of jadeite at such a low price. You have truly made a worthwhile purchase, esteemed guest. If the owner wishes to scold me, let him do so." Min Zonghai, overhearing this, could hardly suppress a chuckle. If he were not making a profit, would he be selling? Yet, he feigned such a pitiful demeanor, unaware of the laughter that would follow. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of melancholy. Was the 100 taels too much? The purchase had been made, and there was no turning back. He paid the sum, tucked the earrings close to his heart, and departed. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, seeing Min Zonghai leave, immediately penned a letter, dispatching it by swift horse to Jiangning. The owner had instructed him to sell the earrings at a low price to Min Zonghai, unaware of their true value. And contemplating the possibility of a greater personal gain led to the prior haggling. Later, he learned that the earrings were worth a fortune, intended for a discreet gift to another, hence the low price. Had Min Zonghai deemed them too expensive and walked away, he would have truly brought ruin upon himself. Each time he recalled the scene, he broke into a cold sweat, grateful for the successful transaction. But that is a tale for another time. As Min Zonghai traversed a narrow path, he was startled by the sudden appearance of an individual. "Who goes there?" The woman, clearly flustered, looked up, revealing none other than Song Wanqing. Min Zonghai felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did she always appear so mysteriously? Why was clarity so elusive? Upon recognizing him, Song Wanqing beamed with joy and rushed into his arms, exclaiming, Brother Hai, save me." Min Zonghai gently pushed her away, maintaining a distance of 2 steps before asking, "What do you intend to do?" Song Wanqing, now anxious, glanced over her shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother Hai, the Deputy Minister Mu has sent people to capture me and bring me back. I do not wish to return. It is not a place for humans to dwell. Brother Hai, please save me." Min Zonghai furrowed his brow. "Did you sneak away?" "Brother Hai, you have no idea how they treated me, forbidding me from approaching Deputy Minister Mu or bearing children. How could one endure such a life? Brother Hai, have pity on me and rescue me." At that moment, Min Zonghai noticed the exquisite detail of Song Wanqing's makeup and the vibrancy and neatness of her attire, which belied her claim of being pursued. Thus, he replied, "Return for now. Allow me to contemplate." Song Wanqing's heart soared with joy. He indeed felt compassion for her. After she departed, Min Zonghai followed closely behind, observing as she entered a rather substantial inn, where the innkeeper greeted her with great respect. He then turned and exited the city, making his way towards the Song family village. It was not until the evening that he returned home, weary and fatigued. Upon reaching the doorstep, he paused to pat his cheeks and shake off the dust clinging to his clothing before stepping inside. "Why have you returned so late?" "We were waiting for you to have dinner," said Cai'er, handing him a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Though her words carried a hint of reproach, they were imbued with genuine concern. Min Zonghai felt a sense of contentment in his heart. Seated around the table were 2 masters and 2 maidens sharing a meal. Man, initially reluctant, succumbed to Cai'er's persistent urging and took a seat. She ate cautiously, fearful of making any inappropriate gesture, while Man chattered animatedly about her experiences and amusing anecdotes, causing Cai'er to double over with laughter. Man, Cease your chatter. You might provoke the lady's laughter to the point of losing her breath, which is a burden you cannot bear, Yin Man admonished, realizing the inappropriateness of her outburst. Qing Man promptly fell silent. Yair, aware that laughter was no longer permissible, settled down to eat. As he gazed upon this harmonious scene, Min Zonghai expressed gratitude to the heavens for allowing him to encounter her. The heat of the day had been quite severe, and with Yair in a delicate condition, it was unwise to indulge in excessive ice. Min Zonghai consistently fanned her until she drifted into slumber. The night was tranquil, yet he found himself unwilling to sleep. As the words of Aunt Song, Wanqing echoed in his ears. To be continued. Chapter 44. Disappearance, all that remains, is a beautiful facade, yet her hands are more ruthless than a whip, and her heart more venomous than a serpent. Despite your admirable qualities, she still seeks the affections of that heartless scoundrel. After forming a bond, she has lost her way and followed him blindly. Her mother tried to restrain her, but she callously pushed her aside. Now that the ungrateful man has cast her aside, she can no longer remain in the capital and has returned home. What good does it do? Her mother has already driven her to despair. Even now, she shows no sign of remorse. She is beyond redemption. He recalls that year when she clutched his sleeve and said, "Haigu, I have had little appetite lately. I only crave sour plums. Would you be so kind as to fetch some? Please take that away. I have not indulged in such greasy fare for quite some time. Are you unaware of this? How can you bring it here to disgust me? Oh, you reek of oil. Come back only after you have washed yourself clean. Haigu, what can I do? He is a high-ranking official in the capital. Where do I have the right to speak? My mother is still unwell, and I must consider their needs, mustn't I? Such a web of deceit. Is this really the lively and charming Song Wanqing? The blame lies squarely on himself for being so foolish as to not visit the Song family estate back then. Had he done so, he would not be entangled in this mess, and Yer would not be suffering. He had even felt pity for her, even thought of extending a helping hand. But now, it is best to let her be. She is no longer his concern. The next day, Min Zonghai's eyes were noticeably sunken. Yer asked with concern, "What is troubling you? Is there an issue at the lumberyard?" He shook his head, then nodded. "It's just been tiring these days. It will pass. Do not worry." Doubt crept into Yer's mind. Is it Song Wanqing? Have you met her again? Jair, no. No what? No flirting? No infidelity? At the mention of this matter, Yer became irrational, as if bitten by a snake. Last time, I thought I should trust you, but what happened? You truly have been entangled with her. Seeing Yer's sudden fury, Min Zonghai grew anxious. Yer, please calm down. Listen to me. I have learned from past mistakes. Min Zonghai dared not conceal anything. With her intelligence, how could she be deceived? After mentioning Song Wanqing, he did not forget to declare that since their marriage, he had gradually forgotten her, and now only cared for Yer. Indeed, Yer gradually calmed down, the color returning to her face. She squinted at him until he felt uncomfortable, before turning and exiting the room. She spoke not a word. Was this a sign of improvement or a consequence of his actions? Min Zonghai pondered silently, determined to seek out an esteemed physician. If this continues, he would surely be overwhelmed with anxiety before the birth of their child. Yer, accompanied by Yin Man, arrived early at the restaurant Delicious Affection. Li Wu was wiping the tables, and, upon seeing her enter, found it difficult to express the secrets he held within. Yet, if he remained silent, how would he face the consequences when trouble arose? Since Yer had become sensitive to her condition, she was acutely aware of Li Wu's furtive glances upon her. She approached him and playfully patted his shoulder, startling him in the process. Li Wu set down the cloth, his gaze wandering. "Madam," Yer fixed her gaze on him. "Do you have something to say?" Li Wu instinctively shook his head. Yer could hardly believe him, observing your awkward demeanor. "Are you perhaps smitten with someone? Who is it? Would you like me to intercede on your behalf?" Li Wu shook his head and waved his hand, insisting there was nothing of the sort, and urged the lady not to indulge in baseless speculation. "Could it be that you are searching for a relative?" Li Wu's gaze darkened. "I have no relatives left." He cast a deep look at Yer and inquired, "Might the lady permit a moment to converse privately?" In the courtyard beneath the trees, the two took their seats on a stone bench, while Yin Man served them 2 cups of floral tea. Yin Man went ahead to assist Rong Zhun, as the gathering had grown rather large. With her departure, Li Wu took a deep breath, revealing, "I am the eldest son of Imperial Physician Li Kun." Yer showed no reaction, nor did she respond. He continued, "In the 5th year of Guangping, Li Kun was summoned to assist the beloved concubine, Li, in her pregnancy. 4 or 5 months, all was well, until that fateful day when the beloved concubine, while strolling through the gardens, was startled by a cat that suddenly dashed out, resulting in severe abdominal pain. Within moments, she suffered a miscarriage. At that time, Dr. Hu was nearby attending to another concubine, arrived just in time to assist the beloved concubine in delivering the stillborn. The beloved concubine was gravely weakened, rendered barren for life. By the time Li Kun arrived, it was too late. To his shock, Dr. Hu reported to the emperor that the stillborn was already 6 months old. He petitioned for other physicians to verify the stillborn's condition. The emperor granted his request. All 6 physicians confirmed that the beloved concubine's pregnancy had indeed reached 6 months. The emperor was furious, banishing the beloved concubine to the cold palace, where she would languish until death. And he ordered the execution of Li Kun's entire family for deceiving him. After a moment of silence, Li Wu added, "A student of Li Kun, Physician Ren, could not believe that Li Kun would commit such an act. He bribed the prison guards and, on the day of execution, arranged for me to be swapped with a death row inmate. While imprisoned, I suspected the involvement of Minister Mu. Alongside the beloved concubine, another lady, Consort Ru, was also pregnant, and she happened to be the niece of Minister Mu. Thus, I adopted the name Li Wu and sold myself, entering Minister Mu's household. After 5 months of investigation, I discovered that Minister Mu was frivolous and arrogant, having little contact with Consort Ru. Only a maid would visit Qing Shan Temple to offer incense on the 15th of each month, and coincidentally, Consort Ru's servant would also visit the temple the following day to pray for her." "You mean to say that this maid belongs to Consort Ru?" "Indeed." Yar sensed that the next revelation was what Li Wu truly intended to convey. Otherwise, he would not have divulged his own background. "This person is Song Wanqing. Is it she?" "Ja, was greatly astonished. She is currently in Changchang. I implore you not to provoke her. If she becomes involved, it will be prudent not to interfere, as she may have ulterior motives. Consort Ru is likely unaware of our existence. What motives could she possibly have?" Li Wu shook his head. "I understand. I shall discuss this matter with my husband. Rest assured." Yer pondered for a moment before asking, "Since you know that Song Wanqing is in Changcheng, do you know if she has met with my husband?" Li Wu's expression changed, and he replied, "I have encountered her twice, but each time she sought your husband, who did not pay her much mind. Fear not. I observe that your husband holds you in high regard. He would not forsake you. Otherwise, you could confront him directly. Would that not be more effective than mere speculation?" Yar dismissed Li Wu, feeling the need to reflect carefully. She led E-Man outside for a stroll, where the streets bustled with people and the sounds of vendors filled the air. Each individual has their own way of living, and each has their own fate. Regardless of the circumstances, the desire for a good heart remains the same. Song Wanqing's aspirations were nothing more than luxurious attire and sumptuous food, coupled with unwavering affection. Her proximity to Ru Fei was merely a strategy to outshine the other wives and concubines, seeking the exclusive favor of Minister Mu. Similarly, her quarrels with Min Zonghai, her objections to his taking concubines, were also a quest for his undivided affection. She established the delicious affection and a timber business, both pursuits aimed at securing a life of opulence. "Oh dear, madam, you have forgotten your cushion at the shop." E-Man thought that she might tire soon and decided to let Yura return to rest. Upon this realization, she recalled that she had indeed left her cushion at Delicious Affection. "Then you should go fetch it," she instructed. "All right. It is cool here. Madam, please wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, E-Man hurried away. Yura, feeling rather bored, began to scrutinize the attire of passers-by. Perhaps, if she found a suitable style, it could be altered to look even better. Suddenly, a slender figure caught her eye. Was it Lu Xiangyun? It had been a long time since they last met, and she appeared remarkably gaunt. Wait, was that garment in her hand Min Zonghai's? Jealousy surged through Yura, momentarily causing her to forget about E-Man. She decided to follow Lu Xiangyun. As Lu Xiangyun walked further away, she exited through the south gate. Was she meeting someone outside the city? Was she trying to avoid acquaintances? The more Yer pondered, the more infuriated she became, and she stomped her foot in frustration but continued to follow. As they reached a wooded path, fear suddenly gripped her. What was she doing? Was she attempting to catch them in the act? No. Min Zonghai would never treat her that way. Besides, she had never seen that woman's face clearly. How could she be certain it was Lu Shongyun? The more she thought, the more frightened she became, and she considered turning back towards the city. However, an unexpected blow to the back of her head caused her to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Man returned to the spot where she had left Yer, but found no trace of her. Anxiously, she called out and asked passers-by, but no one had seen her. Fearing that Yer might have returned home early due to the heat, she hurried back to their residence. Upon arriving, Man asked, "Sister, is it just you? Where's the madam?" This extinguished her hopes. Without lingering, she rushed to the timber business to inform Min Zonghai. Upon hearing the news, Min Zonghai felt a chill run through him. He grasped Man's shoulders, demanding, "What do you mean?" With gritted teeth, Man replied, "The madam is missing." Min Zonghai stumbled, nearly falling, but was steadied by Gao Zhun. "Perhaps the madam has gone shopping and will return shortly." "When did she last go missing?" Gao Zhun inquired. "She left to retrieve her cushion that she had forgotten at the shop. I saw her waiting under the tree outside the jewelry pavilion, but by the time I returned, she had vanished. I searched the vicinity, but found no trace. It was merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." Min Zonghai, disregarding everything else, dashed out on his own, followed closely by the Gao brothers, as they searched along the way. Meanwhile, Man returned to Delicious Affection to inform Li Wu and the others. Li Wu immediately decided to close the shop and send everyone out to search. As night fell, no sign of the madam had been found, and despair enveloped the group. Yet, Min Zonghai was determined to continue searching. Gao Zhun stopped him, saying, "My lord, it is already dark. Where do you intend to look? Perhaps it would be wiser to report to the authorities at dawn. They have more manpower than we do. The madam is intelligent. She will certainly be safe." Min Zonghai sat at the table, his mind restless, unable to find solace throughout the night. At the break of dawn, he arrived at the official court and struck the bronze drum, disrupting the peaceful slumber of the early morning. Lord Rong, who detested such disturbances, initially intended to ignore it. However, upon learning from the constables that the visitor was Min Zonghai, he was instantly alert. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "Open the court." Within moments, all the officials were summoned. Once they had departed, Lord Rong inquired, "Given such a vague description, is there perhaps a portrait of your wife?" Min Zonghai was taken aback. Since their marriage, he had never once commissioned her portrait. Although he possessed considerable artistic talent, it had never crossed his mind. Reflecting upon this, he felt a wave of self-reproach. Lord Rong, oblivious to any impropriety, candidly responded, "No matter, the county has portrait artists. We can have several painted now." How delightful it would be for the constables to take the portraits to the city gates and search. After the portraits were completed, Lord Rong ordered them to be dispatched to the 4 city gates, instructing the guards to conduct thorough inspections. Upon exiting the court, Min Zonghai encountered Li Wu waiting for him. "Li Wu, do you have any news of my wife?" Li Wu shook his head and, pulling Min Zonghai to a secluded spot, said, "Master, I have something to tell you." To be continued. Chapter 45. Li Wu informed Min Zonghai of Song Wanqing's situation. Yet due to the urgency of time, he withheld details of his own background. Min Zonghai's thoughts were solely occupied with Yer. He paid little heed to the intricacies of the matter. Li Wu's knowledge of the situation was of no concern to him. He was only intent on discovering Yer's whereabouts and her well-being. He hurried to the inn where Song Wanqing was staying. "Young man, which room does Song Wanqing occupy?" "She has already checked out." "What? Checked out? Where has she gone?" "Alas, esteemed guest, I cannot say." Emerging from the inn, Min Zonghai found himself lost in a sea of people, uncertain of where to search. Meanwhile, in a bamboo cottage outside the city, Yer stirred awake, surveying her surroundings, simple yet tidy. A dull ache throbbed at the back of her head. Enduring the pain, she attempted to rise, only to find the door locked from the outside. She approached the window, but it too was secured. Calling out yielded no response. Who had captured her? Was it truly Song Wanqing? If so, why? Because of Min Zonghai? The pain in her head intensified, and Yer returned to the bed, contemplating the recent revelations. Before long, Sleep overtook her once more. When she awoke again, the moon hung high in the sky. A pang of hunger gnawed at her. But a thorough search of the room revealed nothing but tea. The tea's age was uncertain, and drinking it might bring harm to her stomach, a risk not worth taking. Captured and confined here, in silence, what was the intent behind it all? As the clock struck midnight, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the stillness. Startled, Yer sat up, eyes fixed on the door, eager to uncover the identity of the intruder. A figure clad in simple blue attire entered, exuding a refined elegance. Her hair neatly arranged without adornments. The gaunt face was familiar. After a moment, realization dawned upon Yer. Ziyun? Lu Ziyun smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, you still recognize me? Ziyun, it truly is you. Why did you lead me into the woods? Why bind me? I acted under someone else's orders, for the sake of loyalty. Who? Patience. You shall find out tomorrow. Lu Ziyun sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea. Such fine tea. What a pity not to drink it. Adorning. Do you despise me? Lu Ziyun shook her head. It is not hatred. I no longer wish to harbor animosity. Hatred is too exhausting for me to bear. Then why assist the wicked? Perhaps it is for amusement, Lu Ziyun replied, her demeanor lethargic and devoid of spirit. Do you know? Min Zonghai is a fool, and his family is mad. I dislike them and wish to have no dealings with them. Thus, I sought you out for company. Will you play with me? Yer furrowed her brow. Have you lost your mind? Suddenly, Lu Ziyun burst into laughter, her expression twisting into something grotesque. What? Are you frightened? Is Cai'er not capable and courageous? Why do you appear so terrified? You're doing this on purpose. Indeed, I am intentional. And what of it? If you show me no kindness, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Lu Ziyun's eyes glinted, overflowing with rage and resentment. She had long vanished from Cai'er's life, to the point where she had forgotten about her existence. Now, in such a striking manner, Cai'er could hardly fathom what astonishing action she might undertake next. Unconsciously, she placed a hand on her abdomen, determined to protect her child at all costs. If it weren't for you, Brother Zonghai would have married me. If it weren't for you, I would never have wed that scoundrel. If it weren't for you, I would not have endured such torment. It is all because of you. Cai'er. After Lu Ziyun's furious outburst, a semblance of calm settled within her, and she continued with a mocking tone. Now that someone seeks your life, I am most pleased to witness it. Without you, I can return to Brother Zonghai's side. While my life, this is serious. I hold no enmity towards anyone who would desire my demise. I have come to bid you farewell, while also taking a glimpse at your fallen state. She leaned closer to Cai'er, whispering, you die, and I shall find joy. If I perish, you cannot return to your husband either. Why? Lu Ziyun paused, clearly ensnared in Cai'er's scheme. So easily deceived. This makes it all the more manageable. Cai'er smiled and said, Song Wanqing has returned. Are you aware of this? And so what? She is already wed to another. You two are married, are you not? Cai'er scoffed. She betrayed Brother Zonghai. He will no longer cherish her. Has your husband ever cherished you? You speak nonsense. Brother Zonghai has treated me well, accommodating my every whim. Does this not signify his affection? Lu Ziyun slammed her palm on the table, becoming increasingly agitated. Seeing the opportune moment, Cai'er launched another probe. She is the fiancée of your husband. By that merit alone, you cannot compete. If I die, Song Wanqing will return to your husband as his fiancée. She slowly rose and paced to the door, continuing her provocation. Do you think she would seek to harm me for any reason other than your husband? You lie. She explicitly stated that if you die, I can return to Brother Zonghai, and he will take me as his wife. Lu Ziyun's eyes widened, shaking her head in disbelief, her mind battling with conflicting thoughts. One voice insisted that Min Zonghai would not want her, while another claimed he would indeed marry her. It truly is Song Wanqing. Was it her own decision, or did someone influence her behind the scenes? As Cai'er grasped the answer, she seized the opportunity during Lu Ziyun's moment of confusion and dashed outside. Hearing the door rattle, Lu Ziyun snapped back to reality, realizing she had been deceived, and her fury surged as she pursued her. The forest was enveloped in darkness, the ground unstable and treacherous. Yet, this very condition made it difficult for Lu Ziyun to catch up. Yer lingered in the woods outside the house for a while, and upon seeing Lu Shangyun chase after her, she headed in the opposite direction. Although it was a forest, the terrain was relatively flat, not mountainous, so it was not extensive. She walked unevenly, her pace faltering, and after about an hour, she was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Having not eaten a single grain of rice that day, her strength was fading. She sank down beneath a tree, suddenly feeling dizzy, cold sweat pouring from her, utterly wretched. As she gasped for breath, she silently prayed, "Please let nothing happen." Once her heartbeat stabilized, her body softened, and the discomfort lessened. She closed her eyes to rejuvenate her spirit, but before she knew it, she had drifted into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted for 3 hours. When she finally opened her eyes, the horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. Lu Shangyun turned into a narrow alley. Seeing that no one was around, she entered a small door. In the room on the second floor, Lu Shangyun informed Song Wanqing about the incident involving Yer. "You are utterly useless. You can't even keep an eye on a woman in her condition." Song Wanqing exclaimed disdainfully. Lu Shangyun was taken aback. "What? She is pregnant?" Seeing her distressed expression, Song Wanqing felt a wave of disgust. "How can you not care? She is carrying Min Zonghai's child." "Nonsense. I would rather see her perish. I have yet to return to Zonghai's side. How could she be the first to bear his child? Zonghai's offspring can only be born by me." Song Wanqing found this notion laughable. "You? Can you even conceive?" The memory of her miscarriage came rushing back, along with the physician's warning. No more emotional turmoil. Otherwise, she would remain barren for life. Ever since the miscarriage, Min Zonghai had been less accommodating. She often cried and complained, and he would retreat, disappearing for nights on end. Once, when she fell ill, the doctor merely advised her to rest well. What did that imply? Was it a sign that she could not bear children anymore? "No, I can seek a divine physician. Surely, they can restore my fertility." Lu Shangyun could not accept this. The divine physician was her final hope. A divine physician? Your health is already compromised. Even a divine physician may not be able to help. I suggest you return home and accept your fate as Mrs. Min. Remember, you will always belong to Min Zonghai. Song Wanqing had never liked Lu Shangyun, and this visit was reluctantly undertaken. Otherwise, she would not have bothered to speak to her. "Min Zonghai is mine." At that moment, Lu Shangyun recalled Yer's words. Song Wanqing would never relinquish Min Zonghai to her. "Huh, just because you claim him, does that make him yours? If Zonghai knew you had kidnapped Ziyun and endangered her life, do you think he would still want you? Who saw me kidnap her? Who knows I sought her life? I can testify. You? You were the one who led Ziyun to the bamboo grove outside the city. Do you think he would believe you?" Lu Shangyun slumped onto the stool, her expression one of utter despair. This sight nauseated Song Wanqing, who furrowed her brow and ordered, "This is not a place for you. Leave at once." Lu Shangyun wandered aimlessly outside, unbothered by the gazes of onlookers. As soon as she stepped out, a torrent of lewd comments assaulted her ears. "Oh, whose young lady is this? Quite a beauty. I must have a taste one day. Huh, what is that expression on her face? You wouldn't know, would you? She must have been up all night. Wow, impressive. I must try it then. Who knows? Maybe you won't be able to handle it." As Lu Shangyun listened to their vulgar remarks, she looked up to see a sign emblazoned with the words, "Gentle harem," blindingly garish. This was a brothel. No wonder they couldn't find Song Wanqing. At the time, Song Wanqing had only mentioned a small door in the back alley as the meeting place, and Lu Shangyun had taken her word for it, not suspecting anything. Isn't this the wife of that scoundrel Min Zonghai? What's she doing here? Is she caught in an affair? Perhaps seeking stimulation in the absence of fulfillment? The incessant sounds grew unbearable for Lu Shangyun, compelling her to flee. What now? If recognized in the brothel, Min Zonghai would certainly end her life. No, she could not return. Her mind was occupied by a singular thought. Yes, she would seek him out. The room on the second floor of the Tender Haven. A maid poured a cup of tea for Song Wanqing. "Are you not concerned she might inform Min Zonghai? What is there to fear? It would be best if he knew. I am currently trapped in this brothel, and it is precisely the moment for him to come to my rescue. What of Ziyun? Will you not pursue her? There is no need. The entire city is abuzz with the news of the disappearance of the renowned Madame Min. After tonight, living may become exceedingly difficult. Yen Hong, a maid saved by Song Wanqing from the Mu residence, has now become her confidant. That contemptible Minister Mu. How could he force me to such extremes? I never anticipated that incompetent fool would find me so swiftly. Lady, call me Miss. Yes, Mississippi. The young lady has stolen his token. He will undoubtedly seek its return. Yin Hong cast a wary glance at Song Wanqing and cautiously inquired, Might I ask why you desire that token so fervently? Do not ask what you should not. A sinister smile crept onto Song Wanqing's lips, as if contemplating something amusing. To be continued, in the 46th chapter, back in the city. Min Zonghai and his companions set out early in the morning to search for Wu Xiaozai and Sun Xiaohua, who had also gathered a few people to assist in the search. When Lu Xiangyun arrived at the delicious affection establishment, only Rongzhen was present to guard, preventing Yair from returning unnoticed. She explained her purpose, and Rongzhen, without suspicion, informed her of Min Zonghai's whereabouts. By the time Lu Xiangyun arrived, Min Zonghai was on the verge of leaving the city, and if he truly exited, finding him would prove difficult. Brother Zonghai, Lu Xiangyun called out breathlessly as she rushed to him, her small face pale with urgency. What brings you here? Do not cause a stir. I must leave the city. Seeing his intent to depart, she quickly grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, Wait, I know where Song Wanqing is. At the gentle affection. He did not pause to ponder why Song Wanqing was at such a place and ran off without hesitation. Lu Yingyun, despite her exhaustion, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of gentle affection, Min Zonghai steadied himself before entering. The madam, with her ample figure, approached with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Would you like me to introduce you to a few ladies? Our girls are all exceptionally beautiful. You are sure to be utterly captivated. Where's Song Wanqing? Song Wanqing? We have Yin'er, Yuan Yang, Xiangdan, and Yin Qing, but we do not have Song Wanqing. Min Zonghai, feeling helpless, shouted into the establishment, Song Wanqing. Song Wanqing, come out. Hearing his calls, Song Wanqing hastily wiped her eyes with a drug-stained handkerchief, tears brimming at her lashes. She stepped out, flustered, and called back, Brother Hai, where are you? Leaning over the railing, she saw two burly men holding on to Min Zonghai's garments, preventing him from ascending the stairs. She hurried down, pushed the two men aside, and threw herself into his arms, weeping, Brother Hai, you have come to rescue me. Min Zonghai pulled her aside to a secluded area. I must ask you, where is Yair? You came to find me solely to inquire about her whereabouts? Song Wanqing displayed a look of disbelief. Tell me where Yair is first. Min Zonghai insisted, his face betraying a hint of regret, yet remaining true to his feelings. Song Wanqing turned her face away, coldly stating, I do not know. Aside from you, I cannot fathom who else would abduct her. Do you have any evidence? Her disappearance has nothing to do with me. Song Wanqing raised her chin defiantly. I am trapped in this brothel, and you arrive with not a word from me. Only speaking of Ji Yair, have you ever considered my plight? What I endure here? How could he be unaware of the tragic circumstances faced by women in such places? Yet, her vanity and deceit entangled her with the likes of concubine Ru in the palace. Was her current situation merely another act in her grand play? Resolutely, he pressed on, Do you dare swear to the heavens that Yair's disappearance has nothing to do with you? Song Wanqing, exasperated by his obstinacy and his singular focus on Ji Yair, retorted bitterly, Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. If you remain ignorant, then you shall regret it for a lifetime. Min Zonghai cast a final glance at her before turning to leave. When Lu Xiangyun reached the entrance of gentle affection, she hesitated, unwilling to step inside that place again. After a brief wait, Min Zonghai emerged. She approached him, asking what did she say. She claims to know nothing. Lu Xiangyun found herself ensnared in a web of indecision. Song Wanqing had not confessed. If she did, would he conclude that she was the one who had abducted Yair? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. She cautiously inquired, What should we do now? I shall venture out of the city to search, Min Zonghai declared, promptly taking his leave. Yair, weary and dragging her exhausted form, paused intermittently, wary of overexerting herself for fear of harming the child. Though the forest was not expansive, she found herself unable to navigate her way out. Aware that she had likely meandered through many winding paths, she resolved to persist in a singular direction, for otherwise she would truly be lost. Since dawn, 2 hours had elapsed, yet it felt as though she had wandered for an eternity. Long enough to believe that day and night had exchanged their places, long enough to think she might perish in this wilderness. In a moment of despair, she parted the underbrush of low shrubs, and suddenly clarity enveloped her. She yearned to cry out in exultation, yet found herself too drained to do so. As she stepped beyond the thicket, her foot caught on a stone, and she stumbled, falling with a thud. A sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, and she cradled her belly, silently beseeching for protection. After a brief respite, she rose once more and pressed on. Indeed, it was not long before she glimpsed the city walls. A smile broke upon her lips. She had finally returned. The streets were neither crowded nor deserted. Yet passers-by regarded the disheveled figure of this beggar-like woman with curiosity. Her hair was unkempt, her clothes tattered, but a faint smile graced her face. Some contemplated offering assistance, but upon seeing her smile, they hesitated. When Min Zonghai beheld her, he was struck by this very sight. He stood transfixed, having anticipated that she would appear disheveled, injured, or frightened. Yet never had he imagined she would approach him, smiling despite her injuries. This was not fear, it was joy, the delight of seeing him once more. He rushed to her side, and at the moment he caught her, she collapsed, as if her very essence had been drained. Min Zonghai's heart sank as he noticed the deep crimson of her skirt, reminiscent of blood, piercing through him like a dagger. She was on the brink of losing everything. He held her tightly and ran frantically to the largest medical facility in the city. Though there were many patients awaiting treatment, upon witnessing Yu's condition, they all stepped aside, allowing the doctor to attend her first. The elderly physician instructed him to carry Yu to a room in the back and ordered the apprentice to boil water before taking her pulse. After a lengthy examination, he declared her pulse weak, but noted that her constitution remained robust enough to endure. With several months of proper care, she would recover. However, the child was lost. He would soon prepare a prescription to expel the remnants from her body. "Thank you, Doctor." Min Zonghai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Yu would be all right. Though tinged with regret, he felt a sense of gratitude. As for children, there would be more in the future. In a tender moment of rage, Song Wanqing struck Yin Hong sharply across the face. "You worthless creature! You cannot even commit murder properly. How could you allow her to return?" Yin Hong, nursing her cheek, lowered her head and replied, "I am unfamiliar with this area. The forest is quite vast, making it exceedingly difficult to locate her." Song Wanqing understood the challenges, but felt compelled to unleash her frustration. How could Ziyun have returned by herself? "We shall wait and see." "Has there been no news from the capital?" "None," came the reply. In the Min household, Yu awakened to find herself in her own home, with Min Zonghai vigilantly keeping watch by her side. "You're awake?" he inquired. "How long have I been asleep?" she asked. "A day and a night." "Have you not closed your eyes for a day and a night?" "I'm not fatigued. After you take your medicine, you should rest a bit, and I will take my leave." Li Wu brought in the medicine, temporarily closing the shop. Being knowledgeable in medicine, he took over the task of preparing the concoction. Min Zonghai propped up Yu, leaning her against the head of the bed, before taking the bowl of medicine and feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Li Wu clenched his fists, his heart aching immensely. Upon witnessing the usually vibrant and graceful Yu lying in a state of unconsciousness, he felt a fear he had never known before. He had always believed that merely being by her side was sufficient, with little regard for the future. Yet, the unpredictability of life had thrust her into such misfortune, and he found himself utterly powerless. For the first time, he felt a yearning for power. When the beloved is present, the heart is bound. When she departs, the heart loses its sanity. When she returns, the heart aches. When she is well, the heart finds peace. As the bowl was emptied, Min Zonghai brought forth some clear water. "Drink some water. Your body is weak, and it is unwise to consume anything acidic or sweet. It is best to avoid tea as well, for it may interfere with the medicine." The bitterness in her mouth reminded Yu of something. "Is the child well?" Min Zonghai paused, and Li Wu turned his head away, unable to bear her expression. Their reactions revealed her suspicions. In truth, while in the woods, she had sensed that she might not be destined for the child, yet she had clung to a glimmer of hope that the child might survive. I am weary. I wish to sleep a little longer. She slowly lay down, gently closed her eyes, truly needing to recuperate as there were matters awaiting her attention. Seeing her breath steady, Min Zonghai felt reassured enough to depart. Outside the door, the master had not closed his eyes for a day. You should rest for a while. Li Wu observed the deep shadows under his eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy. Very well. I will keep watch here. Should anything arise, do call for me. He trudged heavily to the side room. Li Wu sat beneath a tree in the courtyard, contemplating what to do next. Song Wanqing had actually gone to a brothel. Was it her own volition, or had Minister Mu sold her? Did she truly return from Min Zonghai? If so, why was the abduction of Yer so brazen? Knowing full well that Min Zonghai would still not accept her? When Wei Zhan saw Li Wu lost in thought, she initially hesitated to disturb him, but this matter could not remain unspoken. She approached him and softly said, Li Wu. He came back to reality, noticing it was Wei Zhan, and inquired, What is it? Seeing his calm demeanor, her heart ached slightly. Steeling herself, she said, The lady is no longer in critical condition, and there is silver and manqing at home. I wish to reopen the shop. It was her labor of love. That is acceptable, Li Wu replied, falling silent thereafter. After a considerable time, Wei Zhan had yet to depart, prompting him to ask, Is there anything else? Wei Zhan bit her lip, Will you not go? I cannot leave the lady's side. Why not? Is silver not here to prepare the medicine? Wei Zhan, unaware of Li Wu's medical knowledge, thought his presence would be of little significance. I must attend to the lady's recovery. Wei Zhan was taken aback. Recovery? Isn't that the doctor's duty? I possess medical knowledge. Wei Zhan was even more astonished. You know medicine? Why have I never heard you mention it? Li Wu gazed at her. I believe it unnecessary to disclose. Virgin's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes shimmering with moisture on the verge of tears. With a hasty utterance of I have overstepped, she turned and departed. Li Wu was not oblivious to her feelings. However, certain matters and emotions do not necessitate a response merely because one is aware of them. In the adjacent room, Qing Man tilted her head in curiosity. What is the matter with Sister Virgin? Yin Man shook her head, gazing out the window, her thoughts seemingly drifting far away. Virgin Rongjin returned to her delightful endeavors, continuing her business. As darkness enveloped the sky, Yer awoke, feeling considerably more invigorated and less fatigued. Li Wu brought over some congee, suggesting, Madam, please have some porridge. Yer remained seated on the bed, accepting the bowl and taking a couple of bites, yet found she could eat no more. I shall keep it warm. You can eat when you feel hungry, Li Wu said, taking the bowl back and placing it on the tray, preparing to leave. What about the master? He is resting. I will go call him. No, let him rest a while longer. Just as they spoke of him, he arrived. Outside, Min Zonghai, upon seeing Li Wu carrying the bowl, inquired, Is the madam awake? To be continued. In the 47th chapter, outside the door, Min Zonghai saw Li Wu holding a bowl and inquired, Is the lady awake? Yes. She just asked about you, my lord. Min Zonghai swiftly entered the room. As Li Wu prepared to close the door behind him, he heard Yuer's voice calling, Li Wu, please return after delivering the bowl. He complied. Are you feeling better? Yes, much improved. Yuer noticed the color had returned to his face, which reassured her. Yet thoughts of Song Wanqing left her feeling uncertain. You may speak. I have a general idea, but I wish to hear your confirmation. Min Zonghai grasped her hand, reluctant to release it. Heaven knows how he had endured the past few days. Even amidst Song Wanqing's troubles, his primary concern was to find her and ascertain her safety. Yuer first revealed Li Wu's identity and Song Wanqing's current status. Min Zonghai expressed his astonishment. I had no idea Li Wu was the son of a physician. It is no wonder he possesses medical knowledge. As for Song Wanqing, he found himself at a loss for words and had no desire to comment further. My lord, madam. Li Wu knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving a response, he entered. Do not stand. Please take a seat. There are no formalities here, Yuer said. Li Wu sat at the edge of the table, a mere step away from the bed. The other day, while waiting for Yin Man beneath the tree, I suddenly spotted a woman holding what appeared to be her outer garment. My curiosity piqued. I followed her. It was not until I reached the woods outside the city that I sensed something was amiss. Just as I decided to turn back, I was struck unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a small room. They did not bind me, but they sealed all the doors and windows. It was not until midnight that someone finally entered. Min Zonghai inquired, "Was this person Song Wanqing?" Yuera shook her head. It was Lu Shangyun. Min Zonghai's eyes widened in disbelief. Shangyun? Yes, she was the one who led me to the woods. Why did she do this? She claimed she was acting on someone else's orders, in the service of a loyal individual. Who? Song Wanqing. So it is indeed her. I managed to provoke Lu Shangyun, and during her moment of confusion, I escaped and hid in the shadows. Once she pursued me, I fled in the opposite direction. I did not anticipate that I would be gone for so long enough that I thought I might perish. Min Zonghai tightened his grip on her hand, fear washing over him. Yuera sensed his trepidation and gently patted his hand. I am fine now. What did Lu Shangyun say? Li Wu asked. She stated that Song Wanqing wishes for my demise. She truly aspires to become Mrs. Min. Li Wu glanced at Min Zonghai before continuing. Min Zonghai felt overwhelming guilt, all stemming from his actions. He suddenly rose. I must go find her. Yuera hurriedly stopped him. Do not rush. We must devise a plan first. Why? If you seek her, she will not acknowledge you. We need to find a way to compel her to confess. Ideally, we should ensure she abandons any ambitions, lest we find ourselves in perpetual turmoil. Could Song Wanqing have ulterior motives for returning? Li Wu voiced his concerns. As a spy for Lady Ru in the Mu residence, she must be privy to certain secrets. Would Lady Ru allow her to leave so easily? Min Zonghai and Yuera exchanged glances, pondering whether there were deeper implications at play. What should they do now? Min Zonghai slapped his thigh in frustration. Yuera lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, and cautiously inquired, what typically happens to a woman who goes missing for a night? Min Zonghai recalled the fate of those women who had disappeared, often falling into ruin or resorting to death to preserve their honor. A shiver ran through him as he resolutely declared, No, regardless of what others may say, I shall never abandon you. Yuera grasped his hand, offering comfort. I understand. However, after I fled last night, Song Wanqing did not send anyone to search for me, which suggests she anticipated this very outcome, that I would be forsaken by you. The lady intends for Song Wanqing to believe that you have abandoned her, thereby lowering her guard. What is her plan regarding her? Li Wu dedujet ses intentions adjuratili. She cast a glance at Min Zonghai, who nodded in understanding, replying calmly, I have long severed ties with her, so proceed as you see fit. She no longer merits sympathy. Yuera nodded, aware that if his conscience troubled him, matters would become complicated. I want both Minister Mu and Consort Ru to be informed of Song Wanqing's whereabouts. Min Zonghai was perplexed. Why? Li Wu interjected. Song Wanqing must have offended one of either Minister Mu or Consort Ru. Otherwise, she would not be hiding in a brothel. It is likely that someone in Changsheng is already searching for her. Is she courting death by provoking Minister Mu and Consort Ru? By the way, is not Consort Ru the niece of Minister Mu? Why does she still have spies in the minister's residence? Min Zonghai was infuriated. Why must Song Wanqing provoke those who are beyond reproach? Though they are uncle and niece, their loyalties lie with opposing factions. Minister Mu, despite his indulgences, is a loyal servant to the emperor, which has kept him in his position for so long. The emperor has already proclaimed the third prince as the crown prince, and thus Consort Ru seeks to advance the first prince's interests. Consequently, they stand in opposition to one another. In the absence of knowledge regarding whom she has offended, we can only send both parties to search for her. This also grants her a chance. Whether she lives or dies will depend on who finds her first. Yuera understood all too well the gravity of the struggle for succession and knew she must distance herself from Song Wanqing, regardless of her fate. She looked at Li Wu before her. He seemed to radiate an air of nobility. She inquired, since you have left the minister's residence, why do you still serve as a servant? Li Wu suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed, his expression shifting unpredictably. He raised his teacup, but choked when he drank too hastily, coughing violently. At that moment, Yuera reconsidered her earlier appraisal of him. This man was not to be praised, not even in private. Noticing that Min Zonghai was also awaiting his response, Li Wu gritted his teeth and said, I discovered that the incident involving the consort Li was likely orchestrated by consort Ru. But I am at a loss for evidence to vindicate the Li family. I initially intended to remain in the residence until I found proof, but Ener implored Madame Mu to allow her to marry me. What a fortunate turn of events. Yer realized the inappropriateness of her words, but couldn't resist provoking him. I have never been drawn to women. Huh? Why not? You are not young anymore. Why haven't you settled down? Is a Li family not left with only you? Surely, you must continue your lineage. Min Zonghai was perplexed, astonished that someone could be indifferent to the charms of women. Suddenly, Yer burst into laughter, her mirth lasting for a moment before she clutched her stomach, a pained expression crossing her face. Min Zonghai, alarmed, inquired, what is so amusing? Are you injured yet still laughing? What does it hurt? After reprimanding her, he called for Li Wu to take a look. Li Wu hurried over to check her pulse, and, as Yer gradually ceased her laughter, she looked at him and joked. You aren't one of those, are you? Li Wu, startled, retreated to the table, indignantly asserting, a man must stand firm. How could I possibly have such inclinations? It was then that Min Zonghai grasped the reason for Yer's laughter, yet he could hardly believe she would speak such words. He glared at her in disapproval. Yeah, with a charming smile, replied, all right, I shall refrain from saying such things in the future. She then asked Li Wu, but why do you avoid the company of women? Li Wu thumbed up. I simply feel that women are somewhat. What do you mean by somewhat? Speak up. Here curiosity piqued. Unclean. After uttering this, Li Wu hastily gulped down several sips of tea. After a long pause, Yer speculated, do you have a cleanliness obsession? What is a cleanliness obsession? Min Zonghai, too, was bewildered, unable to comprehend what could be unclean about women. Aren't they clean after washing? He further speculated whether Yer might be one who never bathed. Yer gathered her thoughts before explaining, it's like seeing an item. Even though I know it is clean, I cannot shake the feeling that it remains dirty. Min Zonghai countered, but I have never noticed such a thing when I see you working. Li Wu replied, I always wear gloves while working, and I wash my hands 3 times afterward. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Although he had never pursued the company of women, he had never entertained the thought of distancing himself from Yer. Even that time he accompanied her to buy flour, when a dog suddenly leapt out, startling her into his arms. He felt no reaction other than a desire to linger a little longer with her. Is there a remedy for this? Yeah, muzit. Convinced that traditional Chinese medicine was profound and might hold a solution. Li Wu shook his head, explaining that his father had contemplated many remedies, none of which had borne fruit. Nevertheless, I have grown accustomed to this way of life. Whether it can be cured matters little. If I were cured and she were not there, life would be dull. It is better to remain unhealed. For this reason allows me to stay by her side. On the following day, Song Wanqing awaited Min Zonghai, hoping he would come to take her away. Yin Hong rummaged through a trash heap at the back door and quickly returned inside, pulling out a bundle of cloth. After inspecting its contents, she burned the papers within. She approached Song Wanqing's room. Miss, if we do not receive word from the capital, what shall we do? Fear not. She will surely send word. Without some means of defense, how could I dare provoke that scoundrel? Deputy Minister Mu, do you have any leverage over Lady Ru? Song Wanqing suddenly shot her a sideways glance, remarking, you are particularly chatty today. Yin Hong quickly lowered her head, apologizing, forgive me, Mississippi. After Yin Hong departed, a disdainful expression crossed her face. Shortly after noon, Min Zonghai indeed arrived, much to Song Wanqing's delight. She led him to her chamber. Brother Hai, this is your favorite, the green bamboo tea. She poured him a cup, her demeanor exceedingly gentle. Min Zonghai accepted it, taking a sip, and remarked, how thoughtful of you to remember. Brother Hai, your affairs have never slipped from Wanqing's memory. How have you fallen to such a plight? Minister Mu has permitted my return home, yet the lady cannot abide it. She must have said something to Minister Mu that led him to sell me into a brothel. Upon speaking, she broke into sobs, an utterly pitiable sight. She simply could not fathom how Minister Mu knew she had returned to Changcheng, and so swiftly. That time, she had nearly been captured by him. Min Zonghai, slamming the table in indignation, exclaimed, how outrageous! Such humiliation. After venting his frustration, he gently reassured her, do not worry, Wanqing, I shall surely rescue you. Deeply moved, Song Wanqing nodded, affirming, I believe in you. She then recalled Yuer and anxiously inquired, Brother Hai, what of sister-in-law? At the mention of Yuer, Min Zonghai scoffed disdainfully. Do not speak of her. I have already divorced her. Lowering her head, a triumphant smile crept across Song Wanqing's face. When she raised her gaze again, astonishment washed over her. Divorced? Why? Previously, she had tangled with Moe, repeatedly assuring that she would sever ties with him. Yet, upon returning yesterday, she had found herself calling his name in her dreams. Furthermore, she had hidden their correspondence in the wardrobe. Such a disloyal person could not be retained any longer. Initially, he thought it more fitting to label her as a wretched woman, yet the words stuck in his throat. Song Wanqing, not wishing to dwell on that segment, felt truly fortunate. She wanted to laugh, but could not, her cheeks flushing. Had it not been for someone abducting her this time, she might have remained blissfully unaware for a lifetime. He stole a glance at her and continued, If I discover who it was, I shall be sure to thank him profusely. Song Wanqing's eyes sparkled. If she could elicit his gratitude, how splendid would that be? Impatiently, she pondered for a moment before finally revealing, In truth, I know who it was that abducted her. To be continued. Chapter 48. A letter. Who is it? Min Zonghai's face brightened with joy. I have encountered her several times, sneaking to the post station. Sensing something amiss, I had her abducted, hoping to extract her secrets, for I wish to shield Brother Hai from any harm. Seeing Min Zonghai remain unfazed, I boldly asserted, How could that wretched woman betray him? Brother Hai treated her with such sincerity. She is utterly unworthy of any regard. Did you abduct her? Song Wanqing nodded. With a sharp slap, he struck her fiercely. Rubbing her face in disbelief, Song Wanqing exclaimed, You deceived me. In comparison to your deceit, my actions are trivial. Min Zonghai's eyes blazed as if ignited by fire. You are utterly deranged. Not only have you harmed her, but you have also caused my child to be lost. You are beyond forgiveness. This woman is a hypocrite, feigning affection while speaking vilely. Truly, she is repugnant. He could no longer bear to look at her and resolutely turned away. With hatred in her eyes, Song Wanqing glared at his departing figure, declaring, You will surely regret this. Meanwhile, at various taverns in Changcheng, discussions arose about a new, beautiful woman named Cai'er, who had recently joined the tender abode. She was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and hailed from the capital. Zomeone in Kviret. King, how did she acquire such elegance? Are women in the brothel not merely flowers of the night? You fail to understand, do you not? There are too many flowers. A virtuous woman is indeed refreshing. Moreover, I have heard that Cai'er is her childhood name. Ah, how lowly to use a childhood name in such a profession. But what is her formal name? Song Wanqing. That evening, uninvited guests descended upon the tender abode, seizing Song Wanqing during the stillness of night. Yin Hong had concealed herself in a corner of the stairs. After they left, she went straight to Song Wanqing's room, rummaging through the drawers until she discovered a secret letter hidden in a concealed compartment. Elated, she thought, Now I can return. With Song Wanqing missing, the madam presumed a flower thief was at work and reported to the authorities. The officers arrived, conducted an investigation, and said they would report back to the magistrate before leaving in a flurry. Upon learning of this incident, Min Zonghai immediately informed Yuer. Was it Deputy Mu or Consort Ru who apprehended her? Uncertain. What? Are you reluctant? Min Zonghai, quick-witted, thought Yuer was perhaps feeling jealous again and hurriedly explained. No. How could that be? It's merely curiosity. After affirming this, he nodded again. Curiosity. Yuer chuckled softly. Why are you in such a hurry? I have said nothing. You said nothing, but your tone reminds me of when you were pregnant. But jealousy knew no bounds. At that time, I thought, I must find a renowned physician to treat your temperament. Min Zonghai intended to amuse her, but inadvertently saddened her instead. I am fine. I simply consider us fated to be apart. We shall have our time again. Yuer lifted the quilt, attempting to rise. Min Zonghai swiftly stopped her. What are you doing? I wish to walk around. You're still in your confinement. The doctor advised that you should rest in bed for the first 10 days. What? 10 days? I now feel utterly weak, unable to remain still for even a moment. Observing that Min Zonghai remains unyielding, I implore, my dear husband. I wish to rise and move about. Would it not be better if you carried me? I shall not carry you. I will walk by myself. Had you said so sooner, it would have saved me the trouble of coaxing you. Madam, the Sun family has arrived, Silverman reports from outside the door. I descend from Min Zonghai's back and allow them to enter. Min Zonghai does not permit me to sit, claiming the stool is too hard. However, I am reluctant to lie on the bed, and thus, I am left to recline on the chaise longue. Dazed, Feng Yingying, and Sun Xiaohua enter in succession. And this time, Wu Xiaozai has also come. What brings such a busy man as yourself to abandon your business and come here? I tease. Wu Xiaozai scratches his head and chuckles. No matter how much business I have, I must come to see my sister-in-law. Oh, when did you become so sweet-tongued? Min Zonghai laughs, surprised that this honest man has begun to speak so charmingly. It is said that one becomes like those they associate with. I jest, pointing at Zhu Yingying. Zhu Yingying protests. What do you mean? How can you say such things about me? You are merely diverting attention from yourself. In my opinion, Yingying is indeed remarkable, and now she carries our family's grandchild. Perhaps it is a blessing from Wu in a previous life, Dazed remarks. Her heart considerably broadened since the arrival of her grandchild, generous with her praise for Feng Yingying. Zhu Yingying touches her belly, feeling rather troubled. Her mother-in-law constantly speaks of the grandchild, but what if it is not a grandchild? She glances at Wu Xiaozai, knowing she has confided in him about this matter. He offers her a reassuring glance, urging her not to worry. Sun Xiaohua cannot bear to see her mother's proud demeanor. Remembering that Yuer's child has recently passed, she deems it inappropriate to discuss children. She swiftly changes the subject, asking, Sister-in-law, are you feeling better? What did the doctor say? Truthfully, seeing Feng Yingying's belly still stirs a hint of jealousy in me. Noticing Sun Xiaohua's concern, I smile and say, once my confinement is over, all will be well. Only then does Dazed recall that Yuer has lost her child and laments. Such a pity. A fine child, gone just like that. Have they discovered who took you? What a fitting remark at the wrong moment. Sun Xiaohua glares at her, while Wu Xiaozai quickly hands her a cup of tea, saying, Mother, drink your tea. Dazed, valuing her dignity, feels humiliated by her children's actions. Just as she is about to reprimand them, I quickly interject, it matters not. It is merely the truth, and there is no need to conceal it. I have come to terms with it. Children will come in due time. With that, Dazed regains her composure. Wu Xiaozai inquires, have they discovered who is behind it? Min Zonghai's expression darkens, Song Wanqing. Everyone gasps in astonishment. I recount the events of that day, evoking a chorus of murmurs from the group. Dazed exclaims indignantly, I always said that Song was not a good person. She once scorned Zonghai for being poor. But now that he has prospered with 2 shops, she seeks to return and enjoy the fruits of his labor. I say, such a person deserves to be cast into the depths. Noticing that I appear fatigued, Min Zonghai urges everyone to take their leave, stating we shall gather again once my confinement is over. I observe Sun Xiaohua hesitating, as if she wishes to speak, but is unsure whether to stay or go. She spoke softly, Flower, I have some injuries on my back that I cannot reach to apply the medicine. Could you assist me? Sun Xiaohua nodded eagerly and explained the situation to Dazed. Thus, she decided to stay. Min Zonghai was acutely aware of whether she bore any injuries. Her words certainly hinted at a matter she wished to discuss with Sun Xiaohua. Receiving her reassuring gaze, he felt at ease to close the door and step outside. Yer smiled. Well then, do you have any joyful news to share with me? Sister-in-law mocks me, Sun Xiaohua thought, suddenly blushing as she realized Yer had guessed her thoughts right away. All right, do tell. He showed her father's approval of his reign after the clear sky. It must have pleased him. Sun Xiaohua nodded, her cheeks aflame. My father wishes to invite me to Jiangning for weaving, to reward me for my efforts. Did you agree? This time? Sun Xiaohua shook her head. I am merely a 13-year-old girl. What merit do I possess to bear such a heavy responsibility? I know this was certainly requested by young Master Su. I do not wish to put him in a difficult position, nor do I want to complicate my own life. Yar's heart swelled with joy as he observed Sun Xiaohua's clear and bright eyes. The once timid and weak girl had blossomed into a wise and open-minded young woman. What if he never achieved success? In a large family, lacking sufficient ability means one cannot protect anyone. Thus, I shall wait endlessly until he comes to fetch me. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I prepare myself for utter failure. Sun Xiaohua has stated this. What more could she say? She could only hope that Su Lucheng was not a man of no worth. Sister-in-law, take good care of yourself. I shall visit you again in a few days. After Sun Shueihua departed, Yer slept for several more hours, only awakening when night had fallen. After a meal, she found herself unable to sleep, and after looking around for a while, she finally succumbed to slumber just before the roosters crow, only to awaken again as the sun reached its zenith. After several days of this inversion, Yer could no longer endure it. She complained to Min Zonghai for not waking her. How could she manage such a reversal of night and day? Min Zonghai replied, "It matters not, whether it be day or night. I will certainly accompany you." Accompany me to do what? To be a night owl? A slip of the tongue led her to regret her words, and she quickly clarified. Just a creature that comes out at night. Oh well, after my meal, I have just the thing to do. What is it? Yer smiled mysteriously, a secret. After dining, she bent over the table to write. Min Zonghai was curious to see what she was composing, but she held the paper tightly, leaving him no choice but to wait idly beside her. After the incense had burned for a while, Yer finally stretched, and in that moment, Min Zonghai swiftly seized the paper, reading through it at a glance before bursting into laughter. Have you laughed enough? Yer glared at him disdainfully. Min Zonghai, realizing his earlier misstep, was not offended. Instead, he shifted the topic. Is this written for that young Master Su? Yer replied weakly. Min Zonghai sensed her lingering displeasure and added, if you write like this, he might come running without a care, and it could truly backfire. Upon considering Su Liuqing's temperament, Yer realized that it was indeed a possibility. In her letter, she mentioned that the Zhang family had arranged a marriage for Sun Xiaohua, suggesting that the wedding might take place as early as next year. Her intention was to provoke that insufferable boy. However, if what Min Zonghai claimed was true, that he abandoned everything at home to intervene, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Therefore, it was best for me to compose the letter myself. With that, he took up his pen and began to draft a new letter, blowing gently on the ink before showing it to you. The letter read, when the seas run dry and rocks crumble, my thoughts of you shall never cease. Noticing Yer's gaze upon him, he said, let Hua transcribe it for him. It will surely ignite his spirit, and within a year, he will achieve greatness. Where did you come across such lines? Suddenly inquired, leaving Min Zonghai momentarily stunned. Was there a trap? He replied anxiously, in a book. Since their marriage, he had not displayed such literary inclination. Yeo's voice, though calm, resonated in Min Zonghai's ears like a tempest. It was the fifth sword who shared it with me. He claimed to have read it in a book. He could not allow her to discover that he had read numerous romantic novels to please Song Wanqing, as this phrase was indeed a response she had given him. At that time, it felt as though he had been infused with boundless energy, and he was exhilarated. Those days were truly harmonious. Yet reluctantly accepted this explanation. She stood up and opened the window, revealing a silent outside world, devoid of stars. It seemed it would rain again tomorrow. She suddenly remembered that she had not visited the estate in a long while and wondered how it was faring. The Rong brothers were capable, yet one cannot remain oblivious. If problems arose, no one could bear the consequences. Once the weather clears in a few days, let us go see the estate. Why the sudden thought? She mused. It is not good to remain uninformed. It is not that I doubt the Rome brothers. I just feel more at ease when I see things for myself. Very well, but you must wait until you have completed your confinement. To be continued. Chapter 49. Gao Zhun, as Yer had just emerged from her confinement, Min Zonghai was hastily sent off to the timber business. She euphemistically remarked, you are the proprietor of the timber yard. Without you, how could it possibly function? Though Brother Gao is capable, he requires your guidance. Off you go, off you go. I shall prepare some delectable dishes for you to enjoy upon your return. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed any objections he might have had. Min Zonghai, unable to resist her insistence, reluctantly journeyed to the timber yard, where he remained for over a month. Although Quan Zhe provided updates, his prolonged absence was nonetheless inappropriate. As he approached the doorstep of Lu Guangsai's residence, he recalled Lu Shangyun and cast a glance in that direction. Lu Guangsai, noticing his gaze, hurriedly gathered his belongings and retreated indoors. After a month apart, Lu Guangcai appeared to have lost considerable weight and looked significantly more haggard. Perhaps aware of his daughter's actions and feeling unworthy to face Min Zonghai. Min Zonghai had intended to seek clarification from Lu Shangyun, but Yer intercepted him, understanding Lu Shangyun's intentions. Moreover, she had ultimately informed Min Zonghai of Song Wanqing's whereabouts, which could be seen as a form of assistance. Having dealt with this matter, it was hoped that Lu Shangyun could find some peace in the days to come. Unlike Song Wanqing, who harbored ulterior motives, Lu Shangyun was merely unable to reclaim her heart. Now confined by Min Zongyao, she was barred from venturing outside, which could be considered a fitting punishment. Upon entering the courtyard, Min Zonghai observed Quan Zhe and Diwu Jian bustling about, breathless, yet Gao Zhan was nowhere to be seen. He inquired, "Where's Brother Gao?" Diwu Jian immediately approached, exclaiming, "Brother Min, you have arrived. Is sister-in-law well?" "Yes, thank you for your concern. She is no longer in serious condition. But where is Brother Gao?" Diwu Jian lowered his head, nervously rubbing his hands together. Min Zonghai pressed Quan Zhe for information about Gao Zhan's whereabouts. Quan Shi, setting down the timber he was carrying, approached with a grave expression. "He has yet to return." "Yet to return? Did he not say he would only be gone for 10 days? Why has he not come back?" Min Zonghai had assumed that Gao Zhan had already returned, which allowed him to remain at home with Yer. He was now troubled to learn that Gao Zhan had not returned at all. Quan Zhe shook his head. At this moment, Diwu Jian added, "There's been no word from him. We sent a message, but why did you not mention this earlier?" Min Zonghai pressed, recalling that Quan Zhe had visited him twice to report on the timber yard's affairs without mentioning Gao Zhan's absence. Quan Zhe's face reflected his distress. "I feared that the proprietor would blame Brother Gao. It would be fortunate if he could return before the proprietor discovers his absence." Min Zonghai paced thoughtfully for a moment before inquiring, "Does this mean he is choosing not to return, or has he encountered some trouble?" Quan Zhe shook his head, then continued, "Proprietor, I wish to search for Brother Gao. I am concerned he may be in peril." After deliberating for a while, Min Zonghai acquiesced. Regardless of the outcome, it was crucial to know preparation was essential. Throughout the day, Min Zonghai, Quan Zhe, and Diwu Jian busied themselves managing the affairs of the timber yard. After a night's rest, Quan Zhe set off early the next day. That evening, Min Zonghai discussed Gao Zhan's situation with Yer, who agreed with Quan Zhe's decision to search for him, whether in life or death. "We must ascertain his fate, after all. We have shared a bond as master and servant for a year, and there is still some loyalty." Thus, the task of delivering timber fell to Min Zonghai and Diwu Jian. There were 5 business transactions in total, fortunately, 2 of which were within the city, while the other 2 were not far outside, with only the one in East Town being somewhat distant. After they had delivered everything, it was already the 12th day. Upon returning to the city, Min Zonghai said, "You should first return to the timber shop. Perhaps Brother Gao and Quan Zhe have returned. I will head back home for a while and join you later." Fifth Jian complied and left. However, Min Zonghai, initially intending to return home, reconsidered and went straight to the restaurant, Delicious Affection. He knew that Yer, with her restless spirit, would be difficult to contend with. "You must be tired, come. Have a cup of tea." Yer took his outer robe and hung it up, then brought him a cup of green bamboo tea. Before he could take a sip, Fifth Jian rushed in, panting and looking terrified. "Brother and second brother have not returned." "What? Yayevas ikvali astornisit. How could they all disappear? Where did Brother Gao go to meet friends? He never mentioned it." Fifth Jian felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He had not even thought to inquire about where his brothers had gone. "When you spoke with him, did he ever mention any friends?" Fifth Jian furrowed his brows in contemplation and recalled, "Once, a pigeon flew into the courtyard. I suggested we catch it and eat it, but brother said that the pigeon was sent by a friend to find him and that we could not eat it. When I asked who this friend was, he simply stated that it was someone very important and ignored me." "A pigeon?" Min Zonghai suddenly remembered something. "On the day Gao Zhan said he was leaving, I saw a pigeon fly up from the backyard. Shortly after, Gao Zhan emerged from the backyard. I asked him if he had seen a pigeon, and he said he had not." Fifth Jian added, "Yes, it was the day before brother left. If that is the case, you must be referring to the same pigeon. But why would he lie? Yidder sensed that something was amiss, but could not grasp what it was. The Prince of England. Min Zonghai suddenly recalled that Duke Gong had warned him against associating with the Prince of England. Moreover, Gao Zhun had been handling the prince's business, and it had always been his sole responsibility. Are you suggesting that Gao Zhun is in league with the Prince of England? Min Zonghai looked at Fifth Jian, expecting him to know as the third brother. Fifth Jian's face turned crimson as he stammered. 2 years ago, I ran away from home, and along the way, became close with brother and second brother, swearing brotherhood. As for whether he is associated with the Prince of England, I truly do not know. Yeah, shu kia hit. How can you be so gullible? At that moment, Fifth Jian recalled his father's words. What are you going out for? To be deceived? Indeed. He felt like a naive fool, lacking clarity of thought. Currently, the timber shop reported no losses, so why were they hiding here? Did you observe them doing anything unusual while living together? Min Zonghai voiced his concerns and then inquired of Fifth Jian. Fifth Jian shook his head, but hesitated before revealing. There was one time when Brother Gao was unwell, and at that time, second brother was also out delivering goods. I offered to deliver the goods to the Fun warehouse for him, but he insisted on carrying them himself and refused my help. I thought it was because he didn't trust me to go. The Fun warehouse is not even the Prince of England's territory. What was the purpose of sending goods there? Min Zonghai felt utterly bewildered. What is most crucial for the military? Yaya Uskit. Troops and military provisions, Min Zonghai responded. Following her line of thought, could it be that they are preparing military provisions? However, the amount of silver was always accurate, and my share was insufficient. With this, Min Zonghai realized that this path was blocked. The three pondered several times, but found no solution. This matter must be temporarily set aside and observed for any developments in the future. Min Zonghai could discern no results, so he instructed the fifth sword to return first. Little sword, you should go back and rest. Tomorrow, I shall post a notice to recruit anew. You may have to endure a bit of hardship these next few days. The fifth sword nodded, reassuring him, rest assured, I will keep a close watch over the lumber business. Hearing this address, Min Zonghai understood his feelings of guilt and comforted him. There is no need to be so troubled. Just be mindful in the future. I still prefer you to call me Brother Min. The fifth sword's eyes glimmered with emotion, and after nodding once more, he departed. On a crisp autumn day, it was indeed a splendid time for an outing. Yira recalled her decision during her confinement to visit the village and spoke to Min Zonghai. Though we have hired 2 new workers for the lumber business, it is not as bustling as it once was. Indeed, Gao Zhun was quite capable. Many of the deals were secured during his tenure. The newcomers are inexperienced and require training, Min Zonghai replied. He tried on a new robe, examining it from every angle. And though it looked fine, the sight of the small yellow duckling peeking from his sleeve filled him with exasperation. In the course of work, he often needed to roll up his sleeves, and he had been laughed at several times, prompting him to refrain from doing so thereafter. Yidder admired her handiwork and said contentedly, we can take our time. Since things are a bit quieter now, shall we visit the village? I had wanted to go during my confinement, but you prevented me. Could one go out during confinement? Riding in a carriage, there would be no wind to face. And once we arrive at the village, there are houses to stay in. Sitting at the door and looking outside is quite pleasant. Isn't it better than being at home? Very well, you are quite persuasive. Yura laughed, then it is settled. I will prepare, and we shall depart tomorrow. With that, she began rummaging through her belongings for suitable attire. After Min Zonghai tidied himself, he headed to the lumber business. As the journey to the village would take at least 5 days, he needed to inform them here. Since Gao Zhun and Quan Zhe departed, the fifth sword seemed to have matured significantly and exhibited a newfound steadiness. No longer the impulsive and restless youth he once was. Min Zonghai intended to cultivate him further, imparting much knowledge about lumber, hoping that one day he would return with his head held high. No, it's like this, look. The fifth sword demonstrated martial techniques to Min Zonghai. The two engaged in a mentor-student relationship, albeit more of a casual exchange. The injuries Ye sustained and the loss of their child had greatly impacted Min Zonghai. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless, lacking in both literary and martial skills. And his mind was not alert. This echoed Ye's inquiry about Su Luchin. Can you ensure her lifelong safety? Indeed, what could he offer to guarantee her well-being? He had heard that martial arts sharpened one's senses, and possessing skills in combat would render one less fearful of petty thugs. Thus, he sought the fifth sword to instruct him in martial arts. The first time someone sought to learn martial arts from him, the fifth sword could hardly contain his excitement. He would eagerly seize any moment he saw Min Zonghai available to practice. Today, hearing that Min Zonghai would be at the village for several days, the fifth sword calculated that this meant several days without the opportunity to teach him martial arts, which was a regrettable loss. He hurriedly completed his tasks and then urged Min Zonghai to practice, claiming they must finish all their assignments for the next 5 days. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Min Zonghai, weary and fatigued, finally made his way home. What could have transpired? Was there an abundance of matters to attend to at the lumber yard? Why was he so exhausted? Yuker quickly assisted him in removing his outer garments, tossing them into a basket, and then fetched a clean outfit, gently guiding him to the bathing room. After Min Zonghai emerged from his bath, his hair still damp, he looked rather disheveled. Goodness, did you not think to wring it out? Being so wet, what if you catch a chill? Yuker chided as she took a large towel to dry his hair. Min Zonghai settled down, allowing her to fuss over him. As she dried his hair, she chattered on. I have prepared everything for tomorrow's trip to the village. Please take a moment to check if anything is missing, and I shall procure it. After a while, noticing his silence, she leaned forward to see what he was doing, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, snoring softly, having fallen asleep right there. Min Zonghai had been frequently succumbing to such exhaustion lately, and when she inquired about the source of his fatigue, he merely offered vague reassurances. Once, she had secretly visited the lumber yard, but discovered nothing unusual. The next morning, Yuker was filled with excitement as she dressed up, donning her light yellow pleated skirt and adorning her hair with a rose-patterned hairpin, complemented by a pair of soft-soled embroidered shoes. However, upon completing her attire, she felt a pang of regret, pondering the impracticality of such clothing for their outing in the village. What inconvenience could there be? It was not as if she was to engage in labor. She was merely going for a leisurely stroll. Min Zonghai took her by the hand and led her away, insisting she not change. To be continued. Chapter 50. The farm this estate spans an impressive 30 acres, meticulously guarded by the servants who surround it, presenting a remarkably orderly appearance. Min Zonghai and Yuker are thoroughly satisfied. It is evident that the Rong brothers possess considerable skill. Rong Kai has gathered all the servants to welcome the master and his lady at the entrance of the estate. As Yuker dismounts from the carriage, she is met with the curious gazes of adults, children, and the elderly alike, which strikes her as quite peculiar. She calls over Rong Kai, inquiring about the reason for this gathering. Rong Kai chuckles, explaining that it is the lady's first visit to the estate, and they are eager to catch a glimpse of her countenance. Yuker playfully scolds him before addressing the servants, stating that she will reside in the estate for 5 days, and they should continue with their duties without concern for her and the master. They will manage on their own, and should any difficulties arise, they are welcome to seek their assistance. Min Zonghai interjects, "All right, everyone disperse." The crowd quickly scatters, their conversations still audible from a distance, though the topics remain unknown. On this occasion, Yuker has brought only Yin Man, while Li Wu was initially to accompany them. However, Yuker requested that he stay behind to oversee the house and the culinary affairs, which brought him some relief. Thus, he remained, much to Wei Zhun's delight. With only Li Wu and Qing Man at the residence, they busied themselves assisting at the shop, while Wei Zhun personally prepared their meals 3 times a day. Yuan Mun, having organized her belongings, began to prepare lunch. She requested the necessary cooking supplies from Rong Kai and set to work on her own. "Would you like some assistance?" Rong Kai inquired, standing at the kitchen door. Yin Man turned to see the estate's steward and replied, "No, thank you. I have always been responsible for the meals of the master and mistress. I can manage alone." She declined his offer, leaving Rong Kai somewhat disheartened as he turned to leave. Yuker could no longer tolerate the long skirt and decided to change into trousers, justifying her choice with the claim that it was too attention-grabbing. "Did you not see the tenants' attire? If I dressed too splendidly, it would only hurt their feelings." Min Zonghai recognized her excuse, but chose not to confront her. "Would you like to take a stroll?" he asked. Yuker nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. Coming here, I must explore the surroundings." The weather was splendid, and a light outer garment sufficed against the chill. Min Zonghai took her hand as they walked along the ridge, discussing various agricultural matters. Although Yer was familiar with most crops, articulating specifics proved challenging. She only knew their names. You're such. If you were to marry into a family that relies on the land, you might find yourself divorced multiple times, he teased. Why is that? She retorted. Though I may not understand, I can certainly learn. The matriarch of a farming household is exceedingly strict if one cannot work the fields by the second day of marriage. The impression left is unfavorable. Moreover, she would have to invest effort into teaching you. This knowledge cannot be acquired in a day or two, and the bride price would seem wasted. Regardless of your efforts thereafter, she would always find fault. Tell me, would you be able to endure such a situation for long? Yer shot him a sidelong glance. Am I truly so inept? Min Zonghai chuckled lightly. If you marry into my family, you have made the right choice. If you need to farm, buy land. If you wish to trade, open a shop. You will do what you know, and I would never force you into tasks you cannot manage. How flattering, Yer retorted, but if I pile on too much praise, I might as well become a master myself. Why is that? He asked playfully. A fortress of copper and iron. Fool, are you calling me foolish? Min Zonghai feigned anger, as if about to pounce. Yer stuck out her tongue and fled, not forgetting to add fool. The two chased and frolicked down the narrow path, attracting a few curious children who gathered around. From a distance, Yer noticed a young woman stealing glances at them, presumably out of envy. She beckoned the children over. The eldest boy was 10, while the youngest girl was merely 3. She gazed at the eldest boy and inquired, "What is your name?" Zhuangzi. What do you do each day? We weed and catch bugs. Upon hearing Zhuangzi speak, the other children began chattering excitedly. We gather bird eggs, pick wild vegetables, cook, wash clothes, and look after younger siblings. A group of children, all under 10, engaged in tasks typically reserved for adults. And what about the grown-ups in your family? They tend the fields and look after the farm. Look after the farm? Yes. Recently there have been thieves stealing vegetables. So Uncle Rong had my father and the others take turns on night watch. Rong Kai had consulted Min Zonghai, expressing that the tenants could no longer make ends meet and inquired if they could buy them out. For households agreed to sell themselves for 10 years. But one refused and moved away. Thus, the burdens of each household increased, necessitating the assistance of the children. Yer glanced at Min Zonghai, who nodded. Rong Kai had mentioned to me that since they began the night watch, no one had stolen vegetables. Rest assured, this is not without compensation. I have increased their wages, and they consented. In a world rife with suffering, she could not afford to be sorrowful for all. She looked towards a nearby pond and proposed, "Let us catch fish. I will roast them for you. I assure you, you have never tasted such delicacies." A cheer erupted, and the children buzzed with excitement, rushing home to gather their tools. As Yer watched their departing figures, she remarked, "Given their circumstances, they likely cannot afford an education." Min Zonghai nodded. The older generation was largely illiterate, focused solely on survival. The idea of sending their children to school never crossed their minds. They merely wished for their children to grow up safely, marry, and have families of their own. Without education, they would remain farmers for generations, merely scraping by. Noticing her expression, he asked, "Do you have any plans, Yer? We shall discuss it this evening." She dashed off to take the fishing nets and wooden buckets from the children. "Let's go catch some fish." By midday, E-Man had prepared the meal, but seeing no one return, she ventured out to find them. "Jeg smiled ingratiatingly, og din man, I truly apologize for my oversight." I was so focused on catching fish that I forgot you were cooking. E-Man, not accustomed to receiving apologies from her mistress, quickly replied, "Madam, you flatter me. Preparing meals is my duty. Why not invite Rong Kai and Rong Sheng to join us? Otherwise, it would go to waste. I have more than enough fish here." E-Man agreed and set off. "Oh, I forgot the seasonings. Husband, please return and fetch the salt and pepper." After roasting the first fish, Yer realized she had neglected essential ingredients and sent Min Zonghai back for them. Upon returning to the residence, Min Zonghai headed directly to the kitchen. Just as he reached the window, he overheard E-Man's irate voice. "Do refrain from uttering such nonsense, lest I inform the lady." "What have I said?" "Merely complimented your handsome appearance. Is that a fault?" In this moment, Kai appeared less composed than usual, resembling a scoundrel. You know the truth well enough. Depart at once, or I shall report to the master and seek his judgment on this matter. Go ahead. I am quite eager to see whom the master will believe, you or me. Kai's demeanor was typically loyal and mature, earning him the trust of Min Zonghai, who entrusted him with all affairs, requiring only timely reports. Man's face flushed with anger. She had not been here long enough to be certain of her standing. I trust my own eyes. Min Zonghai was exceedingly irate, his tone decidedly unpleasant. Kai trembled in fear, hastily lowering his head and pleading, Master, master. I have not offended missing man. I merely exchanged a few words. Is that so? Are you suggesting I am blind or deaf? I would not dare, sir. At that moment, Sheng entered from outside, surprised by the tense atmosphere. After greeting Min Zonghai, he inquired what has transpired. Man blushed further at Sheng's question. Wishing she could vanish, Min Zonghai asked, Are you two brothers? Sheng replied, To the master, we are merely from the same village, not blood brothers. And how is he regarded? Do you know? Min Zonghai pointed at Kai and further questioned. Sheng glanced at Kai, feeling somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, he noticed Man's flushed cheeks and pondered the atmosphere and the nature of the inquiry, recalling Kai's usual conduct. He surmised that perhaps he had offended the master, who was now testing his loyalty. After some reflection, he responded, Kai was somewhat unruly in the village. However, after he left to work, I have not seen him since. We only met again during the master's recruitment. Nevertheless, during our time working together, I have perceived him to be somewhat unjust. Sheng spoke with bashfulness and delicacy, his expression one of reluctant honesty. Kai immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, You, Sheng, I have treated you well. Yet at a critical moment, you betray me. Kai, you are well aware of your own actions. Though you have never confided in me, I have discerned the truth. The money from Uncle Song and the others for their servitude, you have embezzled a considerable sum. Otherwise, their lives would not be so dire. Sheng's face displayed unwavering resolve, completely unfazed by Kai's red neck. What? Embezzling the servitude money? Min Zonghai could scarcely believe it. What manner of person had he hired? First Gao Zhun, and now Kai. Had his judgment indeed failed him? Fearing Sheng might reveal further truths, Kai hastily clarified, No, master, do not heed his baseless accusations. I have never withheld anyone's money. Yet Sheng seemed unrelenting, declaring with righteous indignation, It is not difficult to verify. Simply summon Uncle Song, Uncle Lu, and the truth shall be revealed. Kai collapsed into the chair, utterly defeated. Before Min Zonghai's arrival, he had already cautioned that individual against speaking ill of the master in his presence, asserting that the master would not believe them. Subsequently, he also sold them out. As for Sheng, he had merely refrained from oppressing him or withholding his wages. Kai's actions were entirely separate from his own, and now, attempting to drag him into this predicament was futile. With a resounding slap on the table, Min Zonghai exclaimed, You possess an audacious spirit. How dare you embezzle funds? Hand over the money. Kai, unable to meet Min Zonghai's gaze, lowered his head and stammered, I have spent it all. What? You have spent it all? Min Zonghai took a moment to regain his composure. 240 taels were signed in your 10-year contract. How much did you withhold? 100 taels. Chapter 51. The incident very well, nearly half has been concealed. Sheng, fetch paper and pen, and inscribe his transgressions. Sheng hurriedly procured the materials and documented Kai's offenses for Min Zonghai to review. Upon examination, Min Zonghai instructed him to affix his seal. Sheng then presented it to Kai, who, upon seeing the document, was stricken with terror, exclaiming, my lord, please spare me. I have an elderly family and young ones at home. How will they survive without me? I assure you, I shall never dare again. I implore you to grant me my life. Min Zonghai turned to Sheng, inquiring if his claims were valid. Sheng, with a resigned nod, affirmed their truth. In that case, you shall draft an IOU for 150 taels of silver, to be repaid within 2 years. Otherwise, do not blame me for reporting to the authorities. Furthermore, do not even think of fleeing. The location of your residence and your family circumstances are duly recorded by the officials, and this IOU shall serve as evidence. Should you fail to repay by the deadline, imprisonment shall be your fate. Zonghai obediently pinned the IOU, gathered a modest bundle, and departed in a dejected manner. When Min Zonghai arrived at the pond with the seasonings, he discovered that the fish had already been devoured by Cai'er and the others. What took you so long? I could not wait any longer, so I sent Zhuangzi to fetch some from your home. Cai'er initially expressed her grievances, but then felt a tinge of guilt for not leaving even a single fish for him. She stuck out her tongue, proclaiming it was simply too delectable, hence all was consumed. The other children chimed in. Indeed, it was delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite fish. Yes, Mother-S fish is always so fishy that I hardly touch it. Having been preoccupied with the earlier matter, Min Zonghai had lost his appetite. It mattered not that it was gone. Affecting a magnanimous demeanor, he declared, "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Should you fail to leave me some in the future, you shall witness my wrath upon your little hands." Apart from Zhuangzi, the other children hastily concealed their hands behind their backs, gazing at him in fright. Cai'er laughed. "Do not heed his nonsense. He does not truly eat fish. He is merely teasing you." The children then erupted into laughter. Min Zonghai regarded them with a mix of resignation and affection, suddenly contemplating how delightful it would be if, in the future, they had children who would jest with him in the same manner. Cai'er and the children agreed to continue fishing the following day and sent them home. That evening, they engaged in candlelit conversation until the late hours before finally resting. In the capital, at the Duke's residence, Ziyun, the head of the Chung family, and his second son, Ming, along with the steward of the Duke, Wu Zhong, and his eldest son, Wu Ming, knelt trembling at the feet of the Duke. The Duke of Gong warned, "Will you not confess the truth?" Wu Ming bowed his head and said, "My lord, I am wronged. Whether you are wronged or not, speak, and we shall judge. Dare not utter a single falsehood, or face dire consequences." It was Ming who, upon hearing the Duke desired timber for the esteemed guests, had entrusted a servant to speak on his behalf, purchasing timber from their family. The servant thought the Chung family, being timber merchants, would undoubtedly be reputable, and thus consented. "My lord, I truly had no knowledge of the illicit salt involved. I beseech your mercy." Wu Zhong also bowed in plea. "My lord, the loyalty of this servant to your household is evident. Heaven can testify. He would never tarnish your esteemed reputation." The Duke of Gong turned to Ming, asking, "What do you have to say?" Ming trembled in fear, his body quaking uncontrollably. Her lips quivered as if she were stuttering. "Your Grace, I truly do not know." "Useless fool. Chung can speak." Chung can wiped the sweat from his brow and replied to the prince, "I indeed procured a batch of timber, but I truly do not understand how there could be contraband salt among it. I have always been law-abiding and would never dare to engage in such clandestine matters. When inspecting the goods, I would not have thought to cut open the timber to see inside. Furthermore, this is not our first transaction. Previously, everything has gone smoothly. I cannot fathom why it has turned out this way this time. Where did you source the goods?" "From Changzhou Prefecture, Chongqing." The following morning, Min Zonghai and Cai'er spent the day outside, returning leisurely as the sun dipped below the horizon. Cai'er complained, "That old gentleman can certainly talk. If I hadn't feigned illness, I might have had to keep him company for a candlelight conversation." Min Zonghai chuckled. "Who was it just now that was so animated? And now you are complaining. Even in speculation, there should be limits. We cannot merely talk our way through life, can we?" "True, but thanks to your speculations, this harvest has indeed become quite affordable. Indeed, quite a savings. Those beneficiaries of your generosity will surely be steadfast in their loyalty henceforth. If they are not, they shall be kicked out." Cai'er mimicked a kicking motion, prompting a frown from Min Zonghai, but her curiosity remained. If one could not even perform a kick, how could a martial woman ever face the world? In the ensuing days, they continued to delight in the company of the children, catching fish, picking wild fruits, gathering bird eggs, playing games, and preparing meals. What sheer joy! It was not until the fourth day that Min Zonghai summoned Rongxing to gather everyone in the main hall for a meeting. Rongxing proclaimed loudly, "Silence, silence. The master has something to say. Listen closely, and the master will allow you to speak afterward." The crowd quieted and turned their attention to Min Zonghai. I have learned of Kai's misdeeds and have expelled him from the village. From today onward, Rongxing will serve as the chief steward of the village. All matters may be directed to him. Additionally, I initially provided each household with 60 taels of silver as a compensation for their servitude. But it seems Kai greedily took an extra 100 taels. Rongxing, distribute the 100 taels accordingly. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Elders, trembling and holding the silver, knelt down, wishing to bow to Min Zonghai. He swiftly moved to assist them. Why do you act this way, elders? It was my lack of discernment that caused you distress. One elder spoke, Master, you were deceived, but now that you have driven off that scoundrel and compensated us, your noble character will surely be rewarded. At that moment, a middle-aged man supported the elder, saying, Father, your legs are weak, do not stand for long. What ails the elder? Min Zonghai inquired. Replying to the master, my father has suffered from chronic rheumatism for years, and his bones can no longer endure standing. The man lowered his head and continued, To speak truthfully, my father came here to explain the matter of the compensation. But it seems you are already aware and have rectified it. Thank you, master. Please, elder, do take your seat, Min Zonghai urged, and after the elder was seated, he returned to Cai'er, nodding in her direction. Cai'er stood and acknowledged this time has indeed been challenging for everyone, but moving forward. The master and I have made several decisions that I hope will be of assistance to you. Firstly, I shall hire 2 cooks to prepare meals. As we have ample supplies in the village, relieving everyone from the exhaustion of returning home to cook after labor, it is essential to allow some time for rest. Secondly, we will implement a subcontracting system, where each household will be responsible for managing a designated plot of land. Those who produce high yields of superior quality will receive a monetary bonus at the year's end. The specifics of which land will be subcontracted will be explained by Rongxing later. Thirdly, concerning the children, I will negotiate with the nearest school to ensure that all children in the village may attend classes, and I shall cover the tuition fees. The first 2 points have already brought joy to everyone, but when Cai'er announced the final point, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. The children, being somewhat innocent, cheered at the prospect of education. Rongxing expressed his gratitude to the master and his wife, kneeling in excitement. Subsequently, others followed suit, bowing in thanks. After the fervor settled, Cai'er stated, As long as you work sincerely and live earnestly, do not hesitate to inform us of any difficulties. We will certainly assist. However, if anyone engages in deceit or neglects their responsibilities, do not blame us for being unsympathetic. Rest assured, my lady, we have been farmers for generations. Aside from the tasks in the fields, we know nothing else and would never jeopardize the master and lady's affairs, as that would endanger our own livelihoods, Rongxing declared, embodying a figure of integrity and honesty, which is why the 4 households regarded him as their leader. After the discussions concluded, Min Zonghai instructed everyone to return home, promising that Rongxing would distribute the land shortly. Cai'er and Min Zonghai then proceeded to the nearby Qing Shu Academy to finalize the tuition and register the names of the children before returning. The journey was adorned with picturesque scenery, with clear mountains and serene waters. In the distance, the rice and wheat fields stretched out in unison, with sparse farmers weaving through the crops, their laughter echoing in harmonious tranquility. Occasionally, a wildcat or rabbit would dart from the thicket, only to retreat swiftly upon noticing Min Zonghai and Cai'er, causing the foliage to rustle. Cai'er held Min Zonghai's hand, laughing as they walked. What has caused you to become so foolish all of a sudden? She asked playfully. Not angered, she merely shook her head, feeling content in such a pleasant life. If you enjoy it, we should often come to the village for a while, she suggested. Indeed, when I conceive again, I wish to come here to nurture the child. As you wish, he replied. You should also rest here after giving birth. Agreed. If circumstances permit, when our child is capable of standing on their own, we shall settle here permanently, shall we? He gently squeezed her small hand and smiled. Certainly. As they approached the village entrance, Lu Sheng rushed over in a state of alarm. Master and madam, several officials have arrived in the village, claiming they wish to see the master. Brother Song is attending to them. Officials? Do they mention the reason for their visit? No, they only urged us to find the master quickly. Upon entering the village, a sharp-eyed constable spotted Min Zonghai and shouted, Min Zonghai has arrived. Geely turned, confirming it was indeed Min Zonghai, and without further ado, he gestured for 2 constables to seize him with iron chains. Min Zonghai was taken aback and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Geely responded with disdain, "What are we doing? The county magistrate invites you for tea." Yer grasped Min Zonghai's hand and inquired, "What crime has my husband committed? I beseech you, Captain G, enlighten me." Perceiving her earnest demeanor and a hint of anxious desperation, Geely responded with a tinge of sympathy, "Your timber has been found to contain contraband salt. Brace yourselves for imprisonment." With a sweeping gesture, he signaled for their removal. Min Zonghai's thoughts immediately turned to Gao Zhan. It dawned on him that the latter had been trafficking illicit salt disguised within the timber. He gazed at Yer, rendered speechless, managing only to utter a warning against rash actions. Yer, despite her firm grip, ultimately released his hand. She had to devise a plan. She was determined to save him. After entrusting the estate to Rong Sheng, she hurried back to the city with Yin Man, seeking out Li Wu and Di Wu Jian to accompany her to the magistrate's office. In the grand hall adorned with the plaque of illuminating virtue, County Magistrate Rong sat with solemnity, flanked by 5 constables on each side, brandishing red clubs, their imposing presence casting a shadow of authority over the court. Min Zonghai knelt at the center, his heart heavy with remorse, lamenting his impulsive decision to associate with dubious characters without prior inquiry into their backgrounds. Now, he found himself in a predicament akin to a mute savoring bitter lotus, silently enduring the anguish of his folly. To be continued. Chapter 52. How to Rescue County Magistrate Rong inquired, "Do you engage in the sale of timber with the Chung family of Finsong?" "The Chung family of Finsong? I have never heard of them. How could there be any transactions? Are you familiar with Shen Wenxing?" "He does indeed purchase timber periodically. Shen Wenxing is the steward for the English prince, and Gao Zhan frequently conducts business with him. Shen Wenxing is the steward for the Chung family. According to his account, they are involved in the trafficking of illicit salt, and you're also implicated." "What? Isn't he the steward for the English prince? How audacious to slander a royal." Magistrate Rong struck the table, startling all present. "My lord, it is my steward Gao Zhan who has dealings with Shen Wenxing. This transaction was orchestrated solely by him. I have never met Shen Wenxing in person. Gao Zhan is the one who delivers the goods. The dock workers can attest to this. If our manpower was insufficient, we would hire dock workers for assistance. The matter of illicit salt must be attributed to Gao Zhan, of which I knew nothing. I implore you, my lord, to investigate. Bring forth the dock workers." The clerk bellowed, "Bring forth the dock workers." From the side door, several constables escorted 3 dock workers into the hall. The workers knelt beside Min Zonghai, exclaiming, "We humbly greet you, my lord. Do you recognize this man?" The 3 dock workers exchanged glances at Min Zonghai before replying, "Yes. He is the proprietor of a reputable timber business. Were you ever employed by him to deliver goods?" One of the leading dock workers answered, "Yes, my lord. They often hire us to assist with deliveries, primarily to Bianling Prefecture." "Bianling Prefecture?" Magistrate Rong's heart sank. This was troubling news. Before he could respond, he pressed further. "Who leads these deliveries?" "It is Gao Zhan." "Has Min Zonghai ever accompanied him?" "Never. Master Min seldom goes out for deliveries." Magistrate Rong then asked Min Zonghai, "Where's Gao Zhan?" "My lord, Gao Zhan has been missing for a month. He requested leave to meet a friend and has not returned since." "A month ago. Bianling Prefecture is the fief of the English prince. If he is indeed trafficking illicit salt, this situation could escalate dramatically, and a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences." After a moment of contemplation, Magistrate Rong declared, "Due to Gao Zhan's mysterious disappearance, this case shall be postponed for further examination." With a firm strike of his gavel, he commanded court adjourned. Immediately, constables took Min Zonghai away to the prison, while Cai'er cried out at the court's entrance, and another constable forcibly closed the door, separating them. Fifth Jian exclaimed anxiously, "What are we to do? Trafficking illicit salt is a capital offense. Xia fightat nearly collapsing." Fortunately, Li Wu was quick to support her. "Madam, do not despair. We shall find a solution. Let us return home and devise a plan." Cai'er was frightened by Fifth Jian's mention of execution. Her mind became a whirlwind. With Li Wu's reminder, she realized the urgency of finding a way out of this predicament. Who would save him? Thus, They hastily boarded their carriage and returned home. Yin Man greeted them, asking what news. Is my lord unharmed? Cai'er shook her head as they entered the house. Li Wu and Fifth Jian remained silent. But Yin Man was greatly distressed. Inside, Fifth Jian struck his fist in frustration. With a tone of resentment, she declared, I shall summon Gao Zhun and Quan Zhe. But what good will that do? If they are complicit, they will certainly testify on behalf of my husband, thereby shouldering the blame themselves. This matter is truly indefensible. To implicate the Chung family and the English prince is no trivial affair. It is exceedingly difficult for the master to extricate himself from this predicament. Li Wu, too, could not fathom any loophole to exploit. In the face of absolute power, commoners are left with no choice but to accept their fate. Power, you say? Yitter thought of one individual who might lend assistance, yet she was already indebted to him, and now to seek his aid felt like an insurmountable burden. You all may step outside. Allow me a moment to ponder. Yitter rummaged through a cabinet and retrieved a brocade box. Upon opening it, she found the auspicious purple clay bell lying quietly within, appearing light yet bearing an extraordinary weight. She delicately lifted it, letting it sway gently in her grasp. Was she truly resolved to seek him out? What connection did the English prince have with the Chung family? And what conspiracies were they concocting? Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over her as she murmured, I hope it is not. Once branded with the charge of treason, even the gods would be powerless to intervene. County Magistrate Roan penned a letter, urging swift conveyance to the newly appointed governor, Si Ma Kong. Initially, he had hoped to ascend through Min Zonghai's association with the former governor, Wang Fang. However, upon Wang's promotion to provincial governor, he found himself unexpectedly matched with an old classmate in the newly appointed Sima Kong. Since Wang Fang had no desire to associate with him, why not ally with the closer Si Ma Song instead? Yer also took the auspicious purple clay bell to the jewelry shop of the Mo family. A recommendation provided by Mo. Otherwise, she would have been lost. The shopkeeper examined the bell and then regarded Yer, suddenly noticing the pair of pendants adorning her earlobes. Were they not the very items the master had instructed to sell to Min Zonghai? May I inquire as to your husband's surname? Minister Min Zonghai. Indeed, you know my husband? Ah, the pendants you wear were purchased by him from my shop. Hence they seem familiar. Please leave your address, and I shall convey your message. Once a reply is received, I will deliver it to you. There is no need. Your master is already aware. Very well. As Yer exited the jewelry shop, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Yin Man reminded her, Madam, should we not pay a visit to the prison? Oh, how could I have forgotten that? She exclaimed, Let us return for some silver, and then proceed to the prison. They hurried back to their residence, retrieved 100 taels in silver notes, and rushed to the jail. Just then, the jailer emerged, stretching lazily. Yitter approached him and inquired, May I ask your name, sir? What business do you have here? The prison is not a place for idle amusement. Yitter discreetly placed a pouch into the jailer's hand and whispered, I am Min Zonghai's wife. My husband is innocent and shall soon be released. However, I kindly request that you take extra care of him during this time, to ensure he does not suffer unduly. The jailer, upon opening the pouch, visibly brightened. After tucking it into his own waistband, he replied, We are all law-abiding individuals here and would never resort to unlawful punishment. It is best for you to expedite your husband's exoneration. Yes, thank you, jailer. After bowing in gratitude, she added, Might I be permitted to see my husband? With a swift motion from the prison warden, a guard stepped aside, allowing Yer and Yin Man to enter with their basket of provisions. At the far end of the cell, Min Zonghai had changed into a white prison uniform, reclining in the corner. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced Yer's heart. He had never endured such torment. She clung to the pillar, calling out, Husband! Upon hearing her voice, Min Zonghai hurried towards her, his heart racing. Yer, what brings you here? Through the slits of the bars, their hands clasped tightly. Have they made things difficult for you? Yitter inquired. Min Zonghai shook his head. This time, I find myself in an indefensible position. Do not fret. I shall rescue you, she promised. The situation was dire, and extricating oneself was far from simple. The Chung family had firmly placed the blame on him, leaving him without any evidence to counter their accusations. Min Zonghai had resigned himself to the worst outcome. But what could Yer do? It was evident that the Prince of England was involved in illicit salt trade, and the Chung family sought to distance themselves from him, even attempting to lay all blame at Min Zonghai's feet. They had faltered due to their lack of power and influence. Hence, she sought out Moe. Yer was resolute. Even if Min Zonghai opposed her, she would pursue her course. No matter the cost, she must save him. Min Zonghai observed the determination etched on Yer's face, realizing further discussion was futile. If it was Moe, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet an inexplicable aversion stirred within him at the mere thought of him. Moe stood on a pedestal far above, while he remained a commoner, easily manipulated. How could he blame Yer for losing her heart? Upon receiving a letter from the jeweler's shopkeeper, Moe immediately spurred his horse towards Chang City. When Su Luchan learned of his departure, he angrily scolded him for lacking brotherly loyalty and not bringing him along to see his love. By the time he arrived, it was already the dawn of the third day. Yer, seeing the shadows beneath his eyes and the dust clinging to his attire, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. I am aware of Brother Min's predicament, Moe began. It is likely the doing of the Prince of England. His covert actions have been numerous in recent years, and the Duke of Gong has taken note. If he can bring the prince down, he would rather err on the side of caution than let anyone escape unscathed. Yer exclaimed in distress, "Is there truly no way? The one plotting rebellion is the Prince of England. What does that have to do with my husband?" Moe was taken aback. "How do you know of the prince's treasonous intentions? Is it so difficult to discern?" She replied, "Does a prince of his stature lack for silver? Such a vast quantity of smuggled salt cannot merely be for raising an army. As a member of the royal family, who wouldn't he aspire to ascend to greater heights? When it came to the battle for succession, he retreated to the borders not out of choice, but necessity. With numerous heirs to the late emperor, how could he hope to stand out with his insignificant status? It is wiser to bide his time, waiting for the right moment to reclaim the throne, ensuring a greater chance of success. Now that he has returned, he must be well prepared. His ambitions are glaringly apparent. He is a cunning fox, lurking in the shadows." Yer's disdain for the prince grew with each word. If he wished to rebel, why involve her husband? Exposing his vile nature was the only way to assuage her grievances. Moe stared at her in astonishment. She possessed an understanding of imperial strategy. After her tirade against the prince, she turned to Moe and asked, "Brother Moe, if I were to request Lord Wang, the governor of Changzhou, to plead on behalf of the Duke of Gong, would it be of any use? Though Lord Wang is a protégé of the Duke, he is not particularly favored, so the chances may be slim. However, upon my arrival, my father was also preparing to journey to the capital, as he had devised a scheme to present to Prince Gong." Moe's expression clouded with concern. Should this plan succeed, it would ultimately jeopardize Yer. What scheme? Let Brother Min testify against Prince Ing for illicit salt trading and military funding. Yer abruptly stood, exclaiming, "What? Does this not amount to sending my husband to his death? As long as Prince Ing encounters misfortune, the others would be manageable. Brother Min is not dispatched by Prince Ing. He merely shares an acquaintance with Gao Zhan and has stumbled upon inside information. Thus, Prince Gong could guarantee Brother Min's safety. Can we not bring him down in one fell swoop?" Moe fell silent. To do so would be tantamount to slandering the royal family, a capital offense. Yer's legs buckled, and she collapsed. Moe swiftly caught her, running his hand along her back. "Do not worry, Yer. I shall think of another way to save Brother Min." Something damp had soaked through his garments as she rested on his shoulder, motionless. He held her close, gently patting her back. Gradually, she could no longer contain herself and began to weep uncontrollably. He embraced her even tighter, feeling her heartache, which mirrored his own. To be continued. Chapter 53. The verdict. 5 days hence, the court reconvened. Yer gazed at Min Zonghai, her heart heavy. He had grown gaunt. Min Zonghai cast a glance at the beside her and felt an inexplicable sense that they were indeed a fitting match. County Magistrate Rong struck the bench and declared, "Court is now in session." The attendants echoed in unison, mighty. The figure kneeling before them was none other than Min Zonghai. "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" "I am wronged. My lord, it is all the doing of Gao Zhan. Though I am the proprietor, I was truly unaware. I beseech you, my lord, to discern the truth." Min Zonghai, even when faced with death, you show no remorse. For the sake of exorbitant profit, you conspired with Shen Wenxing in the illicit trade of salt. Shen Wenxing has already confessed. What further defense can you offer? His hand struck the bench with fervor, his indignation palpable. Min Zonghai looked up and noticed a confession letter before Magistrate Rong. Dejected, he bowed his head and admitted, "I acknowledge my guilt." Yitter stared at him in disbelief. What was he saying? How could he confess to such a crime? Magistrate Rong, equally astonished by his compliance, prompted, "Then speak of the offenses you have committed. I should not have aided the wicked." You. Very well, speak candidly. I wish to see how eloquently you can weave your words. Sima Tsong intended to suppress the matter and find a scapegoat. The English prince should not be underestimated. Granting him a favor now might secure a prosperous future for oneself. I previously confessed 2 managers, Gao Zhun and Quan Zhe. My timber business had been struggling, but when Gao Zhun arrived, he procured a significant order. Every 2 months, we dispatched 200 logs. This venture was with Shen Wenxing, who is an agent of the English prince. I have a letter as proof. Min Zonghai retrieved a letter from his bosom, which an attendant accepted and delivered to Magistrate Rong. This letter belongs to Gao Zhun. After perusing the document, Magistrate Rong inquired, "How do they operate?" Gao Zhun first transported the timber to Bayan Linfu to package it with illicit salt, which was then taken by Shen Wenxing to the Chung family in Finsong, who subsequently sold the contraband. How did you come to know this? By chance. I obtained a letter from Shen Wenxing and inquired with Gao Zhun. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Gao Zhun confided in me. Later, he promised me a share of the profits, and I chose to turn a blind eye. My lord, the illicit salt trade was indeed instructed by the English prince. I merely provided the timber. I truly did not partake in anything else. Magistrate Rong sensed the gravity of the situation and struck the bench again, exclaiming in fury, "Bold scoundrel! The English prince is revered and esteemed by the populace. How dare you slander him? Even if Shen Wenxing is an agent of the English prince, that does not implicate the prince himself. Your actions are so heinous that a mere punishment will not quell the public's wrath. Bring forth the punishment. 30 strikes. Min Zonghai was taken aback. Could it be that Magistrate Rong was an associate of the English prince? Before he could utter a word, the heavy rod descended. Yitter cried out in alarm, attempting to rush to his aid, but restrained her. She felt a lump in her throat, unable to utter a single word. Little did she expect the situation to escalate to such a degree. If Magistrate Rong was indeed an ally of the English prince, then surely Min Zonghai was beyond salvation. The board fell upon him, yet it was her heart that bled with pain. And Mo-e supported her, both rendered speechless. In their calculations, they had overlooked County Magistrate Rong, now awaiting the royal edict from Prince Gong. As the 20th strike landed, Min Zonghai was already drenched in blood, succumbing to unconsciousness from the agony. The constable brought a bucket of water and poured it over him, reviving him once more, only to continue the punishment. You're overwhelmed by pain, crouched on the ground, trembling. And Mo-e held her, attempting to pull her away, yet she clung desperately to the heavy door, unwilling to depart. At that moment, the arrival of an official document shattered the courtroom's silence. A courier presented the document to the constable, stating it was an urgent missive from the Ministry of Justice, requiring immediate review by the magistrate. The constable accepted the document and handed it to Magistrate Rong while relaying the courier's message. Rong opened the document in the court, and upon reading, he was greatly perplexed. And Mo-e reassured Yer, "Surely this is the royal edict from Prince Gong." Yer and the others gazed at Magistrate Rong as he resignedly read, "To the esteemed magistrate, it has come to our attention that officials from the Bianlin Prefecture have conspired with Gao Zhun, the manager of the esteemed timber business in Changcheng and Chengming, the second son of the Chung family, engaged in the illicit trade of salt. The evidence is incontrovertible. Thus, the 3 shall be sentenced to execution after autumn. Furthermore, Min Zonghai, the owner of the timber business, has been found negligent in his oversight and is hereby sentenced to 5 years of exile to the frontier, issued by the Ministry of Justice." While this matter remained unresolved, the capital had already reached its conclusion. Did this not imply that their previous efforts had been in vain? Rong's face fell, his bright prospects extinguished. However, with the document's issuance, all had settled into dust, and Mo-e drove the carriage. escorting Yer and Man back to their residence, while Li Wu and 5th Ziyun made their way home separately. Man gently wiped Yer's tears with a damp cloth, saying, "Madam, do not be too sorrowful. At least the master's life is spared." Yer grasped Mo Yi's hand. "Did you not say that Prince Gong will ensure my husband has safety? Is exile to the frontier truly protection?" Montaki, equally helpless, was unaware of the events unfolding in the capital. The arrival of the ministry's document was swift and sudden, rather peculiar. "I shall investigate what transpired in the capital forthwith," he declared before striding away. After wiping her tears, Yer instructed, "Man, please fetch some medicinal ointment. I will prepare a set of my husband's clothing. We are going to the prison." Man complied and departed. Observing their intent to visit the prison, Li Wu drove the carriage alongside them, unable to quell his concern for Yer in such a place. She had previously given the prison warden 200 taels of silver to gain entry. Min Zonghai lay upon the filthy ground of the cell. Despite donning prisoner garb, blood continued to seep from him. The jailer opened the cell door, allowing them entrance. Yer slowly crouched down, her voice trembling. "Husband." Min Zonghai, roused from his pain-induced stupor, kept his eyes closed, perhaps believing it might alleviate some suffering. Upon hearing Yer's voice, he opened his eyes slightly, offering a faint smile. "You look most unappealing when you cry. I do not favor it." Tears flowed unabated, yet she managed to smile. "Let me apply the ointment for you." Hearing this, Man set down the bundle and stepped outside. Perhaps it is better to have Li Wu come, Min Zonghai thought, wishing to spare Yer the fright that might cause her to weep again. Yet Yer disregarded him, resolutely removing his trousers, and gently began to apply the medicine to his wounds. He trembled in pain, while she wept, her tears blurring her vision. In her distress, she inadvertently poked at his wound, making him gasp sharply. Yer was startled and asked, "My lord, are you all right?" Li Wu squatted down, took the medicine, and said, "My lady, allow me to tend to it." Fearing she might cause him more pain, Yer acquiesced. Li Wu applied the medicine and changed him into clean garments before stepping out, leaving the two of them alone. Min Zonghai caressed Yer's face. "Please, do not cry. Seeing your tears makes me feel utterly useless. Not only can I not protect you, but I also cause you distress." Yer sniffed and wiped her tears. "I shall not cry. While I am away, you must take good care of yourself. If the timber business is not viable, then let it close. Just focus on the delicious connection we share. It is enough for you to sustain yourself. And one more thing, though it pains me to say it, if you find yourself in trouble, seek out Mo Yi. He will look after you well. Zodni, Yanir Stotop. I shall go to the capital and petition the court." Min Zonghai, straining to lift himself, pulled her closer, but in his unsteady movement, he aggravated his wound and fell. Yer was alarmed and quickly knelt beside him. "What are you doing up? You are injured. How can I know your heart aches for me without feeling pain myself?" Min Zonghai's face turned pale. His attempt to humor fell flat. Yer managed a faint smile. "You wish to entrust me to another. How can I not be anxious?" Petitioning the court is akin to reaching for the heavens. It is not something one can simply decide to do. Once the Ministry of Justice issues a document, it signifies imperial approval. To overturn a case is no simple matter. Moreover, this issue involves factional strife. Even if the emperor knows someone has been wronged, to maintain balance among the powers, he may choose to sacrifice some individuals. They are like ants, subject to the whims of others. How I wish for things to be different. If it were possible, I would guard you for a lifetime. Alas, fate is cruel. 5 years at the border. Who knows if I will return alive? Yer covered his lips, forbidding him to speak such thoughts. Exile is not a death sentence. How could you not return? Unless you do not wish to come back at all, or do not wish to see me. Min Zonghai rested his head on her arm, pressing his forehead against it, and after a long pause, said, "I simply do not want you to suffer. Without you, that is my greatest torment." She cradled his face and said, "If you want my suffering to end, you must return safely. I will wait for you, no matter what." Min Zonghai sank down again, his shoulders trembling as he fought to suppress any sound. Days later, a letter arrived from the capital. The ink had barely dried when he came to Yer's home. "My father has replied." They then read the letter detailing the turmoil that had ensued upon discovering the scandal. Prince Ing first approached the emperor to confess his wrongdoings, taking responsibility for his subordinates' failings, and ordered Shun Wenxing and Gao Zhan to draft a confession. Additionally, in a bid for self-preservation, Cheng Qin pushed forth his incompetent son, Cheng Meng, as a scapegoat. The emperor was furious and commanded the Ministry of Justice to impose severe punishment without leniency. Due to the recent commendable deeds of Prince Ing, and the fact that a servant acted as a test subject for the law, the merits and demerits have thus balanced each other, resulting in no punishment being administered. The servant is merely tasked with reflecting on their actions in solitude at home. By the time Duke Gong received this news, it was already too late. Lamented in his letter the lost opportunity to deliver a significant blow to Prince Ing, expressing profound dissatisfaction with the inefficiency of the administration in Chongqing. Those of high status are perpetually preoccupied with grand matters. For commoners like Min Zonghai and Yer, their presence or absence is inconsequential. Consequently, both Prince Gong and remain indifferent to the verdicts. In fact, Prince Ing even chose to sacrifice 2 subordinates, illustrating that when deities clash, it is invariably the lesser beings who suffer. For Yer, regardless of the conflicts that ensue, the safety of Min Zonghai is paramount. The written documentation merely insinuates that the official has failed in his duties. Why, then, is the punishment of exile so severe? Salt is expressly prohibited by the court from private transactions, as such actions undermine the interests of the sovereign, which the emperor detests vehemently, thus warranting stringent punishment from the Ministry of Punishments. In sentencing, the ministry tends to impose far more severe penalties than usual, regardless of the depth of involvement in the case. Is there truly no recourse? Shook his head. The ministry acts on behalf of the emperor. Unless one can persuade the emperor to rescind the imperial decree, the words of a sovereign are not to be taken lightly. Even in the face of error, the emperor would rather maintain the facade than tarnish his reputation for the sake of a mere commoner. Yer sat back in her chair, her hands clenched tightly. The law is eternally the domain of the common folk. To be continued. Chapter 54. Recovery. The day of Min Zonghai's departure drew ever closer, and yet her tirelessly stitched garments day and night. It was said that the far north was exceptionally frigid, and without ample warm clothing, she feared she might not survive the winter. The late autumn nights were exceedingly cold, prompting Yer to light a lantern and work through the night. Silverman could no longer bear to watch, and, finding herself unable to persuade her, sought out Moe at the jewelry shop. Montaki, setting aside the letter he was composing, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I fear no one can dissuade her at this point. However, if the lady continues in this manner, she will inevitably fall ill. It seems she will not recover without experiencing a bout of sickness." As anticipated, the following day, Yer exhibited signs of nasal congestion and a cough. Silverman wished to summon a doctor, yet Yer dismissed her concern, saying, "It is merely a slight chill. There is no need to trouble a physician. A bit more water will suffice. Besides, I am not fond of that taste." Nonetheless, it was only when Silverman forcibly removed the fabric from her hands and placed water before her that she obediently drank. "By the way, we ought to make more gloves. In such cold weather, working without gloves will surely lead to frostbite. Silverman, take some silver and procure fine furs." "My lady, what exactly are gloves?" "Do not ask so many questions. You will know once I have completed them. Now go." With that, Yer urged Silverman to leave and resumed her sewing. Qingman entered with bird's nest soup, saying, "My lady, please have some of this well-cooked soup." Yer barely glanced up, replying, "Just set it down." "My lady, I often hear the master say that if you could gain a bit of weight, he would wake up smiling from his dreams. Why not give him a surprise? When he returns to find a plump beauty, he will surely be delighted. If you continue to wear yourself down, how long will it take to regain your health?" Noticing that Yer had paused her work, she continued, "Moreover, the garments you have made are more than sufficient. If you make too many, who knows who might take them? It will be better to save some for next year, ensuring you have new clothes to wear annually." Yer playfully poked Qingman. "What a chatterbox you are. Where do you get all this talk?" Qingman placed the bowl into Yer's hands, smiling. "This is merely to encourage you to eat more. Practice makes perfect." Recently, Yer had not felt as well as before. She knew this was not good, yet she often found herself unable to control her impulses. Gazing at the bird's nest before her, she thought of him in that far northern land, likely struggling to find even rice to eat. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and the bird's nest felt like a lump in her throat, so soft yet incredibly hard to swallow. On September 26th, Min Zonghai, shackled and burdened by a heavy pack, set forth on the road to the far north under the watchful eye of two constables. Cai'er stood atop the city tower, watching as his figure gradually diminished until it vanished from sight. Tears welled in her eyes, and as they fell, her vision blurred, plunging her into darkness. She collapsed into Mo's embrace, who, realizing she was burning with fever, instinctively lifted her and hurried to the finest hospital in Chong City, disregarding any notions of propriety. The doctor diagnosed her with exhaustion, leading to an invasion of malevolent forces, resulting in her current fever. He prescribed medicine and instructed the apothecary to prepare it. After taking a dose, Li Wu, claiming some medical knowledge, suggested that home remedies might be more effective than hospital's care. Mo then consented to have Yer returned to their residence. Yer was in a state of confusion, and Man struggled to administer the medicine, which merely trickled down her neck. With a free hand, Man wiped her brow, and despite a full bowl of medicine, only half was consumed while the rest was spilled. Li Wu had no choice but to prepare another batch. Mo stood nearby, his heart aching. He yearned to rush over and feed her the medicine, yet he refrained. Even in the absence of her husband, she remained another's wife. If his momentary impulse were to embroil her in scandal, he would rather bear the suffering himself. Throughout the day, Yer slept fitfully, as if plagued by nightmares. Mo sat at the table, watching Man administer the medicine, wipe her sweat, and witness her distress. A day passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. As dawn broke, the room was filled with weary figures, all in disarray. Yer gradually awoke, surveying her surroundings filled with familiar faces, yet he was conspicuously absent. Ah yes, he had been dispatched to the frontier for 5 long years. How could she cope with such a reality? Mo suddenly roused from his thoughts, the first sight being Yer lost in contemplation. He approached her slowly, striving not to disturb her. Her tears, her vacant gaze, her pallor pierced his heart deeply. If only he had persuaded his father to seek the favor of Prince Gong to save Min Zonghai, would she not be as joyful as she once was? If only he had encountered her sooner, might their circumstances have been different? Torn between the desire to walk through life hand in hand with Yer, and the guilt that if he had exerted himself back then, perhaps Min Zonghai could have been saved. After all, he was merely a victim of circumstance, and a little intervention could have spared him from such unwarranted calamity. Are you feeling better? Yer wished to remain silent and simply close her eyes, perhaps too fatigued, drifting back to sleep. Mo's eyes darkened, even in Min Zonghai's absence. She likely would not spare him a glance. On the 3rd day, Yer finally broke her fever, her spirits noticeably lifted. Man assisted her from the bed. Having been bedridden for several days, she was somewhat unaccustomed to standing. Is there anything to eat? I feel a bit hungry, she inquired. Man beamed with joy. Yes. I was worried you would awaken hungry, so I've been keeping some millet porridge warm. Please sit, I will fetch it. Seeing Man's delight at providing for her, Yer felt a twinge of guilt. As she reached the bottom of the bowl, Man asked, would you like another bowl, my lady? Yer shook her head. Eating too much would only upset her stomach again. Better to wait until hunger returned. Man collected the bowl and excused herself to the kitchen. Li Wu entered the room and noticed Yer attempting to rise. He hurried over to assist her. As he touched her arm, he realized his error and withdrew. My lady, shall isumunyin man. Yer noticed his hesitation and smiled. It's all right. I'm not incapacitated. I can walk by myself. After taking a brief stroll in the courtyard, she felt significantly improved. See, I'm much better now. A little movement is beneficial to recovery. Your complexion has indeed improved. He noted. What are your plans for the future? Yer paused, gazing at him. You cannot remain in this state forever. Ru Fei has been cast into the cold palace. Li Wu turned his head away. In the past, he would have left by now, yet with her presence, he found himself reluctant to depart. Yer was taken aback. What has happened? Recently, a letter revealing a conspiracy between Consort Ru and the Crown Prince to harm concubine Li was presented to His Majesty. Upon thorough investigation, the Emperor was infuriated. However, to preserve the family's dignity, he sought a pretext to confine Consort Ru to the cold palace and place the Crown Prince under house arrest without reprieve. He gazed upon her, and the informant turned out to be Prince Sing. It is no wonder that his merits and demerits balanced out. This was the reason. Yet a fool hiaplau. I have an old acquaintance in the Mu residence who conveyed a message to me. Song Wanqing has been apprehended by the deputy minister Mu. Rather than displaying panic or fear, she threw a tantrum, only calming down after Consort Ru was imprisoned. The deputy minister Mu resorted to torture. Subsequently, she became quite deranged, and curiously, she continuously berated Yin Hong for betraying her. It was then that my acquaintance realized that since her return, Yin Hong had vanished. Yin Hong was her personal maid, who had accompanied her when she escaped, yet she did not take her back. Are you suggesting that Song Wanqing's audacity in throwing a tantrum stems from her possession of the letter regarding Consort Ru's conspiracy? After her escape, she handed the letter to Yin Hong, instructing her to hide, and then Consort Ru encountered misfortune. Clearly, she did not wish for Consort Ru to come to harm. Hence her vehement accusations against Yin Hong for her betrayal. Moreover, Consort Ru's exposure was a result of Prince Ying's denunciation. This implies that Yin Hong was a spy placed within the Mu residence by Prince Ying, and after receiving the confidential letter, she delivered it to him. Li Wu sighed deeply, fearing that it might indeed be so. But will the bloodshed in your family? Will His Majesty clarify this matter? Ja, feeling Zomavat fatiguet. Intended to sit upon a stone bench. Li Wu intervened, saying, Madam, please wait. The stone bench is cool. I shall fetch a cushion for you. He hurried to her chamber, retrieved a thick cushion, and placed on the stone bench, allowing her to sit comfortably. He then took a seat beside her, remarking, I believe there will be an announcement soon. Indeed, at that time, I shall return the deed of servitude to you, and you may rebuild the Li family, she replied. Due to her illness, she had not styled her hair properly. It was merely gathered in a simple fashion, with her long locks cascading on either side, gently billowing in the breeze. It had been quite some time since she felt this way, since her marriage. Her hair had always been styled in a manner befitting a matron. Now, returning to the appearance of her maiden days brought about a sensation akin to a bygone era. After a prolonged silence, Li Wu finally spoke, If you do not mind, allow me to remain by your side, madam. With Min Zonghai absent and Mo.E. unable to assist, let me continue to serve you in the capacity of servant. Yer was taken aback, asking why. Do you not wish to restore the Li family? Li Wu smiled, saying, As a man already deceased, what remains of the Li family for me? Indeed, with the entire Li family executed, who could claim to be a scion of the Li lineage? To venture out now would be a crime against the emperor. Yet, you could establish a new Li family under the guise of Li Wu's freedom. This new family would not be the same as the previous one, and I trust His Majesty would have no authority over it. Observing your smile, he resolutely stated, At least until the master returns. Let Li Wu remain by your side. A gust of wind swept by, and leaves drifted gracefully from the trees. A small leaf landed in Yu's hair, which Li Wu noticed. He gazed at the leaf with envy, longing to rest upon her tresses, inhaling her fragrance, intoxicated without wine. He gently said, The wind has picked up. Madam, it is best to return to your chamber to avoid catching a chill. As Yer nodded, a leaf fell from her hair as she stood up. Li Wu felt a pang in his heart, realizing that some things are ultimately unable to be retained. Nevertheless, he was willing to cherish this fleeting moment, for it would become an eternity in his life. 10 days later, after recovering from a severe illness, Yer decided to personally prepare a feast for everyone. She composed a lengthy list of ingredients and instructed Yin Man and Qing Man to procure them separately. Then, she unfolded another sheet of paper, contemplating the dish names: braised pork, pickled fish, potato and rib soup, stir-fried pumpkin with chili, glutinous rice balls, sweet rice wine soup. Each dish was one that she had personally cooked in that humble abode, each imbued with memories of him. Though simple, they were sweet. Reflecting on this, since moving to the place of delicious romance, she had scarcely prepared a meal that he had partaken in. He always insisted she rest, allowing the maids to handle the cooking. He claimed he was not picky about food, as long as he could fill his belly. He would often eat a large bowl of rice and then set down his chopsticks, declaring himself full. Yet, she vividly recalled that in the old house, he could consume 2 or 3 large bowls without ever claiming to be satiated. Her eyes grew teary, and her tears tasted of salt. How had she not noticed this sooner? Why had it only now come to mind? With the beloved absent, longing intensifies. The affection lingers, yet the tears have dried. Where is the beloved now? The yearning stretches further. The bond remains unbroken, while her gaze pierces through the distance. To be continued. Chapter 55, Tranquility and Delectable Affections. A timid boy, around 10 years of age, cast furtive glances around him, occasionally fixating on loaves of bread or cakes, his eyes gleaming with desire. Noticing this, Rongjin approached and inquired, "My young friend, are you here to purchase bread or seeking someone?" The boy bowed respectfully before responding, "Excuse me, madam. Is Mrs. Min present?" Observing the boy's modest attire, yet recognizing the scholarly air about him, she confirmed, "Indeed, this is Mrs. Min's bakery. What business do you have with my lady?" "I hail from the estate outside the city and wish to report a matter to her." "Isn't that your own estate?" Rongjin invited the boy to sit beside her and went to inform Yair. Upon her return, she found that the boy was indeed from the estate. The boy quickly rose and bowed, "Madam." Yair, pleased to see his scholarly demeanor, led him to the courtyard, asking, "Have you come to see me for something important? Did you not mention previously that if there were issues at the estate that could not be resolved, I might seek your assistance? Has something occurred at the estate?" "Nothing amiss, but there are always beautiful women arriving late at night." I mentioned this to Steward Rong, who claimed that these women come for business negotiations which, if successful, would greatly increase your income. He also advised me not to speak recklessly. However, my father insists that these women do not come from reputable backgrounds. Yaya a fool hiaplao. Realizing that Rongjin was indeed unreliable, she then brought the boy to the front hall, locating Li Wu. "Li Wu, please accompany the boy back to the estate and discreetly investigate Rongjin's private affairs. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to send him away." Turning to Rongjin, she instructed, "Prepare 50 loaves of bread for them to take back." The boy's eyes instantly brightened. Yair chuckled, gently patting his head, "Study diligently, and in the future, you shall have all the delicacies you desire." The boy nodded earnestly. "I will strive to pass the imperial examination and then assist you in managing the estate, never slacking in my duties. Why settle for merely being a scholar? The teacher says that for children like us, achieving the status of a scholar is commendable." Yaya Hizit an Ayabol. What sort of attitude is that toward education? Have you not heard the saying? A person who does not aspire to be the top scholar is not a true student. If you do not wish to aim for the highest honors, you might as well cease your studies and learn farming from your father. Upon hearing this, the boy became anxious, exclaiming, "That cannot be. I still wish to assist you with the estate, as my father has said. One cannot manage affairs without literacy. Then I shall first strive to be the top scholar, and later pursue further studies." The others burst into laughter, leaving the boy bewildered. After bidding farewell to Yair, the boy returned to the estate with Li Wu. By the time Li Wu returned, it was already late, and he retired to rest without further mention. The following day, he reported to Yair regarding Rongjin's conduct. "Rongjin has managed the estate reasonably well, save for one flaw. He is excessively fond of pleasures. He often brings alluring women from brothels to the estate and allows them free access. What action has been taken?" "I have dismissed him and temporarily appointed Song Xing to oversee the estate until you decide on a course of action. Song Xing is a good choice. Let him prove himself. If he performs well, we shall make a permanent arrangement." As Yair observed the shadows in his eyes, she inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "I returned only at the hour of the ugly," he replied. "Then you should rest a little longer. I shall call you at noon. I am quite energetic. I shall proceed ahead to assist Rongjin, so she may attend to the lady. There is no need with Man, Man, and Weijin. That will suffice. The shop is rather busy at present, and one person alone is insufficient." Li Wu descended the stairs, leaving Yair seated in solitude. The sudden stillness in the room was almost eerie. Once Weijin finished her tasks in the kitchen, she intended to check whether Yair had begun preparing lunch. After knocking for an extended period without a response, she gently pushed the door open and immediately spotted Yair sitting there, her gaze distant and vacant. "Madam," she softly called. Startled, Yair regained her composure and asked, "Has Man and Man returned?" "Yes, they're currently washing vegetables." I came to inquire if there is anything the madam needs to prepare. Wei Zhen smiled again, secretly wishing to learn from her, as the madam's culinary skills were exceptional, yet seldom witnessed. Now that I have the good fortune to observe, I must learn diligently. Yeager managed a feeble smile, saying, "Of course, feel free to ask whatever you wish to learn, and I shall gladly impart my knowledge." Noticing the somewhat forced smile on Yeager's face, Wei Zhen felt a pang of disappointment, regretting her own inability to engage in light-hearted banter as Rongjin did. "Let us proceed downstairs and begin. Is Rongjin managing alone up front? Li Wu is there. With just the two of us, it will suffice. He lacks culinary skills and has gone to assist in the front. Very well. When it is time to serve the meal, close the door and let them all come in." Agreed. Suddenly, Yeager paused, falling silent once more. Wei Zhen, puzzled, asked, "Madam?" With a firm resolve, Yeager finally spoke, "Please make a trip to the jewelry pavilion and summon young master." Mo. Wei Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. In the kitchen, Yin-man and Qing-man were diligently cleaning the ingredients. Upon seeing Yeager enter, Yin-man remarked, "Madam, you should rest. Qing-man and I can manage here." Yeager rolled up her sleeves and tied on an apron, asserting, "I am not made of clay. Why should I refrain from work? I promised to cook today, and I cannot go back on my word." Qing-man tilted her head and asked, "Salt? But salt is meant for eating. Why should it not be consumed?" Yin-man, blushing, scolded her, "I have told you repeatedly to read more. You do not listen. It is fine to embarrass yourself at home, but what will you do if you humiliate yourself in public?" Yeager chuckled heartily. "I think it would be wise to find a female tutor to discipline her. Surely she would learn." Qing-man pouted, "What have I done to deserve such treatment? Sister knows I do not enjoy reading. Hiring a tutor would be a waste of money." Yeager took the fish fillets that Yin-man had prepared, seasoned them with salt, egg whites, and white wine, and then asked, "Do you know the old lady Wu from Shao Gaozhuang outside the city?" Qing-man looked at her. "What of her?" She, during her youth, came from a well-to-do family, yet had a playful spirit that shunned learning. Whenever her family urged her to attend school, she would sneak away to play.